Chapter 1. The Sea Round Calendar. Year 1511. Has that brat Diaz still not been located? The nightmarish Don Quixote, Doflamingo, seethed with rage, for the imp he had nurtured as his right hand had audaciously pilfered a substantial portion of his wealth. How could this not incite his fury? Brando de Diaz, a fledgling member of the family who joined 2 years prior, had never tasted the powers of a devil fruit, yet his unparalleled swordsmanship was beyond the grasp of one his age. Eager to cultivate talent, Doflamingo welcomed him into the Don Quixote family. However, 3 days ago, during the Navy's assault, this scoundrel had incapacitated his companions Buffalo and Baby 5, making off with the majority of the treasure aboard the ship. How could he possibly remain calm in such a situation? As soon as he laid hands on that boy, he would ensure his utter destruction. We have yet to uncover his whereabouts. It seems he has vanished from this sea, his loyal subordinate Toripole reported. Then continue the search of. Perhaps that brat has concealed his devil fruit abilities. Such a vast quantity of treasure could not have been taken unnoticed. He must possess some skill. It appears this scheme was meticulously planned. Cunning little rascal. Meanwhile, on an island in the North Sea, a dark-haired youth navigated through the throngs of people, entering a modest inn. After securing the door and ensuring his safety, he chuckled softly. Even a nightmarish Doflamingo has his lapses at last. An opportunity has presented itself. Brando de Diaz, having awakened memories of his past life and a system 2 years ago, had acquired a tenfold guarantee system, with a single draw costing 1 million berries. The expenses were immense, and to amass greater wealth, he concealed his D name and infiltrated the nearby Don Quixote family to usurp their riches. Just 3 days prior, amid the Navy's siege on the Don Quixote family, he seized the chance to incapacitate Buffalo and Baby 5, stuffing his pockets with the bulk of the treasure from the hold before plunging into the sea and utilizing the diving equipment drawn from the system to arrive here. Now, outsmarting the formidable Doflamingo, Diaz reveled in his triumph. A natural-born villain, you say? Hardly. Currently, he possessed a fortune of 130 million berries and impressive 130 draws. Now it is my turn to draw cards. Oolong tea. Combustible oolong tea. You understand the ingredients. Bodhisattva mask. Of little use. Merely serves to conceal one's visage. Blue Eyes White Dragon card. Valued at 87 million. Perfect for collection. Single soldier rocket launcher with 3 shells included. A single-shot sniper rifle with a scope, boasting ample firepower. Golden Apple. Removes negative effects. VR glasses. I shall strike in a Gundam form. Watermelon knife. Does this melon guarantee ripeness? Mastery of the new Treasure Island dance. Even the most blurred visuals convey an untamed spirit. A bowl of cold noodles. For a bowl of noodles, one must pay for a bowl of noodles. Deadly kiss. Back attacks deal double damage. A righteous backstab. Pink fluffy rabbit. No one can endure the humiliation of being slain by a pink, fluffy rabbit. Player's drive. Behold, I conquer with a single life. Flame pot. Toss it out and watch it explode. Newspaper. The most cherished possession of a certain zombie. Glasses. The true essence of Shinbachi. Photosynthesis. Under the sun, one can slowly restore their wounds and stamina. Silver slash. A true man strike. Ace driver. Masterfully navigates all forms of transportation. Truly a seasoned veteran. Core of the earth. Emperor pain shield. A myriad of items presents themselves, most of which are familiar yet of little use in the present moment to Diaz. The truly valuable ones are photosynthesis and core of the earth. Photosynthesis needs no elaboration, allowing one to recuperate under the sun, while core of the earth represents a growth-oriented ability originating from Genshin Impact. The Geo Archon is only the weight of rock brings solace. By harnessing the power of rock elements, one can create a rocky spine in the game. A long press grants the Jade Shield, capable of absorbing 150 of physical and elemental damage. The strength of the shield is linked to health. Greater vitality begets a sturdier shield. As long as Diaz continues to bolster his health, he shall possess an astonishingly formidable defense. However, for now, it merely deflects a few bullets. If this skill were bestowed upon someone like Teacher Kai, with a health pool of immense depth, even Whitebeard would find it laborious to shatter the shield. Moreover, the player's drive lacks a cartridge, rendering transformation impossible. Otherwise, he would boldly transform and rush to Mariejois. Not for any other reason, but because the Exceed series knights are a blight upon the Heisei era. Once the gaming realm opens, none shall be able to contend with him. Alas, no cartridge has been provided. Otherwise, an invincible player would teach you a lesson. Who cares about Kaido and Shanks? Before an invincible player, they are merely minions. The first 10 draws yielded a collection of Sekiro skills. The second 10 brought forth Murasame. And now, these recent card draws have equipped him to stride confidently across the North Sea, provided he avoids the likes of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, speaking of which, upon encountering Doflamingo, he would likely consume him alive, right? Hee hee. I truly wish to see his expression now, ha ha. With that thought, he felt a surge of delight. Right, I must prepare in about half a year. The surgery fruit will appear a few days ago. Corazon took law out to find a doctor, which is when the Navy attacked the Don Quixote family, granting him an opportunity surgery fruit. Though it holds no utility for him, he still wishes to give it a try. It's not specifically targeted at that individual, it's simply a matter of personal annoyance. Causing that fellow distress brings him satisfaction after a night of rest on the small island. Diaz departed the following day by boat, while Doflamingo was fervently searching for his whereabouts. Knowing he would not linger in one place for long suddenly, the boat shook violently. Jolting the groggy Diaz awake, the sensation was quite unsettling, accompanied by the sounds of shouting and screams from outside the cabin. Diaz stepped out to discover that the vessel had been besieged by a band of pirates, who were indiscriminately slaughtering their victims. Ha ha ha. Kill them all. Burn everything. Take what you can. Slay the men. Spare the women. The brazen arrogance of the pirates sickened Diaz. A burst of autumnal water erupted in the air, and the once boastful pirates found their heads severed from their bodies, their final expressions still exuding defiance. With his sword, Mariejois, gripped firmly in hand, blood trickled down the blade as he twisted his neck and smiled. So, who will be next? Arrogant fool. One pirate swung an axe toward him, but Diaz stepped back, causing the massive axe to crash onto the deck. Splintering wood in all directions, the gleaming edge of his blade sliced through a throat as he stepped over the bodies toward the remaining pirates, declaring, "The weather is splendid today, quite suitable for your demise." Diaz had always held a deep-seated disdain for pirates cloaked in the guise of freedom. They committed heinous acts of murder and pillaging without remorse. His aversion was profound. Rooted in his very being, did Pirate King Roger truly usher in the era of piracy to unleash such scum upon the seas, to torment the innocent, to herald an era? What ayist? Only the common folks suffered. Stepping on the head of a pirate, Diaz drove Mariejois into his skull, stating, "You are all pathetic. To possess such meager strength and venture forth only to meet your demise is nothing short of a farce, boy." "Let us have a word," said the leader of the ruffians, a gaunt man with a shifty countenance and a small mustache. "A word? What is there to discuss?" With a sly grin, the mustache man replied, "Hee hee, your strength is formidable. If we were to join forces, we could grow powerful and achieve greatness. All you need to do is agree, and the treasures aboard this ship and mine shall be yours." Bang. The response was a gunshot, dispelling the smoke from the muzzle. Diaz remarked, "Foolishness. Killing you means these treasures are mine as well." Why, you, the mustached man, could not finish his sentence. Blood gushing from his chest as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Such prattle," Diaz said, kicking the mustached corpse into the sea before leaping onto the opposing ship. The remaining pirates, now thoroughly terrified, were left speechless with their leader fallen. What more was there to say? "Bring forth all valuables. I shall grant you 5 minutes, Diaz announced, producing a pocket watch to commence the countdown. The pirates, in a state of panic, scurried into the cabin shortly thereafter. They emerged carrying a small chest filled to the brim with treasures, gold and berries, plundered from their exploits, estimated to be worth around 400,000 berries, is that all?" Diaz inquired. "That's all. A banquet was held a few days ago," a pirate said, trembling with fear. Pirates, as a breed, rarely save money for them. Ordinary people serve as their wallets, living for the moment, indulging in revelry, and resorting to theft when funds run low. After their plundering escapades, they would host lavish feasts, extravagantly squandering their ill-gotten gains. Diaz was well aware of this pattern during his 2 years with the Don Quixote family. He witnessed these scoundrels living in such a manner. Although they possessed wealth, it was swiftly spent, leaving only the meager remnants scraped from their pockets. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, too, employed his riches for various endeavors, yet only a little over 100 million remained, with a portion hidden away in his quarters. Humph, he accepted the money and commanded, "Clean up the bodies. I must depart by ship." "Yes, yes." The pirates nodded vigorously, gathering the bodies of their fallen comrades, and awaiting Diaz's instructions. They dared not flee, fearing for their lives. "Captain, please have them bound and delivered to the nearest naval base." Diaz instructed the captain of the passenger ship. "Understood. If there is any resistance, I shall toss them into the sea to feed the fish." Was this man a devil? How could he utter such terrifying words with a smile upon his face? The pirates trembled uncontrollably, offering no resistance as the ship's crew bound them. Being delivered to the Navy might offer a glimmer of hope, but falling into the hands of that young devil would surely spell their doom. However, this passenger vessel did not proceed to the naval base. Instead, it encountered a patrol of the Navy along the way. Diaz caught a glimpse of the symbol on the ship's sail and retreated into the cabin crane. It bore the flag of the ship, indicating the highest-ranking officer aboard. Admiral Tru, a formidable figure of the Navy, was of the same era as Admiral Fujitora, and the legendary hero, Vice Admiral Garpshi, was not to be trifled with, even by the notorious Don Quixote Doflamingo, who regarded her with trepidation. Diaz refrained from showing himself in her presence, fearing the old woman's ability to cleanse him. Quite literally, the wash fruit could transform individuals into garments for cleansing and drying, rendering the washed beings powerless and unable to act freely. It was said that those affected would even experience a slight purification of their souls. Their wicked hearts becoming somewhat less tainted. This ability could very well make Granny Tsuru the nemesis of the inherently malevolent Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo had never been a virtuous soul. His brother, despite suffering a similar fate, became a naval officer, while he chose the path of piracy, a true-born villain. Having spent time alongside Doflamingo, Diaz understood the chaos that defined a man, whose sole desire was to exact revenge upon the world. His so-called love for family was merely a means of control. He would unhesitatingly cast aside his family if it served his interests. Such was the nature of Doflamingo. This could spell trouble. I hope the captain does not expose me. Diaz donned his hat. Yet regrettably, Granny Crane still boarded the ship under the captain's guidance. He soon encountered Diaz. Indeed, it is you, Brando Diaz, the youth pursued by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Ugh, Granny Crane, have you come to apprehend me? Diaz refrained from drawing his sword, fully aware of his inferiority. Have you committed any misdeeds alongside Doflamingo? Does blackmail count? Diaz inquired. Yes, and yet no. Granny Crane replied. Come, let us have a seat on my vessel. Is it possible to decline? What do you think? Granny Crane smiled kindly, and Diaz recognized the futility of refusal, trailing behind her with a heavy heart. Upon boarding the warship, Diaz was met with a bevy of female sailors, some of whom regarded him with curiosity. Once in the captain's quarters, she seated him and poured a cup of hot tea, stating forthrightly, I hope you can provide me with all the information regarding Doflamingo. Not a problem, Diaz responded readily. Granny Crane clapped her hands, and a beautiful female sailor entered, carrying paper and pen. Certainly clearing his throat, he began, I have been with Doflamingo for the past 2 years, hoping to gain some wealth and knowledge from him. Diaz recounted all his experiences over the last 2 years, adding, moreover, Corazon should be your undercover agent. Undercover? She was aware that Sengoku had planted an informant within Doflamingo's ranks, but the identity eluded her. Yes, one night, I passed by his room and saw him on the phone. Though I could not hear the conversation, I observed him speaking. Corazon is a high-ranking officer in the family, second only to Doflamingo, yet he is mute. The sudden emergence of speech from a mute indicates something amiss. You did not report this to Doflamingo. Why would I? I came to earn money, not to deceive. Diaz rolled his eyes. Exposing Corazon's identity would not benefit me. Indeed, however, Corazon has since left Doflamingo's family with a child named Law. Severing the lead, Granny Crane remarked, looking at him. You are now the latest clue. Surely not, sir. I have fled for several days, and I escaped during your battle. How could I possibly know Doflamingo's whereabouts? Diaz lamented, while Granny Crane remained composed, unperturbed. Having faced Doflamingo multiple times, she understood that the man could not be easily captured. If he were, he would not be Doflamingo. I will not relent so easily. I will capture Doflamingo. Granny Crane declared furthermore, I have an excellent proposal regarding your situation. Would you care to hear it? Please, do tell. Join the Navy, and your past transgressions shall be erased. Absolutely not. Diaz exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. Am destined for great wealth. I shall never become a sailor, for the Navy is far too impoverished. Grandma Crane furrowed her brow and remarked, Child, have you truly lost your sense of financial reality? I am a person of firm principles. Possessing wealth is all that matters. In that case, given the transgressions you have committed, it seems you will likely reside in prison for about a decade, Grandma Crane stated, setting down her teacup. For the sake of this world, I am willing to contribute to the noble cause of the Navy's justice. I am sworn to oppose evil, Diaz declared with righteous fervor. Grandma Crane remained silent. The female sailor could not help but interject. Did you not claim to be a person of strong principles? Indeed, one must adapt to circumstances. As a time traveler, Diaz possessed a remarkably flexible moral compass. First, you shall in turn aboard my ship, I had assumed you would assign me to the headquarters or a branch for my internship, Diaz responded, taken aback. I desire to, yet time is not on my side, remarked Granny Crane. We must capture Doflamingo without reservation, pursuing him relentlessly. However, the vastness of the ocean and Doflamingo's cunning nature make him a challenging quarry. Thus, Diaz donned a naval uniform and commenced his training aboard the ship. Yet, this proved to be a trial for him. surrounded by a ship full of female sailors, a gathering of women whose attire was rather unrestrained, showcasing their longs, fair legs and an array of balls, soccer, basketball, rugby, both large and small, as well as fitness balls. It was nothing more than that. He adjusted his trousers. Due to his male status, Diaz found it inconvenient to share quarters with the female sailors and was relegated to a storage room specifically, one meant for provisions. In the evenings, when there was leisure time, he would indulge in smoked meats and sausages, and despite his daily exercise, he managed to gain several pounds. He also grew a bit taller. At 12, he had reached the age of growth, yet not to the exaggerated heights of others in this world, standing at around 1.60 meters. Diaz had no desire to be excessively tall, as many of those with height suffered from disproportionate physiques, appearing rather odd. Granny Crane also guided Diaz, focusing on enhancing his physical strength, for without adequate stamina, mastering the 6 forms of the Navy would be unattainable, despite his promising physical condition. On the deck, Diaz bore a considerable weight of lead blocks on his back, performing push-ups, drenched in sweat. Granny Crane sat nearby, sipping tea with her subordinates, merely nodding at Diaz's training, stating, "After you complete this set, you may rest after 3 additional sets." Each set demanded 1,000 repetitions, an arduous task indeed. Nonetheless, in this world, one either sweats now or bleeds later. Increased training would only benefit Diaz. Concerns about overexertion harming his body were unwarranted, as the ship's doctor would oversee his health, ensuring he developed normally without any latent injuries. The daily provisions he consumed were replete with energy to sustain his exertions. Diaz's life, though somewhat arduous, is undoubtedly preferable to his time under Don Quixote Doflamingo. At the very least, he no longer has to fear nocturnal assaults. Meanwhile, Doflamingo seems to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace in the entire North Sea. It is rumored that Diaz has a bounty soaring to 50 million berries in the black market, a consequence of Doflamingo's machinations. Fortunately, Diaz now finds solace in the company of Granny Crane, alleviating concerns about his personal safety. Without Corazone's intelligence support, capturing Doflamingo remains a daunting task. However, Corazon is currently preoccupied with finding a doctor for Law to treat his lead poisoning, rendering him unable to provide any useful information. Reflecting on Corazon, Diaz recalls the circumstances surrounding his demise, injured gravely by Virgo while attempting to secure the Nomi for Law, only to meet his end at the hands of his own brother, Doflamingo. After completing his training and taking a shower, Diaz sought out Granny Crane. "What is it?" she asked. "I remembered a conversation I had with Buffalo and the others, during which they mentioned a name, Virgo. They said he was Corazon's predecessor in the Heart Pirates, but his whereabouts are unknown, possibly deceased. However, I have a hunch he may not be lost at all." "What do you mean?" Granny Crane inquired. "He might have become an undercover agent for Doflamingo," Diaz speculated. "It's a possibility," Granny Crane acknowledged, shaking her head. "But we are not certain. And all we have is this name, nothing else." Diaz could only recall a few details. A man in his 20s or 30s, wearing sunglasses, born in the North Sea, and seemingly having some peculiar substance adhered to his face. Yet, this was sufficient information for now. Granny Crane's expression grew serious as she dialed her snail phone in Diaz's presence. "This is Sengoku. Little Crane, what is the matter?" The snail phone transformed into a figure with an exaggerated hairstyle, inquiring, "Do you remember the Diaz I mentioned?" "Ah, yes, that swordsmanship prodigy. Did you not enlist him in the Navy?" A crunching sound echoed from the other end, as if Sengoku were munching on something crispy. "Sengoku, are you snacking on some bae during work hours again?" Granny Crane chided, aware of her old comrade's quirky habits. Diaz just brought up a potential name for an undercover agent, Virgo. "Do you know him?" "Born in the North Sea, wears sunglasses, and has recently joined the Navy." Granny Crane relayed Diaz's description accurately, prompting Sengoku to cease his snacking. With a serious tone, he replied, "Understood, Little Crane. I will keep an eye on this matter. If true, Doflamingo's schemes run deep. This is indeed a case of infiltration. However, we must not allow him to succeed. If there is a pirate infiltrating the Navy, and he ascends to a position of power, it would be catastrophic. The warring states and Crane would undoubtedly prevent such occurrences. And the internal investigation of the North Sea Navy, specifically targeting an individual named Virgo, has officially commenced. To avoid arousing suspicion, this endeavor is being conducted in secrecy. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku has spent the entire day in his office, scrutinizing the documents pertaining to the North Sea Navy submitted by his subordinates. He intends to first review the reports from the North Sea branch, while any information from the headquarters will be examined later. Sengoku is aware of the presence of undercover agents within the Navy. As the most formidable force under the world government, the absence of spies would be absurd. Various factions have their eyes and ears embedded within, yet Sengoku will not permit anyone associated with Dakihote Doflamingo to infiltrate here. Should Corazone's true identity be revealed by an undercover agent, it would spell disaster for him, a scenario Sengoku is resolutely determined to avert. Report. Enter, Sengoku replied, his gaze fixed on the mountain of documents before him, as the sheer volume of information from the North Sea was overwhelming. Admiral. This is the list of outstanding Navy personnel from this period, among whom Virgo is recommended for transfer to the branch. Who did you say? Virgo? Sengoku suddenly lifted his head, inquiring, bring me his file. Yes, sir. Although the subordinate was perplexed by Sengoku's keen interest in Virgo, he complied and retrieved the document. Presenting it to Sengoku. Wearing sunglasses, a male in his 20s, a North Sea native with remnants of food on his face. This must be him. What a stroke of fortune. At last, I have captured him. What is his intention to transfer to the G5 branch? Doflamingo is in the North Sea. Why would he request a transfer to the G5 branch located in the New World? Sengoku, still pondering Doflamingo's motives, commanded, summon Virgo. I wish to speak with him. Understood. After setting aside the documents, the soldier turned to leave, and Sengoku instructed that the files be returned to their original locations, resulting in a significant decluttering of the previously cramped office. Report. There was a knock at the door. Enter, Sengoku called. The individual who entered was a man with an explosive hairstyle and sunglasses, a half-eaten fried egg stuck to his face. I have heard of your commendable performance over the past year, and you wish to be transferred to the G5 branch, correct? Indeed. Sengoku remained silent for a moment before asking, are you familiar with the Don Quixote family? Yes, Admiral. They are a notorious group of ruthless pirates. Virgo responded emphatically. Sengoku nodded, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, just now, the Don Quixote family has been apprehended by Vice Admiral Crane. A fleeting look of panic crossed Virgo's face, quickly concealed. Yet that momentary disquiet exposed him. Sengoku suddenly erupted, aha. It is you. You are the undercover agent. In a moment of sheer panic, Virgo lost his composure and crashed through the office door, colliding head-on with the esteemed marine hero, Garp, who was on his way to have tea with Sengoku. Garp. Seize him. He is an undercover agent. What? An undercover agent? Garp, confronting Virgo, emanated an imposing presence with his robust physique. Virgo immediately fortified himself with haki, bracing to force his way out. Though he harbored doubts about escaping the grasp of Admiral Sengoku and the legendary Garp, he pondered, what if? Before he could fully process the situation, a powerful fist struck his abdomen, shattering his haki with a resounding crash, sending him through the ceiling and into Admiral Akainu's office. Akainu swiftly pinned him to the ground, rendering him motionless like a lifeless fish. The youth of today tend to be overly flashy, and despite his haki reinforcement, Virgo's mastery was insufficient. Garp nonchalantly strolled in, grabbing a handful of senbei from Sengoku's desk and munching away. Akainu lifted Virgo from the wreckage and demanded an explanation. With little hope in Garp, he turned to Sengoku, who succinctly clarified the situation, confirming Virgo's true identity. Well done, Sengoku. You've successfully eliminated an undercover agent, effectively severing one of Doflamingo's limbs. As for the repair costs, they would be deducted from Garp's salary. Why should my salary be docked? I was merely purging traitors. Enough of your nonsense. I will file a complaint. Complaints are futile. The three of them sat together, enjoying sunbae and tea, all in high spirits, except for Virgo, lying on the ground with his body thoroughly shattered. Subsequently, Virgo was imprisoned for medical treatment, after which the Navy's interrogation specialists began to question him about Doflamingo. He clung stubbornly to his silence, his unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo leaving Sengoku exasperated. Had Virgo not fled out of guilt, he might have evaded capture altogether. In the end, Virgo took his own life in prison, using this act to convey his allegiance to Doflamingo. With his demise, the connection to Virgo was severed, yet it also safeguarded Corazon, preventing the revelation of his true identity or the possibility of Virgo assisting him should he require Navy support. Sengoku, who regarded Razananti as a son, would never allow such a scenario to unfold. Upon hearing of Virgo's capture, Sengoku informed Granny Tsuru and commended Diaz for his significant contribution to the operation. Is there any reward? Diaz's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Granny Tsuru chuckled. You'll get half a day off, and I'll add an extra dish to your lunch today. Is that all? What more do you desire? I was expecting at least a reward of 100 or 80,000 berries. Diaz's words left Granny Crane speechless. As a member of the Navy, it is your duty to combat pirates. At such a tender age, if you do not learn the proper path, what shall become of you in the future? You must not stray from the right course. I have heard that a female Navy officer is already preparing to write a love letter to Diaz, and he is merely 12 years old. Nevertheless, Diaz does possess a rather handsome visage. He is quite the charming young lad. I must return to the headquarters soon and entrust this boy to Zephyr, lest he become a source of distraction for the young female sailors aboard this ship. However, it remains uncertain who will truly be the source of trouble for whom. In the prime of his youth, Diaz found himself amidst a group of older women aboard the vessel whose intentions toward him were less than pure. Each night, he would secure the doors and windows, haunted by the fear of being forcibly taken in the dead of night and subjected to unwelcome advances. Such occurrences were to be avoided at all costs, at least until he reached adulthood. Thus, it is imperative for young men venturing into the world to safeguard their well-being. Diaz felt that there was no escape from the Navy. He had to find a way out of this predicament. However, surrounded by so many charming young ladies and indulging in such exquisite cuisine, he found himself somewhat reluctant to leave. Alas, I have become ensnared. Half a year swiftly passed, and Granny Crane had initially intended to take Diaz back to the Navy headquarters. Despite spending months in the North Sea, she had yet to uncover the whereabouts of Don Quixote Doflamingo, which caused her considerable distress. While she had apprehended numerous ordinary pirates, her mission was specifically to capture Doflamingo. Just as she was preparing to return, she received a notification from Sengoku. The world government was planning to negotiate with the former Navy, now turned pirates. The item for trade was the surgery fruit, valued at 5 billion berries, with the transaction scheduled 3 weeks hence at Rubeck Island. According to Corazone's intelligence, the Don Quixote family had also set their sights on this devil fruit and would be making preparations on Sea Swallow Island 3 days in advance, putting the entire Don Quixote family on high alert. Doflamingo intended to seize the surgery fruit and then have his brother Corazon consume it. Doflamingo had long coveted the surgery fruit, aiming to have his brother ingest it, thereby enabling him to undergo an ageless transformation and attain eternal life. Furthermore, he had begun to suspect Corazon's true identity. Should Corazon be an undercover agent, exposing Doflamingo's location would validate his suspicions, leading to the elimination of the infiltrator. Conversely, if Corazon were not a spy, he would undoubtedly sacrifice his life for his brother, allowing Doflamingo to undergo the ageless procedure. This villain had meticulously plotted his course. Regardless of whether Corazon was an undercover agent, he would seek to extinguish his own brother's life. He professed to love his family, yet his heart was colder than anyone else's. Diaz possessed a profound understanding of the man, Chun Ming, whose interests were intricately intertwined. He remarked, "It seems that this man is prepared to sacrifice his own brother, regardless of whether he is an undercover agent." This operation allowed for no room for failure. Whether it involved capturing Doflamingo or protecting the undercover operative, success was the only acceptable outcome. Granny Crane, with her hands clasped, spoke in a grave tone. "The most suitable position for that task is on the 6th level of Impel Down." "I concur," Diaz responded. "So our next objective is Hylon Island?" "Indeed," Granny Crane affirmed, instructing the warship to set sail at full speed. The crew was advised to rest well, for a fierce battle lay ahead. However, they were still quite distant from Hylon Island, taking more than 2 weeks to finally arrive. Diaz inquired, "Are those pirates located on Rubeck Island?" "No. That is merely a trading post. In truth, their stronghold lies on Minion Island, adjacent to Rubeck Island and Sea Swallow Island. It was once a thriving town, but has since been rendered a ghost town due to the pirates' presence, now firmly under their control," Granny Crane elucidated. "I wish to see it for myself," Diaz asserted. Granny Crane cast a sidelong glance at him and shook her head, saying, "No, it is too perilous. You would be in grave danger alone. Are you afraid I might flee? I have been aboard the ship for 6 months, and I have had ample opportunity," Diaz retorted, feeling a twinge of distrust. Although he had a tendency to be somewhat reckless, his intentions were noble. He sought to save lives, not to acquire the surgical fruit. "That is not the issue," Granny Crane replied. "The pirates on Minion Island are beyond your capability to confront. Acting alone carries an excessively high risk. Furthermore, the encirclement targeting the Don Quixote family has already commenced. The Navy has meticulously orchestrated a trap to capture Doflamingo. They will not allow him to escape." In Diaz's view, this was not a well-executed operation. The surgical fruit was unattainable for that group, Corazon would undoubtedly pilfer it for Law, as his affection for Law rivaled that of his own parents. The pirates on Minion Island were once a Navy lieutenant, Diaz. You are indeed formidable, but ultimately powerless against such overwhelming numbers. Granny Crane gently dissuaded Diaz from his reckless endeavor, saying, if you desire a devil fruit, I shall ask Sengoku to seek a suitable one for you. The surgical fruit involves far too much at stake. This transaction bore the shadow of the world government, and Granny Crane understood enough to prevent Diaz from becoming overly entangled. She hoped for the boy's redemption, wishing for him to tread a righteous path rather than descend into the ranks of the pirates sought by the world government. Over the past 6 months, she had discerned the kindness within Diaz's heart, though perhaps due to his childhood experiences, he harbored an inexplicable obsession with wealth. Perhaps training at the headquarters would facilitate a transformation. Diaz reluctantly departed from the cabin, where snowflakes danced in the air. Minion Island, Sea Swallow Island, and Rubeck Island were all blanketed in snow. The frigid sea breeze posed little challenge to the seasoned Navy personnel and Diaz himself. Calculating the time, he realized it was nearly time to act. Casting his gaze towards Minion Island, he noticed plumes of black smoke rising and promptly alerted Granny Crane, stating, something has happened there. Without hesitation, Granny Crane commanded, set sail immediately. It was possible that Doflamingo had taken premature action, regardless. The surgical fruit was a coveted asset for the world government and must not fall into jeopardy. The warship set forth, navigating towards Minion Island. Upon the island, the gravely injured Corazon located the pallid and ailing Law, forcefully placing the heart-shaped surgical fruit into Law's mouth. Law, consume it. Quickly. Law, nearly choking, managed to swallow the fruit, gasping for air as he envisioned his father, mother, and sister waving to him from across the river. Mr. Corazon, are you all right? Law exclaimed, startled by the blood-staining Corazon's shirt. How could you sustain such injuries? It's nothing. We must hurry. If we delay, they will catch up. Corazon coughed, aware that their pursuers were close behind, and they needed to flee swiftly to avoid further complications. All right, I'll support you, Law said, attempting to assist Corazon, though his feverish state rendered him incapable of helping an adult. Corazon coughed again, handing Law the intelligence he had gathered over time. Deliver this to the Navy. Cough. You are indeed with the Navy, aren't you? Law's eyes glistened with tears as he gritted his teeth, accepting the information. I understand. Concealing Corazon, Law donned a cloak and dashed into the swirling snowflakes. Meanwhile, Diaz and 2 female Navy officers disembarked, making their way to the scene of the incident. In the distance, a small figure approached, adorned with a speckled hat and irregular white patches on his skin. It was Law. You are with the Navy, right? Law's face brightened upon seeing the 2 female officers, but his demeanor shifted when he spotted Diaz. What is he doing here? If he is here, does that mean Doflamingo is as well? Ah, Law, long time no see. It appears your lead poisoning ailment still plagues you, Diaz greeted, though Law remained on high alert. How did you end up here? And with the Navy? Have you been captured? Law queried, suspicion etched across his face. Diaz chuckled heartily and proclaimed, I am an intern in the Navy, having betrayed Don Quixote Doflamingo to embrace this new path. Taking advantage of the opportunity after you and Corazon departed, I pilfered their funds and became a Navy officer. His tone was laced with pride, for chances to outmaneuver Doflamingo were rare indeed. Diaz, who is he? Trafalgar Law. My comrade, a rather peculiar fellow. If he is here, it signifies that Corazon is as well. Fear not, young lad, you are safe now, Diaz assured. Stop talking, mister. Corazon is gravely injured, Law exclaimed urgently, hesitating to divulge information to Diaz, whom he deemed untrustworthy. Rather, he placed his faith in the 2 female Navy officers accompanying him. I understand. Diaz nodded. Lead the way, we must proceed. Law hesitated briefly but ultimately gritted his teeth and guided Diaz and the others to the wounded Corazon. One of the female officers examined his injuries and declared, the wounds are severe. We must transport him back to the ship immediately. Let us go. Indeed. The female officer hefted Corazon onto her back as the group made their way to the vessel. Upon hearing the news, Granny Tsuru rushed over to inquire about Law, who was being treated by the ship's doctor. How did he sustain such grave injuries? Law lowered his gaze, refraining from revealing that Corazon had sought the surgical fruit for his sake. Instead, he simply stated, when I regained consciousness, Mr. Corazon was already gravely wounded. Previously, Corazon had repeatedly cautioned him against disclosing his consumption of the surgical fruit to the Navy. Analyzing the conversation between Corazon and Sengoku, Law surmised that the surgical fruit was likely far more valuable than it appeared, hinting at additional functions. Thus he concealed the truth of his own consumption. Granny Tsuru regarded him thoughtfully but chose not to press further. "What is the condition of this child?" she inquired. The ship's doctor replied, "He is in the advanced stages of a platinum-lead illness. Conservatively, he has only 2 months left." "A month," Law interjected. "I know my body best. I can survive no more than a month." He lifted his gaze to meet Granny Tsuru's eyes. "Can I trust you?" "I am Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy. You can place your trust in me," she responded confidently. Law handed over Corazon's intelligence document to Granny Tsuru. Upon receiving it, she recognized the emblem and the special lock, swiftly retrieving a matching key to unlock it and extract the contents within. What she discovered within left her utterly astonished. A list of Doflamingo's trading partners over the years, ranging from ordinary pirates to noble figures of various nations, all intricately detailed alongside Doflamingo's forthcoming plans. His ambition was clear, to become the king of Dressrosa. This plan is beyond Diaz's reach. While it may seem that Doflamingo's schemes began later, they have in fact already commenced. Diaz's standing within the family does not afford him the clarity of the true intentions. The methods employed are so detailed they are truly appalling. After a considerable time, Granny Crane set aside the intelligence report and remarked, "Child, you have performed admirably. Now, both you and Colonel Rocinante from the Navy are safe. Diaz is preparing to hunt down Doflamingo." "Very well. Report. The Flamingo has arrived at Minion Island. It appears the battle has commenced." Diaz inquired, Granny Crane, "How shall we proceed?" "Encirclement," Granny Crane replied, arms crossed. "There are 10 warships stationed around these 3 islands. Naturally, we shall encircle him. Come forth. Issue the command to surround him." "Yes." With the orders given, the Navy sprang into action. Granny Crane had already led her team ashore, and Diaz was among them. "Do not wander during the battle. I shall ensure your safety," Granny Crane assured him. "Rest assured, you are a vital asset against Doflamingo. I shall not be a hindrance." Diaz acknowledged, fully aware that he would only complicate matters for Granny Crane. Thus, he refrained from confronting Doflamingo, choosing instead to target others, such as Buffalo, Baby, 5, and that little rascal Dringe. These 2 fledglings were within his capacity to bully. The Navy's ships surrounded Minion Island, while Doflamingo remained oblivious to the encirclement. Preoccupied with searching for the whereabouts of Diaz Bareilles, he intended to act decisively and seize the surgical fruit. Birdcage. A colossal white line ascended over Minion Island, enclosing the entire island, ensuring not a single soul could escape, as he aimed to secure the surgical fruit on the island. The birdcage constricted further, and Doflamingo along with his family finally located Diaz Bareilles. However, to their astonishment, the surgical fruit was no longer in his possession. "Where's the surgical fruit?" Doflamingo demanded, confronting the nearly breathless Diaz. Diaz gasped. "It was taken." "Who did this?" Doflamingo's forehead pulsed with rage, unable to contain his fury. How could the surgical fruit, which he had coveted for so long, simply vanish? He needed that fruit. He needed the immortality surgery. "And no, I do not know. I cannot see, cannot hear, know nothing." Diaz replied, "Trash." An invisible thread coursed through Diaz's mind, shattering his thoughts. Diaz had transformed into a lifeless corpse. Gazing at the treasures amassed by Diaz, he felt compelled not to leave empty-handed. Thus, he instructed his subordinates to remove all the riches. "Master, a fleet of Navy ships is approaching us." In the sky, Baby 5, riding the abilities of the spin fruit, called out to Buffalo, who then screamed in terror as he plummeted from the heavens. Doflamingo swiftly extended 2 threads, ensnaring the 2 falling figures and drawing them closer. Baby 5, terrified, clung to Doflamingo's leg, tears streaming down her face, unwilling to let go. Buffalo, in a dire state, had been struck in the abdomen, bleeding profusely. Immediate medical attention was imperative. Enemy attack. Retreat. Doflamingo ordered his men to abandon the treasures and flee, recognizing that it was best to escape rather than squander time battling the Navy. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet hurtling towards him. Doflamingo activated his observation hockey, tilting his head to evade the projectile. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Diaz approached with a cohort of female Navy officers, smiling as he said, "We meet again, Master." "Diaz," Doflamingo exclaimed, his fury manifesting in a sardonic laugh. "Did you lead the Navy here?" "Indeed, Master, it was I who betrayed you," Diaz replied with a mischievous grin. I have longed to witness that expression on your face, the one that conveys a desire to kill me yet feeling utterly powerless. Haha, you scoundrel. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead throbbed, betraying his inner turmoil. He fixed his gaze upon Diaz, sneering. Do you believe that by aligning yourself with the Navy, you will escape my wrath? I have found an even stronger ally. Diaz smiled and stepped aside, allowing the naval officers behind him to do the same. The venerable Elder Crane, draped in a cloak of righteousness, approached with deliberate grace, her silver hair meticulously arranged. Though she appeared frail, this elderly woman was formidable in combat. Elder Crane? Don Quixote Doflamingo took a step back, visibly wary of her presence. After pursuing you for so long, I have finally found the opportunity to capture you. Elder Crane clapped her hands, prompting all the Navy personnel to raise their firearms at the Don Quixote family. Surrender, Doflamingo. You are surrounded by the Navy. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly Yiksha. If I could be captured so easily, I would not have survived this long, he retorted, snapping his fingers. An invisible thread shot forth. But Elder Crane swiftly intercepted it with her dark fingers. You shall not harm this child in my presence. Thank you, Elder. Diaz raised his middle finger at Doflamingo. Come at me, you cowardly dog. Retreat. Doflamingo snarled. Pika, cover our rear. Dragon Flash. A straight sword aura erupted as Doflamingo and several members of the Don Quixote family leaped into the air. Where the sword aura passed, explosions of force erupted like falling snowflakes. Do not let Pika touch the stone, otherwise he will transform into a giant, Diaz warned. I see. Elder Crane nodded, immediately dispatching someone to restrain Pika, denying him the chance to activate his ability. You wretched brat. Say or Pink, a user of the swim fruit, dove underground, swimming towards Diaz's back to take aim. Diaz executed a backflip, landing behind him, his sword raised high. New Year sword technique. One word slash. The long blade descended, colliding with the firearm and sparking a shower of flames. You treacherous little scoundrel, you will pay dearly. Pay dearly? Not necessarily. If you can kill me under Elder Crane's protection, I have no objections, Mr. Say, or, he replied. Betrayal is the most intolerable sin in our family. Apologies. But I am a natural-born traitor. The battle between the Navy and the Don Quixote family officially commenced, with Doflamingo entangled by Elder Crane. While the remaining family members were held back by various Navy officers, unable to escape the fray. Do not fire, Mirakumo, Diaz shouted, delivering a kick to Say's thigh. Using the momentum to launch himself into the air like a hawk, turning to thrust his blade forward. Colossal ninja thrust. Say or dove underground. Resurfacing in front of Diaz and aiming his firearm at his head, Mirakumo sliced through the bullet, dodging it effortlessly. Such attacks are ineffective against me. Mr. Sayor, you are the least likely among the family to defeat me. With swift, sweeping strikes, the bullets that flew towards him were deftly cleaved apart. The abilities of Sayor posed little challenge to him. In fact, among the Don Quixote family, the only individuals he found truly formidable were Doflamingo, Treble, and Pika. At that moment, a colossal stone giant rose from the ground, and Pika's sharp voice echoed across the island. Young master, you must retreat. Leave this to me. Pika. You must survive. Doflamingo distanced himself from Granny, casting several threads to ensnare Baby, 5, Buffalo, Dellinger, and Maricita as they made their escape. Diaz drew his firearm from behind and aimed at the sky, targeting Doflamingo with a single shot. The insufferable little imp. The tip of his finger released a thread that pierced the bullet, and Diaz, by observing the bullet's shattering point, swiftly discerned the trajectory of the thread. Deftly slicing it aside, his arm tingled, and in that instant, a gaping void opened before him. Say or seized the opportunity, raising his gun to fire. Steadfast as a rock, a brownstone pillar erupted beside Diaz, and a semi-transparent yellow jade shield enveloped him. The bullet struck the shield, ricocheting away and landing in the snow. All was gathered. With a flick of his finger, a jagged rock spine suddenly rose beneath Sayor's feet. While the rock spine he had just conjured shattered spontaneously, dissipating into the air. Caught off guard, Sayor lost his footing and stumbled backward. A gleaming long knife blossoming before him. Hot blood splattered, staining the pristine snow, as Diaz swiped the blade, blood flying and falling upon the snow, leaving crimson spots like red plum blossoms. Sayor. The officials of the Don Quixote family gasped in horror as they witnessed their comrade's demise. Diaz, however, would not relent, charging towards the fruit-bearing ability user, Diamante. Arrogance. With a swift motion, Diamante's straight sword transformed into a remarkably agile serpent, soaring towards Diaz. A resounding clang echoed as Diaz deflected Diamante's strike, reminding him, "Do not forget, I am well versed in swordsmanship as well, Diamante. Your technique is utterly lacking." Easily repelled with minimal effort, Diamante swung his long sword, and the cloak draped over him transformed into a material as hard as iron, or rather, it was iron that had merely been rendered soft as fabric by his will. He deflected the bullets fired by the Navy. The user of the fluttering fruit possesses the remarkable ability to alter any object they touch into a featherweight form akin to silk. Yet the intrinsic properties of the object remain unchanged. This means that while iron may be made as supple as cloth, its hardness remains at the level of iron, making it an exceptionally useful skill when wielded adeptly. Retreat. Cease fighting. Doflamingo recognized the urgency of their situation. Remaining any longer would spell disaster. Granny Crane employed her moonwalk technique to pursue Doflamingo in midair, determined to prevent his escape. Surrender, Doflamingo. Hey, Crane, you've pursued me for so long. Yet it seems you still do not comprehend my nature. I will not simply await my demise. Pika. Understood. Young master. The stone giant launched indiscriminate attacks, swatting away countless Navy soldiers, the resulting gust of wind propelling Diaz into the air. A thread shot forth, piercing through his jade shield and grazing his arm. His clothing was immediately torn, blood oozing from the wound. Snake's sword. The unpredictable snake sword hurtled toward him, yet a multitude of sword energies surrounded Diaz, deflecting the attack. Secret technique. Single-minded. Did that not eliminate the lad? Diamante hissed in frustration, realizing the necessity of retreat. Lingering would condemn him to a life imprisoned and impelled down. Hey, why the sudden retreat? Where is the pride of the Don Quixote family? Diaz taunted, provoking Diamante to glance back with the intent to silence him. However, several Navy soldiers had already gathered around Diaz to shield him. TSK, is this the combat ethos of the Don Quixote family? Who was it that advised me never to flee in battle? He chuckled. To showcase the might of the Don Quixote family. Oh dear. It seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Diaz's words incited Pika's wrath, and a massive hand descended from the heavens, carrying a weighty gust. As though the sky itself were collapsing. True silver slash. Diaz unleashed a shimmering blade of silver energy, interspersed with delicate snowflakes. In that moment, he resembled the sovereign of a wintry realm, as the continuous stream of energy sliced through the air, resonating with a crisp hum. With a decisive strike, he cleaved through the colossal stone palm of Pika. After breaching the hand, Diaz swiftly ascended along Pika's arm and dashed forward. The wall stood tall and formidable. The jade shield encircled him in protection, yet in the blink of an eye, a figure clad in a punk coat with an explosive hairstyle materialized. Extending his palm toward Diaz, the fabric of his sleeves rapidly inflated, and in an instant, a surge of mighty energy erupted forth from his cuffs. Boom. Diaz was suddenly propelled backward, the jade shield shattered, revealing small patches of burns on his body. Gladiolus? The serpentine sword coiled through the air, and Diaz once again unleashed the silver slash to deflect the blade. Dragon Flash? He struck from a distance, while Gladiolus, the user of the explosive fruit, took cover behind a rock, with Pika's stone shielding him from the blow. A female Navy officer, gracefully gliding like the moonlight, approached Diaz and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, not dead yet." Diaz quickly regained his composure. Although Gladiolus's attack had breached his jade shield, it had mitigated some of the damage, leaving him with manageable injuries. It hurt, yet it was not fatal. The battle raged on, but Doflamingo had fled at great speed, and Granny Hiyori could not catch up. The ambush on the Don Quixote family had not yielded favorable results. Pika, the user of the stone fruit, had caused considerable trouble for the Navy. Without him, the casualties would have been significantly lower. In the end, the outcome was somewhat acceptable. The Tuntun fruit user Mahabis and the explosive fruit user Gladiolus had been captured, while Doflamingo led the remaining members to escape. Senor had perished at Diaz's hands, and Pika and Toribol had fled severely wounded. This battle had inflicted heavy losses on the Navy, with numerous sailors falling victim to Pika's assaults. Diaz had dislocated his arm during the fight with Lao Ji, his face bruised and his right arm slung around his neck. It hurts, he grimaced as Granny Hiyori tended to his wounds. "You reckless boy. You charged in directly, truly unafraid of death," she chastised. "Such recklessness in battle is perilous. I know, but you were here to back me up." Diaz replied with a smile. This matter will not conclude so simply. But for now, Doflamingo is nowhere to be found. Utilizing his fruit ability, Doflamingo traversed the clouds. Still accompanied by others, but they were impossible to pursue, their location indeterminate, while Pika and Toribol were being hunted down. What shall we do now? Return to headquarters to report, Granny Hiyori stated. It's time to send you to the training camp at headquarters. Remaining under my wing is not a long-term solution. Diaz was reluctant to go to headquarters, but Granny Hiyori sensed his hesitation and remarked, if you aspire to be an exceptional Navy officer, you must undergo training at headquarters. I have already contacted your chief instructor, who is undoubtedly a responsible and excellent teacher. He will take good care of you. Please, no. Diaz's rebellion proved futile. The Navy personnel, whose injuries were not severe, began to clear the battlefield. The deceased sailors would be registered, and compensation would be uniformly distributed thereafter. While the living earned modest wages, the compensation for the deceased was substantial. Upon returning to the ship, Diaz did not find Law in the medical room. Instead, it was Corazon, or rather, the Navy captain Rosinante, who had regained consciousness. To maintain his cover, Rosinante feigned muteness, silently gathering intelligence on Don Quixote Doflamingo and discreetly notifying the Navy for a crackdown, thus proving to be an exemplary undercover agent. Law has left, Diaz observed, seemingly unfazed. Rosinante, wrapped in bandages, held an unlit cigarette between his lips. There's no need for concern, Diaz replied, seated and idly swinging his legs. Law has consumed the op fruit. Hasn't he? The world government places great value on that fruit. He must not appear under their watchful gaze, hence you allowed him to depart in secrecy. You are indeed a clever child, Rosinante acknowledged. Indeed, Law cannot remain here. I wish to take him with me, but my condition does not permit it. His original intention was to steal the op fruit, deliver the intelligence documents to the Navy, and then find a secluded place for both him and Law to live peacefully, ensuring Law's safety for the remainder of his life. However, his deteriorating health forced him to let Law go alone. Law is an independent child. After consuming the op fruit, he is quite capable of taking care of himself. You seem rather unconcerned, Diaz remarked. The toxins from the amber lead disease, regardless of where they accumulate, will prevent Law from receiving anesthesia during surgery. The direct removal of toxins is excruciating. Diaz's words elicited a wave of worry from Rosinante, but he quickly regained his composure. I trust Law. He shifted the conversation. Are you planning to join the Navy? What else is there to do? Initially, I only aimed to make money. But after being kept under the watchful eye of Granny Tsuru, I found escape impossible. Diaz picked his nose, a look of resignation on his face. The old lady was exceedingly astute. Any hint of intention was immediately perceived, leaving no room for escape. Is it really wise to speak ill of Vice Admiral Tsuru? She isn't present. I am merely gossiping behind her back, something I frequently do. Diaz shrugged nonchalantly. Granny Tsuru was currently occupied, too preoccupied to concern herself with such matters. Please help me keep this secret. Very well. Diaz readily agreed, stating, Doflamingo has escaped, taking with him Buffalo, Baby, Five, Dellinger, Pika, and Treble. Senor has been eliminated by me. And as for the rest, they have all been captured. The Don Quixote family has sustained significant damage and will not make any major moves in the near future. The Don Quixote family has now lost its prominence, with only Doflamingo and Pika remaining as formidable forces. The others still require development. Mara's strength has begun to wane due to age, and Treble is hardly a concern. Doflamingo can no longer stir up any significant turmoil. At least not with an eye on Dressrosa. At present, he must find a way to survive under the impending threat of the dark forces of the North Sea. The Night Demon Doflamingo has met with defeat in the North Sea. The Don Quixote family has been gravely injured. Shocking. A retrospective on the Night Demon's past dealings. The dark side of the North Sea that you could never have imagined. The World Economic Journal's publication swiftly disseminated the truth of the recent Northern Sea campaign across the globe overnight. Concurrently, Granny Tsuru reported the intelligence documents from Rosinante to Admiral Steelbone. After omitting certain sensitive details, Admiral Steelbone entrusted the remaining information to the World Economic Journal for coverage, prompting an immediate global uproar. The world was astounded to discover the depths of darkness concealed within the Northern Sea, and equally incredulous that a pirate such as Don Quixote Doflamingo could orchestrate such grand schemes, an utterly shocking revelation. Even more astonishing was the fact that the individual responsible for exposing this matter was none other than Doflamingo's own younger brother. The failure to capture Doflamingo weighed heavily on Rosinante, yet for the sake of his safety, he resolved not to return as Corazon, the undercover agent within the Don Quixote family. Such a return would only incite Doflamingo's suspicions. The cunning Doflamingo had already begun to doubt Rocinante's true identity, especially now that the family was under siege by the Navy. The timing for Rocinante's reappearance was perilous. Had he been captured alongside the rest, Doflamingo might not have suspected him. However, by that point, Rocinante was already aboard a naval vessel, and returning would only jeopardize his cover. After much deliberation, Rocinante reluctantly accepted this grim reality. The warship traversed the upside-down mountain, entering the first half of the Grand Line without incident. Over the course of more than a month, Granitsaru led numerous injured female Navy members, along with Rocinante and Diaz, to the Navy headquarters at Marineford, accompanied by Drake, the son of Diaz Barrels. Following the war, the Navy had discovered Drake aboard Granitsaru's ship, bringing him to Marineford. Currently, Marineford was under the command of Admiral Steelbone, with Admiral Fujitora and Navy hero Garp serving as the principal forces. The return of Granitsaru was of significant interest to these three, particularly given the troublesome nature of Doflamingo. The pursuit of Doflamingo continued unabated, while Admiral Steelbone appointed Vice Admiral Akainu to oversee the G5 branch, ensuring the safety of Dressrosa. Rocinante's intelligence documents had alerted the Navy's upper echelons to Doflamingo's ambitions regarding Dressrosa. They were resolute in preventing such a pirate from ascending to the throne of Dressrosa, should a new ruler be installed, and it not be of the Ricca lineage. The implications would be considerable. Through Rocinante, Admiral Steelbone also learned of the true identities of him and Doflamingo, once celestial dragons. They had forsaken their noble heritage alongside their parents, becoming exiles in a small nation of the Northern Sea. However, the oppressed populace, enraged by the persecution inflicted by the celestial dragons, turned their wrath upon the family, resulting in the death of their mother, starvation, and brutal treatment. It was during this turmoil that Doflamingo awakened his conqueror's haki. Subsequently, Doflamingo killed his father and returned his head to Mariejois, hoping to reclaim the status of a celestial dragon, only to be rejected by them. The events that transpired thereafter led to the current situation. Moreover, the Don Quixote family was once the royal lineage of Dressrosa, but upon becoming a part of the world aristocracy, they ceded the throne to the Riku family, who held the position of prime minister. The lineage of the Licorice family has endured to this day, establishing a well-ordered nation. Additionally, Doflamingo harbors a secret regarding a celestial dragon, a secret that has afforded him considerable leniency in his actions. However, this secret is known solely to him as the firstborn. Dressrosa is not a prosperous nation, at least not in the present. Although life is modest, the happiness index of its citizens is remarkably high, and the populace holds great admiration for King Licorice. The words of Rocinante resonated in the conference room as Sengoku, with his steel frame and crossed arms, remarked helplessly, "No wonder those old geezers are so indulgent towards Doflamingo." The five elders' ambivalent attitude towards Doflamingo was evident, akin to a game of Tai Chi, revealing their reluctance to intervene. Sengoku felt a palpable obstruction while addressing matters concerning Doflamingo. Yet, this was an inescapable reality. From this moment forth, Colonel Don Quixote Rocinante shall be promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral to assist Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku issued the commendation for Rocinante, leaving him astonished as he immediately rose to salute, while Sengoku nodded with a pleased smile. "Moreover, what are your thoughts on the matter of Diaz, Granitsaru?" Sengoku inquired, directing his gaze towards her. Granitsaru replied, "Undoubtedly, Diaz is an exceptionally gifted swordsman, destined to become a master of the blade. However, this child has spent 2 years under Doflamingo, fixated on monetary gain. Although he has betrayed Doflamingo, his mindset still harbors some issues. Nonetheless, they are not insurmountable. With ample education, he will undoubtedly evolve into an outstanding naval officer." Her assessment of Diaz was quite favorable from their 6 months together. She recognized that he was not a brutal or malevolent child, hence worthy of cultivation. "Then let us send him to Zifa for proper training," Sengoku declared. "I share this sentiment." Thus, Diaz was dispatched to the naval boot camp, under the tutelage of the former Admiral Blackarm Zifa. He soon felt as though he had entered a realm akin to hell. Each day commenced with endless physical training. Running 500 laps around the field was merely an appetizer, followed by 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, and then combat training. Zifa held him in high regard and occasionally mandated double training for Diaz, which proved excruciating. Yet the benefits were tremendous. His stamina surged remarkably, and Diaz's strength escalated rapidly, finding himself unmatched within the confines of the boot camp. Although Drake was older, his prowess did not compare. In the training camp, only he could keep pace with Diaz. Faster, even faster, Diaz. You have yet to reach your limits. Bellowed a robust elder with purple hair and gold-rimmed glasses, his arms crossed over his chest, directing his roar at the running Diaz. Adu. Diaz accelerated, having surpassed the novice recruits by several laps. Is this fellow a monster? Drake, one of the new recruits, swallowed hard, and the others behind him nodded in profound agreement. The suffocating sensation of being outmatched by Diaz was anything but pleasant. Yet, within the ranks of the rookie camp, no one stood a chance against Diaz. Neither in stamina nor in combat skills. Among this batch of recruits, only Diaz and Drake seemed to possess any semblance of capability. That evening, Zephyr remarked during a dinner with Garp, Sengoku, and Granny Tsuru, I've heard that Diaz spent 2 years under Don Quixote's command and even took down an officer from the Don Quixote family. He has seen blood, and it feels somewhat wasteful to place him in a rookie camp. Garp, gnawing on a large piece of meat, chimed in. Granny Tsuru, sipping her tea, cast a sideways glance at her old comrade and said, if we do not correct this child's mindset, he may very well stray onto a dark path. Now is the perfect moment to cultivate his potential. Zephyr replied, the boy is quite cooperative, although he often complains. He has not missed a single training session and even pushes himself to practice more at times. Diaz was acutely aware that it was time to lay a solid foundation. Within the Navy, he could fortify his base, and regardless of future developments, this was a moment of accumulation. Engaging in aimless practice could potentially harm his body. Old Granny Heron had already established a profound groundwork for Diaz. 6 months of training was not to be taken lightly. That rigorous period had enabled Diaz to adapt to the training at the recruit camp swiftly, surpassing his peers. This reminded him of the past, when he trained alongside Carp. That old fellow's temperament often provoked the chief instructor's ire, yet they completed their training, leaving the instructor speechless. Ha ha ha. You were the same back then. I remember it vividly. Zephyr was utterly fearless, yet he lagged behind us, only to catch up years later. Who is like you, strong as a monster? Zephyr chuckled, sipping his tea. Training alongside Carp and Sengoku was truly challenging. These two monstrous individuals bore down on the entire recruit camp, leaving little room for respite. Only these two old fellows seemed to be at odds with one another. Diaz required a worthy opponent, Zephyr remarked. Sengoku responded, where can we find him a rival now? There is no one in the recruit camp who can keep pace with Diaz. He stands alone this year, with only Drake looking up to him. Carp, rubbing his oily hands along his beard, suddenly exclaimed, I've got it. What? What is your idea? My grandson is quite formidable, Carp said with pride. Granny Heron retorted, don't be ridiculous. How old is your grandson, Luffy? Diaz could easily lift him up and play around with him. Carp's grandson is merely 6 years old. And before the 12-year-old Diaz, he would be effortlessly outmatched, subjected to a multitude of playful antics. I am referring to Ace, Carp clarified. It was no secret among his old friends that Carp had adopted a grandson named Ace, though Ace's true identity had yet to be revealed. Sengoku had gleaned a hint but chose not to comment. But he is only 9. That's not feasible, Sengoku said, casting a disapproving glance at his talkative friend. Diaz's talent is evident. I believe we can commence training in the 6 forms. Everyone turned to Zephyr, who nodded in agreement, saying, indeed. I have also been preparing to initiate him into the 6 forms training, though it will not be uniform training. It can only be considered specialized instruction. Diaz's training progress has exceeded that of his peers, who have yet to reach the level of mastering the 6 styles. As a result, he has been granted special instruction. Early the next morning, Zephyr summoned Diaz to a sparsely populated training ground and proclaimed, due to your impressive progress, I have decided to teach you the methods of the 6 styles ahead of schedule. Upon hearing that he could learn the 6 styles, Diaz's eyes widened with excitement. He yearned to master everything except for Iron Block. It was not his intention to disparage Iron Block, but its drawbacks were indeed significant. The 6 styles consist of Saru, Iron Block, Jeppo, Shave, Tempest Kick, and 6 powers, representing the combat techniques utilized by the Navy and the CP organization, primarily employed by the latter. The Navy often lacks the time to train extensively in these methods. Not everyone possesses the innate talent, and instruction is typically reserved for a select few, leaving many in the Navy unable to learn them. Among the ranks of the Navy, only a handful have mastered all 6 techniques, with most focusing on the more practical Soru and Iron Block. Zephyr's training begins with these 2. Soru training emphasizes the ability to generate explosive reaction force through rapid footfalls, allowing for high-speed movement in a mere 0.36 seconds, achieving speeds that seem almost instantaneous. Such a method of movement is unique to this world. Meanwhile, Iron Block accelerates blood flow and muscle activity, sacrificing mobility in exchange for ironclad defense, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against its formidable barrier. Indeed, this is the very reason that Iron Block poses considerable risks. Diaz's training commenced, yet the rigorous regimen induced a throbbing headache. The unreasonable movements proved troublesome to master. Much like the heavy weights he was lifting, as he persevered, he felt as though he were on the brink of hypertension. With every step, he propelled himself forward with explosive power, his pace swift, though to Zephyr, it appeared almost comical. Not fast enough. Accelerate. Gritting his teeth, Diaz endeavored to quicken his pace. Yet he still fell short of Zephyr's expectations. Faster. More speed. Have you not eaten? I demand you to push yourself harder. Diaz's progress was somewhat sluggish. According to Zephyr's estimation, given Diaz's innate talent, he should have grasped the fundamentals by now. It's time to eat, a sailor announced. In an instant, Diaz vanished from Zephyr's sight, appearing before the food cart, ravenously shoving pieces of meat into his mouth, devouring them in large bites. The meat was rich in protein and energy, providing him with substantial nourishment. Zephyr was at a loss for words. At that speed, Diaz had already met the requirements for the technique. Was he truly that famished? After satisfying his hunger, Diaz wiped his mouth with contentment. Zephyr set down the bone he had been holding and instructed, "Go, Diaz, and solidify your training results. Channel the same vigor you displayed while eating." Yes. Recalling the impulsive enthusiasm from before his meal, Diaz executed the technique once more, and this time, he succeeded. He swiftly appeared at the opposite end of the training ground, demonstrating remarkable improvement. Had he truly mastered the technique in just one day? Diaz possesses a remarkably solid foundation. Once he masters the 6 styles, he will likely be ready to venture forth and apprehend pirates. Given his capabilities, capturing pirates with bounties below 50 million berries should pose no challenge for him. The rigorous training for new recruits has already been bypassed by Zifa. Such training is intended to expose inexperienced soldiers to real combat. However, Diaz, being an exception among the few new recruits who have witnessed bloodshed and engaged in battles, does not require this experience. As Garp aptly noted, it seems a pity to confine him to the new recruit camp. This young man should be eligible for early graduation. And once he has mastered at least 4 of the 6 styles, an application for his premature induction into the Navy should be pursued. Time in the new recruit camp passes swiftly, and before long, it is already the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar. Under the tutelage of Zifa, Diaz has already mastered the techniques of 6 styles, including shave, iron block, galefoot, and finger gun. However, he did not have the opportunity to learn paper drawing and moonwalk, as he graduated early from the recruit camp. Last year, aside from the incident involving Doflamingo, another significant event unfolded. The Emperor of Amazon Lily, who also serves as the captain of the Kuja pirates, Boa Hancock, achieved her first triumphant expedition, resulting in an 80 million berries bounty placed upon her by the world government. However, this bounty has since been rescinded, as she was persuaded by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Boa Hancock's stunning beauty has been widely reported, earning her the title of the world's most beautiful woman. This certainly constituted major news from last year. However, Diaz remained indifferent, viewing the warlords of the sea merely as legalized pirates, tools employed by the world government to counterbalance the formidable pirates of the New World. Presently, the 7 warlords consist solely of Gecko Moria, Hancock, and Dracul Mihawk. The older generation of the Navy tends to look down upon the warlords, or rather, most high-ranking officers do, considering it a disgrace to enlist pirates to help regulate other pirates. While it may seem like dogs biting dogs, it tarnishes the Navy's reputation. The actions of the 5 elders have left the Navy feeling humiliated, yet they find themselves powerless to change the situation. However, it is unlikely that Doflamingo will be allowed to become a warlord this time, given that his misdeeds have been exposed. Even if the 5 elders wish to elevate him, the Navy's approval would be a different matter altogether. Of course, the Navy holds little sway with the 5 elders. Following his graduation, Diaz was assigned to the G2 branch stationed in the first half of the Grand Line. This branch is guarded by Vice Admiral Gamer and Admiral Paulusolino, along with a major named Stalaberry, a man with a notably elongated skull. "You must be Brant Diaz, the early graduate from Zifa's class?" Vice Admiral Gamer with his Mediterranean hairstyle, glanced at the file in his hand, nodded, sipped his steaming coffee, and remarked, quite bitter. Behind him hung a plaque inscribed with the words "Unflappable Justice," suggesting he was a rather affable individual. Indeed, I have completed my studies, which is why Zifa-sensei made an exception and allowed me to graduate early, Diaz responded. Vice Admiral Crane mentioned that during your internship, you eliminated one of Doflamingo's subordinates. Senor, and accomplished several feats. In addition to your early graduation, the Navy has decided to bestow upon you the rank of lieutenant. I must say, I have never encountered a young individual quite like you. It is rare to see someone graduate early and be directly awarded the rank of lieutenant. Surely, you must have some connections? Gomir, with his peculiar disposition, nonetheless adhered to the directives from above. It was undeniable that Diaz had earned his accolades. And at the G2 branch, it was merely a matter of embellishment in a few years. He would be promoted directly to headquarters and dispatched into the New World to confront truly nefarious pirates. Should he survive, the rank of Rear Admiral would be all but assured, and there was a possibility he might ascend to the esteemed position of Admiral. Though the timeline for such an advancement remained uncertain, the seasoned Gomir, discerning the intricacies at play, remarked, I have arranged for your accommodation and daily necessities at the G2 branch. You may enjoy a half-day off today, with your official duties commencing tomorrow. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, Diaz replied, nodding as he accepted the Navy's commission and insignia, subsequently escorted to his private quarters. Upon attaining the rank of warrant officer, one is granted a modest single room, complete with an independent restroom. As one's rank escalates, so too do the amenities, for without appropriate recognition, even the most ardent spirit within the Navy could wane, and a modicum of material reward is indeed justified. After a restful night, Diaz reported to Gomir the following morning. Your task today is to accompany Rear Admiral Palyasolino in dealing with a band of pirates whose bounty reaches 60 million. Reports indicate their activities around Locker Island. You may inquire further details from Rear Admiral Palyasolino. Understood. Diaz nodded, refraining from asking too many questions, and promptly made his way to the captain's quarters of a warship to report in. Ensign Brando Diaz reporting for duty. The room was thick with smoke, and seated opposite him was a middle-aged man in a black and white striped suit, sporting a gentleman's hat and a crooked smile. So, you are the prodigy who graduated early? The youth of today are as formidable as monsters. It's truly frightening. One cannot help but feel old, remarked Borsalino, his lips curling in a smirk, leaving Diaz utterly speechless. It was one thing for others to speak such words, but coming from a future admiral of the Navy, the illustrious light man who had consumed the actor fruit, it was particularly jarring. The future admirals of the Navy, Akane Sakazuki, Akiji Kazan, and Kazara Borsalino, genuine titans. The three distinguished talents under Zephyr, despite Borsalino's strained relationship with him, was undoubtedly a genius. Diaz coughed after inhaling the second-hand smoke and inquired, Admiral Gomir has instructed me to accompany you. When shall we depart? Patience, young man. Haste makes waste. Care for a smoke? Borsalino offered Diaz a cigarette, but Diaz politely declined. Thank you, but I am underage. Indeed, Borsalino replied, placing the cigarette between his lips. With a deft flick of his fingers, he ignited it using his powers, and amidst the swirling smoke, he handed Diaz a bounty poster. Upon receiving it, Diaz's gaze fell upon the first entry, a pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries, his face brutish and menacing. Jasmo's Lane, Diaz queried, to which Borsalino affirmed, yes. As you can see, he is the leader of the Lion's Roar pirates, possessing the abilities of the animal-type cat fruit in its lion form. He is quite a formidable opponent. Our target this time is relatively manageable. This fellow hails from the North Sea, making him somewhat of a local. Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Granny Tsuru shared the same origins as Diaz, strengthened by the fierce nature of the North Sea, which often produced powerful navies and pirates alike. Oh, I recall hearing about someone like that in the North Sea. Has he already set sail? Diaz reflected, remembering their operation in the North Sea last year with Granny Tsuru when their focus was on Don Quixote da Flamingo, leaving them no time to attend to this individual. To think he had already entered the Grand Line in less than a year was unfortunate, especially now encountering Borsalino. This was the future Admiral Kizaru, whose salary rivaled that of the four emperors. Even a jest from him subtly underscored his formidable prowess. Following this slacker might lead to brighter days ahead. During the Marineford War, Akane was gravely injured, Akiji suffered minor wounds, and Kizaru appeared slightly disheveled, a classic case of being present but not fully engaged. However, one need not worry about their safety while in his company. Should we capture him alive or eliminate him directly? Diaz inquired. Preferably alive, but in combat. One cannot always control the outcome. It is not uncommon for fatality to ensue. Borsalino leaned back in his chair. Let us set sail. The navigator will instruct you on the way. It seems he intends to delegate the task to me. That lazy individual. Complaining inwardly, I stepped outside with the wanted notice in hand. The warship slowly departed from the G2 branch. Diaz, possessing the skills of a master pilot, effortlessly took command of the vessel, navigating without a hitch, even though it was not his own undertaking and required little of his attention. Due to Borsalino's long-standing role as a hands-off manager, the sailors acted autonomously without needing his orders. The navigator determined the course, the helmsman skillfully maneuvered the ship, while the remaining crew members diligently attended to their respective duties, collaborating seamlessly. Perhaps this is indeed Borsalino's unique approach to idleness? Diaz was uncertain. With such an autonomous navy, he had been spared considerable concerns. The warships unfurled their sails and surged forward at full speed, their destination the island of Rocker, home to the Lion Pirate crew. This expedition, aside from the formidable Borsalino, included Diaz, Rear Admiral Kaido, and 500 naval personnel. After accounting for logistical staff, navigators, and helmsmen, the combatants numbered a mere 450. In stark contrast, the Lion Pirate crew boasted a formidable force of 800. This promised to be a fierce battle indeed. Diaz sat leisurely in his chamber, engrossed in intelligence regarding the Lion Pirates. Apart from the captain, Ryan, there was the first mate, the demon swordsman Belial, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, whose speed was akin to lightning and whose demeanor was cold and merciless, with a bounty of 43 million berries. The second mate, Jerson, possessed the powers of the animal-type devil fruit, the pig fruit, enabling him to transform into a wild boar, boasting immense strength and a bounty of 37.5 million berries. Aside from these formidable individuals, the rest were mere trifles. It appeared that the crew consisted primarily of these three combatants. However, it seemed that this fleet had an excess of crew members. Diaz, in a state of calm contemplation, relinquished his thoughts after a moment's analysis. After all, with Borsalino backing him, what was there to fear? This time, he would charge headlong into action. The geographical location of Rocker Island was indeed significant. Initially just a desolate isle, it gradually transformed as the influx of pirates increased, giving rise to a burgeoning service industry. Restaurants, taverns, and red light districts flourished. There was nothing they could not provide if one could conceive of it. Besides pirates, merchant vessels often sought refuge here, generally. As long as they paid the protection fee, the locals ensured their ships would remain unharmed, provided, of course, that those who had their sights set on the vessel were capable of overpowering it. Most pirates refrained from causing disturbances here, knowing that once their reputation suffered, it would become exceedingly difficult for them to find acceptance in the future, at least in the first half of the Grand Line. No one dared engage in business with them. This place was a veritable melting pot, with a plethora of pirates, and the Navy did not maintain a presence nearby, resulting in an abundance of lawlessness. The Navy would occasionally conduct purges, yet the pirates seemed to be an inexhaustible scourge, re-emerging shortly after each crackdown. As they approached Rocker Island, a naval officer inquired whether they should launch an immediate assault, surround the harbor, ensuring no pirates escape, and keep the merchant vessels and civilians under control. Do not harm them, Borsalino replied languidly, his subordinates accustomed to his demeanor. The Navy sprang into action, disembarking to seize control of the harbor, throwing the entirety of Rocker Island into chaos. However, some merchants, accustomed to such upheaval, calmly closed their stalls and shuttered their doors. While the ensuing conflict unfolded between the Navy and the pirates, the merchants either took refuge in their homes or aboard their vessels, leaving behind a cadre of fearless pirates, each donning a bloodthirsty grin. The Navy is merely a trifling foe. We need not fear them, boomed a burly man with a thick mane, towering over his crew at over 4 meters in height. We are the Lion Pirates. Under my leadership, victory is assured. Follow me, and you shall become the subordinates of the Pirate King. I will lead you to the great treasure. Come, entrust your lives to me. Cheers erupted. Hail! Hail Admiral Ryan! This band of pirates, invigorated as though by a potent elixir, roused Diaz from a distance with their fervent shouts. He lowered his telescope, confirmed his target, and prepared for action. In an instant, he vanished from sight, covering several hundred meters in mere breaths. Storm foot. A vacuum blade was unleashed from his foot, Yet Lion Ryan remained motionless as a figure sprang forth, unsheathing a sword from his waist, deftly countering Diaz's vacuum strike. The newcomer's icy gaze evoked the presence of a relentless killer. It was the first mate, the swordmaster Belial. Diaz landed on the rooftop, and Ryan mocked. "Is this all the Navy has sent? Just a mere youth? How I am belittled." His form surged, soaring to a height of 6 meters. His head transforming into that of a lion, with a mane bursting forth from his neck, morphing into a beastly visage. Sharp claws emerged, glinting with a chilling light under the sun. "I detest those with fruit abilities," Diaz muttered, executing a somersault to evade the ghost swordsman's ambush. Landing opposite the ghost swordsman, he crouched low, gripping the Muramesa. "Draw your sword. Cut." Ultimate technique. Ashina cross slash. In midair, he swung his blade twice, crafting a stunning cross with such speed that it was almost unbelievable. The ghost swordsman hastily raised his sword to defend, clashing twice with a ringing sound, retreating several steps. Upon inspection, he noticed 2 new nicks on his blade, which trembled violently, revealing the immense force behind the attack. "You are indeed worth my strike." Belial's expression turned serious as he tightened his grip on his sword. "Come." Clang, clang. In an instant, the 2 figures intertwined rapidly, leaving trails of brilliant light from their blades. Under Zephyr's tutelage, Diaz's combat awareness had soared. 6 months prior, he may have faltered against such an opponent. But now, let the battle commence. The skirmish between the Navy and the pirates erupted, cannon fire and bullets unleashed, with the Navy leveraging their equipment advantage to suppress the Lionheart pirate crew. Boom. A wild boar, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, charged through, sending several Navy personnel flying. The Lionheart crew's second-in-command, Jerson, entered the fray. "Do not act so arrogantly." A young admiral, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, burst forth from the Navy ranks. It was Admiral Kaido, who met Jerson's charge with a single strike. However, his inadequate strength caused him to be sent sprawling. Humph. Is this the caliber of a Navy admiral? What a joke. A taunting glint appeared in Jerson's eyes, rendering Kaido's face a mix of green and white. "Oh dear. It seems the battle is quite fierce." Admiral Kaido's performance pales in comparison to that of the youth, Borsalino, still aboard the warship, observed while puffing on his cigarette. Presently, the Navy held the upper hand, yet the lion-hearted Ryan had already plunged into the battlefield, causing considerable trouble for the Navy. He could not merely stand by and watch them be vanquished. Transforming into a point of light, he vanished from the warship, coalescing into human form before Ryan. Standing over 3 meters tall, Borsalino appeared diminutive before Ryan, reaching only halfway up his frame, and with a smile, he inquired, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" "What?" Ryan only saw a flash of light was past, followed by a searing pain radiating from his waist, propelling him through the air, shattering several buildings before he finally came to a halt, only for an explosion to erupt at the sight. "Admiral Ryan!" The pirates exclaimed in shock. Their once invincible Admiral Ryan had been felled in a single blow? How could he be so formidable? Borsalino stroked his chin, smirking slightly. "Not dead yet? The resilience of Zoan-type abilities is truly terrifying." Boom. Ryan extricated himself from the pile of rubble, his body racked with pain. Yet, the hallmark of an animal-type ability user is their resilience. Even when battered and bruised, they can still rise again. This opponent resembled a monster, and he realized he was outmatched. Spotting Diaz, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Belial, he surged forward. As a user of the cat-cat fruit, he possessed the agility and speed akin to that of felines, and in an instant, he found himself before Diaz. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he reached out, attempting to seize Diaz. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. What had he shattered? A torrent of flames erupted from his hand, igniting the fur covering his body. Too much fur. Too little fire. A large frame with a frail defense. At a critical moment, Diaz hurled the flame pot, igniting Ryan. The lion's mane instantly transformed into the finest kindling, and the air became suffused with the scent of charred protein. Diaz drew a firearm from his bosom, aiming it squarely at Ryan's head and firing a shot. The art of the Imea sword style. Bang. Oh! Ryan cried out in agony, blood streaming from his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, flames licking at his body, having lost an eye in an instant. Upon witnessing the captain's fall, Belial cursed him as a fool, leaping onto Jerson's back and urging him to flee. Jerson wasted no words, abandoning his captain and crew, turning to make his escape. "If you manage to get away, I will be reprimanded for it. These days, securing employment is no easy feat." Borsalino raised a finger, light gathering at its tip, as a laser beam shot forth, piercing through Jerson's retreating figure. Boom! A massive wild boar crashed through the building, awkwardly rising alongside Belial, revealing its human form, a pudgy fellow. Clutching the gaping wound in his thigh and crying out in distress. Clang! Belial clashed blades with Diaz, exclaiming, "Hey, don't run. Our battle is far from over. You wretched fiend, I only wish to escape now." Belial, devoid of fighting spirit, was reluctant to engage Diaz any further. Prolonged conflict would surely lead to his capture and execution by the Navy. "That cannot be allowed," Diaz replied, shaking his head with excitement. "It is rare to encounter a worthy opponent. How could I let you slip away? You madman." Belial exerted all his strength, only to find his attacks effortlessly deflected by this fledgling adversary. What manner of technique was this? Why were his strikes being repelled? "Don't underestimate me, boy," Belial roared, launching a flying slash. "Bring it on." Murakumo unleashed a blade of energy, its path adorned with twinkling specks, resembling falling cherry blossoms in their exquisite beauty. Secret technique: Cherry Blossom Dance. The two strikes collided midair, erupting in a dazzling explosion. "Come forth. Hesitation leads to defeat," Diaz declared. Upon hearing this, blood surged to Belial's forehead, and without a moment's thought, he charged forward, only to find his blade intercepted, while Diaz swiftly drew his firearm from his cloak, resolutely shooting him. "Sir, the times have changed." Bang! Gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, Belial lamented, "You are despicable." His body fell backward as Diaz let out a cold chuckle, "As long as it proves effective." The Imiya sword style, a synthesis of various techniques, exists solely for the purpose of victory. The true sword saint wields an indomitable blade, bearing a cross spear to engage you in combat, and when you least expect it, draws a firearm for a surprise attack. What is the essence of the Imiya sword saint? Strategic retreat. Diaz cast a glance at Gelson, the blade poised against his adversary's visage, and inquired, "How shall we deal with this fellow?" Meanwhile, Borsalino rested his foot upon Ryan's head and remarked, "Seize him. But remember to employ the sea stone handcuffs." Indeed, the sea stone is exceedingly precious. The handcuffs utilized by the Navy contain merely a hint of this rare material. Yet they suffice to suppress the abilities of those who wield them. The Navy operatives at hand presented the sea stone handcuffs, which were swiftly affixed to the two fruit users, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance, leaving them at the mercy of the Navy. Ensure the injured are attended to. Record the fallen soldiers, and arrange for their compensation. Additionally, compile a report on the local damages and preparation for subsequent reparations. Borsalino appeared nonchalant, often indulging in idleness. However, when duty called, he executed his tasks with remarkable efficiency, orchestrating operations with meticulous order, albeit with a penchant for leisure at other times. The skirmish did not endure for long. Following the resolution of the captain and his crew, the conflict essentially ceased. What needed to be confined was confined, and those deserving of execution met their fate. Furthermore, Rear Admiral Catter was tasked by Borsalino with the responsibility of tidying the battlefield, apprehending any pirates who feigned death or happened to pass by, capturing them whenever possible. Diaz and his team escorted Ryan and his companions back to the G2 branch, where designated personnel would subsequently lead them to Push City, sealing their fate for a lifetime. Given the gravity of Ryan and Gelson's transgressions, it was likely they would be confined to the 4th level, while ordinary pirates would find themselves in the 1st level, or for those with lesser crimes, detained at the G2 branch, eligible for release upon serving their sentences. "Well done," remarked Gomer, sipping his bitter coffee, nodding in approval as he reviewed Diaz's accomplishments. "In a few more years, with the accumulation of merit, obtaining the rank of colonel and departing from the G2 branch will pose no difficulty. The day after tomorrow, you and Major Stolo Bell will head to Foshard Island. The upcoming mission may prove quite challenging." "Who is the target?" Diaz inquired. "The captain of the Sun Pirates, a wanted criminal of the world government, Fisher Tiger." Fisher Tiger, a figure of immense notoriety in recent years, hails from Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. A year ago, he ascended to the Red Line, infiltrated the holy land of Mariejois, liberated thousands of slaves, and ignited a conflagration. To many, he is regarded as a hero. However, the world government perceives him as a lawless rogue, a detestable monster, a mere fishman. This individual has even established a pirate crew composed entirely of fishmen and merfolk, boasting formidable strength, many of whom were once slaves to the celestial dragons. This time, the G2 branch has set its sights on the Sun Pirates led by Fisher Tiger, led by Major Stolo Bell, alongside Major Catalu, Diaz, and a multitude of Navy personnel. They are tasked with apprehending this band of fishmen. May I ask, Commander, from where did we acquire intelligence regarding the Sun Pirates? Diaz queried with curiosity. Gumir did not withhold the information, stating, this intelligence originates from CP. The Sun Pirates are expected to return a slave as part of a trade with the villagers. We shall not apprehend the child, nor will they notify the Sun Pirates. It is merely a transaction, exchanging a group of pirates for a single child. Quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Diaz furrowed his brow, expressing discomfort as he remarked, however, that child should never have been a slave. She is innocent. Merely a victim of human traffickers sold to the celestial dragons. I understand. It is indeed tragic, replied Rear Admiral Gumir, setting down his coffee. Lieutenant Diaz. You must remember that we are the Navy. This is the directive from above. Capturing pirates is also our responsibility. I share your sorrow regarding the child's plight. While Fisher Tiger may be a good man, he is still a pirate, and we must apprehend him. Do you comprehend? No, I do not comprehend, you antiquated thinker. Diaz retorted. But he is not in the wrong, is he? Do not forget, Rear Admiral Gumir, the Navy's mission extends beyond merely eradicating pirates. It is also to protect civilians. The world government forbids the slave trade. Indeed, the world government abolished slavery to demonstrate their benevolence and democracy. But what has been the outcome? Human trafficking remains rampant, a crucial element of the underground world, yielding enormous profits, essentially a risk-free venture. As descendants of the creators of the world government, the celestial dragons lead the way in maintaining slaves, utterly disregarding this law. The prohibition against slavery has become a mere fade, and the human trafficking market in the Sabaody archipelago operates blatantly under the Navy's very nose. With the Navy making no comments whatsoever, even avoiding any mention of that place. Such willful ignorance is laughable. Is this the justice of the Navy? It is utterly absurd. Gumir's expression darkened. It was unwise to argue with a young man fueled by passion. I understand, Lieutenant Diaz, but this is simply the nature of the world. If you lack the power to change it, you must allow it to change you. You are still young and do not yet grasp the complexities of this world. Diaz interrupted him. Rear Admiral, this world is utterly rotten, and it consumes lives without hesitation. The justice of the Navy is far too narrow. I have said my piece. I apologize. I will be fighting the day after tomorrow. Gumir assumed it was merely youthful complaints and chose not to dwell on it, nodding for Diaz to leave. Upon exiting Gumir's office, Diaz returned to his quarters with a sigh. It was evident that the Navy was ill-suited for him. Yes, there were indeed good people among them. But the existence of the celestial dragons was enough to warp their sense of justice. The so-called absolute justice resembled nothing more than a farcical empty promise. I cannot endure this any longer, he mused. If the Navy's justice were unaffected by the celestial dragons, perhaps the world would be vastly different, at the very least. It would not feel so constrained. All the celestial dragons should be hanged from lampposts. Feeling despondent, he lay on his bed and fell asleep. The following day was spent in training, and by the third day, he followed Rear Admiral Stalaberry to Fuchsia Island. However, sending only Stalaberry and Admiral Catter seemed rather presumptuous. Did it not? The opposing faction consists of a multitude of fishmen and merfolk. This race possesses strength that is often tenfold that of humans, coupled with the ability to engage in underwater combat. Their expertise lies in sabotaging vessels, leading them to a watery demise, an artful skill of the fishmen. Once humans descend into the depths of the ocean, they find themselves facing an inescapable fate. Diaz found it difficult to comprehend the Navy's maneuvers. Although they had a considerable number of personnel, most were merely expendable. Stalaberry, with his elongated skull enhancing his stature, topped with a navy cap and wielding twin blades, addressed him, Lieutenant Diaz, you shall accompany me shortly. Very well, Diaz nodded, joining a contingent of sailors as they disembarked onto the island. Fuchsia Island bore a desolate landscape. Its hardened soil scattered with numerous cacti, resembling a desert. The island harbored but a solitary village, which was the intended destination of their mission. Stalaberry remarked, once Fisher Tiger and his crew return the child, we shall encircle the Sun Pirates. They had calculated Fisher Tiger's arrival to coincide with this moment. As the Navy concealed themselves, Stalaberry and Diaz lay low on a small rise, binoculars in hand. In the distance, they spotted the Sun Pirates' flag fluttering in the breeze. And soon thereafter, the crimson figure of Fisher Tiger, a merman with a robust beard, emerged from the ship, accompanied by a young girl with golden locks. Is he alone? Stalaberry queried. Prepare to encircle him, Lieutenant Diaz, and notify Rear Admiral Catalil. Understood. Diaz retrieved the telephone bug and dialed Major General Catter's number. Major General Catter was poised to encircle the Sun Pirates, marking the commencement of their plan. Understood, he acknowledged. Catter's forces were preparing to set sail, maneuvering around the other side of the island. Soon, their warships would surround the vessels of the Sun Pirates, leading to their extermination. Strawberry and Diaz were tasked with capturing the merman who had landed on the island. Although it was only Tiger, it sufficed. They observed the young girl holding Tiger's hand, sharing laughter and conversation along the way. Diaz inquired, "Major General, are we certain about this capture? That child is well cared for by Fisher Tiger. She adores him." Strawberry paused momentarily before responding, "We are the Navy. It is our duty to eradicate pirates. Do not waver any longer," Ensign branded Diaz. "I understand. I will not hesitate again." Diaz spoke softly and broke into a smile, declaring that he would no longer hesitate. Fisher Tiger had returned the child Keela to her homeland. Once a slave to the celestial dragons, Keela had been withdrawn in nature, but through their time together, she had regained her cheerful disposition, and he felt genuinely happy for her. Tiger firmly believed that Keela would one day become a bridge between humans and fishmen. Princess Odoheim was right. Only children represented the hope of the next generation. Just as he held this conviction, a group of pirates emerged from the cactus forest, encircling him and aiming their guns. Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the Navy would appear in this place. Rear Admiral Strawberry and Diaz stepped forward. Strawberry announced, "I am Rear Admiral Strawberry of the Navy headquarters. We received intelligence from individuals on a certain island indicating that you would arrive here. The influential figures from the village you just visited were aware that chaos might ensue, and conditions have already been negotiated. The child, as property of the celestial dragons, will be exchanged to ensure our actions remain undisclosed. Captain Fisher Tiger of the Sun Pirates. You are charged with 2 offenses, which you must surely understand." Strawberry gazed at the sun mark on Tiger's abdomen and spoke slowly, "Assault and escape. The assault on Mariejois threatened the safety of the world's noble celestial dragons. As a former slave of the celestial dragons, your escape not only was unauthorized but also involved the liberation of numerous slaves. Both crimes will be punished." As Strawberry raised his hand, gunfire erupted. The sound of clashing bullets rang out, as countless blades of air intercepted the bullets meant for Tiger. Diaz appeared resolutely at Tiger's side, prompting Strawberry to change his expression. "What are you doing?" "Lieutenant Diaz, you are a member of the Navy. Are you really going to betray us?" "I have said it before, and I will say it again. I will no longer hesitate." Diaz removed his military cap and shed his pristine uniform, revealing his strong upper body. "Sir, the justice of the Navy feels too narrow for me. A person like Tiger should not die here. He is a pirate, a slave of the celestial dragons. And so what?" Diaz roared. "He has saved lives. He is a good man. Good people should not be threatened with a gun." "Slave. The world government prohibits the trading of slaves. The celestial dragons are nothing but scum." His words astonished everyone present. How could someone dare to curse the celestial dragons? Was he courting death? Strawberry's face darkened as he said, "Brando Diaz, I ask you once more, are you truly prepared to betray us?" Diaz was personally mentored by Zephyr, making him a junior of sorts, and the Navy intended to cultivate him into a pillar of strength. It was evident that he could not be allowed to remain in such a predicament. Diaz smiled and declared, "I will protect this individual, even if it means opposing the Navy and the world government. Or perhaps, I might conclude that the Navy is not suitable for me. Your sense of justice is simply too narrow." Strawberry raised his hand and, with a stern expression, commanded, "Fire. Regardless of life or death." The gunfire erupted, echoing in rapid succession. This time, Tiger was prepared, no longer caught off guard as before. With a powerful strike of his fishman karate, he unleashed a punch that sent the incoming bullets spiraling away, and with a swift thrust, he seized a Navy officer and hurled him aside as if he were a mere sack of sand, unyielding as a rock. Ignoring the onslaught of bullets, Diaz summoned a rocky spire from the ground, enveloped in a jade-like shield. The projectiles clanged against it with a metallic resonance as he dispatched a naval officer with a swift kick, subsequently striking another officer on the neck with the back of his sword, Murakumo. "Human, I do not require your assistance," Tiger declared, having felled one of the sailors. "I believe you are worthy of my aid," Diaz replied as he flicked his finger, sending another naval officer flying. "I do not care for your beliefs. I care for mine. I shall act as I see fit, Fisher Tiger. Good men should not be threatened at gunpoint." Tiger scoffed, inquiring, "Even if I were a fishman?" To me, fishmen and humans are indistinguishable. After all, the blood of both is interchangeable, indicating a shared ancestry. We have merely evolved in different directions. Diaz's words struck a chord within Tiger, and in his moment of distraction, he was struck by a bullet. However, such an injury posed little threat to a merman. It was merely a trifling wound, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. I understand, Tiger proclaimed with renewed vigor, then let us fight our way out. Indeed, the two allies surged forward, battling their way through the encirclement. Stoloberry, unable to contain himself, drew his twin blades and charged directly at Diaz. Clang! The three swords clashed, sending sparks flying. This is treachery. You have betrayed the Navy, betraying the hopes of Admiral Crane in the process. I am aware, Diaz replied calmly. Yet I can no longer remain here. I cherish the kindness bestowed upon me by Granny Crane, but the Navy's indifference to human trafficking fills me with shame. If this is your notion of justice, I would rather stand as your adversary. His words were delivered with a serene composure, devoid of tumult, yet they resonated with sincerity. What do you intend to do, Brant Diaz? This world cannot change me. I shall change it. Do you understand? Major, if someone picks up the right napkin first, then everyone else must follow suit and pick up the right napkin as well. If they take the left, then all must do the same, compelled by the social order. This is the nature of society. What are you implying? I shall seize the original napkin, compelling you all to follow my lead. An unparalleled aura of dominance surged from him, an indescribable presence that astonished all but Diaz, Stoloberry, and Tiger, causing the remaining Navy personnel to collapse in awe. Such grand ambition. Was he aspiring to become the king of the world? Had he awakened the conqueror's haki? This young man must not be allowed to live. Stoloberry steeled himself, swinging his twin blades with great force, yet Diaz's defenses were impenetrable, affording no opportunity for attack. How could this be? He was taught by a master. Teacher Zifa taught me only the 6 styles. Do you understand? Diaz seemed to perceive Stoloberry's thoughts. You are destined to lose, Major. The winds of victory are at my back. Fishman karate, for 1,000-pound whale fist. A blue whale shark merman charged forth, unexpectedly delivering a punch that sent Stoloberry flying. Tiger, I'm on my way. What has transpired here? The young Jinbei exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm upon seeing Tiger's injuries. Tiger waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. I have made a remarkable human friend. Friend? Greetings. I am Brant Diaz. Now an unemployed wanderer. Jinbei had yet to comprehend the situation when Tiger seized Diaz and dashed outside, inquiring about Jinbei's condition. The Navy had encircled the Sun Pirates, and at that moment, Arlong was engaged in battle with them. Jinbei, unable to ease his concern for Tiger, had rushed over, however. The circumstances unfolding before him left him perplexed. Upon hearing Diaz reveal that he was originally a member of the Navy, Jinbei was further astonished. Did you betray the Navy for our sake? Is such a sacrifice truly worthwhile? Jinbei questioned. Diaz beamed brilliantly, stating, at least I believe it is worthwhile. A person like Tiger should not meet his end here. The smile on that child's face is genuine. Kurla reminisced about the moments shared with Kurla, causing Shimping to smile involuntarily. Kurla was an endearing and delightful child, akin to a member of their family. I understand, Mr. Diaz, Shimping remarked. You are a friend of Brother Tiger, and thus you are my friend as well. Are you willing to befriend the fish people? Haha. I could not wish for anything more. Diaz laughed heartily. The three of them dashed out of Fulshar Island, where the ships of the Sun Pirates had already been sunk by the Navy. A shark fishman brandished a serrated sword, ruthlessly slashing down a Navy soldier and sending several others tumbling off their warship. He waved at Tiger and Jinbei, exclaiming, Big Brother Tiger, Big Brother Jinbei. I've captured a Navy ship. Let's go. Well done, Arlong. Jinbei grasped Diaz's arm, leaping into the sea, followed closely by Tiger. Diaz held his breath as Jinbei swiftly navigated through the water, surfacing alongside Tiger and leaping onto the warship. Upon seeing Diaz, Arlong revealed his sharp teeth, smirking coldly. Big Brother Jinbei, is this a hostage? No, he is a friend of Big Brother Tiger. A friend? A human? How could our noble fishmen possibly be friends with humans? Arlong questioned Tiger, who extended his hand, bringing Diaz to the center of the Sun Pirates, stating, This is my friend, a friend of fishmen, a friend of the Sun Pirates, and moreover, my savior. Without him, I might have perished under the Navy's siege. Do you understand, Arlong? I understand, Arlong reluctantly replied. Since it's Big Brother's wish, I cannot oppose it. Xiaoba, set sail. We must depart quickly. Understood. The octopus fishman Xiaoba and the other fishmen sprang into action. with a group even diving into the sea to push the warship forward from beneath. The strength of the fishmen was indeed formidable. Big Brother Tiger. Let me tend to your wounds. The ship's doctor, the fishman Aladdin, approached Tiger to treat his injuries, having bullets that needed to be removed. Did those humans betray you? Big Brother Tiger? Arlong inquired about the situation. Tiger nodded, the betrayal igniting Arlong's fury. He turned to seek revenge on the villagers of Fulshar Island. But Jinbi swiftly restrained him, saying, "Don't be impulsive, Arlong. Let go of me, Jinbi. Did you not hear? Those humans betrayed Big Brother, nearly costing him his life. I must return and slay them." Arlong's eyes blazed with fury, wishing to devour Keela and the villagers whole to quench his rage. In his eyes, the noble fishman had shown mercy by sheltering the despicable humans and even returning her, which was an unparalleled grace. To his dismay, these ungrateful humans had betrayed them. Betraying Big Brother Tiger. Humans may not be trustworthy, yet Princess Odoheim was correct. Children are the hope of the next generation. As Aladdin bandaged Tiger's wounds, he gazed at Diaz, asserting he does not discriminate against fishmen. What does it matter? He is human. I am human. Does that bother you? Diaz irritably dug at his ears. As for Aaron, he was a blatant racist, believing that fishmen were superior and humans utterly despicable, inferior to their kind. Yet, deep within, he yearned for the human experience, aspiring for a life akin to theirs. What? Are you seeking death? Aaron exclaimed. If you wish to die, I can oblige. Enough of your antics, Tej interjected, halting the farce. Aaron, Diaz is our friend. He even betrayed the Navy to rescue me. How can we be certain he isn't an undercover agent? Aaron retorted defiantly, maintaining his stubborn stance. Speak respectfully, Tej admonished, delivering a punch to Aaron's head. He surveyed the members of the Sun Pirates and declared, Diaz is our friend and my savior. This is an unalterable truth. Do you understand? Understood. The crew responded. So, will Diaz join our pirate crew? The octopus fishman, Xiaoba, inquired. No, Diaz shook his head, saying, I kindly ask you to take me to a safe island. He felt utterly out of place among the fishmen. This was an undeniable reality. Tej was a fishman, and the Sun Pirates coalesced around him, leaving humans feeling alienated. Tej had no intention of inviting Diaz to join. While he was grateful for Diaz's rescue, he could not shake off the grievances inflicted by humanity. Princess E.G. was correct. Only children represented the future. The possibility of peaceful coexistence between humans and fishmen depended on children like Kira and Diaz. He took a deep breath, pressing his palm against the sun mark on his abdomen, a reminder of his lifelong anguish and nightmare. The sun mark was merely a facade concealing that pain. The celestial dragon's hoof. Every slave of the celestial dragons bore this mark. He bore it, Kira bore it. Xiaoba bore it. Many fishmen and merfolk aboard the ship had once been slaves to the celestial dragons. Everyone, I have something to tell you. The celestial dragon's hoof throbbed painfully, transporting him back to the days of servitude, memories vivid as yesterday. Tej resolved to reveal the truth. All eyes turned to him, eager to hear what their captain, their leader, would disclose next. I have refrained from speaking this secret my entire life, but today, I have decided to share it. Continuing to conceal it serves no purpose. I, Fisher Tiger, was once a slave of the celestial dragons. The entire crew was taken aback. Silence enveloping the ship. Jinbi, Aaron, Xiaoba, and Aladdin were rendered speechless, shocked at the revelation that their lifelong hero had once been a slave. A slave of the celestial dragons? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Big Brother, how could you ever have been a slave? The most difficult belief to accept is that of Arlong, who idolizes Tiger, venerating him as his elder brother, surpassing even Jinbi. It was he who quelled the tumultuous Fishman Street, unifying it and bringing stability to that chaotic realm. He vanquished Jinbi and himself, proclaiming that they would follow him for a lifetime. Moreover, he liberated countless slaves, allowing the persecuted kin to return to their homeland. How could the noble Tiger, a true hero, possibly be a slave to the celestial dragons? Arlong cannot believe it, nor does he wish to accept such a harsh reality. Yet, the truth remains. Tiger gazed upon Arlong and confessed, Arlong, I deceived you all. Shortly after departing from Fishman Island, I was captured by humans and became a slave to the celestial dragons, enduring years of torment. I witnessed the madness of humanity, though I narrowly escaped. I could not stand idly by while others perished. The insanity and malevolence of the celestial dragons left him disillusioned with humankind, which is why he harbored animosity toward them. However, the kindness of Carlotta led him to reconsider his views, for Princess Odoheim was indeed correct. The children are the future of both races. Those who do not harbor hatred or disdain towards the fishmen, like Diaz, are indeed the individuals with whom the fishmen should forge alliances. I am tormented, often haunted by memories of my time in Mariejois, an inescapable nightmare that will linger with me for eternity. He gazed at Arlong and said, Arlong, I understand your animosity towards humans, but you must remember that individuals like Diaz are worth befriending and knowing. I cannot accept this. Brother, are you deceiving us? Is this to make us accept this human? Arlong inhaled deeply, declaring, humans are not to be trusted. He had always believed this. Humans are vile, lacking the strength of fishmen, unable to breathe underwater, and cruel in nature. They should relinquish the land to the fishmen. Without these humans, we fishmen would not suffer so greatly, unable to live freely in this world. This is the truth, Arlong, said Tiger. Boss. Several former slaves among the fishmen knelt before him, tears streaming down their faces. You are the true hero. You have rescued us countless times. Our lives belong to you. Wherever you go, we shall follow you. Rise, there is no need to kneel. Tiger helped them to their feet, turning to Diaz with a somber expression. If I had encountered a human like you during my voyages, would the outcome have been different? Perhaps, Diaz replied. Humans are contradictory beings, rife with desires. To put it plainly, I have never held out hope for humanity, yet I do not despair entirely. For there are good people among them. It is merely our misfortune to have encountered a multitude of wrongdoers. The fault lies not with them, but with this world. This ocean is merciless, devouring lives without hesitation. In a world so deeply flawed, it is not difficult to seek a glimmer of humanity. In a realm of darkness, light is always strikingly apparent. You speak the truth. You speak the truth, Tiger murmured, lowering his head as tears flowed uncontrollably. Why? Why could I not have encountered you sooner? He grasped Diaz's hand, kneeling and weeping openly. I want to believe in humanity. I wish to befriend humans. But I can no longer trust them, nor can I love them. Diaz, at a loss for words, wept like a child. Despite being a robust man over 5 meters tall, everyone was unsure how to console their leader. After a prolonged silence, Diaz finally spoke. So, do you possess the courage to walk alongside the devil? What? Diaz rose to his feet and whispered into the ear of the burly man. Seek out the Revolutionary Army and join their ranks. Should you succeed, it will usher in a monumental transformation. The Revolutionary Army has indeed been established, albeit on a modest scale. The revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon has gathered a band of followers. Branded by the world government as the most notorious criminal for advocating the overthrow of the world's ruling authority. Despite being the son of the legendary marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, his resolve to dismantle the world government remains unwavering. Perhaps the path to redemption lies within that very endeavor. Can they be trusted? With your capabilities, you two can alter the status quo, can you not? The younger generation harbors little resentment or prejudice against fishmen, yet they remain a minority. Without a fundamental upheaval against the celestial dragons, who oppress races across the globe, no future exists for anyone. Before dawn breaks, there must be those who dispel the darkness. I understand now. I have traversed the depths of hell. How could I lack the courage to walk alongside demons? It appeared he had found newfound purpose, the man rejuvenated. The once hero returning to form. Young ones, do not despair. Do not be sorrowful. I remain your captain, do I not? Indeed, regardless of how Brother Tiger may change. You will always be our leader. Jinbei was the first to respond, resolutely declaring. Arlong also raised his hand. Indeed, big brother, let us avenge those treacherous humans. His fervor was as fierce as ever, but was swiftly quelled by Tiger. Diaz remarked, I suspect Admiral Borsalino has already arrived there. Just an admiral? Are you intimidated? Arlong scoffed. A mere marine admiral, worthless. Diaz cast a sidelong glance, remarking that he was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, possessing the swiftest speed in the world. Furthermore, should a new admiral be appointed, he had the capability to assume that position alongside 2 others of similar prowess, all of whom were also users of Logia-type devil fruits. If memory serves, after Tiger's demise, Arlong sought vengeance, only to be swiftly dispatched by Borsalino and imprisoned and impelled down, subsequently released due to Jinbei's ascension to the warlords of the sea. So what? Once I enter the water, he will be rendered powerless. Arlong, buoyed by his racial superiority, reveled in his arrogance. Yet, Diaz sensed a flash streaking across the sky and immediately shouted, Run. Oh dear. How fortunate I am to find you, Lieutenant Diaz. The light coalesced into a human form. As Borsalino stood atop the mast of the warship, the sea breeze billowing his justice cloak, creating a resonant sound. I have heard you betrayed the Navy. If Instructor Zephyr were to learn of this, he would likely be exceedingly furious. I am aware. Instructor Zephyr would probably wish to eliminate me, Diaz shrugged. Remaining on high alert. Admiral Borsellino, it is quite surprising that a man of your stature would come to pursue me. Shouldn't you be idly passing time on the ship? Borsellino shook his head, replying, I find myself in a predicament. Major Stolaberry has directly reported your betrayal to headquarters. Thus Admiral Sengoku has dispatched me to bring you back for clarification. The betrayal of the Navy by Diaz could hardly remain concealed for long. Upon regaining consciousness, Stolaberry promptly informed Admiral Sengoku of Diaz's treachery. How is this possible? Is that scoundrel a wolf raised on kindness? Sengoku exclaimed in fury, striking the table with his palm. Beside him, Rosinante opened his mouth to speak, suggesting, I believe there may be deeper reasons at play. Although Fisher Tiger is wanted by the world government as a criminal. As Diaz mentioned, he is indeed a good man. I understand. Sengoku retorted. Yet this marks his second act of betrayal. The first was against Don Quixote da Flamingo. And now he has betrayed the Navy. Is this brat truly a professional turncoat? Diaz, a born traitor, irredeemable. Sengoku and Zephyr had high hopes for him. Gummer praised him on numerous occasions, and Borsellino deemed him reliable. I fail to comprehend why he chose betrayal. To save a wanted criminal, he awakened his conqueror's haki. Sengoku sat in his chair, struggling to fathom Diaz's thoughts. A genius who awakened conqueror's haki slipped away, becoming an adversary of the Navy. Sengoku's heart bled, with proper guidance. A promotion to Rear Admiral was a certainty, and with a little more effort, the rank of Admiral was not out of reach. Rosinante remarked, perhaps he merely wished to save a life? For a pirate? Yet he is a hero of the liberated slaves. Even if unrecognized by the Navy and the world government. Once a celestial dragon, Rosinante understood the plight of those slaves. When his family had not yet relinquished their celestial dragon status, the slaves expressed gratitude towards his parents for their kindness. However, other celestial dragons instilled fear in their slaves, who lived in constant trepidation of incurring their master's wrath, fearing for their very lives. A single moment of displeasure from a celestial dragon could result in the execution of those slaves. No, death was merely a release. Some depraved celestial dragons would torment their slaves with unspeakable cruelty until their last breath. Diaz was kind-hearted. Perhaps our actions disappointed him. Rosinante reflected on his own capacity for such compassion. The answer was a resounding no. Diaz possessed a bravery that he lacked. The courage to stand against the Navy and the world government. Sengoku, resigned, acknowledged that this matter required an explanation. Let Borsellino retrieve Diaz. Must we truly proceed with this? Go ahead. There must be accountability, mustn't there? Very well, I understand. Rosinante promptly descended to inform Borsellino, leading to the scene of Borsellino pursuing the warship. Are you the one with the potential of an admiral? I don't see much of it, Orin arrogantly declared, doubtful of the capabilities of the seemingly unremarkable figure before him. Borsellino disregarded Orin and inquired. Diaz, Lieutenant Junior grade, you had the opportunity to be promoted to lieutenant in this battle, with effort. You could ascend to my position in a few years, possibly becoming the youngest Rear Admiral in the Navy. Why squander your future? There is no need. This is my choice, Diaz replied with a smile. Thank you, Admiral Borsellino, but I shall never regret my decisions. I wish to save lives. And that singular reason is sufficient for my actions. Is this your resolve? I understand now. Borsellino nodded. In light of this, I respect your choice. Brando Diaz, and you. Fisher Tiger, captain of the Sun Pirates, and Jinbe, the whale shark fishman, you shall be apprehended by me. Huh, are you looking down on me? Aaron leaped about like a jester, his movements chaotic and erratic. Borsellino raised his finger, unleashing a beam of light that pierced Aaron's shoulder, blood gushing forth from the wound. With a pained scream, Aaron found himself face to face with Borsellino, who inquired if he had ever been kicked at the speed of light. A blinding radiance erupted from his foot as he delivered a swift kick, but a figure appeared before Aaron, hands encased in darkness, straining to block the strike. I shall not allow you to harm my comrades, Tiger declared, bracing himself with haki to withstand the blow. So you have utilized haki to absorb this attack? Truly impressive for a fishman, your strength is indeed formidable. Borsellino taunted, his words dripping with condescension. Tiger forcefully pushed the injured Aaron aside and shouted to everyone, flee. All of you, dive into the sea. We stand no chance against him. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, he realized the truth. They were no match for this monstrous being. Where had the Navy trained such a creature? Tiger. Jinbe attempted to voice his thoughts, but Diaz interjected. Jinbe, you must destroy the warship. Without it, he cannot pursue you. Once the warship was obliterated, Borsalino would lose his foothold, unable to capture them. The fishmen could escape into the ocean, free from the grasp of the Navy admirals, unless they were faced with an opponent capable of freezing the sea, such as Kazan. But what will you do? Act swiftly. Borsalino leapt into the sky, arms crossed, grasping the light in his hands, Yada no Kagami. Countless luminous orbs cascaded from the heavens, bringing with them searing heat and explosive force, scattering a throng of fishmen in their wake. Diaz unfurled the jade shield, yet he too was propelled into the air, plummeting into the sea. The warship, under the force of that strike, was utterly annihilated. Fortunately, once the mermen entered the water, they found themselves in a safe zone. Diaz held his breath as he ventured into the depths of the sea, guided by Jinbei. Aladdin swam over, producing a fragment of pink coral, from which a bubble emerged, enveloping Diaz within. With a sigh, he came back to life. The bubble contained no seawater, allowing Diaz to breathe normally. This was bubble coral, a treasure from Fishman Island, capable of producing bubbles that enabled humans to breathe freely underwater, as well as assisting mermaids in their terrestrial movements. With their lower bodies resembling fish tails, mermaids could not maneuver freely on land. During such times, bubble coral could support their bodies, allowing them to float slightly and swim as if they were in the ocean. How is Along? Jinbei inquired. Little 8 supported Along, stating, "He is injured, but it shouldn't be serious. The bleeding has already stopped." And Brother Tai? "I am here." Tej approached, his expression grim. The blow from Borsalino had not only destroyed the warship, but had also harmed numerous fishmen and mermaids, resulting in several fatalities. On the surface, Borsalino stood atop the wreckage of the warship, scratching his head. "Well, this is quite troublesome. I didn't capture a single one. I hope Mr. Sengoku won't deduct my salary." With that, he transformed into a flash of light and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. "I told you that fellow would be difficult to deal with." Borsalino is a prospective admiral, although he is yet to attain the rank. There is no doubt that he possesses the strength of an admiral. He merely lacks the title. None of the future admirals will be easy opponents. Our ship is destroyed. We can only swim from here, Aladdin lamented. Fortunately, as fishmen, they could breathe underwater, and their speed was even superior to that of ships. Though it would still deplete their stamina, otherwise, they would not have taken to the sea in the first place. Living in the water was their norm. It's all right. Let us take Diaz away first, and ensure the bodies of our fallen brothers are secured, Tej methodically directed. The group departed in a grand procession, albeit in a rather disheveled manner. While Borsalino had indeed failed to capture them, they had gained a stark understanding of the Navy's terror. On their journey, fortune smiled upon them as they seized a pirate ship, leaving the human crew bound and abandoned on a small island to fend for themselves. After all, they were all pirates. Not killing them outright was already a display of mercy. Diaz was rather indifferent to it, engaging in the revelry with Tiger and others. To be a pirate is to embrace the inevitability of death upon the seas, and he held no fondness for piracy. The next day, Diaz awoke on deck, his head swirling in a haze. Although he had not indulged in alcohol, the festivities had persisted deep into the night, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Around him, the fishmen were sprawled out, with even Jinbei clutching a bottle in a deep slumber. A messenger seagull flew overhead, and Diaz waved it down. The bird descended, and he offered 50 berries in exchange for a newspaper. These messenger seagulls were quite particular. If one were to forcibly seize a newspaper, they would no longer deliver any in the future. The World Economic News, renowned as the best-selling newspaper globally, had its own business acumen. Unfolding the newspaper, the front page prominently featured the recent battle at Fort Shat Island. The headline read, "A Naval Disgrace. Former Navy Lieutenant Brando Diaz betrays the Navy, fighting alongside notorious fishmen." The article vehemently condemned Diaz for betraying the high expectations of the Navy, accusing him of switching sides in a critical moment, branding him a traitor, and blaming him entirely for the failure of the rescue operation for Fisher Tiger. Such scorn heaped upon him was quite distasteful. As if Tiger would have been captured without me. With Jinbei around, Tiger could have been saved, but he would have perished later for refusing a blood transfusion. The back of the newspaper contained several wanted posters, featuring Tiger, himself, and Jinbei. Captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, bounty of 350 million berries. Jinbei, bounty of 130 million berries. Brando Diaz, bounty of 37 million berries. Arlong, bounty of 30 million berries. These were their bounties. Diaz gazed at the wanted poster showcasing himself in a Navy uniform, nodding in approval. I do look quite dashing. Being wanted was trivial. It was far more peculiar to navigate the seas without a bounty. Yet, 37 million was astonishing. He felt as if he were being sold off. It became evident that returning was no longer an option. Suddenly, Jinbei awoke and spoke, startling Diaz. "Weren't you asleep?" "I have a light sleep," Jinbei replied, rubbing his eyes. "Isn't 37 million a bit low for you?" "Indeed, it feels somewhat inadequate. I had anticipated a higher amount. The Navy was never truly suited for me." Diaz shook his head, feeling disappointed that, despite awakening the Conqueror's haki, his bounty was so meager. Although uncertain about the reasons behind his awakening of the Conqueror's haki, it remained uncontrollable. Was I particularly agitated at that moment? Not excessively, I suppose. He scratched his head and inquired of Jinbei, "How does one wield Conqueror's haki?" I don't possess it either, so I'm not sure. It's a rare power that awakens in 1 out of a million. The Conqueror's haki has become somewhat commonplace in the New World, yet it remains an undeniable testament to its formidable power. This ability can envelop weapons akin to armament haki, enabling the wielder to inflict tangible damage upon adversaries even from a distance, without direct contact. However, such mastery is reserved for a select few elite warriors. Initially, its application is limited to area of effect damage, suitable for clearing minor foes. Among those capable of wielding it are the late Gold, Roger, the still-living Edward Newgate, Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks. Rayleigh may also possess this skill. This knowledge is known to Diaz, who recognizes the scant few adept at enveloping others in Conqueror's haki. Among them, Teacher Kaido may not be the strongest, yet he is undoubtedly the most proficient at imparting wisdom to his students. With a swift strike of his staff, he teaches the intricacies of this power, leading to moments of profound realization. Teacher Kaido truly moves me to tears. As for the utilization of Conqueror's haki, I find myself at a loss for now, but I shall embrace the flow of circumstances. The pirate ship drifts aimlessly across the vast ocean, while chaos unfolds within the Don Quixote family. Following their recent assault, the family has suffered severe setbacks, leaving only Pika behind. Treble succumbed to his grievous injuries, and the rest have been largely apprehended, with only a few straggling felines remaining. The glory of the Don Quixote family has faded, making their ambitious plans seem increasingly unattainable. Now, he wanders like a stray dog, relentlessly pursued, ultimately seeking refuge in the South Blue for a chance at resurgence. Gazing at Diaz's bounty poster in his hand, Doflamingo erupts into a maniacal laughter, intrigued by this young rebel who seems unwilling to fade into obscurity. Has he betrayed once more? Yet, without the Navy's protection, the opportunity to eliminate him will surely arise. As he tears the bounty notice, it falls to the ground, rendering Virgo's connection null and void. Corazon has indeed proven to be an undercover agent, and upon his return to the Navy, Virgo finds himself in a perilous situation, perhaps already compromised. The meticulously devised plan has been shredded, and aspirations of becoming a warlord of the sea and claiming the throne of Dressrosa must now be postponed or abandoned entirely. For Corazon knows far too much. Truly, he is my dear brother. Rear Admiral, Don Quixote Rosinante. Diaz, Rosinante, one day, I shall make you pay. However, the most pressing matter at hand is the revitalization of my family, the new Don Quixote family. It is imperative that someone steps up to bear the weight. With this thought, Doflamingo's heart bleeds. It took him over a decade to cultivate the Don Quixote family, only to see it undone overnight due to Corazon and Diaz. The current state of his life is far from what he desires, yet he must endure. He has witnessed the depths of hell. How could he possibly be vanquished by such trivial setbacks? He, Don Quixote Doflamingo, shall never be subdued by the tribulations before him. After Daz requested a small boat from Tiger, he set sail alone, bidding farewell to the Sun Pirates. I must devise a way to earn money, he mused. Feeling despondent, the pirate ship held little treasure, and the Navy's pay was meager. Now, resorting to robbing pirates seemed the only option. The means to wealth often lie within the confines of criminal law, a truth that resonates in this world, yet some individuals dare to tread that path. The trade of the dark underworld is more insidious than one might imagine. Human trafficking, organ trade, arms smuggling, and hallucinogenic drugs are merely the tip of the iceberg, embodying the world's malevolence. The first half of the Grand Line fails to curtail such vice, let alone the more chaotic New World, where the Navy's reach falters. Countless lawless zones render it a haven for wickedness. This world feels increasingly dire. Resigned, Daz sat aboard his vessel, holding the log post given by Jinbei. Without a navigator, he could only rely on luck, hoping to evade inclement weather. His course was set for Reverse Mountain, as he intended to try his fortune in the East Blue, known for its relatively weak pirates, where black market dealings were commonplace. The East Blue earned its reputation as the weakest sea largely due to Captain Garp's frequent returns home. The accumulation of wealth is often drenched in blood. But Diaz had no qualms about using pirate blood to fortify his own strength. A dead comrade does not hinder a monk's path. Everyone is flawed. It's merely a contest of who is more so. Everyone can afford to abandon their principles. Feeling somewhat uplifted, the small boat steadily approached Reverse Mountain, enjoying a tranquil journey until one night, a cannonball shattered his vessel, jolting him awake. Standing on the brink of his sinking ship, he cast a cold gaze toward the raucous pirate ship ahead. Licking his lips, he sneered, "You brought this upon yourselves." With a splash, he plunged into the sea, swiftly swimming toward the nearby pirate ship. At that moment, the two drunken pirates who had fired the cannon were oblivious to the gravity of their actions, reveling in their own merriment, unwittingly provoking someone they should not have. "Ha ha, that little boat is gone." One laughed. "Eh, a mere wreck daring to drift in the Grand Line. Let me show you what true malice is." The two pirates, still imbibing, ignited the cannon once more, sending another shot that obliterated the small boat, eliciting raucous laughter from the pirates aboard. At that instant, drenched and dripping, Diaz had already boarded their ship. Grabbing one pirate by the neck, he forcefully snapped it and tossed the lifeless body aside. "An enemy!" a drunken pirate exclaimed in shock. Diaz swiftly plunged his blade into the man's throat, twisting the hilt as the blade shredded through, blood gushing forth. Who dares? Someone discovered him. And soon the air was filled with cries of slaughter and screams of agony. Amidst the glimmer of blades, Diaz annihilated the group without leaving a trace. Stepping into the ship's cabin, he endured the stench of sweat, feet, and an assortment of bizarre odors while searching for riches and treasures. Within this vessel, he scavenged approximately 3 million berries. With a huff, he found a small rowboat at the stern. Originally, the small boat gifted by Jean Bay had a cabin, but this one could only be rowed. The large ship was of no use to a single person, compelling him to abandon it. It had been a long time since he last drew cards. "Let us go for 3 draws. A gamble, where a bicycle transforms into a motorcycle. Witness my miraculous single draw. My turn. Card draw." The electric clippers could be used for shearing wool, but should not be employed for strange hairs. The design of the Water X Paradise. Freedom, heaven, and curse binding, which serves as both a curse and a boon. The first two were disregarded, as Diaz's gaze was fixed upon heaven and curse binding. This was a unique ability from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, bestowed upon certain individuals at birth, constraining them to sacrifice inherent conditions in exchange for formidable power in a specific domain. This binding is imposed physically and varies in terms of the conditions sacrificed and the powers gained, generally divided into 2 categories: exchanging physical condition for cursed energy, exchanging cursed energy for physical strength. These 2 starkly contrasting paths produce entirely different types of warriors. Take, for instance, the tyrant Fushiguro Zenin, who, due to his heaven and curse binding, was born without cursed energy but acquired tremendous physical strength, nearly defeating the pinnacle of sorcery, Satoru Gojo. The heaven and curse binding drawn was one with options, should he choose to gain cursed energy. Diaz would lose a part of his body in exchange for potent cursed energy and techniques. Opting for enhanced physical strength meant he could never obtain cursed energy thereafter. Yet, having never possessed cursed energy, he would not lose anything. It was a gain, regardless of how one contemplated it. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, he opted for physical strength. Diaz felt no immediate change. The system, rarely providing explanations, declared, "Heaven and curse binding has been activated. The host will gradually sense their physical might." Note, upon choosing heaven and curse binding, the system will not extract curses and bindings from the jujitsu world. Due to the absence of cursed energy, there was no sacrifice, akin to pulling off a grand deception with empty hands. In exchange, Diaz would have no future prospect of acquiring powers related to the world of curses. This was the price. Thus it was understood. This journey has proven to be quite rewarding. In the realm of curses, the only elements that captivated Diaz were the fingers of the dual-faced Sukuna, Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes, his limitless curse techniques, and a handful of other cursed spirits. Beyond these, nothing else drew his interest. His spirits lifted significantly, and his paddling speed increased remarkably, as if an inexhaustible reserve of strength surged within him. This must be what transformation feels like. Perhaps, in the future, He might surpass Fushiguro Megumi and emerge as the new generation's celestial tyrant. The compass pointed towards the next island, and presently, Diaz could only navigate his small boat slowly in that direction, lacking even a sail. In a moment of frustration, he fashioned a makeshift sail, securing it to the vessel to guide his course and conserve energy. Thus, he drifted across the sea for 3 days until he fortuitously encountered a passenger ship bound for the East Sea. After paying a fare, Diaz boarded the vessel. Reclining on the soft, swaying deck, relishing steaming meals, and enjoying a warm shower brought him immense comfort. The captain appeared not to recognize him as a wanted fugitive. Yet this was of little consequence. Even if he were identified, he was confident in his ability to escape. Lying in his berth, Diaz drifted into a deep slumber. However, in the dead of night, the ship began to rock violently, unsettling him. Outside, footsteps echoed, and voices cried out, "A storm is upon us. A great tempest. Everyone, take cover. Do not venture out. Absolutely do not go on deck." Diaz cast his gaze out of the porthole, where the inky black sea loomed like a monstrous beast, its surging waves resembling a gaping maw intent on devouring the solitary passenger vessel, threatening to consign all aboard to a watery grave. The capricious weather proved to be the gravest peril along this grand maritime route. One moment basking in brilliant sunshine, the next, deluged by torrential rain. In the midst of icy gales, amidst thunder and lightning, a medley of meteorological phenomena could converge, rendering the weather of the great sea route even more unpredictable than a maiden's temperament. Even the most seasoned mariner could find himself bested by the elements. Indeed, while they might predict the weather, humanity's power often appeared woefully insignificant in the face of nature's fury. In that moment, Diaz felt acutely aware of this triviality. A towering wave surged forth, engulfing the vessel in an instant, splintering wood flying in every direction, as water cascaded into the cabins. Diaz had long since steeled himself. Ready to ride the tumultuous tide, he resolutely declared to himself, "I shall not perish here." A fierce instinct for survival drove him to struggle. Breaking free from the clutches of the wave, expelling seawater from his mouth, only to be met by yet another towering swell. Without hesitation, he dove beneath the surface. In contrast to the tumult above, the depths of the ocean offered a deceptive tranquility, albeit fraught with hidden currents that concealed lethal dangers. Retrieving the bubble coral gifted by Aladdin from his system backpack, he fashioned a protective bubble and immersed himself within it. Now, he could only hope to avoid the peril of drifting debris. Should the bubble rupture, he would be met with the relentless onslaught of waves. The bubble, propelled by the currents, drifted aimlessly into the unknown. Time lost all meaning as the oxygen within the bubble dwindled. Taking a deep breath, Diaz burst forth from the bubble and swam toward the surface. With a splash, he emerged from the depths, gasping for air, and looked up to behold the vast, boundless expanse of starry sky, as if the recent tempest had never been. The stars twinkled brilliantly, and the resplendent Milky Way whispered to Diaz the beauty of this world. He had survived. He survived, but the fate of the others aboard remains grim. At the moment of the disaster, there was scarcely time to rescue anyone. It is a stark reminder that, in the face of nature, human strength appears utterly feeble, clinging to a piece of driftwood on the ocean's surface. This was all that he could rely upon. Sleep eluded him. Although the surface of the sea posed no immediate threat, dangers lurked beneath. The depths of the Grand Route harbored colossal sea creatures, and until now, he had been fortunate enough to avoid an encounter. Should he succumb to slumber, he might find himself devoured before he even comprehended his demise. Thus, Diaz drifted upon the waves for a full 3 days. With his compass indicating the direction of the nearest island, he paddled slowly with a piece of wood, unaware of how much longer this would take. Fortunately, he had prepared well. Provisions of water and food were not a concern. During this time, he dared only to take brief naps, for he knew that without rest, he would perish upon the ocean's surface. After 2 more days, he finally spotted an island. Gathering all his strength, he paddled his makeshift raft to shore, collapsing on the beach in a fit of laughter. "I'm alive. I have not perished," he exclaimed joyously. "I will survive." With exuberance, he ventured into the island. It was a large landmass, and ahead lay signs of civilization, a quaint little town. He dashed into the settlement and immediately sought out a restaurant to satisfy his hunger. After ordering a lavish spread of dishes, he placed a thick wad of currency on the table. The proprietor's eyes sparkled with delight, and he rubbed his hands together, instructing the chef to promptly prepare the meal for Diaz. Plate after plate of food arrived, and without hesitation, Diaz devoured everything before him. In no time, he had consumed an entire banquet. Patting his full belly, he leaned against the wall as he exited. "Come again," the restaurant owner called, ushering him out with the warmth of a loving father. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the head chef sat on the floor in tears, lamenting, "Boss, if this guest doesn't leave soon, I shall." He was astounded by Diaz's insatiable appetite, feeling as if he had prepared enough food to last a week. "He leaving, and we made a fortune. I'll give you a raise and let you take a day off," the owner declared generously. "All right then," the chef replied, wiping his tears and standing up with renewed enthusiasm. As for Diaz, he found a tavern, indulged in a hot bath, and soon collapsed onto the soft bed, slipping into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until the late hours of the third day, finally able to relax after days of unrest. Awakening, he felt pleasantly sore, stretching his limbs as his joints creaked in satisfaction. The compass still needed to record magnetic fluctuations. The Grand Route's magnetic field was chaotic, rendering the compass ineffective. Additionally, the vastness of the sea meant that nautical charts could not accurately reflect the situation, leaving him reliant on the recording pointer to indicate the direction of the next island. After enjoying a meal, he set out to procure more food, water, fruits, and daily necessities. Upon completing these tasks, he realized he had little money left. "I must find a way to earn some funds," he resolved. He contemplated and began to inquire whether there existed any malevolent individuals on the island, those who exploited the common folk. His inquiries revealed the presence of a certain Philip Band, a factory owner notorious for his unscrupulous practices. This proprietor not only frequently defaulted on wages, but also oppressed his employees, seized land, abducted maidens, and committed various heinous acts. Diaz's eyes sparkled with the realization that this was his opportunity to acquire wealth. Band's residence was the most opulent villa in the town, perched atop a hill beyond the township. The stone-paved mountain path was remarkably smooth, and the surrounding trees had been meticulously pruned, creating a delightful ambience. The villa, designed by a professional architect, was constructed with the finest materials, and the courtyard boasted a swimming pool, where one could observe several elegantly attired young ladies frolicking in the water. Diaz perched upon the tree, savoring the panorama before him, for he was there to scout the terrain. After all, one must earn a living without trembling and fear. Guards were stationed at various entrances, each one robust and formidable, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to approach, especially given their armaments. This cadre of sentinels served as the backbone for Bander, who, burdened by guilt, sought solace in their presence. Yet, the true prowess of these guards remained a mystery to Diaz. Turning away, he retraced his steps back to the village, and, as twilight descended, ascended the mountain. The nocturnal path was not arduous. It stretched straight ahead, yet the swarming mosquitoes proved irksome, their bites swelling flesh in an alarming manner. To avoid becoming a meal for these pests, Diaz quickened his pace, reaching the railing, vaulting over it to evade the guards. He climbed through a third-floor window, deftly severing the railing, and slipped inside. The opulence, reeking of nouveau riche extravagance, nearly blinded Diaz. Crystal chandeliers and gold-threaded embellishments greeted him, evoking a sense of vulgarity. What a poor sense of aesthetic. The garishness almost dazzled him, yet it also bore testament to the wealth of its owner. Finding the man was paramount, and eliminating him was imperative. Subduing a servant, he donned the attire, finding that his height and physique sufficed to fill the garments adequately. In this ostentatious villa, he brazenly searched for what he sought, yet his audacity soon drew the attention of the guards. "Hey, you look unfamiliar," one guard approached, inquiring. "I'm new, just finished cleaning," Diaz replied with a disarming smile. "At this hour? No one cleans at night. Who are you?" The guard's large hand clamped onto Diaz's shoulder, but in the next moment, a gory hole appeared in the guard's arm, even fracturing bone. "Ah," the burly man howled, and Diaz shook his hand, reflecting that a blade was far superior to a firearm. With that thought, he seized the man by the hair, yanking downward, and thrust his knee upward. Bang! The man's face became a grotesque mask of blood, and with a decisive kick to the abdomen, he toppled his companion, delivering another strike to render both unconscious. It seemed a direct confrontation was now inevitable. Striding purposefully down the corridor, he encountered guards one after another, dispatching them with powerful punches that sent them sprawling, their cries echoing through the halls. Meanwhile, Bander, ensconced in the comforts of his lavish abode, furrowed his brow in irritation. The cacophony disrupted his indulgence. Rising from his bed, he bellowed, "What is happening? Why the noise? Are you all unwilling to work?" The cold blade grazed his greasy nose, and the corpulent aristocrat appeared to be quite easy to handle. Diaz greeted with a smile, "Greetings, Mr. Bander." It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Who are you? Vander inquired. A passing fugitive for the time being, Diaz replied. Can you guess why I sought you out? My possessions. Vander was no fool. Had he been, he would not have reached such heights. On the contrary, he was astute. Realizing Diaz's intent was financial, he chuckled. Ah, I see. I have 10 million Baileys right here. Consider it a gift. I can also present you with the most beautiful girl on this island. What do you think? A man driven by greed could be placated with money. A simple exchange would suffice to settle the matter today. However, should greed take hold, he had myriad methods to eliminate the young man before him. Forget the woman. I desire the money, and I also wish to ask you for something else. What? Vander laughed, but suddenly his throat constricted painfully as a rope tightened around his neck. No matter how he struggled, he could not free himself. Diaz dragged him towards the courtyard. Gazing at the illuminated street lamps, Diaz smiled faintly. What a splendid place this is. With that, he secured the rope to a lamppost. Vander's face turned purple as he gasped for breath. After a few desperate struggles, life slipped away from him. Capitalists deserve to hang from lampposts, do they not? Having completed this grim task, Diaz re-entered the villa, now in disarray. The women, either bought or abducted by Vander, fled in terror, fearing for their lives at Diaz's hands. Some, driven by avarice, absconded with valuable antiques and Baileys. In the blink of an eye, the villa stood empty. Diaz paid no heed as he meticulously searched through each room of the villa, seeking the remnants left behind by Vander. He accepted all manner of treasures, jewels, and adornments alike, intending to dispose of them later. The loose Bailey tucked away in the safe was all collected. As he rummaged about, he sought out any mechanisms, twisting lampshades, and suddenly the wall began to turn, revealing a concealed door. Illuminating a torch, he stepped inside. Gleaming before him were gold, gemstones, and an abundance of Bailey. Diaz also discovered an array of paintings and weaponry. He unsheathed a knife, exceptionally sharp, yet in terms of aesthetics, it paled in comparison to the Murakumo. He decided to stow it away for the time being. He stuffed all these treasures into his pockets, but soon, the sounds of commotion echoed from outside the villa. Upon reaching the balcony, he beheld a throng of villagers wielding torches, forcefully breaching the villa's gates. Upon sighting Vander's lifeless body, they hurled stones and torches, venting their fury upon the corpse, while some among them surged into the villa, scavenging for valuables. Diaz shook his head and vanished from the balcony. This evening could be deemed a resounding success, with Bailey amassing a staggering sum of 111 million. In addition to the unsold gold, jewelry, and ornaments. Thus, let us commence with 100 consecutive draws. Mapo tofu, an exceedingly spicy dish, favored by a certain priest. Energy cubes, a delightful food reminiscent of Pokemon, suitable for human consumption. Lake Toya, acquired through television shopping. Joker. When only a single Joker remains in the world, it shall face annihilation. The natural curl fruit, upon consumption, transforms one's hair into natural curls. Hasegawa's might, oh man. Embrace the spirit of Madao. The ripple breathing technique, accept this, for it is my final ripple. Brotherhood, kindred spirits share a bond. And I strike fiercely at my own kind. The signal axe proclaims, it is time to proceed. The blood vial, once consumed, restores any injury, though it cannot cure poisoning. The cursed blade, do you wish to challenge your limits? Pokemon egg, embark on the journey to become a Pokemon master. Theft, a chance to acquire the most treasured possession of the target. The Flying Dutchman requires a captain. It must have one. Explosive magic, unleash once a day. Overall, the guaranteed items are quite useful, yet one must ponder if the presence of this Joker truly poses no issues for oneself. In Kamen Rider Blade, the final boss, the most formidable undead creature, transcends all races. 53 undead beings engage in a fierce battle to the death, and the last victorious undead, a human, becomes the progenitor of mankind, while the remaining 52 are sealed within cards. Should the Undead Wars Joker emerge victorious, the world would spiral into destruction, leaving only one, who is also the same. The system provides cards, capable of unleashing the sealed Joker, and once released, this world would be doomed. Goodness. It is akin to being handed a nuclear warhead to obliterate the world. The ripple breathing technique requires no further elaboration, as it enhances one's strength and fortifies the body. Brotherhood, humanity's assaults upon Diaz incur a 10% reduction in damage, while simultaneously increasing their own attack power against their kind by 10%. Kindred spirits share a bond. And I strike fiercely at my own kind. However, to trigger it, one must be of pure human lineage. Those with foreign blood coursing through their veins cannot activate it. The signal axe, a relic of the dutiful sun, serves little purpose for oneself, thus it is best regarded as a collectible. The blood vials, which are life-saving, are always in abundance. The cursed blade inflicts double damage upon foes, yet should one be struck by an enemy, instant demise ensues. It is a matter of either remaining unscathed or facing immediate death. The thrill lies in the heartbeat. Diaz is not one to utilize Pokemon eggs, which randomly hatch into Pokemon, leaving one in suspense as to what may emerge. Should he acquire a water-type Pokemon, it would likely enable him to traverse the vast ocean with ease. The ability to pilfer, coupled with genuine prowess, conjures in Diaz a memory of a trick to swipe a girl's undergarments. Am I truly such a person? I shall reserve judgment for now. The Flying Dutchman, hailing from the realm of pirates of the Caribbean, grants its captain the gift of immortality, transforming humans into sea wraiths for his own ends and summoning the formidable kraken of the North Sea. Yet, every boon carries its burden. To assume the mantle of captain entails the sacrifice of one's heart, becoming a harbinger of the deceased, allowed to set foot on land only once every decade. Such a steep price dissuades Diaz from further contemplation. The Flying Dutchman requires a captain, but he shall never assume that role. The torment of being landbound for 10 years is unbearable. Explosive magic, a potent destructive force, demands the entirety of one's stamina upon usage, rendering the caster immobile yet delivering remarkable results, effortlessly reshaping the very terrain. The strength of the magic is directly proportional to the caster's own vigor. Greater strength begets greater devastation. Thus, it remains a trump card to be wielded sparingly. A barrage of 10 strikes yields a plethora of chaotic outcomes. He begins to alter his breathing rhythm, embracing the ripple breathing technique, which empowers the ordinary body to unleash immense force in an instant while also allowing for nuanced control to achieve various effects. Through rigorous practice, one's physique can be enhanced, enabling resistance against the ravages of time. Moreover, the ripple breathing technique harnesses the essence of the sun, inflicting damage upon vampires and the pillarmen alike. This represents one of the paths to greater strength. Initially, maintaining the ripple breathing rhythm proves to be a challenge, as sustaining it for long periods is improbable, but with time, one inevitably acclimatizes. With each inhale and exhale, Diaz gradually adapts to this state, his breath lengthening as he feels the burgeoning power within him. Upon opening his eyes, he smiles, proclaiming, "My strength is indeed growing. Though modest, it suffices." After spending several days on this island, following the death of Bandel, his factory did not succumb to closure. Rather, it was taken over by others. The new owner of the factory implemented a set of policies that led many to believe he was a benevolent employer. However, in Diaz's eyes, it was merely akin to boiling a frog in warm water, as he anticipated that things would eventually revert to their former state. Raising his recording pointer, the direction to the next destination was already indicated. After purchasing a vessel, Diaz officially set sail. The small sailboat glided leisurely across the sea as he cast out his fishing line. Soon, he encountered an egg the size of a soccer ball, its azure shell rendering it seemingly unremarkable. Gently touching the Pokemon egg, he harbored hopes of hatching a water-type Pokemon, which would provide him with versatility in battles against fruit manipulators and in aquatic escapades. Yet, the timing of hatching remained uncertain. He decided to let it bask in the sunlight for a while. The system indicated that hatching a Pokemon egg did not necessitate any special environment. When the moment was ripe, the Pokemon would emerge, although he remained oblivious to what type it would be. Above, a delivery seagull soared by, and Diaz waved his hand. One of the seagulls descended. These creatures cared little whether the newspaper buyer was a fugitive, as long as there was profit to be made. He purchased a newspaper, placing 50 berries in the pouch on the seagull's chest, and it took flight once more. Upon unfolding the newspaper, the headline proclaimed that Jinbei had assumed his position in the Sun Pirates and accepted the title of Warlord of the Sea. Jinbei ascended to the position of the second captain of the Sun Pirates without any surprise from Diaz. It was presumed that Tiger had departed from the crew to seek out the Revolutionary Army, leaving behind the Seven Warlords title. Should Tiger have met his demise, Arlong would inevitably seek vengeance on the civilians of Fushiat Island, only to be apprehended by Borisolino. Jinbei's acceptance of the Warlord's title was a strategic exchange. In return, Arlong, who was imprisoned in Impel Down, would be released and subsequently head to the East Blue, where he would dominate Nami's hometown and slay her adoptive mother. However, with Arlong still at large, one must ponder why Jinbei would accept the title of Warlord. As he delved deeper into this matter, clarity emerged. Jinbei's acceptance of the Warlord's title was a calculated maneuver to negotiate with the world government for the liberation of his fellow fishmen slaves. The fishermen and mermaid slaves in Mariejois would be set free. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the total. For the celestial dragons would never relinquish all their cherished slaves, only a minute portion would be exchanged, an amount pathetically small. Nevertheless, Jinbei acted with noble intent, driven by the desire to protect his kin and safeguard the members of the Sun Pirates. Truly, the valor of Jinbei, the sea hero, is admirable. It is indeed a rare feat for the celestial dragons to concede even a little. The world government has expended tremendous effort, yet securing a single warlord is deemed worthwhile. The Navy, the warlords, and the pirates of the New World create a delicate balance. They exist in a state of mutual restraint. The warlords are not pursued and can plunder legally, a notion that is laughable and an affront to the Navy. To have pirates as their allies is an insult to them. It is unclear how many within the Navy despise the warlord system. Yet this is a decision made by the world government, leaving them powerless. Suddenly, a powerful force tugged at the fishing rod, and Diaz held on tightly as the small boat was pulled forward. Thankfully, the special fishing line held firm. Otherwise, it might have snapped. Engaging in a struggle with the fish, Diaz exerted considerable effort and soon brought aboard a large fish adorned with red whiskers, thrashing about and approximately the size of a table. Observing this, Diaz swiftly knocked the fish unconscious. Curious, he opened the encyclopedia of edible fish he had procured, searching for information on this particular catch. He discovered it. The red whisker fish, ideal for sashimi, with its whiskers renowned for their toughness, suitable for use as rope. Gazing at the roughly 1 meter long whiskers, Diaz deemed them unnecessary, as they offered little value. After dispatching the fish, he carefully gutted it, cleaned the insides, and prepared it into delicate slices. With soy sauce and chili oil, he crafted a delectable dipping sauce, savoring the sashimi with a single bite. It was exquisite. There was no trace of fishiness. The flesh was sweet and springy, a rare delight. In a matter of moments, he consumed the entire fish, wiped his mouth, and settled under the sun with the Pokemon egg, whispering to the little one, "You must hatch soon." The Pokemon egg trembled slightly, seemingly responding to him. The journey of one person and one egg continued onward. After a period of travel, Diaz finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. The currents from the four seas surged upward to the summit, converging into a singular flow that exited towards the Grand Line, with 5 waterways branching off towards different seas. Reverse Mountain and the sacred Mariejois stand as the only 2 junctions between the Grand Line and the Red Line. Passage into the Grand Line is only possible either by traversing the Calm Belt or entering through Reverse Mountain, and vice versa. The last time he visited this place was alongside Granny Crane, traveling from the North Sea to the Navy headquarters, and now he found himself back here once more. He did not encounter the island whale Laboon. It seemed to be absent today, and the Pirate King's crewmate, Crocus, was also nowhere to be found. He stowed away his small boat and began to climb along the rocks beside the waterway, as his vessel could not navigate upstream against the current and could only ascend in this manner. The Calm Belt was perilously dangerous. Not only was there no wind, but it also harbored enormous sea kings. A moment's carelessness could result in both man and vessel meeting their demise, making it an extremely high-risk area. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Dracul Mihawk, who could single-handedly traverse the Calm Belt with a sword and a small boat. One could easily imagine that Mihawk's formidable muscles were honed from rowing through the Calm Belt. The mere thought of Mihawk vigorously rowing in the Calm Belt conjured an image too beautiful to contemplate. Clutching the Pokemon egg while traversing the mountain, Diaz realized that this peak was far higher than he had anticipated. As he ascended, the air became increasingly thin. Should he continue further, he would reach the edge of the New World. Yet thus far, no one had ever found Raftel by climbing Reverse Mountain, towering into the clouds. Diaz climbed for a considerable time before deciding to traverse horizontally. Reaching the East Sea waterway was his objective. The confluence of the 4 seas at the mountain summit could also be sought halfway up, and after spending several days locating the route to the East Sea, he launched his small boat and set off downstream against the current. The waters of the 4 seas flowing into Reverse Mountain surged upward, primarily due to the ocean currents being powerful enough to overcome gravity. Diaz's descent, however, was not swift. In fact, it was rather slow. But as long as he could make his way down, that was sufficient. After navigating for a while, his small boat entered a safe maritime area, considerably more secure in comparison to the tumultuous Grand Line. At this point, finding an island would necessitate the use of a compass and a sea chart. He possessed a compass, but as for the East Sea map, he decided to procure one in Logetown. The crucial question lingered: just where was Logetown? This posed an awkward dilemma. He was utterly unfamiliar with the East Sea. What should he do? As he pondered this, a headache inevitably began to throb at his temples. Perhaps it would be best to seek out an island first. The East Sea, often dubbed the weakest of all seas, owes this title largely to the frequent visits of the venerable carp, whose presence lends an air of stability to its waters. Of course, this assessment arises from a comparative perspective. The East Sea does indeed harbor pirates, yet when juxtaposed with the other three seas, it remains relatively feeble, as most formidable pirates have ventured elsewhere. Among those who have journeyed into the New World, pirates hailing from the East Sea are exceedingly rare, primarily due to being eliminated along the way owing to their lack of strength. It is precisely this weakness that has earned the East Sea its infamous moniker. Nevertheless, piracy persists. Just a short distance into their voyage, Diaz encountered a band of pirates preparing to set sail for the Grand Line. "Captain, a small ship approaches. It appears to possess little wealth," reported one of the pirates. "Looks like it lacks riches? Then let us sink it without hesitation." To teach those aboard that the vast ocean is not as forgiving as they might believe, the captain replied dismissively, gesturing as if to pronounce Diaz's doom. "Fire the cannons." The pirates, brimming with excitement, ignited their artillery, eager to witness a spectacle of bloodshed. Diaz gazed at the incoming cannonball, utterly speechless. Why do these pirates prefer to assault others with cannon fire? Nevertheless, it was just as well. Dragon Flash? He unleashed a chilling sword aura that instantaneously cleaved the cannonball in two. With a swift movement, he vanished from the ship and reappeared aboard the pirate vessel. "Since you have attacked me, surrender your heads." The dazzling light of his blade erupted on the pirate ship. Shortly thereafter, Diaz wiped the blood from his body, surveying the corpses strewn across the deck, and remarked, "Indeed, the purity of the East Blue is insufficient." In terms of combat prowess, the East Blue truly fell short. The bounties of these ruffians were not particularly high, with those exceeding 20 million being considered formidable pirates. He seized the valuable items aboard the ship, along with the navigational charts, as these were essential for determining coordinates and altering course during his travels across the seas. Upon returning to his own vessel, he picked up the charts and began his calculations. This knowledge had been imparted to him by Don Quixote Doflamingo during his time with the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo placed great importance on the education of his subordinates. Bartolomeo, Baby, Five, Law, and Diaz were not only tasked with missions, but also engaged in the acquisition of diverse knowledge. From Lao G's martial arts to Diamante's swordsmanship, Gladius' artillery techniques, and various intricate subjects, Doflamingo sought well-rounded individuals, not mere brutes. Unfortunately, among his younger subordinates, only Diaz and Law met this criterion. Doflamingo had initially intended to groom these two as his future right-hand men, knowing that Lao G and the others would eventually grow old and require successors. Even though Law suffered from a terminal illness, what if he were to recover? After thorough calculations, Diaz determined the direction toward Rogetown and gently navigated his small boat onward. The environment of the East Blue was considerably more pleasant. The weather was clear and free from storms. The atmospheric conditions in the East Blue surpassed those of the Grand Line by a significant margin, devoid of inexplicable tempests or hailstorms, as everything followed a discernible pattern. Now, it was time for a ruthless reckoning. He intended to engage in a bloody accumulation of resources and, when the moment was ripe, to ascend from his current position. It was a pity that the Golden Emperor Tesoro had not yet risen to prominence. Otherwise, he could have collaborated directly with him, alleviating any future financial woes. Sighing, he recalled that years ago, Tesoro had escaped from Mariejois, and it was likely he was still not particularly wealthy. Perhaps he would revisit this matter when the opportunity arose. Speaking of Tesoro, he had recently disrupted the auction that Doflamingo had painstakingly organized, thwarting his plans to recover from past losses. Just as Doflamingo had hoped to turn his fortunes around through this auction, Tesoro's interference not only ruined the event, but also resulted in the theft of the highly coveted gold fruit. This infuriated Doflamingo beyond measure. Yet he remained oblivious to the true identity of the instigator. He was left in despair, lamenting, "What has transpired over these past 2 years? Nothing seems to go my way. Where has my good fortune gone?" Since encountering Diaz, it seems as though his luck has vanished. Could it be that Diaz is the nemesis of my fate? It is all Diaz's fault. Year 1513 of the Oceanic calendar. Diaz has grown another year older in the East Sea. At the age of 14, he stands at an impressive height of 179 centimeters. With his hair styled in a manner befitting an adult, he is on the verge of surpassing the 180-centimeter mark. Stretching lazily from the confines of his vessel, he purchases a newspaper, only to find that today bears no significant headlines, merely the latest bounties on unfamiliar pirates and the world government's latest policies aimed at combating piracy. Diaz finds little concern in such matters, deeming the expenditure of 50 berries to be in vain. Over the past year, he has mastered the moonwalk and paper drawing techniques, fully grasping the 6 styles, allowing him to navigate the East Sea with confidence. During this time, he also managed to accumulate enough funds for another 100 consecutive draws, of which only 3 proved beneficial to him: the super strength ability, which enables a sudden surge of power exceeding twice his own, the torturer's dagger, which inflicts double damage under conditions of poisoning or bleeding, and the blade of the sadist. Additionally, he acquired a lump of carbonite alloy, which, if forged into a weapon by a skilled blacksmith, could become a remarkable sword. Speaking of blacksmiths, one must mention the renowned craftsman of Frost Moon Village. Diaz was aware that Frost Moon Village was, in fact, the hometown of Rorano Azaro from the Straw Hat Pirates. His mentor, Frost Moon Kushiro, was the son of the renowned swordsmith from Wano, Frost Moon Kasanru. The latter was famously responsible for crafting 2 of the 21 great grade swords, Wado Ikamanji and Enma. While Wado Ikamanji requires no introduction, Enma is the sword wielded by Kazuki Oden, reputed to possess the power to even obliterate hell itself, leaving scars upon Kaido. It remains uncertain whether this esteemed individual still draws breath. Nonetheless, Diaz resolved to journey to Frost Moon Village. Upon determining its location, he swiftly set sail towards the village. Though Frost Moon Village was merely an obscure hamlet within the East Blue, its architectural style starkly contrasted with the local vernacular, exuding an essence of traditional Japanese aesthetics. Complete with ornate brackets, swooping eaves, and tatama mats, all quintessential elements of Wano's heritage. The locals, however, found nothing peculiar in this divergence. As Diaz stepped into the quaint village, he initially believed he had entered the land of harmony. Indeed, it was intrinsically linked to it. It seems that Kaizobor's Shimazuki clandestinely fled from the land of harmony over 50 years ago, eventually settling in the East Sea. At that time, what is now known as Shimazuki Village was not yet named thus. The name was adopted later, possibly in connection with Kaizabor Shimazuki himself. The Ichushin Dojo stands as the sole dojo in Shimazuki Village, presided over by Kei Shur Shimazuki, a gentle middle-aged man with glasses and a warm smile. Draped in a kimono adorned with the family crest of the Shimazuki clan, he gazes upon his disciples diligently training. Among them, a boy with green algae-like hair, wielding 2 bamboo swords while awkwardly attempting to balance a third in his mouth, causes him considerable consternation. The 3-sword style is still far too advanced for this child. He can't help but shake his head when his daughter, Goena, enters and announces, "Father, we have a guest." "Oh, I shall attend to them right away." Keisha replies, nodding as he joins his daughter in heading to the reception room. Diaz knelt on the tatama mat, appearing somewhat out of place, as he was unaccustomed to this posture and found it rather awkward. Observing this, Gung Shiro chuckled, saying, "If our guest is uncomfortable, please feel free to sit more casually. There is no need to be overly formal. That would be impolite." Diaz adjusted himself into a cross-legged position, smiling as he introduced himself. "Greetings, esteemed master of the One Mind Dojo. My name is Brando Diaz." "Diaz?" Gung Shiro's narrow eyes momentarily opened, then closed again with a smile. "I am aware of you. Goena, please prepare a pot of tea." "Certainly, father." "Are you not alarmed to meet the disgrace of the Navy?" "My reputation precedes me," Diaz remarked, observing that this gentle man seemed to have ties with the Revolutionary Army, likely having sold the village's grain to Dolag and his associates, indicating he was perhaps a friend of theirs. "A month ago, a man spoke of you, claiming you were an extraordinary individual." "Oh, and what was his name?" "Fisher Tiger." "Has Tiger been here?" "It seems you indeed have connections with the Revolutionary Army." Diaz smiled, surprised that Tiger had found the revolutionaries so swiftly and had joined their ranks. "It was merely finding a buyer for the village's grain. I wouldn't consider it a true affiliation." Goena presented the tea, casting a glance at the village rainblade beside Diaz. Diaz, noticing her interest, inquired, "Are you intrigued by this?" "Yes." "Are you a swordsman?" "No. This is merely a weapon. I do not limit myself to the sword. I am adept with various weapons, though this one is simply more familiar to me." Goena hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "I wish to challenge you. You exude a strength unlike anyone I have ever faced." "Goena," Gung Shiro admonished, "this is our guest. Fear not. Miss Goena is destined for greatness," Diaz replied, rising to his feet. "Though she is a girl, there are indeed female swordsmen upon the seas." "Is that true? Then is there a world-renowned female swordsman?" Goena asked excitedly. Diaz scratched his face, acknowledging that the current world's foremost swordsman is Dracula Mihawk. The only female swordsman I am aware of is Rear Admiral Tsuru of the Navy. She has risen to become the youngest female Rear Admiral without relying on the powers of a devil fruit. And it is certain that she will ascend to the rank of Vice Admiral, with the potential to even touch the position of Admiral. Her strength is beyond question. I aspire to be like her. No, I shall become the strongest female swordsman in the world. Guena clenched her small fists and declared with conviction, therefore, I wish to understand the gap between myself and those outside. Guena, do not be foolish. With a girl's body, it is impossible to attain the pinnacle of strength. Gentry did not wish for his daughter to suffer, for he knew that a girl's physical strength is inherently inferior to that of a boy's. And this cannot simply be compensated by effort. This is also why he was reluctant to allow his daughter to inherit the dojo. Diaz retorted, this notion is utterly mistaken. Mr. Gung Silang, you must recognize that among the most formidable individuals in the world, there exists a woman, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates and the ruler of the Totland Kingdom, Charlotte Linlin. Indeed, anything is possible. Upon hearing this, Guena's eyes sparkled with determination. Unable to contend with the two, Gung Silang reluctantly acquiesced, earnestly stating, Guena, Mr. Diaz is no ordinary person. He possesses remarkable strength. I understand that if I am unaware of my own weaknesses, I cannot hope to grow stronger. Guena declared resolutely. Such an ambitious young lady. You would be well suited for the Navy, provided you can embrace their sense of justice. Diaz laughed heartily as he joined the father and daughter at the dojo. Grasping the bamboo sword, Guena faced Diaz, who stood steadfast and vigilant. I'm coming, she announced. Here I come. Let the match begin. With Gung Silang's proclamation, Guena swiftly charged forward, wielding her bamboo sword. For an 11-year-old girl, her speed and strength were quite impressive. Even an average adult would struggle to defeat her. Her assault was fierce and rapid, yet Diaz, trained in the Wano style, deftly anticipated and blocked all her moves without budging an inch. The young Zoro, witnessing this, was left in awe. Guena's attacks were being effortlessly countered by a man who had previously succumbed to her prowess a staggering 2,001 times. What on earth is this person's background? Is the disparity truly this vast? Guena pondered bitterly, questioning whether the gap between the genders was indeed so pronounced. The voice of Diaz echoed, causing your breath to falter, revealing a flaw. A sword pressed against Guena's wrist, the pain causing her bamboo sword to slip from her grasp. By the time she regained her composure, Diaz's bamboo sword was already resting upon her shoulder. The contest concluded, with Mr. Diaz emerging victorious. Guena, her head bowed, wore a dejected expression. The disparity was too vast. Diaz remarked, you possess great strength, yet your combat experience is lacking. Training is merely training. One must maintain composure in battle. Once the rhythm is disrupted, your fate is sealed. A sword is meant for taking lives. I understand, Guena replied, lifting her head with renewed determination. I shall not falter again. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Wait, Zoro interjected, pointing at Diaz. I wish to challenge you as well. The wild green-haired youth had appeared. Zoro, you can't even defeat me, let alone Mr. Diaz, Guena admonished, urging Zoro to refrain from causing trouble. I have grown stronger. If I defeat him, it will prove that I am superior to you. Zoro retorted. Guena, exasperated, responded, every time you say that, you end up losing to me. That was a mistake. Zoro exclaimed, his face flushed. Diaz, intrigued, said, very well, give it a try. It could be amusing to spar with a younger Zoro. All right. Yasaka sighed, recognizing Zoro's stubbornness, and reluctantly agreed. The duel commenced once more, with Zoro wielding dual swords, a third clenched in his teeth. The beginnings of the three-sword style taking shape. Three-sword style? Foolish Zoro, how can you fight with that? Guena called out. I can manage. Zoro mumbled indistinctly before launching his attack. Diaz shook his head. Compared to Guena, Zoro was riddled with flaws, every part of him a target. Hardly resembling the formidable pirate hunter of the future. Yet, everyone has their childhood. It was most entertaining to tease a child. The bamboo sword deflected the first strike, parrying another blade, and then the sword's tip was pressed against Zoro's chest, sending him flying backward. Clutching his chest, a red mark blossomed upon it. It hurts, he exclaimed, rising, unwilling to accept defeat. How are you so strong? Practice more, Diaz replied with a smile. With relentless training, you will surely grow stronger. I have been diligently honing my skills. Zoro insisted. You are still young. I am several years your senior. There is a gap in combat experience and strength, Diaz explained. One day, you both will become the world's top warriors. There was no need to elaborate on Zaro, for Kuina's talent was also formidable. If all went as expected, she would undoubtedly become a powerful swordswoman. With the contest at an end, Yusaku escorted Diaz to the living room, where Diaz revealed his purpose. Producing a palm-sized block of carbonita alloy, he stated, "I am in search of an exceptional swordsmith who can forge this metal into a renowned blade." Gungshiro scrutinized the block of carbon alloy, then excused himself. Rising from his seat, he shortly returned bearing a knife with a white-handled hilt, the renowned Daikate number 21. Accompanied by the sword Wado Ikemanji. "My apologies," he said, drawing Wado Ikemanji and striking forcefully. Clang! Sparks erupted as the carbon alloy block was propelled aside, landing without a single mark upon its surface, its hardness astonishing, surpassing even that of Wado Ikemanji's material. Truly an exceptional substance for crafting fine blades. His father was a skilled swordsmith, and having been influenced by him, Gungshiro possessed a discerning eye, readily recognizing the extraordinary qualities of the carbon alloy block. "I comprehend your intentions," he said. "My father is indeed a swordsmith, though he has retreated from the world. I cannot say whether he would be willing to forge this blade. The good news is that Shimizuki G. Zabor still lives. However, I cannot ascertain if he would be inclined to assist. If possible, I would be most grateful. Please, follow me," Gungshiro urged as he stood. Diaz, having secured the carbon alloy block, trailed behind him. Under Gungshiro's guidance, they traversed the forest, arriving at a wooden cottage by the sea. Gungshiro rapped on the door. "Father? Gungshiro? What brings you here instead of the dojo?" The elderly voice emanated from within the cottage, and a disheveled old man emerged, his hair tied in a topknot and his brows furrowed, puffing on a pipe and exhaling a plume of white smoke. Shimizuki G. Zabor, the creator of Wado Ikemanji and Enma, was among the finest swordsmiths in the land of harmony. Gungshiro conveyed his purpose and prompted Diaz to present the carbon alloy block. "This metal is rather intriguing," remarked Shimizuki, stroking his chin. He then directly inquired, "What kind of sword do you desire, young man?" "As you see fit," Gungshiro replied. Shimizuki chuckled. "This is your material, and I have never encountered such top-tier substance before. It must not be squandered. I can forge a sword for you, naturally according to your specifications. I want the unparalleled Daikate." Such grand aspirations. The unparalleled Daikate is crafted in 12 variations, each a world-class masterpiece, with a worthy master to match its prestige. Do you consider yourself worthy? The unparalleled Daikate is not merely a fine blade. It requires an exceptional master as well. The sword and its wielder are mutually dependent, each enhancing the other. The original onit, crafted by the legendary swordsmith Tengu Yamafuru, was once wielded by the greatest swordsman of the land of harmony, renowned for feats that rivaled even Ryoma. The black blade, Yoru, belonged to the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. The Tsongyun slash was a great naginata wielded by Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, throughout his storied battles. Ace was the prize sword of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger? What binds these four unparalleled Daikates is that each possesses a master of global renown. They have collectively established the legendary reputation of the unparalleled Daikate. This young man is audacious indeed, demanding the unparalleled Daikate right from the outset. Diaz's eyes blazed with fervor. If he was to pursue this path, he would do it with excellence. He yearned for the unparalleled great blade, for he believed himself worthy of such a weapon. With it, he would conquer the world. One day, his blade would bring him renown. What ambition! This shall be my magnum opus. Shuangyue Jingsenlang laughed heartily, admiring the boundless zeal of the young man before him. With superior materials and a remarkable individual, perhaps under his guidance, the unparalleled great blade might truly come to fruition. He pondered whether the young scion of the Guangyue family was wielding his own blade with due diligence. Noticing the Muramesa at Diaz's waist, he unsheathed it and examined it closely. It was well maintained, a blade that could rival fine swords, and indeed, a splendid specimen. "Father, what do you mean? Young man, are you a practitioner of the dual sword style or the single sword style?" "Single sword style." "Then let this blade serve as the foundation, and this material as an augmentation. It can undoubtedly become a great sword. Whether it ascends to the level of the unparalleled great blade depends on your own prowess." Shuangyue Jingsenlang proposed a plan, to which Diaz readily agreed, responding, "Very well. All right, Jing Siro, prepare the materials. Young man, You shall remain here to assist for the next few days. Shuangyue Jingxinlang took the Muramesa and the carbon-nickel alloy into the wooden cabin. Jing Siro remarked. It seems father has acquiesced. Thank you for your recommendation, Mr. Jing Siro. Additionally, please ensure that Miss Guina does not ascend any ladders in the near future. Though it may sound absurd, given Guina's strength, a fall from a ladder could be fatal. It's best to exercise caution. Why? This is merely a suggestion. It would be wise to heed it, lest you regret it for a lifetime. Seeing Diaz's serious demeanor, Jing Siro acquiesced. I understand. Subsequently, Diaz collaborated with Shuangyue Jingxinlang to forge the carbon-nickel alloy. This material, known for its exceptional hardness, was also referred to as carbon-nickel steel. The dual blades of Deadpool were forged from this very substance, which appeared unremarkable yet was derived from a highly toxic ore. Once embedded within a body, it could inhibit cellular activity, capable of easily dispatching ordinary individuals and even the superhumanly regenerative Wolverine, as well as Deadpool himself. While it did not possess the hardness of vibranium or adamantium, it remained among the most formidable of metals. Diaz and Getsuke Zabor spent an extensive period igniting the metal until it glowed a fiery red. The two of them, each wielding a hammer, diligently forged the alloy, remelting Muramesa and blending it with the carbon alloy. For an entire week, Diaz and Getsuke Zabor worked tirelessly, their eyes bloodshot from the exhaustion, as Getsuke Zabor immersed the glowing blade into the specially prepared solution for quenching. He meticulously attached the hilt and guard to Muramesa. Thus, a brand new Muramesa was born. Here, give the blade a try. Getsuke Zabor offered the sword to Diaz. Grasping Muramesa firmly, Diaz gazed at the gleaming blade that reflected his own image. He plucked a strand of hair and blew gently upon the edge. In an instant, the hair snapped cleanly, a true demonstration of the blade's sharpness. Diaz stepped outdoors and effortlessly severed a large tree with a single swing, leaving behind a smooth and even cut. In terms of sharpness, it was truly impressive. With a flash of brilliance, the sword's energy erupted, creating a chasm spanning 20 to 30 meters, obliterating all trees in its path. Shuangyue Gingsan stroked his beard and remarked, "You have yet to fully harness the power of Murakami. The carbon alloy in your hand is laced with toxins. Should it wound an adversary, it will greatly aid you. I initially intended to forge a blade akin to Enma, capable of releasing the user's flowing cherry blossom, but considering your physique, I feared you might be drained in the process. Enma autonomously unleashes the user's armament haki, and if the user has not mastered it, they risk being drained to a husk. Given Diaz's condition, I chose a different path. The carbon alloy, combined with Murakami and my forging techniques, can replicate Enma's abilities. Additionally, I preserved Murakami's capacity to exude droplets, which, infused with the carbon alloy's potent toxins, will transform into lethal venom. By utilizing the carbon alloy and Murakami to their fullest potential, I have crafted a poison blade. Behold, this knife is coated in deadly toxins," he exclaimed. Thankfully, Diaz did not have a penchant for licking blades. It seems the toxins in the carbon alloy are akin to snake venom. They only become effective upon entering the bloodstream, posing no danger if ingested. "Thank you very much," Diaz said, sheathing his knife with heartfelt gratitude. "Ha ha ha. I shall not charge you for the forging fee. Let this blade become an unparalleled weapon, young man. I have high hopes for you." Shuangyue Gungsan clapped Diaz on the shoulder, then stretched lazily. "I am old now. After such prolonged labor, my body can scarcely endure. I shall take my rest." With hands clasped behind his back, Shuangyue Gungsan retreated into his room, and soon, the thunderous sound of snoring filled the air. Diaz, unable to resist, stifled a yawn. He, too, had not rested well in recent days. He settled beneath the eaves and succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. The gentle patter of rain grazed his face. Rubbing his eyes, he felt his stomach rumble. It was time to eat. Armed with an umbrella, he made his way to Shuangyue village and enjoyed a meal at the Isen dojo. As Diaz devoured a copious spread, both Kana and Zoro were left astounded. How can he eat so much? They wondered. Jing Siro chuckled. To eat well is a blessing. Drawing energy from food is a means of becoming stronger. "I want to eat too," Zoro declared, unwilling to concede. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks, determined to compete with Diaz, but he could hardly match Diaz's appetite. After 3 bowls, he was left with a bloated belly, unable to consume another morsel. Once satiated, Diaz sat beneath the eaves with Jing Siro, sipping tea. Jing Siro spoke earnestly. "Mr. Diaz, I am grateful for your previous guidance. My daughter nearly fell while climbing a ladder yesterday. Yesterday's harrowing episode nearly frightened Gung Sailang to death. Guena attempted to ascend a rickety ladder to retrieve a whetstone. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, Guena could have plummeted from above. While the fall itself would have been unfortunate, the real danger lay in a protruding nail on the floor beneath the ladder, the consequences of which are unimaginable. Although Gung Sailang was uncertain how Diaz became aware of the situation, he felt a profound gratitude toward him. I understand now. I will be more vigilant in the future. He reflected. Mr. Gung Sailang, both Guena and Zoro are destined to evolve into formidable swordsmen. You are indeed fortunate to have such a daughter and disciple. Gung Sailang came to terms with the situation, no longer troubled by Guena's gender hindering her potential to become the strongest. He simply wished for her to grow up safely and healthily. Diaz rose and proclaimed, they must ultimately witness the vastness of the world. Mr. Gung, the blade has been forged. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Diaz bid farewell to Gung Sailang and others, as Zoro shouted from behind. Diaz, one day I shall defeat you. I await that day. Diaz waved his hand and departed from Frostmoon Village, drifting aimlessly on the East Sea in his small boat. He touched the Pokemon egg that had not hatched for over half a year, wondering when it would finally break open. He felt as though the flowers he awaited were on the verge of wilting. The egg shook slightly, seemingly responding to Diaz, yet there were no signs of hatching. With no other option, Diaz could only wait, uncertain of what kind of creature would emerge. He hoped for a semi-divine being, if not, perhaps a bear-like creature, like Kappa Bear. After drifting for several days, Diaz anchored his boat near an island abundant with orange trees, their bright fruits hanging, ripe for picking. He plucked one and, after peeling it, savored its sweet and tangy flavor, finding it quite delightful. This tastes wonderful, I should buy some. It was not easy to find fruit at sea, and Diaz typically purchased a bounty to store in his system backpack. However, oranges were a rare treat, and now he could acquire a great many. Hey, who are you to steal from my family's orchard, you thief? The voice belonged to a petite girl with orange hair, dressed in a white dress. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, exuding an adorable charm. Apologies, but this orange looked delicious. Is this your orchard? I would gladly pay for it, Diaz replied, bending down to offer a belly to the little girl. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the currency, and she cheerfully accepted it. You're quite perceptive. My family's oranges are the finest. How many would you like? I can have Belmir give you a discount. Perhaps a large quantity, Belmir? By the way, what is your name, little girl? Nami. My name is Nami. What do you think? Are you captivated by my beauty? Nami posed with her hands on her hips, pride evident in her demeanor. So this is Kokoyashi Village, Diaz mused. Nami appeared to be no more than 8 or 9 years old. Who could possibly be enchanted by a flat-chested child of such tender age? In time, perhaps when you grow into a curvaceous beauty, I might reconsider. Now, lead me to meet your guardians. I am a significant customer. Diaz ruffled Nami's hair, appreciating its texture. Don't mess with my hair. I want to grow tall. Nami retorted, noticing the recording pointer on Diaz's wrist. Curiously, she asked, is that a compass? How unique. No, this is a recording pointer. An essential tool on the Grand Line. As Diaz walked, he imparted nautical knowledge about the Grand Line to Nami, who had harbored a fascination for such matters since childhood and was undeniably gifted. She absorbed the information swiftly and posed numerous inquiries, some of which Diaz, lacking the expertise of a professional navigator, found challenging to answer. He then retrieved a new recording pointer from his system bag, a precautionary purchase made on a nearby island to prevent the loss of his original device. This was merely a backup, as he possessed another spare as well. Is this truly for me? Nami expressed her delight for the recording pointer, which, while presently of little use to her, did not diminish her enthusiasm. Ah, it's nothing. I have more, Nami. You possess remarkable talent in meteorology, cartography, and navigation. You are destined to become a brilliant navigator. I aspire to chart the world's seas, she replied. And should you remain agreeable, I could persuade Belmir to reduce the price for you. Thank you, Miss Nami, he said. Upon arriving at her home, Nami found a crimson-haired woman smoking and tending to flowers in the yard. Nami proudly declared, Belmir, I have found you a significant client. Belmir's expression shifted upon seeing Diaz, but she quickly masked it with a smile. Come here, she beckoned. Okay, Nami complied, and Belmir instructed her to wait a moment. After ushering Nami inside, Diaz admired the vibrant flowers in the garden, appreciating the woman's zest for life. Suddenly, Belmir emerged, her gun aimed squarely at Diaz's head. Brando Diaz. A disgrace to the Navy, Your crimes include betrayal and obstructing the capture of the criminal fisher tiger, she stated softly, her finger poised on the trigger, ready to act upon any hostile movement from him. Belmir's abrupt action startled Diaz, yet it sent nearby neighbors into a frenzy. Upon learning of Diaz's status as a wanted criminal, they rushed inside, only to return wielding kitchen knives and hose to support Belmir. You seem to hold quite a reputation in this village, Diaz remarked with a smile. Your weaponry is standard Navy issue. A former Navy officer, I see. It appears you were quite the veteran. Silence, she retorted. Though I am retired, I will capture you and turn you over to the Navy. Belmir was indeed an exceptional former Navy officer, having encountered a young Nojiko and an infant Nami during the Battle of the Oiket Kingdom. She retired from the Navy for their sake, returning to her hometown to raise them by cultivating oranges. Enduring a meager existence yet striving to provide them with the best life possible. Such decisiveness, Diaz remarked, tilting his head and smiling at Nami. I assure you, I am a good person, despite being wanted. A disgrace to the Navy. Can one truly be a good person while aiding pirates? The East Blue is indeed insular. While I am uncertain how you obtained my wanted notice, surely you are aware of Fisher Tiger. The hero who infiltrated Mariejois and liberated thousands is someone I deeply admire. He should not perish at the hands of the Navy. Diaz is reluctant to engage in conflict with Belmir and the villagers of Caucasia. Is this your reason for betrayal? Is it not sufficient? The Navy's concept of justice, in my view, remains rather narrow. What do you understand? Former Navy personnel cannot endure such provocation. I believe that narrow-mindedness is adequate. Bang! A bullet soared through the air. Striking just above Diaz's head, the sound echoed as if it had collided with iron. Is this the Six Styles? Although Belmir has not practiced the Six Styles, she possesses some knowledge of them. The Six Styles, iron blocks, and the Navy's Six Styles are all within my grasp, if nothing unforeseen occurs. They likely intend to cultivate me as a key asset. Diaz is quite self-aware, as evidenced by the regard that Granny Crane and others hold for him. They wish to mold him into a particular kind of individual, but alas, their paths diverge. Yet you have betrayed. Indeed, I find my current life quite comfortable. Belmir possesses considerable strength, but after raising 2 daughters and neglecting her training for an extended period, compounded by financial struggles that often leave her unfed, her prowess has diminished. Though in her prime she might have posed a challenge to Diaz, in her current state, she stands no chance. Diaz gripped the gun barrel firmly and with a powerful twist, he bent the iron pipe, discarding it carelessly. He remarked, "Your oranges are quite good. I would like to purchase some. If nurtured properly, this young girl Nami could become a brilliant navigator. Surely, you would not wish for her to miss out on such excellent guidance? I will not sell them to you," Belmir declared, assuming a defensive stance. "If a battle is what you seek, I shall oblige. However, you cannot defeat me, and I have no desire to harm you." Diaz shook his head. In his view, aside from pirates and despicable individuals who deserved punishment, ordinary people were to be protected. "You shall not harm Belmir. This is yours," he declared, casting aside the item with disdain. Nami positioned herself protectively in front of Belmir and tossed the log pose to Diaz. Grasping the log pose, Diaz returned it to Nami with a smile, saying, "You seem to cherish this, do you not? Nami, children are the treasures of this world. I will not harm them. Nor will I harm ordinary folk, including your mother." They sealed their pact with a pinky swear. Nami raised her little finger, and Diaz extended his hand to join hers. Affirming their vow, a pinky promise, unbreakable for 100 years, the one who lies shall swallow 1,000 needles. The contract was established, and the violator would face severe consequences. Just as the two were about to speak further, a villager rushed in, panic evident on his face, exclaiming, "This is bad. This is terrible. The pirates are coming. The pirates are here." Everyone turned their gaze towards Diaz in unison. Diaz defended himself, "Though I am wanted, I am not a pirate." "Close enough," Belmir retorted, observing that the young man bore no malice. She realized that she could not overpower him. Had it not been for her daughter, she might have chosen to confront him fiercely. Now, however, she had no choice but to concede. Not quite. Diaz, filled with resignation, heard gunfire in the distance. Shortly after, a boisterous group of pirates approached, striding with an air of recklessness. "Heh, hand over all your valuables. I shall spare your lives." Their audacity was palpable. Diaz turned to Nami and remarked, "The spectacle that is about to unfold is not suitable for children. Best cover your eyes." Nami, with her hand shielding her gaze, peered through her fingers. Suddenly, Diaz vanished from sight, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. Within mere moments, several pirates lay lifeless on the ground, and the leader found himself ensnared by Diaz's grip, his neck twisted with force before being discarded like a rag doll. Such audacious fools. Daring to call themselves pirates with such paltry skills. They wouldn't even survive the Grand Line. Heh. The village's security officer, Adrian, rushed over. Astonished by Diaz's effortless dispatch of the pirates, he inquired of Belmere, "Who is he?" "A wanted criminal," she replied. "Huh?" Adrian gasped in disbelief. "How can one so powerful be a fugitive? How do we confront him?" Trembling, yet mustering courage, he declared, "Belmere, take Nami and Nojiko and flee quickly. I will hold him off." "Thank you, Adrian, but from what I see, he does not appear to be malicious. Everyone disperse. Adrian, please take care of these bodies." "Oh, understood." Diaz turned and inquired, "By the way, does anyone among you sell oranges? I am willing to pay a handsome price." He brandished a stack of berries in his hand, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of Belmere's mouth. "You can't possibly be here just to buy oranges, can you?" "Of course, your oranges are quite delectable," he replied. Nami tugged at Belmere's sleeve and remarked, "He has tasted the oranges from my house. I paid for them." Diaz interjected. "Indeed." Belmere sighed and asked, "How many can you purchase?" "All the oranges you have." "That is far too many. You wouldn't be able to consume them all. And I cannot allow such exquisite oranges to go to waste." "Rest assured, I have quite the appetite," Diaz declared, patting his stomach. "Please, come inside." After ascertaining that Diaz bore no ill will and acknowledging her inability to combat him, she adjusted her strategy and decided to engage in business with him. "I apologize for the intrusion." Upon entering the modest yet cozy abode, it appeared that Nojiko was not present, as her absence was noted. Nami brought a glass of water and said, "Here you go." "Thank you." Diaz accepted the glass and took a sip. Nami chuckled, "That will be 50 berries." "What a greedy little imp," he remarked. 50 berries were tossed her way, landing in Nami's hand. "Profit made." "Thank you, generous elder brother. Would you like a massage?" "No. Thank you. Your hands lack strength." Due to years of rigorous training, his muscles were quite firm, while this little girl struggled to lift even the slightest burden. A massage for himself was one thing, but perhaps a different kind of massage could be considered in the future. TCH, so stingy. Realizing she wouldn't earn any tips from Diaz, she began to inquire about maritime matters. Diaz, unreserved, retrieved a nautical chart and shared his knowledge with Nami. Watching the duo, Belmere sighed, uncertain whether engaging in business with this man was a wise decision. "Now let us discuss the price." Diaz placed Bailey on the table. "Having purchased everything, I believe it is sufficient. The remainder shall serve as nutritional and educational funds for Nami, along with a few suitable outfits." Diaz chuckled, remarking, "Nami is quite delightful." Belmere, holding Nami protectively, inquired warily, "You don't have any peculiar inclinations, do you?" "First of all, I am not a pervert. Secondly, my preference leans towards voluptuous older women. You, however, do not fit within my considerations." "Ah, this man is truly insufferable. I am a remarkably attractive mature woman." "You're not my type." Diaz, with a calm demeanor, replied, "A woman of 30 such as yourself." His words faltered mid-sentence as Belmere cast a fearsome glare his way, as if she might devour him whole in the next instant. "What do you mean by 30? A beautiful maiden." In that fleeting moment, Diaz felt he might meet a grim fate. Nami shot him a sideways glance. "Humph, men. Who taught you such things? Don't mimic that kind of talk." Diaz tugged at Nami's cheek playfully. "Ouch." Nami slapped Diaz's face, leaving a red mark. The Straw Hat crew's first combat strength was beginning to take shape. "I'm going to pick oranges. Please look after Nami for me," Belmere said. Donning her sun hat and grabbing a basket as she left home, entirely unconcerned about Diaz harming Nami. This man is a good person. With Belmere off to gather oranges, Diaz took the opportunity to impart some nautical knowledge to Nami, true to her genius as a navigator. She quickly grasped what Diaz had to offer and even extrapolated from it. "Well done. There is not much more I can teach you. But you can continue learning and expand your knowledge in the future," Diaz noted, gently caressing his Pokemon egg. "Where did you get that?" Nami tilted her head, intrigued. Gazing at the egg that was larger than her own head, she mused that if cooked, it might taste quite good, and asked, "Are you going to eat it?" Suddenly, the Pokemon egg seemed to sense the impending danger and, with a crack, a fissure appeared. "Goodness, you haven't emerged in quite a while. Are you truly that timid?" With another crack, more fissures appeared on the shell. Diaz's eyes widened as he cautiously set the egg down on the sofa. "Is something hatching from inside? Is it a little bird?" Nami inquired. "Not quite. I'm uncertain of what it is." But I hope it's a charming little creature that can fight. They observed intently the unfolding events before them. The cracks on the eggshell multiplied, and the little creature inside exerted itself to break free. Soon, a grayish-green blunt horn emerged, followed by a diminutive dinosaur-like being that shattered the shell. Waving its short little hands and presenting itself to Diaz and Nami. Upon witnessing this enchanting creature, Diaz was rendered completely speechless. This little being boasted skin as resilient as stone, adorned with a long, blunt horn atop its head, which had facilitated its emergence from the shell, marking its arrival as a newly hatched wonder. Its large red eyes sparkled like exquisite rubies, while its short arms and feet, each with a single toe, added to its adorable charm. A diamond-shaped red scale covered its abdomen, and 4 diamond-patterned black spots adorned its waist. Its tail tapered into a conical shape, encircled by a band-like structure. This was a young Gyarados, also known as the juvenile version of Gyarados. Upon evolution into Gyarados, it would become the king of sandstorms. Seizing control of the weather signifies success. Reclaiming the glory of the sandstorm is our undeniable duty. While one might say it is easy to care for, as it merely requires soil for sustenance, the young Gyarados possesses an insatiable appetite, having been known to consume an entire mountain. Though Snorlax is renowned for its voraciousness, it pales in comparison to Gyarados. Ding! The Pokemon egg has hatched, and the pet store subsystem is now open. With a gentle chime from the system, 8 items sprang forth before Diaz. Cherry berry, priced at 1,000 berries, can cure paralysis. Apple berry, at 500 berries, resembles an apple and offers a medley of flavors without a hint of bitterness. Golden energy cube, costing 5,000 berries, is a premium energy cube, one of the finest foods for Pokemon, and is also edible for humans. Standard Pokeball, priced at 500 berries, allows for the capture of Pokemon. Firestone, which can facilitate the evolution of certain fire-type Pokemon. A quick scan revealed that many items were tailored for the young Gyarados, including several staples like the energy cubes and berries, alongside a few slots that refresh daily with different products, indicating the system's confidence in its offerings. Indeed, the young Gyarados evolves into a formidable creature. The crux of the matter is that this little one truly has a voracious appetite, even if it merely consumes soil. Where would it find such a bounty over the vast ocean? If one wishes to prevent this small creature from devouring itself out of hunger, expenditure is unavoidable. Oh dear, the young Gyarados nibbled on its own eggshell, already showcasing its gluttonous nature at such a tender age. Diaz cast a glance at the young Gyarados. Young Gyarados type, rock ground gender, male ability, tenacity moves, tackle, glare, curse awe, it should be harmless to me. With a sense of optimism, Diaz purchased a block of energy and placed it before the young Gyarados. Upon seeing the pile of energy blocks, the little creature sniffed the air, its eyes sparkling with delight. Yuji. In mere moments, it devoured its shell and then dove into the energy blocks, its tiny feet wiggling joyfully. What an adorable little creature. What is it? Nami inquired with curiosity. It is a young Gyarados, the offspring of the Sandstorm Monarch, Diaz replied. Once it matures, it will become exceedingly powerful. Is that so? It eats so quickly, it's finished already. In a manner reminiscent of a whirlwind, the entire pile of energy blocks was consumed, but the little one appeared unsatisfied. With a bite, it sank its teeth into the floor of Nami's home, tearing through it amidst her astonished exclamations, and began gnawing on the very foundation of her abode. Diaz promptly lifted the small dinosaur above his head, exclaiming, "This one is not for consumption." The young Giratina appeared quite distressed, its tiny hands patting its little belly, seemingly still unsated. The rumors of it devouring an entire mountain seemed to hold a kernel of truth. However, everything that the young Giratina consumed would accumulate as energy. Once it had amassed sufficient nourishment in this form, it would evolve into its pupal stage, transforming into Sandshrew. In this form, it was incapable of consuming food until it evolved into Banquilus. Nevertheless, the nutritional requirements for the young Giratina were substantial. The notion of it consuming an entire mountain merely referred to the minimal sustenance required for evolution, barely scraping by to reach the threshold for transformation. To cultivate an exceptional Banquilus would demand considerable resources. In comparison, Snorlax's appetite seemed trivial before the elder Banquilus. Rest assured, you shall not go hungry. What I eat, you shall also partake in, Diaz assured with a thump of his chest, producing a red and white Pokeball. Are you willing? The young Giratina joyfully nodded, its tiny hand pressing the button on the Pokeball, and in a flash of red light, it was drawn inside. The Pokeball shook symbolically 3 times before coming to a halt. I have captured the young Giratina. Diaz struck a classic pose reminiscent of the wise elder. Though he was far from foolish, having released or relocated numerous Pokemon. You've caught it in a ball? Nami exclaimed, her eyes wide. The events of the day far surpassed any grand spectacle she had witnessed in her memory. Diaz released the young Gyarados and brought it to an open area. Pointing at the soil and instructing, eat. The young Gyarados eagerly dove into the earth, voraciously consuming the dirt, swiftly burying itself within. It had mastered the art of biting and digging. Remarkable. It had acquired 2 skills so rapidly. Yet, upon reflection, since both skills were related to nourishment, his astonishment diminished. After all, his Gyarados must possess a unique talent, which would prove advantageous in this world. Should it pursue a special attack path, it could learn a plethora of moves across various types, expanding its offensive capabilities: Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Water Tail, Ice Punch, Flamethrower, Blizzard, and more. Even though it was of rock and dark types, this would not hinder its ability to learn such a diverse range of moves, making it a formidable contender. Once the sandstorm commenced, it would reign as the Sandstorm Monarch. However, first, the young Gyarados needed to evolve, and it was imperative to amass nutrients to their utmost limit. Only then could it transform into a more powerful Gyarados. The evolution stone would enable the Pokemon wearing it to suppress the evolutionary light, preventing their evolution. Diaz intended to acquire one, only to discover it priced at 10 million berries. What a ripoff. System, is there any quicker way to make money? Gritting his teeth, he decided to wait and save up first. As he pondered, the ground beneath him became loose, and he suddenly fell into a large pit. He spotted the young Gyarados nestled within, patting its slightly round belly, appearing quite satiated. Had it truly consumed an amount of soil equivalent to the size of a room in such a brief time? Could he genuinely afford to care for this little creature? Diaz once again found himself questioning his financial situation. Suddenly, a small Ujira approached with its little legs, leaping into Diaz's embrace, clearly fond of its master. Weighing in at 72 kilograms, the little creature posed no challenge for Diaz. A typical person might struggle to lift it. Most individuals in this world possess the physique of a super rookie, making it effortless for them to cradle not only Ujira but even the tiny Nebula with ease. All right. Now that we are temporarily satiated, let us return, Diaz suggested. With Ujira nestled in his arms, he jumped out of the large pit, which, once filled with water, might serve as a home for some fish. Nami stood at the edge of the pit, and Ujira waved its short little arms at her, looking utterly adorable. Newly born. It bore no resemblance to the fierce Bangelas, but instead radiated cuteness. How delightful! Nami exclaimed, eager to hold it, but Diaz quickly intervened, saying, it's too heavy. You likely cannot lift it just yet. Impossible, it's so small. Nami retorted, her disbelief evident. Undeterred, Diaz placed Ujira on the ground. Nami crouched down, extending her arms in an attempt to lift the little creature. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Her face flushed as she struggled to lift it. How could this be? This little one was so diminutive. I told you Ujira is quite heavy. Do not be deceived by its size. Its body density is remarkably high. Diaz tapped on Ujira's gray-green shell, producing a sound akin to metal. What a jest. I feel this little creature weighs more than I do. With ease. He cradled the small dinosaur in his arms. Well then, let us wait for Miss Belmare to return, after which I must take my leave. Are you leaving already? Indeed. I do not wish to be caught by the Navy, though they would struggle to apprehend me, Diaz replied. Before long, Belmare arrived with several villagers, bringing along numerous baskets of oranges. This should be sufficient for you, she declared. It was enough before. Now suddenly, Ujira leaped from Diaz's arms into the basket, grabbing one orange in each hand and devouring them without pause. Ah, post-meal fruits. My master is truly kind to me. I must strive to grow stronger and repay him in kind. Such is the nature of Pokemon. When treated well, they reciprocate with affection. Is this your pet? Yes. It has just been born. Diaz gazed at the little dinosaur, which had already devoured an entire basket of oranges, revealing its teeth. Well, no cavities. He noted. This Pokemon has quite the strong set of teeth, considering it consumes soil and minerals. Diaz lifted the large wooden box filled with oranges with one hand, while young Kira's volunteered to take a few oranges from Nami, eager to alleviate some of Diaz's burden. How adorable. Nami felt a twinge of reluctance towards young Kira's. The little one devoured an orange, waved at Nami, and chirped, Yoji, Yoji, we shall meet again. By the way, Nami, if you ever encounter a boy named Momonosuke, do not be deceived by his appearance. The moment you see him, cast him into the sea without hesitation. That fellow is certainly not to be trusted. Exercise caution with anyone named Momonosuke, even if they are but a child. Why? There is no reason. Anyone named Momonosuke is not a good person. Diaz repeatedly cautioned and bid farewell to Nami and her family. As they walked, young Kira struggled to keep pace with Diaz's long strides, prompting Diaz to slow down and wait for him. Young Kira's, curious about everything around, ambled along, and soon they arrived at the seaside, where they spotted a group of Navy soldiers approaching Coco Village. "That's him," a villager exclaimed, pointing at Diaz. "He is the notorious pirate we are after." "Oh, so there was a traitor among them?" Not everyone is fearless when it comes to wanted criminals, especially those with a hefty bounty like Diaz. As they surveyed the Navy, the leader, a colonel wearing a mouse hat with a pair of thin mustaches, had a shifty gaze that emanated a distinctly treacherous air. This must be the Mouse Colonel. Had he not rescued Tiger, then Arlong would soon arrive in Coco Village, and this Mouse Colonel, having been bribed by Arlong, would turn a blind eye to the plight of the village, a corrupt navy complicit in Arlong's schemes to seize the 100 million berries that Nami had painstakingly accumulated. The Mouse Colonel stroked his thin mustaches and chuckled sinisterly. "Hee, Diaz. You wander into my territory despite the paths of paradise before you and the gates of hell behind you. How bold of you. Since you have come, do not expect to leave alive. Who gave you the audacity?" Young Kira's glared fiercely. Yoji, the ferocious little dinosaur, startled several Navy soldiers. The Mouse Colonel snorted and issued the command to attack. "Very well, young Kira's is not yet suited for battle. I shall take charge." Diaz set down the oranges and vanished from the sight of the Navy. All the Mouse Colonel could hear were the anguished cries of his men as they fell to the ground, some unconscious, others writhing in pain. "Now, it seems it is just you and me, Colonel." Diaz grasped his neck and lifted him effortlessly, declaring, "You truly are audacious. Growing complacent in this tranquil corner of the East Blue, neglecting your training, consumed by greed. In this remote land, where the Emperor's reach is far, no one dares to challenge you. Alas, your luck has run out, for you have crossed paths with me. Spare me, spare my life." Colonel Mouse trembled with fear, desperately attempting to pry open Diaz's grip with trembling hands, but his strength paled in comparison to that of Diaz. The hand constricting his throat tightened gradually, and he felt as though he were being beckoned by the specter of death. With a sickening crack, his cervical vertebrae shattered, and Diaz discarded him as one might dispose of refuse. Turning his gaze towards the terrified villagers huddled on the ground, young Gilas seized hold of a villager's leg, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as the unfortunate soul was sent hurtling through the air, completely at the mercy of the creature. Young Gilas spat out the blood it had tasted, finding it utterly unpalatable, lacking the delightful flavor of earth. Hastily, it took a couple of mouthfuls of dirt to cleanse its palate, then looked expectantly at Diaz. "Well done." Diaz tossed 2 oranges over, and young Gilas leaped up to catch them with glee, thoroughly satisfied. Storing the oranges away, he embraced young Gilas and departed. This time, he did not board his small vessel but instead climbed aboard a warship, unceremoniously tossing the naval guards overboard before commandeering the ship. As a wanted criminal, he was obliged to engage in the deeds befitting his status. He had only slain Colonel Mouse among the naval personnel, sparing the others, though their injuries would likely require a considerable time to heal. Young Gilas perched at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the endless azure expanse of the sea, eyes widening in awe. "Oh, what a magnificent world." At the helm, Diaz declared, "Our next destination is the kingdom of Goya, where the nobility is affluent, albeit many are scoundrels." Young Kira, somewhat perplexed, rubbed his stomach, feeling a twinge of hunger. Diaz, in a state of resignation, purchased a considerable amount of energy cubes, which he arranged upon the deck. Young Jiras leaped eagerly into the pile of energy cubes, indulging in their delightful taste. Grabbing a golden energy cube, Diaz popped it into his mouth, savoring its sweet and tangy flavor, while a surge of energy coursed through him. Remarkably, this little creature feasted on fare that surpassed my own. The energy cubes, made from fruit, are indeed consumable by humans as well. As they sailed onward, they arrived at the windmill village in the East Blue Kingdom of Goa. This quaint village is the hometown of the naval hero, Garp, as well as that of Dragon and Luffy. Not far away lies the Kingdom of Goa, renowned as the most beautiful nation in the East Blue. Its interior is impeccably pristine and breathtakingly exquisite. In truth, this is merely the result of the aristocracy and royalty meticulously expelling unnecessary elements, casting refuse and common folk into the uncertain terminus beyond the city limits. This nation stands as a quintessential example of a segregated society. The nobility is decadent, and the royalty is ignorant. It is nothing short of a miracle that this nation continues to exist. Windmill Village, a serene and beautiful hamlet, enveloped Diaz in a sense of tranquility, while young Diaz perched upon his shoulder, nodding solemnly. Gurgle. Hunger struck once more. Apologetically clutching his belly, Diaz declared, "Let us go and dine." Entering the village's sole tavern, they found it bustling with patrons, exuding a lively atmosphere. "Welcome. What can I get for you?" The warm-hearted hostess, Machino, greeted them with a heartwarming smile upon seeing Diaz and young Diaz. "My companion and I are famished, dear proprietress. Please bring us an abundance of dishes. We have quite the appetite." Young Diaz raised a hand, affirming the sentiment. "Very well. Please place your order," Machino replied, handing over the menu. Diaz and young Diaz deliberated, selecting a few items. "Is it these three?" Machino inquired, holding the menu. "None of those. We would like one of everything else." Machino was taken aback. "With so many guests, will you be able to finish?" "Fear not. I possess a hearty appetite, and this little one is an exceptional eater." Young Diaz struck a pose, hands on hips, exuding an air of confidence. Amused by its adorable demeanor, Diaz nodded and said, "Very well. Please allow me a moment to have the chef prepare the order." Before long, dishes began to arrive one after another, and Diaz and young Diaz immersed themselves in their meal. Crunch. Young Diaz devoured an entire plate, astonishing both Machino and the other patrons. "Is it all right for it to eat like that?" a patron queried. "Absolutely," Diaz replied, cheeks puffed as he swallowed his food. "It is quite remarkable. No need for concern. Please bring another table's worth of dishes." Certainly." Due to the presence of a single chef, Margino also ventured into the kitchen to offer assistance. Diaz and Yogilas dined swiftly, leaving the chef and Margino in a flurry of activity. With satisfaction, they patted their bellies. The meal consisted of home-style dishes that, while simple, were delightful in flavor and imbued with a sense of warmth reminiscent of home. "Madam, the bill, please." Diaz, having finished his meal and paid the bill, along with the cost of the plate devoured by young Diaz, emerged from the tavern, both he and his beast patting their bellies in satisfaction. Young Diaz. Now that we are well fed, it is time for us to commence our work." Young Diaz nodded in agreement. After inquiring with a villager about the direction to the capital of the Kingdom of Goya, they had scarcely taken a few steps when they encountered a robust elderly gentleman clad in a floral shirt and flip-flops, with streaks of gray at his temples. It was none other than the naval hero, Iron Fist Carp. "Goodness, the old fellow has returned for a holiday." Young man, why do I find you somewhat familiar?" Carp inquired, stroking the beard on his chin. Diaz was drenched in cold sweat, clinging to the hope of remaining unnoticed. However, Carp scrutinized him closely and suddenly recognized him. Wasn't this Diaz? Caught in the act, he swiftly scooped up the young Giratina and turned to flee. With a flicker of movement, and without a moment's hesitation, he executed the 6 styles with commendable finesse. Yet, this speed was still insufficient before me. Carp planted his feet firmly on the ground, causing the earth to cave in momentarily, and propelled himself forward like a cannonball, reaching Diaz in the blink of an eye. "Winky face, my goodness, is this still human? Let me see how well you have trained." A fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down towards Diaz's head. Diaz's body appeared as if it were devoid of bones, resembling a mere sheet of paper. With the force of Carp's powerful punch, he was sent hurtling through the air. "Young Giratina, return." The Pak ball was summoned, and as Murakumo was drawn, it clashed with Carp's incoming fist. Despite lacking the infusion of hockey, why was it still so resilient? In shock, his mind raced to devise an escape, for against Carp, running was the only viable option. Yet, did he truly possess that opportunity? Do not look around in battle. Carp leaped forward, and Diaz's jade shield unfurled. Carp's fist struck it, and the shield shattered like thin parchment, the blow landing squarely on him. With a thunderous crash, Diaz was driven into the ground, coughing up blood. The disparity in strength was staggering. Truly, he was a naval hero. This was reckless. The sun beat down upon him, initiating a process of healing through photosynthesis. While he adjusted his breathing, the energy of the waves also mended his wounds. Rising from the pit, he found Carp standing before him, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. "You've trained well, but alas, it would have been better had you been a naval officer." "There is little I can do. The naval ethos does not align with my values," Diaz replied with a resigned smile. "You are unfortunate to have encountered me," Carp stated. "As a naval officer, I shall escort you back to headquarters," he added, Your betrayal has not sat well with Xiaohe and Zifa. I am truly sorry, Diaz said. But I believe Tiger did not deserve to die. That is not for you to decide, nor is it for me, Carp retorted, grasping one of Diaz's hands and pulling him along. The tides had turned, and now it was Diaz who was being led away, with no means to resist. He surrendered to Carp's dominance. Before the gaze of onlookers, Carp ascended the mountain with Diaz, conversing as they walked. I shall introduce you to my grandchildren, so they may witness the fate of pirates. I am not a pirate. I am merely a fugitive, Diaz protested. Do not conflate me with pirates. Indeed. Then assist this old man, Carp chuckled. My two grandsons can be quite unruly, ha 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 ha. As if struck by a thought, Carp laughed heartily. Diaz implored, please, let me go. I can walk on my own. That will not do. What if you attempt to flee? I could not outrun you anyway. True enough. Carp released Diaz, and they continued up the mountain together. Along the way, Carp inquired about Diaz's reasons for betrayal, questioning whether he simply believed Tiger did not deserve death. Of course, he saved so many lives, Diaz replied. He was a hero. Your words carry no weight, nor do mine, Carp responded. Those celestial dragons are a disgrace, creating their own mess and expecting the Navy to clean it up. It is utterly intolerable, a bunch of worthless fools. He suddenly recalled that perhaps it was inappropriate to mention it directly, and thus waved his hand dismissively, saying, forget what I just said, you may consider it unheard. Do you think this information can simply be retracted? Carp, the power of the retract fruit is indeed formidable. Yet, among the entire Navy, only Carp would dare to openly declare the celestial dragons as trash. As for the matter concerning you, I shall pretend not to have seen it. Moreover, what is the situation with that warship at the port? Carp resolved to release Diaz, that troublesome brat, although his betrayal of the Navy was somewhat disheartening. Who could deny the truth in his words? It was indeed a pity that Tiger had perished. It was taken from a naval scoundrel. After discussing the actions of Colonel Mouse with Carp, he spat disdainfully. TSK, has decadence said it due to excessive comfort? It appears the East Blue requires some rectification. They ascended the mountain and arrived at a quaint wooden cabin, where a middle-aged woman with yellow curly hair was hanging clothes at the door, cursing while smoking. Where have those mischievous boys, Ace and Luffy, wandered off to now? Big sister, they have gone hunting. The morning and midday meals for this band of mountain bandits were provided by the game Ace and Luffy brought. Hey, Dayton, Carp called out, startling Dayton and the others, causing them to fall to the ground. And Mr. Carp? Where is my beloved grandson? He has gone hunting. I see, indeed. They must train hard to become excellent members of the Navy. Truly, he is my grandson. Carp crossed his arms, nodding earnestly, deeply pleased with the boys' commitment to training. No, they aspire to become pirates. Dayton and the others inwardly grumbled. Diaz inwardly expressed his frustration at the absurdity of training a group of mountain bandits to become part of the Navy, leading to the emergence of pirates. It was quite exasperating. Ace and Luffy, one the son of the Pirate King, the other the progeny of the world's most notorious criminal, both bore remarkable identities. Even Garp could only stand by. Should the Navy uncover their true lineage, an array of perilous situations would inevitably ensue. Had it not been for these heavy identities, Garp would have taken his grandsons to the military camp long ago, where they would have been immersed in the naval environment, making it strange indeed if it did not become soldiers. Mr. Garp, this lad is. Dayton, upon seeing Diaz, felt a surge of panic. Surely Garp isn't planning to leave another child for me to care for? She thought. No, two mischievous brats are already enough to handle. They were the descendants of former naval comrades, now standing before her. Indeed, they even managed to give me a good thrashing. My chest still aches. Though the injury was gradually healing, discomfort lingered. Dayton sighed in relief, thinking she would not have to take on another. Dayton, we're back. I want meat. Two large wild boars were tossed at the entrance as the two boys descended from the trees, one freckled and the other adorned with a signature straw hat. Upon spotting Garp, they were taken aback. Gramps, what are you doing here? Boom. Ace, call me Grandpa. And you too, Luffy. Why shouldn't I be here? I'm here to see my beloved grandsons, Garp exclaimed, delivering playful punches to both, who yelped in response. Diaz's gaze was profound as he watched Luffy writhing on the ground in pain. The rubber fruit? No, it was the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Nika form. After over 1,000 episodes of calling it the rubber fruit, it had unexpectedly transformed into the Nika fruit. The only one who had consumed the original was Chopper. What a downfall, my family. Old man, who is he? Ace inquired, clutching the bump on his head, sensing that this individual was formidable. He is a wanted criminal pursued by the Navy, and you should refer to me as Grandpa, Carp remarked, digging at his nose with his pinky. A wanted criminal? Is he a pirate? Do you know Shanks? Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Diaz replied, I am not a pirate, nor do I know the red-haired Shanks. Besides, being a pirate is not all that great. That's not true. Pirates are incredibly free. I want to become the Pirate King, little Luffy declared, hands on his hips. And then, well, I'll eat a mountain of meat. All right, it's just like you. In your mind, there's nothing but the Pirate King and meat. Even the beauty of the Empress pales in comparison to 2 pieces of meat. I have always believed that the Pirate King deserves to die. Diaz's words made Ace clench his fists. Pirates commit atrocities, wreak havoc, and even if their freedom glosses over their sins, it cannot obscure their inherent bloodshed and cruelty. Pirates? A bunch of scoundrels. That's not the case. Luffy retorted, unsure of how to defend his stance. I don't care. Pirates are the strongest in this world. Just like Shanks. Bang. A large bump appeared on Luffy's head as Carp fumed. You little rascal. Have you been poisoned by Shanks? You and Ace are destined to become formidable Navy officers, not pirates. Beware, I might just clean house. It hurts. It hurts. I'm rubber. So why can Grandpa's fists still hurt me? Luffy cried out in pain, while Ace shielded his younger brother. You old coot. Don't bully Luffy. You won't even call me Grandpa anymore, huh? You little brat. Diaz, teach Ace a lesson. Show him the gap between you two. Wait, why should I discipline my grandson? Reluctantly, Diaz rolled up his sleeves and said, I'll go easy on him. Aren't you a wanted criminal? I used to be in the Navy, but due to certain circumstances, I was wanted. However, I despise pirates and the Pirate King. For his last words brought immense suffering to the people of this world. Ordinary individuals struggle just to survive, and pirates only exacerbate their hardships. Diaz's words rendered Ace silent. Yet he still raised the pipe in his hand. I don't care what you think. Luffy and I will set sail and become pirates. I will become the Pirate King. No way, it will be me who becomes the Pirate King. Luffy exclaimed, tears and snot streaming down his face. You fool. Ace raised the water pipe and charged forward, delivering a powerful strike akin to the legendary Huashan split. With immense force, Diaz raised his hand to intercept it. What? I shall make you aware of the disparity between us. Even if you are the grandson of Admiral Carp, I will still give you a thrashing. If you lose, you shall join the Navy. Absolutely not. Ace exerted himself, attempting to withdraw the water pipe, yet it remained steadfast. Carp, seated on the ground, remarked, Ace. Diaz had already ventured across the seas at the same age as Luffy. He is a seasoned warrior, having entered the Navy's recruit camp, mastered the 6 styles, and graduated ahead of schedule, becoming the youngest second lieutenant in the Navy. The gap between you two is indeed considerable. Humph. Ace, unwilling to concede. Relinquish the water pipe and engage Diaz in close combat. Too slow. There are vulnerabilities everywhere. Diaz seized the water pipe, instantly discerning Ace's vulnerability, and struck him in the abdomen with it. With a resounding thud, Ace was propelled backward, colliding with a tree, which swayed violently, shedding countless leaves. Coughing, he clutched his stomach and rose to his feet, only to charge at Diaz once more. Diaz discarded the water pipe and engaged Ace in close combat. One cannot help but commend Ace, the son of the Pirate King, for his remarkable talent. Coupled with the rigorous upbringing by Garp and the formidable physique he had developed through battles against wild beasts in the mountains, Ace, at merely 12 or 13 years of age, surpassed many pirates in the East Blue. Hesitation, indeed, leads to defeat. Diaz deftly evaded Ace's punch, delivering a powerful blow to his chest that sent Ace hurtling through the air once more. Frustratingly, how could one possess such strength? This exemplifies the chasm that exists between us, without a systematic approach to mastering combat skills. Relying solely on innate talent and a naturally gifted physique will ultimately lead to a dead end. You have lost. Come again. A tightening sensation enveloped his throat as Diaz appeared before Ace, grasping his neck and lifting him off the ground. The suffocating feeling coursed through Ace's body. Tell me, do you aspire to be a pirate? Indeed. Then, to prevent you from endangering the innocent, it would be only reasonable to end your life, wouldn't it? I will become the Pirate King. With his palm gradually clenching, Ace's face flushed red as he struggled futilely, the shadow of death looming over him. Carp interjected, release him. Diaz, that's enough. Humph. Lowering Ace, Diaz questioned, what compels one to become a pirate? The elusive promise of a great treasure? How utterly ridiculous. Your beliefs amuse me. Much like the notion of the Pirate King. On what grounds do you deem the Pirate King laughable? Ace loathed yet idolized his father. The Pirate King achieved feats that seemed unattainable, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. Diaz crouched down, grasping Ace's hair, and coldly remarked, "Much of the current piracy is a direct consequence of his actions. Have you ever witnessed the anguished cries of those who have lost loved ones to pirates? Have you ever seen burning villages? Have you encountered the bodies, eviscerated and left to rot in the wilderness? Have you witnessed young girls, akin to your own age, subjected to the indignities of pirates? You have not, but I have, and it is akin to descending into hell. The era of great pirates that Roger unleashed has granted the world a so-called opportunity. Waiting for Joy Boy or similar notions, Diaz held no interest in such trifles. All he knew was that because of Roger, countless pirates surged into the seas, and it is the ordinary people who have always borne the brunt of the suffering. A band of marauders, unproductive and reckless, resorting to theft when funds dwindle, indulging in a life of decadence while believing themselves to be formidable. How utterly laughable. You care not for these realities. Your sole concern is whether you can venture into the sea and become a pirate." Diaz's words silenced Ace, leaving him devoid of any rebuttal. Only that fool Luffy exclaimed, "I don't care about any of this. I will become the pirate king." Luffy. Carp was infuriated, ready to unleash his iron fist of love, but Ace once again stood protectively in front of his younger brother. "Old man, is what he said true? What? Being the pirate king is wrong. From the perspective of ordinary people in the Navy, indeed it is." Carp scratched his head, becoming pensive. Roger's actions were unforeseen. It was precisely due to his final words that the number of pirates flooding the seas in recent years has multiplied several times over, leaving the Navy busier than ever before. And what do you think? Of course it's wrong. Had I known he would do this, I should have throttled him in prison. Carp huffed, acknowledging that the events had transpired and that lamentation served no purpose. "But I still want to be a pirate." "Well, that goes without saying. I shall take you down right here." Diaz sharpened his blade menacingly, while Luffy swung his tiny fists, extending his arm. Diaz seized it and tossed him aside. "Ace." Carp was nearly beside himself with rage. "Whose stubbornness does he inherit? I am the son of the pirate king. Isn't it natural for me to become a pirate?" The revelation struck the Dayton pirates with fear, their faces paling. Diaz drew his knife. "The son of the pirate king? Rear Admiral Carp. You truly have prepared the Navy a grand surprise." "Ha." Carp waved dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing. I am not praising you." This farce concluded with Carp's intervention, leaving Ace sullen while Luffy continued to challenge Diaz, only to be distracted when Diaz tossed a piece of meat, prompting Luffy to chase after it. Not the brightest of situations. How did Carp father someone as intelligent as Dragon? And how did Dragon end up with a fool like Luffy? Did the entire intellect of the monkey family go to Dragon? As night fell, a group gathered around a campfire, indulging in roasted meat. Carp bit into his portion, listening to Diaz recount his recent encounters with pirate skirmishes. Ace, puzzled, inquired, "What if there are good people among the pirates?" "Good people? Out of 10 pirates executed, there may be one wrongfully accused, but 9 of them are undoubtedly scoundrels. Ask Rear Admiral Carp how many good people he has captured over the years," Diaz scoffed. Ace glanced over to see Carp crushing the meat with bone and swallowing it whole, responding, "Not many. You could count them on one hand. Pirates are a bunch of scum, though they can't compare to the celestial dragons." Just as Carp stated, pirates are indeed wretches, and the principle of not letting a guilty one go unpunished applies to them. Young Kira's and Luffy began to tussle over the meat, with Luffy being knocked aside by young Kira's, who happily gnawed on the meat. "That was mine." Yoji, the young Jiras, utilized a bite attack with remarkable efficacy. Luffy, despite howling in pain, endured the agony, driven by his insatiable hunger, and sought to snatch food from Jiras' mouth. Yet, what if a mistake were made? When he raises his blade against you, he has already sealed his fate. To mingle in this world, one must be prepared for death. Haha. Ace. The resolve of that Diaz lad far surpasses yours. He possesses his own judgment. Conversely, is becoming a pirate truly so commendable for you too? Carp questioned his grandson. Although he was the offspring of a formidable rival, Ace remained his grandson, and that truth had never wavered. It was certainly not for the sake of exploiting Roger's legacy. Absolutely not. Of course, being a pirate does have its allure, freedom. I yearn for freedom. Are you not free now? Diaz remarked. Mr. Carp has not interfered with your desires beyond prohibiting you from becoming a pirate. He has not altered your will. You are free to go wherever you wish. To the world government. You are the child of a demon. Mr. Carp wishes for you to be part of the Navy to safeguard you better. Do you not appreciate his intentions? You are aware of the immense peril involved in a Navy hero protecting the child of the Pirate King, and you would not want to witness Mr. Carp being stripped of his rank and thrust upon the executioner's platform, would you? It is profoundly ironic for a Navy hero, who has pursued the pirate king throughout his life, to perish for raising the son of that same pirate king. Naturally, this scenario is implausible. Carp is a Navy hero, the very embodiment of its ethos, feared by even the celestial dragons and the Gorosei. Should he be threatened, the Navy would crumble, and reassembling its strength would not be a simple endeavor. Ace clenched his fists. Although he derisively called Carp an old fool, he was indeed his grandfather. Ace, you are free. Your mother sacrificed her life to ensure your survival. I wish for you to become a Navy officer, to live honorably in this world. This whimsical old man spoke earnestly, wishing to steer his grandsons away from the path of villainy. How many good pirates exist? If Ace and Luffy were to become pirates, there might come a day when he would have to take a stand against them. Villains do not deserve sympathy, yet family is different. If that day were to arise, he could not raise his fist against his own grandchildren. Even a Navy hero has vulnerabilities. He lowered his head, remorseful. If Sabo were still alive, I could entrust my dreams to him. However, I will carry Sabo's aspirations forward. Sabo Carp remembered that boy, the sworn brother of Ace and Luffy, who harbored dreams of setting sail, but had tragically succumbed not long ago in the kingdom of Goa. Diaz cradled the small dinosaur that had been vying with Luffy for food, offering it a plate of energy cubes. Sabo? Is he the golden-haired boy dressed in blue, sporting goggles on his cap? You know, I happened to encounter a group of revolutionaries on the road, among them a wounded, amnesiac lad from the East Blue, who only remembers his name as Sabo. Diaz rambled. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, and even Luffy paused his eating. As Sabo, is he still alive? Perhaps. I can't be certain if it's him, Diaz replied. The revolutionaries? Carp scoffed, that ungrateful wretch. Well, if that's the case, Sabo should be safe, together with Luffy's father. Luffy's father? Huh. I have a dad. Ace and Luffy were taken aback. Carp continued, your father is Monkey D. Dragon, a revolutionary. I've heard that the tiger Diaz rescued is also involved with them. TCH, a troublesome bunch indeed. Hey, Diaz, didn't TU rush in to help? I couldn't match their strength, Diaz lamented. What nonsense. Dragon's power is conservatively estimated to be at an admiral level. After all, Carp trained him. How could you possibly think you'd stand a chance? If you confronted him, you'd just be left at his mercy. Your strength is indeed somewhat lacking compared to theirs. I heard you've awakened Conqueror's Haki? Yes, but I don't know how to use it, Diaz replied helplessly. Conqueror's Haki is enigmatic. Although I've awakened it, I can't wield it. Mr. Carp, please teach me. Carp, comparing himself to Roger, found it hard to believe that he couldn't use Conqueror's Haki. Most top-tier fighters could. If Carp were unable to, he would fall short in combat against Roger and certainly wouldn't be chasing him across the seas. Conqueror's Haki is intuitive, an extension of one's will. Something like that, Carp explained. An overwhelming aura emanating from him. Ace's expression shifted dramatically as the nearby Dayton's group fell unconscious under Carp's Conqueror's Haki. I don't particularly enjoy using Conqueror's Haki. I find Armament Haki much more comfortable, Carp stated. However, I can teach you how to use Armament Haki. There is no doubt that Carp is the strongest user of Armament Haki, his iron fists having left Roger howling in pain. Although their strengths are generally evenly matched. All right, Diaz eagerly agreed. How's your training with Iron Block going? It's going well. I can deflect bullets without issue. Come here, Carp said, rising and rolling up his sleeves. The quickest way to master it is to take a beating. You'll learn it as you go. That's how I did it back in the day. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, A cacophony of wails echoed through the forest as Diaz lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Carp strode away, indifferent, remarking, you've got a long way to go. Come back tomorrow. Kapu has returned from his vacation, and his encounter with Diaz was fortuitous. However, whether he faced one opponent or two, he decided to involve both of his grandsons in the training. Luffy, Ace, you two rascals. Stand up. With a single punch, he sent Diaz flying and bellowed at his bruised grandsons. Grandpa, it hurts so much. I can't hold on any longer, Luffy groaned, his head swollen. Stand up. As a Navy officer, you must never lie down. The enemy won't grant you a moment's respite. Enough already, old man. Luffy protested, struggling to endure. Ace, panting heavily, was also nearing his limits. In contrast, Diaz managed to rise, still brimming with energy, his breath steady and seemingly inexhaustible. Again, with a fierce shout, he charged at Kapu. And the two engaged in a fierce clash, a true man's battle where fists met flesh, stirring the hearts of onlookers. Kapu laughed heartily, growing increasingly fond of Diaz. Indeed, this was the essence of combat, pure and exhilarating. Fancy techniques held no allure. Scarlet Wave Rush. The energy pulsated from his fist, a heat wave crashing forth. Kapu's gaze sharpened as he unleashed an unadorned yet powerful punch. The two fists collided mid-air, and Kapu's sleeves were instantly reduced to ashes under the intense heat. Flame fruit? Not even a dog would touch it. Flame fruit. Are you being polite? Diaz was launched into the air by a single punch from Carp. Over the past few days, even if he could not master the Busashoka haki, being trained by Carp had accelerated Diaz's growth immensely. As Carp's vacation was drawing to a close, he bid farewell to his two grandsons, leaving Diaz behind, for the young man was a decent fellow who seemed destined to remain distant from the Navy. He had no obligation to work during Carp's leave. After Carp departed from Windmill Village, Diaz also left, journeying to the kingdom of Goa. Crossing through the dismal terminal of uncertainty, he encountered heaps of urban refuse, along with a throng of displaced civilians and beggars. In order to survive in such dire conditions, they formed gangs and bands of thieves, preying on the weak and subsisting daily on the refuse of the city. Many among them had once belonged to the city, merely driven away to maintain its cleanliness and beauty. Upon entering the city, one could see it was indeed immaculate, with the faces of its citizens radiating happiness. However, this joy was built upon the suffering of those at the terminal of uncertainty. This nation was thoroughly corrupt, and one could only wonder whose foolish idea it was to create such a system. Diaz stood atop the rooftop, gazing down at the smiling crowd. A sense of ironic surprise washing over him. The opulent castle at the heart of the city served as the residence of the royal family, and it was the royals themselves who were his target. After locating a restaurant, he indulged in a hearty meal with young Kiris, not rushing to take action. He lingered in the city for several days, gathering incriminating evidence against the nobles. Their reputations were far from pristine. A mere cursory investigation unearthed a plethora of scandals. It was not my intent to bring about your downfall. Rather, the truth is, you are truly corrupt. Assassinations, poisonings, oppression of the populace, abduction of maidens, and land usurpation, they had committed every conceivable atrocity, all in the name of profit. He waited until the late hours of the night. Under the luminous moonlight, a figure deftly maneuvered through the buildings, moving with remarkable speed. The nighttime city was bustling. This group had driven away any elements of instability, resulting in a remarkably safe night devoid of patrolling guards, leaving no one to detect his shadow. Swiftly, he arrived at the castle's periphery. Guards patrolled the area, ensuring the safety of the royal family. Diaz let out a sharp sound and summoned his young Giratina, instructing, "Young Giratina, dig a tunnel into that castle." "Leave it to me," replied the creature with enthusiasm. Within moments, it had burrowed a substantial hole in the forest. Diaz leaped into the opening, while Giratina swiftly consumed the earth, excavating at an impressive pace. Before long, they had breached the foundation and emerged from the large cavity into a dungeon. Diaz was taken aback to discover the presence of a dungeon here. A foul stench filled the air, and covering his nose, he and Giratina surveyed the prisoners confined within. He inquired, "What is your predicament?" One of the less severely injured prisoners managed a wry smile and replied, "I spoke out of turn and offended His Majesty. Can you assist us in our escape?" Diaz did not respond, casting his gaze towards the others. The prisoner remarked, "This man's daughter has caught the eye of His Majesty the King. The girl is fiercely determined, refusing to submit. Thus the king has taken him captive to coerce her into compliance. Most of these individuals are innocent, imprisoned here for having offended the king or queen, enduring relentless torment. It appears the royal family is not as pristine as one might believe." With this revelation, Diaz felt an utter lack of moral burden. "I shall return shortly to rescue you." He extended his hand through the bars, producing a piece of iron wire to pry open the lock, a skill he had learned from Doflamingo, his superhero. He strode purposefully through the subterranean passage, a secret dungeon of the king and queen, devoid of guards, as they occasionally visited to inflict suffering upon these souls, deriving pleasure from their anguish. Diaz, this peculiar individual, finds himself perplexed by the very nature of his own eccentricity. In a shadowy corner, he observes the guards, noting two sentinels stationed at the entrance. With a swift strike, he incapacitates both guards, dragging their unconscious forms aside before donning their uniforms, striding confidently through the castle halls. After inquiring with a maid about the location of the king's chambers, he proceeds directly towards them. He swiftly neutralizes the two guards at the door, pushes it open, enters, and secures the door behind him. On the plush bed, the corpulent king slumbers soundly, ensconced in the embrace of his alluring queen, utterly oblivious to Diaz's intrusion. With a soft crunch, he seizes a piece of fruit from the nightstand, taking a bite that yields a crisp and delightful taste. The sound of his chewing stirs the queen from her slumber. Upon seeing a figure seated at the edge of the bed, terror grips her, and she instinctively prepares to scream. However, a sharp blade is swiftly pressed against her neck, silencing her in an instant. The dire consequences of a scream loom large. Paralyzed with fear, the queen refrains from uttering a word, gently nudging her husband. King Frank II of Nandakarnat, who merely mumbles in his sleep and turns over, his snores resonating in the dark. That wretched man, Diaz chuckled, remarking on the seemingly useless state of your husband, urging him to awaken. Rise, your majesty. Quickly rise. The princess roused Frank II from his slumber, shattering his dream and causing his irritation to surface. With a gun pressed to his temple, Diaz chose silence. Speak. They had no choice but to comply, as Diaz tossed 2 chocolate beans into their mouths. Cough, cough. What have you given us? Frank II inquired, his voice hoarse. Nothing of consequence, merely a poison. What? Diaz laid down his weapons and nonchalantly remarked, the onset of this poison will occur 2 days hence. Without my antidote, in 2 days' time, you shall suffer agonizingly, your insides rotting away, leading to a most excruciating demise. Oh, and during this interval, the pain will drive you to claw at your own face and skin, resulting in a most tragic end. The princess turned pale with fear, while Frank II's lips quivered as he feigned composure, stammering, I don't believe such a poison exists. Is that so? You may choose disbelief, but I have indeed concocted this poison, one that ordinary physicians will fail to identify. However, in 2 days, you shall comprehend its severity. What is it that you desire? Frank II knew that such a man was merely motivated by greed. He understood the adage that financial loss could avert disaster. Astute, Diaz snapped his fingers, fully aware of their fear of death. Tomorrow, you must devise a reason to summon this group to the castle for a banquet. Any excuse will suffice, as long as they come. Diaz handed Frank II a list of names, all belonging to the morally compromised nobility, nearly all the aristocrats in the capital of the Kingdom of Goya. What do you intend to do? Merely to conduct a business transaction. I seek the wealth of these individuals. Once the deed is accomplished, I shall provide you with the antidote, and we shall split the riches from these nobles, an 80-20 division. I shall take 80, you shall take 20. What say you? Upon hearing the prospect of profit, Frank II donned a greedy expression, asserting with feigned righteousness, Sir, your proposal is flawed. Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday, and the princess and I are preparing a banquet for her. Is this not fortuitous? Indeed, it was fortuitous. Diaz and Frank II exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions harmonious while their thoughts were laden with mutual disdain. Old fox, little brat, both silently cursed one another while maintaining a facade of amiability. Frank II, equally avaricious, realized Diaz intended to make a significant profit, targeting the nobility since the common populace had little wealth left to extract. The aristocrats possessed 98% of the nation's riches, making them prime targets for financial gain. Initially grappling with ways to amass wealth, Frank II found a kindred spirit in Diaz, and they formed an immediate alliance. Even if the scheme went awry, he could easily deflect blame onto Diaz. This has nothing to do with me, the king. It was this fellow who seized the money. He harbored no fear of Diaz's reckless actions. After all, he was the king of the Goya kingdom, and it was inconceivable that he would take his own life. The cost of murdering a king was far beyond what this young man could bear. He would soon face the relentless pursuit of the world government. Had Diaz known the turmoil within his mind, he would certainly have scorned him as naive. In his eyes, that man was already a specter of the past. The two, each with ulterior motives, began to devise their plan. The following day, Frank II orchestrated a grand banquet under the guise of celebrating the princess's birthday. He not only extended invitations to those on the list, but also summoned nobles beyond it. Essentially, every wealthy individual was beckoned. The unexpected gathering caught the nobles off guard, as it was presumed that the princess's birthday was yet to come. They quickly deduced that the king was in dire need of funds. Some nobles cursed the king's avarice while preparing gifts and crafting excuses to refuse any financial contributions. The banquet proceeded as scheduled, unfolding into a sumptuous affair with an array of delectable dishes adorning the table. The elegantly attired nobles adhered to etiquette, their faces aglow with smiles as they engaged in discussions about business and children. They had brought their own offspring, perhaps hoping to find a suitable match among the attendees, with some even casting their sights upon the young princess. Although she was betrothed, opportunities were not entirely absent. After all, a mere child could easily meet an untimely fate. Autoluck III was just an ordinary noble, after all. As the guests began to fill the hall, Diaz turned to the guards beside him and commanded, "Commence." These individuals were the most loyal henchmen of Frank II, now working in concert with Diaz. Diaz strode confidently into the banquet hall, where a youth sporting a watermelon-inspired hairstyle approached him. Clad in a ruffled shirt, complemented by a bow tie and suspenders, he exuded an air of flamboyance. Yet his grotesque visage elicited revulsion. "Who let this peasant in? This is no place for you. Depart at once, before our tempers flare. This is the mercy granted to you by nobility. Guards, escort this wretch away." Though he was clearly shorter than Diaz, he carried himself with an arrogant superiority. "I remember you. Oh yes, you were Otterluck Sturley, the adopted son of Otterluck III and the foster brother of Sabo." At the mention of Sabo, Sturley's expression shifted dramatically. "I have changed my mind. Guards, slay him. Guards." His cries went unanswered. Diaz raised his hand, causing the grand doors of the banquet hall to slam shut. He seized Sturley by the hair, drawing him closer, and indeed, he was as unattractive as he had been remembered. Diaz recalled having once read a discourse on a peculiar phenomenon among the nobility of the kingdom of Goya, when the ugliness of one's inner self manifested. Their outward appearance became equally hideous. A glance around revealed a multitude of unattractive faces. If this were true, then all present were deserving of demise. "Let go! Let go! Aya! Father! Save me! Father!" Sturley cried out desperately. From the crowd emerged a gentleman adorned with a top hat and a handlebar mustache, who bellowed, "Release my child. I command you in the name of Otterluck III." Diaz casually cleaned his ears, a nonchalant gesture. He discarded Sturley, whose diminutive form collided with the wall, creating an immediate and substantial dent. The castle-esque construction was indeed impressive. A piercing scream erupted, echoing through the air, as the third Otterluck paled in fright, trembling uncontrollably. "I have released him. I complied with the command of the third Otterluck," Diaz taunted. You dare to kneel and issue commands in the name of the world government's most wanted criminal. Kneel down," Diaz bellowed, his fierce presence instilling fear in the pampered nobles before him. Some of the feeble-minded truly knelt in submission. Cowardly wretches. He raised his weapon and fired a shot into the ceiling, pointing at them, declaring, "Kneel, and I shall count to 3. Bang! A bullet struck the thigh of Otterluck III, blood gushing forth as he howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. "You haven't even reached 3 yet." A noble could not restrain himself from exclaiming. "A man remembers one to survive. Do you have any objections?" he inquired, aiming his gun at the hideous noble. "And no, none at all." The noble bowed his head, terrified that he might be the next Otterluck III. Useless wretches. Diaz swiftly subdued the assembly of nobles, far more effortlessly than anticipated. The king, queen, and princess remained ensconced in the corner, untouched by the turmoil, quietly observing Diaz's performance. Upon witnessing her fiancé's demise, the princess displayed no visible reaction, merely feeling a sense of revulsion. She harbored no affection for that man, and even Frank too seemed indifferent. Sterling had brought this upon himself by provoking such a formidable adversary, clearly demonstrating a lack of prudence. After all, he was merely the son of a noble. A daughter's betrothed could easily be replaced. Now, it was time for plunder. Pulling up a chair, Diaz seated himself with an air of authority and declared, "Now, reveal the worth of your lives, and procure your freedom with gold. 20 million belly, 30 million belly, 25 million belly." Upon hearing that money could buy their lives, the nobles clamored to offer their bids, fearful of being left short and meeting a grim fate. "Very well, gather as families," he commanded. The nobles complied, forming pairs. Diaz retained the husbands, allowing the wives to fetch the necessary funds, and for families with children. He spared the husbands and children while permitting the mothers to return for money. Diaz was acutely aware of the avaricious nature of these nobles. They cherished wealth and valued their lives even more. Nobility was sustained through male lineage, rendering women mere playthings in their eyes, even if they were wives. Thus, he preferred to spare the men, ensuring that this assembly of nobles would not abandon their spouses in a bid for escape. His strategy was to prioritize the women, for without their noble husbands, they were rendered powerless. The outcome was all too predictable. Inheriting wealth? What if their husbands were still alive? "So what is your offer?" Diaz inquired, stepping toward Otterluck III. "I offer 30 million belly." "Ah, you are quite affluent," he replied, "but I know this is not your entire fortune. I am indifferent. All I desire is gold." Diaz shrugged and continued, "Thus, you may leave to gather your funds, but you have an hour and a half." "Oh." And do not entertain thoughts of summoning the navy. Earlier this morning, I discreetly administered a laxative to their provisions stationed in the kingdom of Goa. They are unlikely to arrive any time soon. The castle guards are now under my command. I have replaced the king's men. Therefore, your only option is to obediently procure the money. Some nobles, preparing to seek assistance from the navy, suddenly found themselves disheartened. They were genuinely reluctant to part with their wealth. They returned home, tails between their legs, to fetch money. Diaz, feeling utterly bored, executed one who contemplated fleeing. The audacious were swiftly silenced, leaving the others to await the willingness of their families to rescue them. The noble's response was swifter than Diaz had anticipated. As they presented him with large bundles of bales, which soon accumulated into a small mountain before him, their avaricious gazes betrayed their almost forgotten plight. After a rough count, he estimated the sum to be around 2 billion, a lucrative endeavor indeed. These nobles were truly affluent. He smiled as he collected the money. Yet he did not immediately release them. We have provided the funds. Why are we not free to go? They pressed. Soon, Diaz replied with a grin. There's still one more to account for. His gaze fell upon King Frank II. And what of your family's share? Frank II feigned a struggle, 50 million bales. Very well. And what about the queen and the princess? You are insatiable, he retorted. You are, after all, royalty of the kingdom of Goya. Therefore, a higher sum is warranted. 150 million. Agreed. A swift transaction, he conceded. The 150 million bales were promptly delivered. Diaz departed with a smile, while Frank II appeared to be in agony but secretly reveled in joy. With 2 billion Bailey at stake, a 20-80 split would grant him 400 million, an undeniable windfall. Well then, I apologize for interrupting your gathering. Until we meet again, may fate be kind. Diaz leapt from the window, departing the castle. A collective sigh of relief swept through the nobles, while Frank II offered words of consolation and expressed his apologies. Deep within, the nobles cursed the king, yet dared not voice their grievances. The evening banquet was rendered impossible, and one by one, they departed. In the dead of night, Diaz arrived at the dungeon and released the imprisoned souls, declaring, "Let chaos ensue." The injured prisoners, filled with rage, stormed out of the dungeon, creating turmoil within the castle. Meanwhile, Diaz made his way to the treasury, where he collected all the riches contained within. It was evident that the nation was on the brink of upheaval. 2 days later, Frank II belatedly realized he had been deceived. The so-called poison was nothing but a ruse. Regret was futile now, as he had to devise a way to replenish his coffers. Coincidentally, the nobles shared this sentiment. The banquet had resulted in significant financial loss, and they needed to recover their fortunes. From whom would they extract this wealth? Naturally, from the common folk. They began to siphon the lifeblood from the populace, desperately seeking to regain their losses. In a fleeting moment, prices soared within the kingdom of Goya, burdening the citizens who found their savings depleted and debts mounting. Life became unbearable, relegating them to a state of despair. An increasing number of individuals congregated at the uncertain terminus of their existence, harboring deep-seated resentment towards the nobles and royalty, and thus, the uprising commenced. The commoners formed an insurrection, igniting a war. Initially, the nobles dismissed the rebellion, viewing the insurgents as mere rabble. However, events unfolded contrary to their expectations. The once trusted army crumbled before the furious rebels. For how could a decayed military withstand the onslaught of those fueled by rage and vengeance? They swiftly disintegrated, and it dawned on the nobles and royalty that their doom was imminent. In a frantic bid for survival, they devised various escape plans. Yet the rebels were already upon them. The nobles were captured, and the royal family faced judgment, with Frank II and his kin led to the guillotine. As the sharp blade descended, the reign of the Nandakarnate family came to a definitive end. This uprising appeared and dissipated with remarkable swiftness. By the time the world government grasped the situation, a new king had emerged. They were left with no choice but to begrudgingly accept their new reality. Concurrently, investigations unveiled a lurking shadow behind the insurrection. Brando Diaz, this scourge of the navy, had somehow infiltrated the East Sea and plundered the original nobility of the kingdom of Goya, rendering him an indirect architect of this uprising, a criminal as fearsome as a dragon. The bounty on Diaz has skyrocketed to an astonishing 215 million berries. Gazing at the newspaper's depiction of himself, Diaz burst into laughter. A cadre of decaying nobles, their greed laid bare. I foresaw such an outcome. The relentless oppression and exploitation of the populace will ultimately exact a toll. By the time they realize it, it will be far too late. The fury of the masses will consume them entirely. Such is the price of avarice. Upon receiving the 215 million, Diaz did not immediately squander it on frivolities. Instead, he first procured an Everstone for his young Gyarados, ensuring it would retain its form and accumulate energy. Following that, he acquired a Megastone for Gyarados, saving it for when his young Gyarados evolves into a Mega Gyarados. The Megastone alone cost him 200 million berries, a true drain on resources. He purchased a plethora of suitable soil and minerals for Gyarados. While food and energy cubes could suffice, soil and minerals are the most fitting sustenance for his young companion. One must never let a child suffer. Ding! A substantial amount of berries detected. The system is eligible for an upgrade. Would you like to spend 1 billion berries on this enhancement? The system's sudden voice startled Diaz. 1 billion berries? What madness is this? What will the upgrade entail? The system will unlock a marketplace that refreshes its offerings daily at variable prices. Is that truly worth 1 billion berries? Additionally, an achievement system will be activated, granting rewards upon completion, such as, please explore the updates on your own after the system is refreshed. You're updating, and it will take 1 month. The system bag will remain fully operational. Anticipate with eagerness. Enough of this. It's my own system. I mustn't lose my temper. Meanwhile, the naval headquarters buzzed with activity. Kong, why didn't you apprehend Diaz when you encountered him in the East Blue? Admiral Sakazuki berated Carp, who had just returned to headquarters, spittle flying in the process. Carp wiped his face with a large hand and replied, how was I to know he would engage in such actions? The lad is decent. Besides, what is the situation with Tiger? Don't tell me you're unaware. Kong snorted, releasing Carp from his grip. I am well aware, but he is a pirate, a wanted criminal by the world government. I know, Carp said, absent-mindedly picking his nose. I was on leave at the time. What could I do? Compared to Diaz, my 2 grandsons are far more captivating. He may be a fool, but he is not foolish enough to divulge that he had trained with Diaz for a few days. Furthermore, the nobles and royalty of the Goa kingdom are not virtuous individuals. I am acutely aware of that, just from that dubious terminal. It is clear enough that I chose not to involve myself. Diaz merely extorted a sum of money. The ensuing chaos was entirely of their own making. The nasal mucus was flicked onto Sengoku, who retaliated with a beating. Enough of your antics, both of you. The situation in the Kingdom of Germa has escalated beyond control. The world government seeks to suppress it with a significant event. Steelbone Kong, with a resigned demeanor, crossed his arms over his chest and declared, soon, I shall relinquish my position as Fleet Admiral. What? Sengoku exclaimed in surprise as Carp joyfully remarked, so, it appears that you will no longer be my superior. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's already dark complexion deepened, and he replied, hey, Carp, I will soon become the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces, with Sengoku succeeding me as Fleet Admiral. The world government possesses 3 military branches, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Army. Among them, the Navy boasts the largest numbers and the greatest strength, tasked with apprehending pirates, ensuring maritime security, and protecting the populace. The Air Force, being the smallest, seldom appears and is stationed on a certain sky island. The Army's duty is to safeguard the celestial dragons. Typically, the commander-in-chief is held by the Fleet Admiral, though exceptions occasionally arise. Steelbone Kong was expected to ascend to the role of commander-in-chief, despite his advancing age. His formidable physique allowed for at least another decade of service. Sengoku, being the only current admiral, was naturally the most suitable candidate to take over as Fleet Admiral. He possessed both strategy and strength, especially with the support of his old comrades Carp, Suru, and Zephyr, ensuring a swift stabilization of the Navy under Sengoku's command. Sengoku nodded, acknowledging the situation. He anticipated this day would arrive, though he hadn't expected it would come so soon. As for the admiral position, he cast a glance at Carp, who would certainly refuse such a role. Upon promotion to admiral, one would become directly subordinate to the celestial dragons, subject to their whims. And Carp had no desire to serve as a mere enforcer for a group he deemed worthless, especially if it meant oppressing innocent civilians. Let them choose for themselves. I shall not serve, he resolutely stated. Steelbone Kong wished to see Carp become an admiral, but after repeated refusals, he ceased to pursue the matter. He named 3 individuals, Akainu, Akiji, and Borsalino. Each had reached the level of admiral, possessing both formidable devil fruit abilities and haki, making them well-suited for promotion. I have also contemplated this, he acknowledged. As an admiral, Sengoku had observed these rising stars. Their strength and character were exceptional. Despite Akainu's uncompromising nature and his willingness to sacrifice civilians in the pursuit of eliminating pirates, he remained one of the best candidates. Akiji, having transformed from an impassioned youth into a laid-back elder following the O'Hara incident, still embodied the ideals of justice as a member of the Navy. As for Borsellino, his abilities were sufficient, though he had become somewhat of a seasoned veteran. In the ensuing period, Steel Bone Kong summoned all three to prepare for the ceremony of his abdication. His resignation would coincide with Sengoku and Borsellino as promotions. The unveiling of the new fleet admiral and the three admirals sent shockwaves throughout the world. The arrival of the three formidable generals signifies that the Navy has reached its zenith of strength, heralding the commencement of a comprehensive campaign against piracy. Admiral Akina Sakazuki commands from the New World, while Admiral Akiji Kazan patrols the first half of the Grand Line. Admiral Kazara Borsellino stands guard at the Navy headquarters, ensuring the safety of both the headquarters and the Celestial Dragons. Diaz gazed at the newly appointed admiral and the three formidable generals on the news and remarked, "The future appears daunting. I hope to avoid encountering those three lunatics, particularly Akainu. Sakazuki is excessively extreme and rather difficult to deal with, while Kazan's demeanor fluctuates with his mood. However, the former superior is quite amicable. During the last pursuit, it was evident he intentionally allowed me to escape. With the three admirals now in position, the life of a pirate will undoubtedly become more challenging. Having spent sufficient time in this desolate East Blue, it is time to venture into the first half of the Grand Line." Without hesitation, he set off, determining his course towards Reverse Mountain. On the way, he stumbled upon a floating restaurant and decided to pause for a meal. The Baratai, a quaint establishment run by the red-footed Zeph and Sanji, was a place worth dining at. "Welcome," exclaimed the golden-haired youth with curly eyebrows as he noticed the newcomer was a man, his demeanor instantly deflating. "Here, guest. This is the menu. Please feel free to order whatever you desire." Diaz raised an eyebrow as he witnessed a figure burst forth from the kitchen, delivering a powerful kick that sent Sanji tumbling into the sea. "You shameless rogue. How dare you treat a guest in such a manner?" The figure, clad in a chef's uniform with a wooden prosthetic leg, sported golden braids woven from his beard. He berated Sanji, who was crawling back from the water, exclaiming, "That hurt. You old coot. What do you think you're doing?" Bang. Sanji received yet another kick. "Address me as chef," once a fearsome pirate known as Red Leg Zeph. He had now retired, serving as the head chef of the floating restaurant Baratai, where he earned his living alongside his apprentices on the ocean. "My apologies, esteemed guest. I sincerely regret this impolite behavior from my assistant. Please, do peruse the menu. To express my regret, I shall offer you a complimentary dish." "Oh, it's nothing," Diaz replied, waving his hand dismissively. He picked up the thick menu, pondered for a moment, and ordered a lavish spread. Zeph nodded in acknowledgement. "Is this what you desire? Please hold on. You lecherous fool, go change into some proper attire and come assist me." "Yes, chef." Following Zeph's instructions, Sanji changed into clean clothes and entered the kitchen. The enticing aroma of the dishes soon wafted through the air. Diaz secured the napkin around the young Corrales, eagerly awaiting the meal's arrival. "Oh, how delightful." Corrales, captivated by the scent, drooled as he perched at the table, stuffing his tiny hands into the glass cups. Crunch, crunch. "Let us start with a little something to whet our appetite. My apologies for any damages incurred. Please charge it to my bill," Diaz said helplessly to the waiter, who, seasoned by the tumultuous seas, nodded without flinching. Before long, delectable dishes were served, and Diaz and Corrales dug in fervently, savoring what could only be described as the finest cuisine they had ever tasted. Zeph smiled, pleased. A guest's voracious appetite was the highest commendation for a chef's skill. "Boss, another table, please," Diaz mumbled indistinctly, placing more belly on the table. "Just a moment. Everyone, we've got a big client, so let us get moving," Zeph shouted to the kitchen crew, who sprang into action with fervor. After a continuous stream of dishes, Diaz and Corrales finally nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to settle the bill. "Thank you for your patronage. Your total comes to 150,000 belly." After considering the price, Diaz handed over the money, packed a few additional dishes, and departed with the little dinosaur. They traversed the upside-down mountain, leaving the East Blue behind as they entered the Grand Line. With neither compass nor sea charts functioning, they resorted to using a log post. "Let me see. The next island lies in this direction. Yes, we shall head this way." Having determined a clear direction, the small vessel gradually made its way forward. After a fortnight, Diaz arrived at an island known as Kuligana. This island is home to a nation called the Kingdom of Psychial. The kingdom is remarkably affluent and is one of the member states of the world government. However, its relations with the three neighboring kingdoms are rather strained. Fortunately, this nation boasts considerable strength, so even if the three kingdoms were to unite in conflict against it, victory would not be an unattainable prospect. Diaz arrived on the island, procuring provisions such as food, water, and various necessities, while also purchasing a considerable amount of minerals and soil for the young Kyrus. The system would likely take over a week to complete its updates, and the magnetic energy would require half a month to fully recharge. For now, it seemed prudent to remain here. Unlike his previous ventures in the kingdom of Goya, where profit was the primary motive, this nation's nobility exhibited a degree of decency, and the king was rather agreeable. However, mere days after his arrival, war erupted. In the dead of night, the sudden onslaught of artillery shells rained down upon the kingdom, rousing Diaz from his slumber. Grabbing the small dinosaur, he leaped from his room to the rooftop. Gazing into the distance, the sea glimmered with lights, bursts of brilliance illuminating the night as shells were launched from cannons, landing within the city. What? A war? Diaz exclaimed, slicing through a flying shell with his blade. Just moments ago, he had dismissed the possibility of conflict, yet here he was, under attack. He certainly wished to avoid involvement and sought refuge. Boom. A shell hurtled towards him, exploding nearby, the anguished cries of the populace echoing in his ears. Diaz clicked his tongue, commanding, "Dragon, flash." The sword's energy swept through the air, severing the incoming shells, causing them to detonate mid-flight. This cannot continue, he thought. The soldiers of the kingdom of Psyche responded swiftly, organizing efforts to rescue the citizens while simultaneously dispatching a fleet to confront the invaders. Diaz arrived at the seaside, discerning the appearance of the invaders. A colossal pink snail bore a white castle upon its back, emblazoned with the black insignia of 66. A regiment of well-equipped and formidable soldiers subdued the troops of the kingdom of Psyche. What in the world, Germa 66? How could they possibly be here? Diaz recognized the place. Was this not Sanji's homeland? Sanji's origin was elusive, for the Germa kingdom possessed no territory yet stood as a member of the world government. They operated as mercenaries throughout the world, taking contracts to assist employers in waging war against rival nations. Hence, they earned the moniker of war specialists, renowned for their expertise. Growing up in the North Sea, Diaz had perused the popular comics featuring the maritime warrior Sora, though his allegiance lay with Germa. This very comic had contributed to the North Sea becoming a principal source of military strength for the world government. It appeared that someone had commissioned the Germa kingdom to assault the kingdom of Psyche. The fees for Germa's services were steep, however, once they secured Psyche, the cost would become a secondary concern. The forces of Psyche were faltering, hastily retreating and fortifying their defenses by leveraging their walls against the onslaught of Germa 66. In the presence of such war experts, even this ostensibly formidable nation found itself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, he noticed 4 figures leaping from Germa's colossal snail, adorned in red, blue, green, and pink hues, moving with remarkable speed towards him. Sparkling red, electric blue, whirling green, and toxic pink, the most formidable forces of Germa 66. Had this group already joined the fray? Vinsmoke Judge had modified his children. Aside from Sanji, his offspring were all enhanced beings. His sister Reiju retained some semblance of human emotion, yet the other 3 were devoid of fear, pain, or sentiment, monsters born solely for the purpose of warfare. Their strength was augmented by battle attire crafted from shape memory alloys. This was no place for him to linger. He needed to find a refuge. As a bolt of electricity surged toward him, Diaz swiftly countered with his blade, resulting in a resounding clash as his sword met the electrifying longsword. Clad in blue battle gear, with a black cape emblazoned with the number 2, he sported blue waves of hair and counterclockwise curling eyebrows, complemented by black goggles and ear guards. Upon witnessing Diaz successfully fend off his attack, he broke into an excited grin, as if to say that this nation was not entirely composed of inept individuals. TCH, what a nuisance. Retracting his youthful killis, Diaz deflected the electric blue assault. Vinsmoke Niji, the most irritable of the family, had taken notice. Drawing a deep breath, the ripple of power coursed through him, enhancing his strength. He had initially sought to avoid conflict, yet it seemed he was now compelled to deliver a sound thrashing to these troublesome Germa. "Oh, you recognize me? How intriguing," the young Niji remarked, wielding the Germa-crafted lightning sword, now keen on eliminating Diaz. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes, their weapons clashing and sending sparks flying. The electric blue figure exhibited astonishing speed, matched only by Diaz, whose short-distance movement mirrored that of instantaneous teleportation. Charge. Maintaining a distance. Niji unleashed a bolt of lightning from the heavens. Diaz's expression was peculiar as he sprang into action, assuming a defensive stance. With a flourish, he wielded Mirakumo, elegantly intercepting the lightning. The bolt was returned. As the attack was parried, Diaz swiftly redirected the lightning back towards Niji, catching him off guard and striking him with the electrifying force. As long as Diaz managed to intercept the lightning, Niji would remain unharmed. The question of whether metal conducts electricity should not be so clearly defined in the affairs of the Akame clan. Fortunately, Niji was shielded by his battle attire, sustaining no injuries. Diaz pressed forward with a sudden thrust, and the inky sword aura surged toward him. Secret technique: Cherry Blossom Dance. Niji was sent flying. But Germa's advanced technology provided him protection. He quickly regained his footing, yet Diaz was already upon him, the tip of Mirakumo poised against Niji's throat, enhanced by modifications. His skin was armored with exoskeleton, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. However, Mirakumo was not merely a large blade, it was integrated with carbon alloy, making it far from simple to contend with. Diaz exerted tremendous force against Nich, propelling him backward with a resounding crash as he shattered through the wall of a building. A solitary droplet of blood trickled from his throat. All this effort for just a drop of blood? Nich mocked. Diaz let out a huff, his fist shimmering with the radiant glow of ripple energy as he unleashed a swift assault. With a resounding crash, he struck Niji, sending him hurtling through the air, where he collided with two buildings before deploying his flotation device to stabilize himself. Touching his face, he realized that the blow had dislocated his jaw, forcefully resetting the bone. He seethed. "I shall kill you." Transforming into a streak of lightning, he charged directly at Diaz, swinging his sword, with his blade raised to counter the attack. Diaz observed the blood oozing from the wound on Niji's neck. The effects of the carbonado alloy had begun, inhibiting his regenerative abilities. While the poison on the blade commenced its work, Niji instinctively sensed discomfort within his body, yet could not pinpoint its source. A shower of sparks erupted behind Diaz as he leaped into the air, executing a gale kick. The vacuum slash was unleashed, but it was effortlessly deflected by the seemingly soft and thin cloak of Vinsmoke Ichiji. "What are you doing, Niji? End this farce and kill him," Ichiji commanded. "Am I not already doing so?" Niji retorted, charging once again at Diaz. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Yet as the pinnacle of Germa's scientific prowess, Niji found himself at a disadvantage, even being suppressed by Diaz. "Damn it. Useless," Diaz taunted, swiftly striking through the air and locking onto Niji, his blade poised against the latter's throat, pressing down with force. The sickening sound of slicing flesh resonated, releasing a flurry of sparks as Niji felt the sting of pain from a shallow cut on his neck, narrowly avoiding severing an artery or his trachea. Otherwise, even Germa's advanced technology might not have saved him. Thunderous energy surged within Niji as he faced the brink of life and death, unleashing a burst of electricity that left Diaz momentarily paralyzed, causing him to plummet downwards. "Watch me as I end you," Niji exclaimed, wiping the blood from his neck and charging at his foe with fury. Inhaling deeply, the power of the ripple swiftly dispelled the paralysis, and he crashed to the ground, rolling to evade Niji's assault. Quickly regaining his footing, he thrust the tip of his blade towards Niji's dark goggles, shattering them and leaving them lodged before his eyes. Ichiji grasped the blade's edge, frowning. "You are being careless, Niji." With a resounding thud, Ichiji delivered a kick to Diaz's abdomen, distorting his expression as he spat out blood. "For a brother, this one is rather formidable," he mused, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before fleeing. "I can contend with Ripple, but I cannot match his speed. You are but a mere oil man on the road." Germa's scientific prowess knows no bounds. He contemplated retreat. Yet it appeared that these two adversaries would not afford him such an opportunity. Nich wiped the blood from his neck and once more pursued, engaging in a fierce struggle with Diaz, while Ag followed closely behind, electricity and fire intertwining, unleashing a tempest of thunder and flame. Two attacks surged forth simultaneously, and as Diaz's gaze sharpened, his hand caressed the back of his blade, unleashing an explosive torrent of pitch-black sword energy. The ultimate technique, Immortal Slash. The sword energy extended outward, resembling vast ink stains upon parchment. At the moment of collision, the brothers' assaults melted away like ice and snow, reacting with remarkable swiftness. They swiftly raised their cloaks to withstand the strike. Had they wielded the true Immortal Slash, they would have met their demise. Originally, the Immortal Slash required possession of one of the two sacred blades, either the Morning Tear or the Gatekeeper, for its execution. However, under Diaz's rigorous training, he managed to wield it, albeit with diminished power. It is indeed unexpected that the kingdom of Sickle harbors a warrior of your caliber. Yet we have received orders to annihilate your nation in one fell swoop. Your strength pales in comparison to that of Germa. Ag acknowledged Diaz's might. Yet a command is a command. The decree of his father is absolute. Diaz was seething with anger, no longer inclined to offer explanations. Let me witness the true strength of your Germa. His gaze turned fierce, resolved to fight to the end. True silver slash. The brilliant sword aura sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sound, creating an impenetrable barrier that deterred both opponents from approaching. What are you doing? Don't waste time on this. A pink figure rushed in, astonished to see a crack in Niji's exoskeleton. Is there truly someone capable of breaching your defenses? Humph. It's merely because his blade is exceptional, Niji begrudgingly admitted, feeling an irritating sensation at his neck that left him quite uncomfortable. The highly toxic Vince Smoke Rage glanced over and remarked, "You have been poisoned." She placed her hand on her brother's wound, extracting the venom, though she refrained from kissing him, unwilling to invite nightmares. As the poison was drawn out, Niji's wound began to heal. Rage commented, "This is a toxin I've never encountered before. If left untreated, it will hinder your ability to heal." Humph, just a trick. Now is the time to finish him off. Niji was eager to proceed, but Iji interjected, "Do not squander too much time on this fellow. Reiju, you stay behind to deal with him. We have more pressing matters to attend to." They aimed to annihilate this nation and had little time to waste on Diaz. However, Niji still yearned to eliminate Diaz. Yet, Iji reminded him, "Father's command is to obliterate this country as swiftly as possible. Do not forget, we have another mission ahead." Humph. I'll leave him to you. Niji grumbled as he departed with Iji, leaving Reiju to confront Diaz. What a handsome fellow, quite to my taste, Reiju chuckled softly, causing Diaz's fighting spirit to wane. As one of the two good-hearted members of the Vince Smoke family, he was reluctant to engage. Yet he acknowledged the truth in her words. He was indeed a handsome man. Your curled eyebrows. I feel as though I've seen them somewhere before. Huh. What a cliché pickup line. Were it in another setting, perhaps I would sit down for a drink with you, Reiju replied, taking her time to engage in battle. The boy before her seemed familiar, and it dawned on her, "You are the disgrace of the Navy, Brando Diaz. My two foolish brothers have mistaken you for an enemy, despite having seen your wanted poster. So, this is a misunderstanding." Reiju, the most astute of the Vince Smoke family, retained her emotions and understood the importance of timing. Unlike her three dim-witted brothers who knew only how to charge ahead. "You claim it's a misunderstanding, yet I nearly met my demise," Diaz retorted. "Were you not also close to killing Niji? In my assessment, even Iji would struggle to defeat you here," Reiju said with a playful smile. Suddenly, Diaz exclaimed, "I've remembered. The one who resembles you is a curly-haired blonde boy working at a seaside restaurant, named Sanji." Years later, upon hearing the name of her beloved younger brother, Reiju's pupils constricted momentarily, yet her expression remained unfazed as she replied, "I do not recognize that child." "What pretense? Is that so?" Ichiji, Niji, Sanji, how perfectly they align, indeed. With their curled brows, they hardly resemble anyone outside your family. It seems there are reasons for his being lost. That lad does not share the same cold demeanor as those two. He appears to revel in the life of a seaside restaurant, displaying considerable culinary skill, accompanied by a caring uncle who tends to him. Upon hearing that her brother is faring well, Reiju chuckled softly. "Thank you, and I hope you will keep this confidential." "No problem, though I must admit I am quite intrigued by your Germa family." "HM?" He gazed toward the grand white castle atop the largest snail on the sea surface, a smile gracing his lips. In an instant, his body vanished, leaving Reiju momentarily stunned before she swiftly pursued him. Tap, tap, tap. Diaz treaded upon the air, swiftly approaching the castle of the Germa kingdom. The bullets that soared towards him were deftly severed by his sword aura, plummeting harmlessly to the ground. Behind him, the arrows composed of toxic liquid, shot by Reiju, were likewise obliterated by his sword energy. As he landed upon the castle, his speed surged. Diaz crashed through the castle walls, bursting into the grand hall, where he beheld a tall man adorned with a golden mask, his hair abundant. With a smile, the man launched himself forward. Vinsmoke Judge, the ruler of the Germa kingdom and father to Reiju, Sanji, and others, possessed considerable combat experience. He brandished a massive spear and thrust it forward, a sudden surge of force causing it to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. In that instant, the blade of Moroccan was poised against Judge's neck, its keen edge slicing through flesh and eliciting blood. Though Judge had modified his children from the womb with genetic enhancements, he himself remained human, devoid of exoskeletal protection, rendering his skin vulnerable. The combat attire he wore afforded no safeguard to the exposed skin of his neck. At this moment, victory was mine. Rage charged into the hall, her eyes widening in shock upon witnessing her father in captivity. Father, don't move. It could be fatal. Diaz's radiant smile appeared exceptionally malevolent in Gaji's eyes. Brando Diaz, how dare you show your face here? Gaji thundered. He could not fathom why this disgrace of the Navy had ventured into the kingdom of Sikirel, nor could he comprehend the conflict with his esteemed Germa. It is simply because I happened to pass through, and you ignited a war. Your two foolish sons even attacked me. Pray tell, how should I retaliate? Diaz's tone was light, yet it resonated thunderously in Gaji's ears. Though Gaji was not afraid of Diaz, the sensation of having his life precariously held by another was deeply unsettling, especially with the looming threat of death. Gaji, who valued his life, feared not only death but also the inability to restore the former glory of the Vinsmoke family. Why so afraid of death? Diaz mocked, sensing Gaji's trepidation. I expected the king of Germa to be formidable, yet you seem rather lackluster. Very well, withdraw your troops. Your invasion ends here. Withdraw? Absolutely not. Gaji screamed as a small knife pierced through his battle attire, embedding itself in the crevice of his collarbone, blood pouring forth relentlessly. I command you, not negotiate. Diaz's sinister words made Gaji tremble. How could a mere youth, scarcely older than his daughter, inspire such fear? I said withdraw. Do you not comprehend my words? Now order your sons to return and kneel before me. You, what are you, The knife twisted, and Gaji felt a searing pain. If you do not heed my command, then prepare for death. Surely, you do not wish to perish by my hand, do you, your majesty? The fear of death compelled Gaji to comply with Diaz's commands, his outward bravado and tyranny failing to conceal his inner cowardice. A naive dreamer was Diaz's assessment of Gaji. To revive the Vinsmoke family's former glory, he was willing to experiment with his own offspring, foolishly courting disaster. How could Big Mom possibly consider a deal with them? Eliminate them, and all of Germa's possessions would belong to him. The delusion that an alliance with the four emperors would bolster their strength was laughable. Which of them was easily appeased? Blood continued to flow from his wound as the soldiers of Germa 66 and the three princes retreated to their kingdom under Gaji's orders. The three brothers were astonished upon seeing Diaz, and Gaji commanded them to kneel before him. What nonsense is this? Why should we kneel to this wretch? The silver-haired Yunji and Niji were unwilling, while Iji crossed his arms, equally disinclined to comply. I commanded you to kneel, you three ungrateful wretches. For the first time, Gaji harshly berated his three beloved sons. The transformed trio ultimately found themselves unable to defy their father's commands, humiliatingly kneeling before Diaz. Oh, how amusing it is to see the lofty prince, the wicked Germa, bowing before this insignificant figure. Alas, if only a recording device were present. I would have loved to capture this moment. How intriguing. Someone, fetch me a recording device. He commanded Reiju, who glanced at Gaji, who let out another anguished cry as the knife pressed deeper. Hurry, bring it to him. How pathetic, father. Reiju suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps this was poetic justice. With this thought in mind, she quickly retrieved a recording device. Diaz instructed, capture this. Click. Reiju documented the humiliating scene of the three brothers. And then she heard Diaz say, capture us as well. This is a historic moment. If the people of the North Sea were to learn of this, I might become a household name. Stop crying. A grown man shouldn't behave like a child. Ugh, how revolting, with snot dripping down your face. If you don't want to die, pose with peace signs and smile. The threat of death compelled Gaji to comply with Diaz's commands, and amidst tears and laughter, he posed with peace signs, transforming from the once mighty king of Germa into a mere child. Truly disgraceful. The recording device spat out photographs, and Diaz beamed at the image of his grinning self alongside Gaji's contorted face, laughing heartily. Just imagine, if I sell this to the World Economic Journal. How much could it fetch? I've already thought of the headline for tomorrow's front page. The Evil Legion gains fame in battle. The Weeping King of Germa. What do you think? I find that title rather splendid. No, not this. If those wretches discover my humiliation, my reign as king will be over. Gaji screamed. Never before having felt such degradation, not even during his capture alongside Vegapunk. This disgraceful situation stemmed from his foolish sons attacking this demon. Ha ha ha. Let us strip them of their Germa battle suits. Gaji now complied with Diaz's every whim, and soon the battle suits of the three brothers were removed, along with his own. Only Reiju's remained untouched. Without their battle suits, I can truly torment you now. Heh heh, what a fool you are, just moments ago. I could only target your neck. and a misstep could have proven fatal. But now, I can do as I please. A demon. This man is indeed a devil. The blade of Murakumo pierced through Kaji's thigh, eliciting a cry of agony as the venom coursed through him. Simultaneously, Diaz brandished a C4 bomb, won from a system lottery, and affixed it to Kaji's body, severing his arm in the process. With a switch in hand, he descended with an air of audacity, declaring, "You have all witnessed this bomb. With a mere press, your father shall meet his demise. His physique is feeble compared to yours." He then placed his foot upon Niji's head, pressing it into the floor, leaving an indelible imprint. Niji struggled, yet Kaji, gripped by terror of death, commanded him to remain still. As a product of augmentation, Reiju and her 3 brothers found themselves unable to defy their father's orders, paralyzed by fear. "Are you not a formidable fighter? What good is that strength now? I expected more from you, but it appears you are merely a pitiful wretch." Niji's expression contorted with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, yearning to rend Diaz apart, yet powerless to act. Retrieving Murakumo, Diaz forcefully pierced Niji's waist, staining his finely crafted shirt with blood. Turning away, Diaz remarked, "How tedious this is. Tell me, Your Majesty, what do you suppose will become of this nation once you are detonated? No, please, spare us. I will grant you anything you desire," Kaji pleaded, bereft of the dignity befitting a king. "How dull. Do you possess sea stone handcuffs? Yes. Bring them forth, all of them. No, let us instead use a cage." Shortly thereafter, an iron cage infused with sea stone was brought forth. The sea stone's exceptional hardness proved effective not only against those with powers, but also served to confine ordinary individuals remarkably well. Even an ordinary material, when mixed with a touch of sea stone, becomes exceedingly resilient, perfectly suited for imprisoning these 3 miscreants. Tossing the soul key in his hand, Diaz mused, "You are quite obedient. Are you truly a king? What kind of king fears death so profoundly, endangering his own progeny? This is a first for me." Kaji's frustration overwhelmed him, and he fainted. "Is that all it takes to faint? Truly weak, your father is a waste." "I concur," Reiju shrugged, reveling in her newfound freedom in the absence of Kaji's orders. She longed for Diaz to eradicate this wicked lineage, yet regrettably, he might not entertain such a notion. "Hey, Reiju, what are you doing? Hurry and defeat this scoundrel and free us," Yuji shouted impulsively, to which Reiju retorted, "You fool, our father is in his grasp." Yuji fell silent, as the 3 brothers had never felt so utterly dominated, ensnared by a single adversary. "Bring forth the meal." Diaz clapped his hands, yet no one moved. He then raised the remote control in his grasp. Reiju, with a sense of resignation, remarked that they should temporarily heed his commands. Only then did the clone soldiers of Germa spring into action. A war that arrived with such swiftness departed just as quickly. Germa hastily retreated, leaving the citizens of the kingdom of Sikia in a state of bewilderment. Of course, those who had narrowly escaped the clutches of death had little time to ponder the reasons behind their survival. Few were aware that it was Diaz who inadvertently saved them. The 3 brothers were left atop the roof, while the unconscious Kaji sat upon the throne, appearing as a beggar adorned with a crown. Diaz and Leggio sat on opposite sides, relishing the exquisite cuisine. "I remain oblivious to your thoughts, for I too am a member of Germa." Leggio, with grace, sliced her steak, while Diaz, across from her, voraciously consumed meat and drank heartily, remarking, "It is because you are different." Meanwhile, the little dinosaur was in sheer delight, gnawing on the sea prism stone handcuffs, which, akin to diamonds, crunched like a delectable snack in its mouth. This spectacle caught Leggio's attention. It was her first encounter with a creature capable of devouring sea prism stone. Even if the purity were insufficient, it seemed implausible for it to be gnawed upon. The energy contained within the sea prism stone nourished the little dinosaur's body, marking its inaugural experience with such a nutritious substance. Ding! Young Giratina has mastered the move crunch. Truly remarkable, young Giratina, to learn a technique even while indulging in a meal. Diaz and his companions indulged in exquisite cuisine while the 3 brothers remained suspended in their cage, unable to escape. The blood from Gaji's body had ceased to flow. He was not one to perish easily. To die so simply would be an affront to his robust constitution. "Your father is akin to a jest," remarked Diaz, savoring his meat. Reiju, merely sipping on fine red wine, chose to remain silent. Given her father's dire predicament, refraining from poisoning him was already commendable. However, she found herself powerless to defy his commands or to inflict harm upon him. Within the family, only Sanji possessed the capability to oppose their father, a mere ordinary man, born through their mother's sacrifice. Was he, Indeed, the sole cherished kin in this household? With a yawn, Diaz set down his knife and fork, exclaiming, "Bring forth Germa's funds." He commanded compliance. Reiju placed her wine glass down, indifferent to Germa's affairs. Should Gaji inquire later, she could easily deflect with the pretext of her father's safety. After all, it was a given that one could not be captured by adversaries without rendering their allies helpless. The clone soldiers delivered several crates of money, and Diaz raised an eyebrow. "Is this all? How can the illustrious Germa kingdom be so impoverished?" Reiju explained, "Do you think scientific research is devoid of cost? Germa's wealth stems from technology, and daily research expenses consume a substantial amount. Each mission we undertake merely sustains the nation in a state of subsistence. As a military entity, Germa received numerous lucrative contracts on the black market, yet their daily expenditures were considerable, predominantly for research. Germa soldiers incurred no expenses, being clones, however. The materials for cloning and associated costs, compounded by Gaji's need to maintain the royal family's dignity, demanded significant funds, as the nation could not levy taxes, even with contracts. Germa was not affluent, with limited liquid assets, and Gaji's aversion to commerce, viewing it as beneath the royal stature, confined them to earning through contracts. Obstinate and naive. Yet cowardly was Diaz's assessment of this individual. After a brief count, the total amounted to around 1 billion, merely sufficient to cover system updates. Stowing away the money. Diaz stroked his chin and said, "Tell me, if I were to eliminate your father, would you be free?" Reiju remained silent, her eyes reflecting a yearning for liberation. Such a gaze. Truly, she was a devoted daughter. "Hey, Reiju, did you not hear what he said? Stop him." Ichi interjected. Reiju replied, "He need only press a button, and our father will be obliterated. Do you believe I can act faster than him? Useless. Just watch me." Yuji grasped the sea prism stone cage, exerting his strength. But the cage remained immovable. "If you can pry open this cage forged from sea prism stone, I shall release you." Diaz chuckled. Remarking that not everyone possesses the unique dentition of a juvenile Helus, it is indeed exceptional. The indomitable sea prism stone, coupled with its ability to restrain those endowed with powers, accounts for its exorbitant value. Casting a glance at the unconscious Gaji, he clicked his tongue, lamenting the plight of a king who once held such lofty status. Now reduced to this unfortunate state, bring forth another sea prism stone cage and confine your king within it, he commanded. The clone soldiers hesitated. Yet the knowledge that the king's life rested in Diaz's hands compelled them to comply. Gaji was unceremoniously cast into the sea prism stone cage, suspended from the ceiling. Diaz declared, "Now, you are the de facto ruler of the Jamar kingdom, Queen Reiju." "Queen, you say? Thank you, but I have no desire for the throne," Reiju replied, shaking her head in refusal. "This accursed nation deserves to be obliterated. Who would wish to reign over such a place? Is that so? Then allow me to take on that role." Diaz sat upon the throne, surveying the crowd below, and remarked, "It feels rather mundane, to be honest. I truly fail to comprehend the allure of kingship." With his elbow resting on the armrest of the royal seat, he supported his head languidly, while, in fact, his other hand tightly gripped the remote control, poised to unleash chaos at any moment. Mariejois and the clone soldiers felt as though they were being scrutinized by a beast, one that could pounce and bite at any instant. "What do you truly desire?" Mariejois finally inquired. Diaz, struck by a whimsical thought, posed, "Do you think I could become the king of Germa?" Before Mariejois could respond, Niji chimed in with derision. "You? Forget it. No one can assume the role of king except for our esteemed father." Diaz remarked, "He is dead, and so are you. Only Reiju remains. Let her be crowned queen. Then abdicate to me, thus legitimizing my claim. You, Niji, with your clenched teeth, dare to challenge me? Watch as I rend you to shreds. Ha! Without your battle suit. You are doomed. But first, you must extricate yourself from that sea stone prison. Lacking combat attire, their fighting capabilities would plummet. Their physiques could only manifest their true prowess when equipped with battle suits. Without them, their strength pales in comparison to many pirates with bounties exceeding 300 million. After all, their bodies have not yet reached their peak. Even with the enhancement of genetic modifications, they cannot defy the laws of physical development. Only upon full maturation, when paired with Germa battle suits, can the genetically altered bodies truly unleash their latent power. However, given their current physical condition, donning the battle suits would allow them to navigate the first half of the Grand Line with ease. Reiju, will you merely stand by? Have you betrayed the family? Niji, hoping for the free-spirited Reiju to take action, was met with scorn. Are you a fool? Our father's life is in his hands. Do you lack sense? How dare you insult me? Is there a problem? Diaz shook the remote control in his hand, declaring, if I press this, your father will perish. I could suspend you here for months. I have no doubt you would succumb without food or water. I have no qualms about lingering here for that long. Silence, Niji. Ichiji, possessing some sense, urged Niji not to provoke Diaz. Protecting their father's life was paramount. Modified as they were, their unwavering loyalty to their father consumed their thoughts. Focused solely on ensuring his survival. Reija retained her emotions but could not defy Judge's commands. No matter her reluctance, her body was powerless to resist. They were mere instruments for Judge's ambition to restore the Vinsmoke family. Familial bonds? This family had lost such ties after their mother's passing and Sanji's departure. The Vinsmoke family has no need for such frail sentiments. Watching you all is quite amusing, akin to observing monkeys. They continued to bide their time, with Diaz unfazed. Indifferent to Judge's fate, his thoughts were consumed with how to bring Germa under control. Germa's combat prowess was commendable, not quite on par with the Yonko's pirate crews. Yet they stood as formidable contenders upon the seas, boasting remarkable scientific advancements and elite clone soldiers. Diaz settled into the luxurious room of Germa, where Gaji was also brought in, avoiding the risk of being released. Upon waking, Gaji was once again rendered unconscious by Diaz, and thus several days passed. Ding. System update complete. The marketplace is now open. Achievement system activated. Ding. The cost for each draw has been altered to 10 million berries. Damn it, you money-hungry scoundrel. Diaz exclaimed furiously. Is this not a cruel mockery of honest individuals? The system remained silent, being merely a mechanical entity devoid of true intelligence. Frustrated by this silent injustice, Diaz begrudgingly conceded to the system's demands. 100 consecutive draws. Now, 100 million can only afford a mere 10 draws. By the heavens. Pineapple phone, rivaling Apple. Nightstone. Radiating light at dusk. Mastery of 8 extremes fist. Come forth, let us spar, young one. The White King ensemble. Oh, such elegance. Double jump. Let me see who else cannot perform this feat. Spirit seed. Wield the power of life and death. The chains of heaven. A weapon against divinity. The Holy Grail. An omnipotent device. Divine fire judgment. The pure love greatsword. Eagle eye vision. Enemies within attack range cannot conceal themselves. Kryptonite. The Achilles heel of the mighty. Arc reactor. I am Iron Man. Mouse talisman. Dear, your figurine wife can now come to life. Sun gun. The miracle of the initial salary King Gwen. Immortal slash. Reverent tears. Recommended to be drawn after acquiring immortality. The guaranteed items appeared before Diaz's eyes. The spirit seed, when implanted in a person, can result in their demise with but a thought. There exists only one. The chains of heaven, the embodiment of Enkidu from Tsukiheim, can, at its mightiest, bind the creator god Tiamat for an hour, targeting divinity. Without divinity, it is merely a robust iron chain. The Holy Grail, a despised broken cup, can indeed grant wishes. But one must know the method. Without it, one cannot leap from beginning to end. Divine fire judgment, one of the divine keys from Honkai Impact. Crafted from the core of the 7th law of the previous civilization, available in both great sword and dual gun forms. The reason for being termed the pure love great sword lies in its use. Each invocation is for the beloved. Kevin, Siegfried, and Otto. The pure love war god, Otto Apocalypse. For those I cherish, I shall unleash a magnificent assault. Strength is indeed formidable, however. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this mechanism is powered by the very energy it is designed to combat, namely, the Hersher's energy. The utilization of Eye of the Hawk, the Keystone, and the Arc Reactor speaks for itself. Moreover, the Mouse Talisman requires a doll for its activation. The Sunlight Gun boasts commendable offensive prowess, while the primary character from Dark Souls, Gwen, showcases skills that are best employed at close range. The Undying Slash, Weeping Tears. One of the two undying slashes can only be wielded at the cost of one's own vitality. Nonetheless, it can serve as a tool for deception. Diaz caressed his chin, pondering for a moment before producing a golden chalice, a mere embodiment of magical essence. I wish to become the strongest person in the world. The Holy Grail emitted a faint glow, yet nothing materialized. Well, that was unsuccessful. I wish for the Grail's magic to be transformed into entropy energy through the system. Ding. The magical transformation was a success. The Grail's magic had been converted into entropy energy and was now linked with the Celestial Fire Saint's judgment. Is it truly possible? Diaz was utterly astonished. How was this accomplished? Host, you need not delve into the intricacies of the system. Are you perhaps of the Baitsong lineage? Ding. Congratulations. Host. On achieving the accomplishment, a guaranteed divine favor, the host's luck has increased by 1%. What good is an increase of 1%? Diaz drew forth two exquisite, gilded pistols resembling flintlock firearms, their bodies a striking juxtaposition of black and white, with golden barrels. At the safety catch, a crimson core of the ruler of flames was embedded, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. The weapons radiated intense heat, and upon contact, purple patterns emerged upon Diaz's skin, indicating his susceptibility to the corrosive energies of the collapse. Lacking any adaptive resistance to this energy, he risked transformation into a creature of collapse. He quickly relinquished his grip. Ding. Host has achieved an accomplishment. Every endeavor has its first. Host has attained 100% adaptability to collapse energy. What? The purple markings on his hand vanished, and Diaz felt a newfound ability to control the heavenly fire's divine judgment, modulating its energy output. The muzzle belched forth searing flames, igniting the bedding in the room. Extinguish. Extinguish. He splashed a basin of water to douse the fire. The output capability of the heavenly fire's divine judgment was unparalleled. When energy reached 150%, it would transform into a great sword, unleashing a cataclysmic strike. However, following such an attack, the wielder would face an exceedingly high risk of death due to the overwhelming heat. Only a body transcending mortal limits could withstand the boundless destructive force. In truth, only Kevin could genuinely harness this power. Otto wielded the heavenly fire greatsword. Replicated from the void's myriad treasures, a weapon forged in the name of love, often referred to as the pure love greatsword. Bring me a Cassandra gunfighting technique. Never mind. As long as it is usable. He sheathed the twin pistols and approached Vince Smoker Gaji. System, implant a mental seed into Vince Smoker Gaji. Ding. Seed has been planted. Would you like to eliminate the target? No. Diaz splashed water, awakening Gaji, who, upon seeing Diaz, was filled with trepidation and fear. I have implanted a mechanism in your mind that grants me control over you. With but a mere thought, I can bring about your demise, he intoned silently, commanding the mental seed to slowly take effect. Suddenly, Gaji was beset by an excruciating headache, blood streaming from his nose, the intense pain becoming unbearable. Let me go? Please. I beg of you. I am willing to become your subordinate. Upon uttering these words, Gaji felt a sudden relief. Yet sorrow enveloped him. Was this truly the end for the Vinsmoke family? He was unwilling to accept such a fate. You are indeed obedient. By the way, the entity nestled in your mind is known as the mental seed. Only I can lift it. It is bound to me, and should I perish, your head will explode. Gaji's gaze was rife with dread. The man before him resembled a devil. Yet, he felt powerless. The recent agony made it clear that if his adversary truly wished him harm, he would indeed perish. He had no desire to die. Better to endure a miserable existence than to embrace death. He must revive the Vinsmoke family. Yes, for the sake of his family, he absolutely could not die. Diaz was quite pleased with Gaji's actions, as they finally enabled the treatment of Gaji's wound. He proclaimed, "From this moment forth, you shall address me as your master. All of you from the Germa must heed my commands. Do you understand?" Gaji felt a sense of reluctance. Yet the realization that his very existence lay in the hands of his adversary left him with no choice but to acquiesce. In the presence of his sons, daughters, and numerous Germa soldiers, he announced that henceforth, Brando Diaz would hold a position equal to his own within the Germa kingdom, and all must obey his orders without question. Such an autocracy is easily governed. Once the fearful leader is under control, one becomes the sovereign of the realm. The might of the Germa kingdom is indispensable for the future that awaits. Diaz sat upon the throne, gazing down at the kneeling figures of Iji, Niji, and others, remarking, "I must admit, I prefer your former defiant demeanor. It is truly captivating." Reiju, appointed by Judge as his current secretary, retorted, "You are indeed a vile character. To deal with these individuals, this is how it must be. You are now free, my beautiful princess." Upon hearing the word free, Reiju paused, incredulous, and inquired, "Free? Indeed. You may go wherever your heart desires. I shall not intervene, nor will Judge, correct?" Judge, inwardly distressed, managed a forced smile and added, "The boss speaks the truth, Reiju. You are free to pursue whatever you wish. You are no longer bound by my commands." With these words, Reiju felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. The commands were absolute, signifying that she could indeed leave this country. Yet, what would she do after departing? Perhaps visit Sanji to see her brother. "Thank you," Reiju murmured softly, turning away without a trace of longing. Clad in Germa's combat attire, She soared into the air, leaving behind a long, vanishing white streak. Diaz proclaimed, "Well then. It is your turn, Gaji. Your current task is to generate revenue for me while ensuring the Germa kingdom operates smoothly. Save the remaining funds for my future use." He was indifferent to how Germa would earn money in the future. All that mattered was that he could procure wealth for himself. "Yes, boss." Gaji internally screamed, "My money," yet felt powerless. He began upgrading the weapons used by the soldiers, as their current efficiency was still lacking. The firearms in the world of One Piece had not seen any updates for many years, and Diaz believed it was time to initiate an industrial revolution. The existing weaponry could easily meet the combat demands of Germa's soldiers. Furrowing his brow, Gaji remarked, "If we update the weapons now, it will require a substantial amount of money, not to mention the time and effort needed for research and development." "Foolish," Diaz retorted. "Updating our arms and developing more formidable weaponry could allow Germa to swiftly conclude the war. Additionally, by selling these weapons, Germa could amass greater wealth, transforming from mercenaries into arms dealers, earning money while reclining at home. Does that not sound appealing?" Gaji opened his mouth, realizing the validity of Diaz's words. Diaz continued, "From here on, we shall develop in this direction. I can allocate 500 million berries for research and development, if that is insufficient. You may undertake missions to earn more." "Understood. Furthermore, construct for me a vessel capable of swift movement across the sea without reliance on wind. That requires an energy source. If you possess the abilities of a natural-type devil fruit user, this issue can be resolved quite effectively. However," he implied, "a small vessel cannot accommodate a massive engine and energy processor. In that case, it would be futile. I can handle the energy issue. You are simply responsible for the shipbuilding." "Understood." Under the guidance of Jiaji, the scientists of Germa commenced the construction of an iron vessel equipped with a captain's cabin. In response to Diaz's request, the power source for this endeavor was the arc reactor, harnessed by Diaz, which could produce an ample amount of energy. This arc reactor, a clean energy reactor utilizing a new element, was sufficient to meet the energy demands of the modest vessel. The advent of the arc reactor astonished Jiaji and a team of scientists, as the energy it provided fundamentally contradicted their established understanding. The vessel, constructed upon the foundation of the arc reactor, could achieve speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour, albeit limited by technological constraints, measuring approximately 20 meters in length. The ship comprised several rooms, independent restrooms, and a kitchen. Furthermore, Jiaji and his team equipped the vessel with a compact seawater desalination system to cater to daily necessities. The existence of such a desalination system within the Germa kingdom was an unexpected revelation for Diaz. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given that this group was either engaged in warfare or en route to battle, and considering their substantial population, the prolonged duration of resupply missions was impractical. Additionally, water could not be adequately preserved at sea, thus the presence of a desalination system effectively addressed this issue. The scientific and technological prowess of Germa was indeed commendable. Diaz did not linger in the kingdom of Germa. Gaji's life now lay firmly within his own grasp, and he dared not jest with his own fate. The harbinger of misfortune had finally departed. Gaji gazed at the receding vessel, releasing a sigh of relief, for the sensation of being under Diaz's control was utterly discomforting. He now found himself engulfed in despair, devoid of any hope for the future, compelled to heed Diaz's commands for the sake of his own survival. He wished for this man to live. Should he perish, Gaji would inevitably follow suit. Though he harbored doubts, what if? He wished to remain alive for Germa, for Vince Moke. The vessel, aptly named the Wave Breaker by Diaz, raced across the ocean, far surpassing ordinary sailing ships. In merely a week, it arrived at the next island. After spending nearly a month here, the magnetic storage was complete, and they set forth once more, destined for the Sabaody archipelago, before venturing into the New World. Although the New World was fraught with peril, it brimmed with opportunities. On this day, the Wave Breaker swiftly navigated the waters, its arc reactor providing ample energy, so much so that the energy consumed during routine operations was eclipsed by the reactor's output. Suddenly, in the distance, dark plumes of smoke billowed ominously. Such occurrences on the sea were often due to pirate activity. Whether it was a clash between pirates, acts of plunder, or encounters with the Navy, these scenarios invariably drew Diaz to the fray, for he relished in the chaos, adjusting their course and accelerating. The Wave Breaker surged towards the unfolding drama. The Navy ship billowed smoke, and numerous new recruits lay lifeless on the deck, felled by a single blow. The Navy's chief instructor, the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, bore the heartache as he battled a towering, corpulent pirate whose appearance was grotesque, standing nearly 7 meters tall. Just one pirate had led to the annihilation of an entire crew of young recruits under his protection. This individual had to be brought to justice. The pirate's white mustache, reminiscent of a crescent moon, and his massive nodachi conjured memories of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The weight of that formidable power reminded Zephyr of Whitebeard in his youth. With a resounding clash, the black fist met the great nodachi, and both combatants staggered back. Edward Weevil gasped, turning to the diminutive old woman draped in a leopard print cloak and sporting sunglasses, lamenting, "Mother, this man is incredibly strong. I feel I cannot defeat him." Miss Backen's voice pierced the air as she berated her foolish son. "You imbecile, pull yourself together. Who told you to confront this man? After having slain so many Navy personnel, we must eliminate him now." With the prospect of escape for herself and her son dwindling, she realized they had no choice but to confront him head-on. "I will not let you escape." "Absolutely not." Zephyr gasped, his breath coming in quick, labored bursts. "Why now?" As the years have advanced, various ailments have begun to plague his body, asthma being one of them. Typically, he could manage without much trouble, but during intense confrontations, particularly against adversaries of such caliber, these physical afflictions hinder him significantly. No, he must protect the children at all costs. The battle raged on. As Edward Weeble engaged Zephyr in a fierce struggle, relying on his remarkable physical strength and brute force. Though he was at a disadvantage, defeat was not yet imminent. Huff, huff. His breathing grew increasingly frantic. There was no recourse for medication in this fight. Age had begun to take its toll on his physical prowess. If only he were 5 years younger, he could have dealt with this fellow more easily. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Behind Edward Weeble, Miss Bakine exclaimed, "Fool, don't pursue him. There are 2 more opponents behind him." "Understood, mother." The great blade struck Zephyr, pushing him back as it aimed at the 2 newly arrived Navy recruits, a man and a woman. "Ein, Bins," Zephyr cried out, propelling himself forward and raising his right arm. With a swift motion, the blade cut through his arm, severing it completely, blood gushing forth. The searing pain contorting Zephy's expression. "Teacher," Ein and Bins cried out in anguish. Just then, a sharp surge of sword energy sliced between Edward Weeble and Zephyr, creating a barrier in the chaos. Diaz soared through the air with remarkable speed, his sword sweeping horizontally, aimed at Edward Weeble's head. A surprise attack. How despicable. Edward Weeble repelled Diaz, rolling across the deck, seizing Zephyr's severed arm. He retrieved a blood vial, affixing the arm at the stump, and poured the contents down. With a hiss, white smoke billowed from the wound, and Zephyr felt no more pain. "Diaz, what brings you here?" This rebellious disciple had once caused him great sorrow. Yet their reunion now brought salvation. "Greetings, teacher." Diaz cast aside the empty blood vial. "It has been a while. You appear to be in poor condition." Flourishing his blade, he added, "I believe we could join forces to vanquish our adversaries." Humph. After moving his arm, he felt little discomfort, as if it had never been severed. The dark aura once again enveloped his arm. That mysterious substance had alleviated his asthma, and he wondered if he had fully healed, at least in the short term. What on earth did he consume? How infuriating. How could he possibly reattach a severed limb? "Son, eliminate them." Miss Backen screamed. "Understood, mother." Edward Weeble charged forward once more, and Zephyr swiftly dodged, colliding again with Edward, the battle poised to erupt. Diaz's objective was clear as he charged towards the flamboyant Miss Bakine, exclaiming, "You arrogant fool." Miss Bakine raised her cane, enveloped in an aura of formidable power, and swung it at Diaz. To his surprise, this elderly woman possessed such formidable strength. Clang! Sparks flew as the force emanating from her cane caught Diaz off guard, revealing that she was not to be underestimated. Unleashing his extraordinary strength, Diaz unexpectedly forced Miss Bakine's cane aside, leaving her defenseless. Seizing the moment, Diaz produced a gilded firearm, its barrel spewing forth flames from the holy judgment of heavenly fire, striking Miss Bakine squarely in the face. "Ah!" Miss Bakine screamed, her body igniting in flames. Weeble swiftly turned, exclaiming, "Mother, how dare you look away while battling me?" Zephyr raised an eyebrow, delivering a powerful punch to Weeble's abdomen, causing him to stagger backward, clutching his stomach in pain. "You old fool," he retorted, his monstrous physique allowing him to endure the blow. Diaz kicked Miss Bakine to the ground, extinguishing the flames, and aimed the holy judgment of heavenly fire at her head, stating, "Surrender, for your mother is now in my grasp." He relished in the strategy of taking hostages, achieving his goals with minimal effort. Suddenly, the silver chains of heavenly lock appeared in the air, their wedge-shaped ends piercing Weeble's collarbone, effectively immobilizing him. This was not merely a treasure, but a divine weapon of unparalleled durability. Even if severed, it would mend itself over time. If only his opponent possessed divine attributes, the bindings would wreak havoc. It is widely known that divinity serves as a debuff, and thus the situation was simple. Diaz commanded, "Secure him, Teacher Zifa." Frustrated, Weeble protested, "What is this?" He struggled to break free, but Diaz warned, "If you move, your mother will meet her demise." "Mother, if you dare harm her, I will kill you," Weeble shouted. "As long as you remain still, your mother will be unharmed." "Is that true?" "Indeed. Then I shall remain motionless." The individual appears rather dim-witted. Zifa cast a deep glance at his former disciple, instructing Ein and Benz to bring forth the sea-stone handcuffs, binding Weibel's hands and feet entirely, and ensnaring his entire body with heavy chains. Edward Weibel and Miss Bakken found themselves restrained by Zifa and his associates. Gazing upon the corpses of the new recruits sprawled across the deck, Zifa was overwhelmed with sorrow. What was intended as a training expedition had taken such a tragic turn. "Take it easy, Master Zifa," Diaz remarked, his gaze profound, as he, along with Ein and Benz, began to collect the bodies. "Death is irreversible. It is simply fate. Once one ventures onto the sea, whether as a Navy officer or a pirate, one must be prepared to risk their life." Zifa snorted, "It is not your place, little brat, to instruct me," as he gently closed the eyes of a fallen recruit, his hands trembling. "You must be my junior disciples, then?" Ein and Benz remained silent. They had heard of Diaz's notorious reputation, even deemed a cautionary tale by the Navy. Ironically, it was this very pariah who had saved their lives. "Relax. I do not consume humans," Zifa approached with a solemn tone. "Diaz, what on earth are you contemplating? Why betray the Navy?" Diaz replied, "Master Zifa, I have stated numerous times that my sole intention is to save lives, even at the cost of becoming a fugitive." Diaz locked eyes with his mentor and spoke, "Perhaps I am wanted by the world government and pursued by the Navy. Yet I remain eternally grateful to you and Admiral Crane for your guidance. I am not someone who forgets kindness, and furthermore, I continue to harbor a disdain for pirates." He expressed his gratitude towards Granny Crane and Zifa, acknowledging that much of his prowess was nurtured by them, albeit their paths diverged. "Is it for Tiger?" he pondered. "What is it that draws admiration towards him?" "It is his defiance. He stood against the despicable celestial dragons. The world ought not to be governed by a cadre of individuals lesser than mere parasites. As a former admiral, you should comprehend the nature of such beings." Zifa did not dispute the contemptible nature of the celestial dragons, yet as a member of the Navy, he felt compelled to protect them. Ein and Benz turned pale, shocked that anyone would dare to speak so vehemently against the celestial dragons. If word of this spreads, he would be doomed. Diaz continued, "Look at your disciples. They tremble at my words, and how much more would the common folk? They are merely fortunate souls who have been born into privilege. Yet they should not hoard over 50% of the world's wealth, nor should they trample upon the laws of the world government. In comparison to pirates, they incite in me a greater loathing. How many nations have suffered due to the avarice of the celestial dragons, leading to poverty and ruin? How many have been obliterated because of them? Countless individuals have been reduced to slavery at their hands because of them. The laws of the world government seem like a farce. Human trafficking can commence right under the Navy's nose. You are aware of this. Yet you choose not to speak of it, not to confront it. In the shadow of these wretches, your sense of justice appears utterly absurd." Diaz exposed the wounds of the Navy, a testament to their disgrace. The lovely Ein opened her mouth, eager to defend her teacher. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, for all of Diaz's assertions were grounded in truth. There must be a better solution. But what? Zephyr was rendered speechless by his own disciple's inquiry, unable to formulate a counter-argument. "I hold great admiration for the actions of Teague. Such a person should not meet an untimely demise. Teacher, the justice of the Navy cannot accommodate my sense of righteousness. We are drifting further apart." Diaz shook his head and approached the ship's railing, declaring, "Teacher, should you ever find yourself in need, I shall come to your aid. This is my pledge." With a graceful step, he returned to the wave breaker, which glided past the military vessel. Zephyr gazed at the receding ship, sighing deeply. Diaz exhibited remarkable talent among his disciples, perhaps only slightly inferior to the likes of Kazan. Is it truly impossible for the justice of the Navy to embrace him? The answer is affirmative. His disdain for the celestial dragons will inevitably lead to conflict, and in the end, it may not merely be a matter of defection. An instinct warned him that Diaz would commit even more dreadful acts, rebellion, violence, or even the killing of celestial dragons. Teacher Ein inquired, Brother Diaz, is this the reason he defected from the Navy? Regarding Ein's address to Diaz as brother, Zephyr did not insist she amend her words. Strolloberry stated as much, and in doing so awakened his conqueror's haki, indicating his irreconcilable enmity with the celestial dragons. The world's nobility will not allow someone like him to survive. But he is a good person. Indeed, a good person. Zephyr's hand clenched tightly, for the justice of the Navy seemed rather narrow-minded to him. He instructed his two disciples to keep the encounter with Diaz confidential, to shield them from exposure. This was the teacher's protection over his students. Diaz regarded him as a mentor. How could he not perceive him as a disciple in return? Alas, what a pity. Had he chosen to remain, he might have become a formidable warrior. The world of celestial dragons is indeed a malignant growth. He let out a deep sigh, casting a piercing gaze upon Weibel and Miss Bakken, his eyes brimming with animosity. He advanced, his fists piercing through their bodies. Should they be allowed to survive? His disciples would find no peace. Ultimately, pirates are merely pirates. His disciples, his beloved wife, his son, and his fallen comrades, who perished at the hands of these marauders, had all imparted to him the profound absurdity of his former vow against killing. Diaz, can you bring about a change in this world? The sea-stone handcuffs on Weibel and Miss Bakken's corpses were retrieved and subsequently cast into the depths of the ocean. He suddenly found himself anticipating the future accomplishments of this rebellious disciple. Do you aspire to be a hero, Diaz? Teacher, the moment one desires to become a hero, they have already forfeited that very title. Thus, I shall neither become a hero nor claim to be one. You are a hero, Diaz, albeit a rebellious one, distinctly unconventional. Humph. A wayward disciple. The warship gradually departed, the recent sacrifices weighing heavily on Zephyr's heart. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, he reported this unprecedented loss, a rarity in the annals of naval history. Zephyr resolved to form a naval guerrilla unit, a proposal swiftly sanctioned by the higher echelons of the Navy. The position of Chief Instructor Zephyr was temporarily left vacant as the guerrilla unit was established, attracting numerous naval officers, including Ein and Binz, who joined in the hunt for pirates across the seas. They would spare no pirate, as allowing any to survive would be a grave disrespect to their fallen comrades. Ein and Binz began to comprehend why, after leaving the Navy, no pirate had lived to tell the tale under Diaz's hand. These scoundrels are truly unworthy of life, scum. Their demise is of no consequence. The war in the Skyer Kingdom continues. Today's headlines feature the conflict in the Skyer Kingdom. Although Germa has withdrawn from the war due to Diaz's intervention, several neighboring kingdoms remain undeterred, eager to seize this bountiful and beautiful realm. While Germa had no capacity to resist against Skyer, they still had the means to confront other nations, albeit with slim chances of victory. Diaz set down the newspaper in his hands, contemplating the imminent demise of the kingdom of Sykiel. In the aftermath, its ruins would likely serve as a stronghold for the formidable Mihawk. Accompanied by a troop of exceptionally intelligent baboons, a sight that had yet to grace Diaz's eyes. Lowering the newspaper, Diaz moored the wave breaker alongside the island shore, from which the Shambadi archipelago would soon come into view. The island was vast, adorned with towering trees and lush greenery, teeming with life. He released the young Giratina, declaring, "Let us embark upon an exploration of this island." Yoji, the young Giratina, with its short legs, eagerly followed Diaz, brimming with excitement. As they ventured into the forest, a pungent odor assailed their senses. A colossal python, measuring over 20 meters in length, descended from the branches, its maw agape and poised to strike. Giratina, leap and use your headbutt. Yoji. With fierce determination, the young Giratina sprang into action alongside Diaz, ascending to the serpent's head and delivering a powerful headbutt. Bang! The python was momentarily stunned, stars swirling in its eyes, as Diaz commanded, "Destruction beam." The young Giratina unleashed a torrent of golden energy, directing its destructive force at the serpent. Destruction beam. Diaz would not allow his young larvitar to learn on its own. Instead, he invested 30 million berries to procure a move tutor for the devastating move, Hyper Beam, enabling it to master this powerful technique. Otherwise, it would only be able to learn it after evolving. To facilitate Larvitar's energy accumulation, he equipped it with an Everstone, pondering when it might finally evolve. With a single blast of Hyper Beam, Larvitar pierced through the serpent's head, its body convulsing before collapsing lifelessly. A splendid victory. Larvitar, hands on its hips, reveled in its newfound prowess, happily crunching on a stone. As they ventured deeper, Diaz refrained from engaging with the immense beasts they encountered, instead allowing Larvitar to battle. Remarkably, Larvitar exhibited considerable fighting strength even in its first stage. Diaz ensured it received the finest sustenance and provided various move tutors to teach it unconventional techniques. Was this Larvitar's training legitimate? Not in the slightest. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved the title of Pokemon Master. Pokemon's strength increased by 1%. Ding. Larvitar has learned the move Screech. A series of notifications took Diaz by surprise as he dragged a massive bull-like creature to the beach. Larvitar sat on the sand, munching on the grains, while Diaz began to dissect the beast, cleaning its entrails before starting to grill the meat. After a hearty lunch, he commenced his training. Before entering the new world, he needed to master both armament hockey and observation hockey, essential skills in that realm. Such abilities were commonplace in the new world, yet scarcely found among those traversing the first half of the Grand Line. Without experiencing a thorough beating, one might remain oblivious to the existence of hockey. Some users of natural-type devil fruits, relying on their ability to elementalize, mistakenly believe themselves invincible. However, there is always someone stronger out there. Clad in a 5-ton weight-bearing armor purchased from the system shop, he found it to be just the right challenge for his training. Sweat poured down as Larvitar nibbled on energy blocks atop his back, contributing to his burden. Yet this was not enough. He craved a battle to catalyze his breakthrough. But where could he find an opponent formidable enough to provoke such an evolution? Should he provoke the Navy? Contemplating this, he continued his rigorous training, lifting 3-ton barbells to strengthen his arms and enhance his physical power. The training regimen of the 6 styles persisted, for he was determined to grow stronger, ever stronger. After spending a full month and a half on this island, Diaz finally departed, arriving at the heart of the Grand Line, the Sabaody Archipelago. This cluster of islands is composed of the unique almond mangroves, where the ground consists of tree roots that secrete a liquid, forming bubbles that float gracefully in the air. These bubbles thrive solely in the exceptional climate of the Sabaody Archipelago. Once they leave this island, they are bound to burst. The bubble culture permeates every aspect of life here, with many everyday items crafted from these ethereal orbs. Moreover, the Sabaody Archipelago serves as a vital transit point to Fishman Island, attracting a multitude of pirates and bounty hunters. They congregate in the lawless zones, areas beyond the reach of the Navy, where, provided they do not cause too much commotion, the Navy tends to turn a blind eye. After all, the Sabaody Archipelago is the domain of the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons reign supreme here. The archipelago does not belong to the world government, but is solely under their jurisdiction. The Navy is stationed here not to apprehend pirates, but to safeguard the Celestial Dragons who visit for leisure. The Celestial Dragons have little regard for legality. Their desires are centered on indulgence, often manifested in the form of slaves. Their presence allows for the open operation of slave auction houses right under the Navy's watchful gaze, where affluent merchants are willing to spend exorbitant sums for their desired slaves. This place is a veritable den of vice. Upon arriving at the Sabaody Archipelago, Diaz promptly made his way to the bar situated beneath the 13th mangrove, the infamous Shaki's ripoff bar. The proprietress, Shaki, is a pirate from the same era as the legendary Rayleigh and Whitebeard. Over 30 years ago, she was pursued by Admiral Carp, but after retiring from piracy, she established this bar on the Sabaody Archipelago, primarily engaging in the business of information. Any pirate who treats her establishment as a mere tavern is likely to find themselves extorted. Diaz could hardly do otherwise. As he pushed the door open, the proprietress, seated behind the bar and puffing on a cigarette, smiled and remarked, a dashing young man has arrived. What can I do for you? Information, he replied. Oh. Xiachi raised an eyebrow and said, I wonder what Mr. Brando seeks? Diaz was not surprised that Xiachi recognized him. His handsome visage was quite distinctive, evoking a sense of familiarity at first glance. Moreover, if an information broker failed to recognize him, he would indeed question her competence. Can you procure the training methods for armament hockey and observation hockey? He inquired. The proprietress responded, You have come at just the right moment. I happen to have a copy of a training regimen from the Amazon Lily. The inhabitants of Amazon Lily are predominantly skilled in hockey, and this nation, comprised entirely of women, boasts formidable combat prowess. Isolated by the Calm Belt, the island lacks many resources, compelling its residents to resort to plunder to supplement their deficiencies. This has fostered a fierce national character, with membership in the Kuja pirate scene as a mark of pride. The methods to cultivate hockey that can be disseminated are indeed exceedingly rare. With a spark of inspiration, Diaz inquired, Madam, Do you offer this cultivation method for sale? As someone who deals in intelligence, would I peddle counterfeit goods to you? Just tell me, do you want it or not? Yes, of course, came the reply. Diaz pressed on. How much? Not exorbitant, merely 80 million belly. You must be joking, Diaz exclaimed, astonished by the woman's outrageous demand. Lower the price a bit. How about 40 million? Ha, young man, your bargaining skills are rather ruthless, she retorted. Shachi shook her head, saying, in my line of work, I have never encountered someone as audacious as you. We do not entertain negotiations. If you decline, I can always sell it to someone else. Very well. Having been thoroughly outmaneuvered, Diaz procured the desired cultivation method. Shachi indeed did not sell counterfeit goods, and considering her acquaintances with Hancock and the old woman, it was entirely plausible she could acquire such a treasure. As he perused the training manual, enlightenment dawned upon him. Previously perplexing concepts became crystal clear. He settled into a corner of the bar, engrossed in the book until mealtime arrived. After tucking the book away, he departed the bar. Was this young man truly a traitor to the Navy, seeking to rescue Taish? There was something intriguing about him. Shachi watched the young man's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she extinguished her cigarette. Diaz wandered through the bustling streets, intent on locating a trustworthy coating specialist to apply a protective layer to his vessel. In truth, coating artisans were universally acclaimed, their reputations untarnished even in the face of mishaps. Should misfortune befall them, recourse for negative feedback would be rendered moot. Thus, he sought an elder, whose experience would lend him greater reliability. In hindsight, he lamented not having transformed his craft into a submarine. He had no intention of seeking out the elusive Pluto Rayleigh. This individual was as unpredictable as a specter concealed in some obscure nook. As he continued his journey, he inadvertently entered a lawless zone, his face unmasked. Those who caught sight of him turned their heads, and several bounty hunters exhibited expressions of intrigue, stealthily trailing behind. After all, he was a veritable bounty walking the streets, and they believed that a swarm could easily overwhelm this mere teenager before them. Such confidence they displayed. Diaz arrived at a desolate location and addressed his pursuers behind him. Brando Diaz, you are indeed formidable, yet it is uncertain whether you can eliminate us all before your strength wanes. A bounty hunter, licking his blade with a sinister grin, remarked, moreover, it is not merely us bounty hunters who have set our sights on you. Surrender your possessions, for I am well aware of your wealth. A group of pirates closed in, their leader grinning grotesquely. Diaz, running his fingers through his hair, replied, in that case, you must be prepared to meet your demise here. Diaz held his hand aloft, and golden lightning surged from all directions, converging at the center of his palm. What could it be? Was he a wielder of extraordinary powers? A cry of alarm arose. Run. Quickly. The lightning coalesced into a golden spear, crackling ominously in his grasp, as he stood there, reminiscent of a thunder god. Sunlight spear. With a fierce throw, it detonated amidst the crowd, unleashing a tempest of electricity and a series of explosions that sent countless individuals flying, leaving an unknown number dead beneath the wrath of the sunlight spear. A monster. A fiend. Run. The sheer ferocity of that strike had obliterated their courage. The pirates and bounty hunters scattered in disarray, igniting chaos as Diaz strode confidently into the auction house. If memory served him right, this establishment was backed by the investments of Don Quixote da Flamingo, with him as one of the shareholders. Seated in the audience, he listened to the auctioneer below, fervently presenting a beautiful slave girl. Behold, a princess from the kingdom of coal in the New World, raised in the etiquette of the court, poised and incredibly graceful, exuding an air of nobility. This princess boasted exaggerated proportions, an hourglass figure typical of this world, yet her lovely visage was marred by sorrow. Even a seasoned observer like Diaz found himself momentarily captivated by her. Her golden waves cascaded down, brushing against her shapely form, unexpectedly alluring. Heh, this figure. Those legs, I could indulge in her for a year. Curse this vixen, I'll buy her and strip her face off as a trophy. Sebi's Olivia's eyes were devoid of light. Her kingdom had been obliterated for failing to pay tribute to the heavens. Though she possessed the powers of a paramecia-type fruit, the mind-reading fruit, enabling her to perceive others' thoughts, she lacked any fighting strength. Reduced to slavery after her nation's downfall, she awaited the whims of these grotesque individuals. Who will save me? Perhaps I should seize this place. After all, none here are virtuous. I could free the slaves, but what shall I eat afterward? Wait. Shouldn't a grand act like robbing an auction house be pondered carefully? Why am I even contemplating my lunch? As Olivia was presented for bidding, she caught Diaz's gaze. Having overheard his intent to seize the auction house, noticing her attention, Diaz furrowed his brow. Is she looking at me? Whatever. 1,800,000 berries, once. 1,800,000 berries, twice. The auctioneer raised his gavel, brimming with excitement. Diaz raised his hand, prompting the auctioneer to exclaim, "What shall our esteemed guests bid?" "I offer 2 guns." The twin firestorm pistols manifested in his hands. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Don't move. This is a robbery. Pirates. Help. Run for your lives." The group of opulently dressed wealthy individuals appeared pallid and stricken with fear, desperately seeking an escape. The flames spewing from the gun's muzzle formed a fiery barrier, obstructing their retreat. Diaz declared, "Cast aside all your money here. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place alive. You are robbing us. Beware of the Navy." Bang! A bullet, solidified into flame, pierced the forehead of the speaker, causing his lifeless body to collapse. A cacophony of terrified screams ensued. Diaz remarked, "Very well, who dares to dissent?" He abruptly raised his weapon and shot the auctioneer, who was attempting to flee. "This place harbors few innocent souls," he continued. "Now, place all your valuables here, and you may depart. Will you comply?" "Yes, yes, yes." The merchants, gripped by the fear of death, promptly surrendered their riches, eager to appease Diaz, who had demonstrated his lethal resolve. In a frenzy, they contributed their money and jewels until a small mountain was formed. Diaz smiled as he collected the bounty and permitted their departure, before leisurely approaching Olivia. He retrieved a temporary key from the auctioneer's waist, liberating her from the shackles around her neck and wrists. "You are free now. You may go," he stated. Olivia, loosening her wrists, mournfully replied, "I am already homeless. The kingdom of coal has been annihilated, erased from the new world, and my subjects have perished." Internally grieved, Diaz thought, "What if this girl becomes attached to me? I am still but a youth." His mind was fraught with turmoil. Olivia's complexion began to flush crimson as a surge of confusion flooded her thoughts. What is happening? What is this man concealing in his mind? In that moment, she experienced a profound transformation. "What is wrong with you?" "No, don't touch me. Weaken the legs." She hastily retreated, avoiding him as if he were a serpent. Diaz's hand lingered suspended in the air. "Fine, if you do not wish to be touched, so be it. I harbor no intentions towards you. A word of caution, the Navy shall arrive shortly. You ought to depart, for I have matters to attend to. Eliminate those who are damned, and release those who deserve it." "Huh? Is he intent on rescuing someone?" "Wait for me." Olivia hurriedly followed, while Diaz frowned, perplexed by her behavior. Why does she not flee and instead remain to face capture? To be enslaved again is hardly a desirable fate, once captured. One might endure unspeakable horrors. Though his words were harsh, he was, in truth, quite amiable, albeit with a mind cluttered by lewd thoughts. Wait, what is this? Why does my mind leap so swiftly? Just moments ago, Diaz was contemplating rescue and lascivious thoughts. Yet his thoughts abruptly shifted to the decor of a human auction house and its proprietor. The rapidity of his thoughts left Olivia momentarily stunned, followed by an influx of inconsequential information. She promptly shut down her abilities, as Diaz's presence felt like a multitude of individuals before her, overwhelming her capacity to process. How could this be? Is there anyone whose thoughts operate in such a manner? The modern propensity for divergent thinking, coupled with Diaz's penchant for whimsical musings, rendered his mind extraordinarily active. Olivia was unaware of the sheer volume of information she was receiving, making it difficult for her to process. And she was hesitant to delve too deeply into his psyche. "What is your intention?" Diaz inquired. "I am a user of the mind-reading fruit ability. I can assist you in discerning who is virtuous and who is malevolent. You wouldn't want to err in your judgments, would you?" Olivia replied. "Oh, a user of the mind-reading fruit? Are you privy to my thoughts? Damn, if this woman possesses the mind-reading ability, then my recent musings would indeed be." Olivia, with an impassive expression, echoed his thoughts. Diaz felt as though he stood before this woman in a state of undress, instantly engulfed by a wave of shame. Olivia swiftly waved her hand, exclaiming, "I shall no longer delve into your thoughts. Your mind is far too chaotic for me to comprehend, and it is riddled with trivialities devoid of any profound value." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Diaz seemed to ponder something, awkwardly clearing his throat before responding. "My thoughts tend to wander. It is best you refrain from peering into them." "Ah, yes, from now on, I shall surely abstain," she declared. "No future," Diaz emphasized. "Very well. May I accompany you then? I have no need for companions." Diaz perceived this woman as a hindrance, merely a pretty face, a mere ornament. He found little merit in her telepathic abilities unless she could wield them with the finesse of Professor X, controlling others' minds. I can assist you with numerous tasks. Typically, I am either engaged in robbery or battling pirates. I believe you require an astute aid, and I possess valuable intelligence regarding the New World. I can acquire it through information trading, and it is quite reliable. I can serve as your enforcer as well. I have trained in combat, and once defeated a notorious pirate with a bounty of 33 million berries. Olivia asserted. Yet you were captured? Speaking of which, a deep-seated resentment surged within Olivia. The Duke of our nation betrayed us, allowing the enemy to infiltrate our city. Both my father and mother were slain. I narrowly escaped, only to be ensnared by human traffickers in the end. Do you possess the courage to consort with demons? Diaz remarked. Following me places your life in perpetual jeopardy. For I possess an uncanny ability to attract trouble. I fear not death. You have saved my life, and my upbringing instilled in me the virtue of gratitude. Olivia proclaimed loudly, you are worthy of my allegiance. This man possesses his own principles, while aligning with him may jeopardize one's innocence. It is certainly preferable to capitulating to those nefarious individuals. Very well, follow closely. Should you perish, I shall ensure your remains are retrieved, he stated. Olivia complied, trailing behind Diaz as they arrived at the dismal confines of the slave prison. The dank, shadowy dungeon elicited a frown from him as he uttered, let us commence. Very well, she replied, employing her telepathic abilities to discern the thoughts of others. Pointing at several individuals, she declared they were once pirates, having taken the lives of many innocent civilians. Bang, bang. With 2 shots fired, he continued, proceed. Understood. After identifying the pirates and criminals, Diaz personally dealt with them before releasing the others. Not spotting the traitorous Rayleigh among them, he shrugged. A merman, relaxing his wrists, expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for liberating me. I had believed all humans to be malevolent. I am no paragon of virtue myself. Go now, and do not allow yourself to be captured by humans again. Diaz, with a powerful punch, shattered the wall, allowing the liberated slaves to escape. The commotion he caused had already drawn the attention of the navy surrounding the area. Diaz remarked, behold, this is the price of following me. You are better than them. I can read their thoughts to assist you. No need, he added, twisting his neck with a crackling sound. Let me see if these fellows have truly honed their skills. In an instant, he vanished, darting swiftly among the navy, leaving behind a trail of gaping wounds upon their bodies. Pierce, are you all right? Pull yourself together. It's the Six Styles. He is Diaz. Retreat quickly. We are no match for him. Request reinforcements. Let us go. Diaz seized Olivia, propelling himself forward as if treading on air. Olivia hurriedly exclaimed, they are notifying the Admiral to come over. Diaz shattered the speaking telephone bug with a single shot, declaring, that will suffice. Diaz led Olivia to a secluded spot and inquired, what is the extent of your telepathic abilities? Within a radius of 100 meters, she replied. That range is rather limited. If it were any larger, my mind would be overwhelmed by the influx of information. Olivia, feeling a sense of trepidation, gazed at Diaz, acutely aware that the chaotic turmoil of thoughts within him was akin to a tangled ball of yarn, leaving her feeling utterly vulnerable. Diaz embodies the essence of a modern individual, capable of engaging in tasks while his thoughts drift into the ethereal realms. Alas, the habits cultivated during his school days seem impervious to change throughout his life. It is futile to place my hopes upon you any longer. I initially intended for Olivia to be vigilant of those harboring hostility towards them, yet now, a distance of 100 meters feels akin to being utterly unprotected. Gazing outside to spot his naval forces, he declared, you have one final opportunity. Depart from this place now. Should you choose to follow me, death is a possibility, and I cannot guarantee your safety. He added, I am no weakling myself. Olivia clenched her fist, radiating a formidable aura. Goodness, this person possesses such charisma. How did you find yourself captured? Betrayal, she responded. Very well, I understand your answer. I shall follow you. Then welcome, my friend. I am Brando Diaz. Very well. Boss. I am Service Olivia, the last princess of the Coal Kingdom. Boss. I rather enjoy that title. Now, let us proceed to find a skilled craftsman to coat the ship, and then we shall head to Fishman Island. Agreed. They evaded the Navy's pursuit and discovered a resting craftsman. After negotiating a price, the coating commenced. The wavebreaker was not particularly large, and the craftsman assured them it would be completed within 2 days, with the final payment to be settled at that time. Very well, let us procure some supplies. And I shall also acquire some essentials for you. Diaz remarked, observing Olivia's somewhat tattered attire. Thank you, boss. This is an employee benefit. I shall cover the expenses. The two ventured to the commercial street. The Shambody archipelago had become accustomed to criminals, with the comings and goings of pirates and bounty hunters serving as a vital economic lifeline. And there was no inclination to report the whereabouts of these wrongdoers to the Navy. Diaz, albeit diminutive, overshadowed the woman's shopping prowess. Olivia procured a substantial array of clothing and provisions, all of which Diaz meticulously tucked away for later organization in her room. Fortunately, the room was equipped with a bed and wardrobe. They did not immediately transfer to the wave breaker as the coating artisan was at work, leaving no space for them aboard the vessel. The two sought refuge in a modest inn for the night. The Navy that had been pursuing them had vanished, seemingly relinquishing their chase. With safety now secured, they awaited the successful completion of the coating process. As Diaz and Olivia strolled along the bustling commercial street, their path veered towards the illicit zone. What brings us here? Olivia inquired, sensing the malevolent gazes surrounding them. Of course, it is a matter of black market dealings. Are you truly a good person? I am certainly not. This forbidden area harbors not only human trafficking but also a myriad of other illegal enterprises. Smuggling is merely a trifling offense compared to the rampant human and organ trafficking prevalent in this realm. Diaz could not possibly escape so easily. He brought Olivia to a place that dealt in human organs. Inside the establishment, several individuals were bound, their bodies marked with the locations of organs and their prices. Ready for immediate sale. It resembled a bustling market. Upon seeing Diaz, the salesman rubbed his hands together, exuding the demeanor of a dubious merchant, and smiled, saying, "Welcome, dear guests. What might you desire? We have everything you could wish for. There is nothing we do not sell, and our prices are negotiable." Diaz scrutinized him, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the unsettling sales pitch. Ah, the heart. The heart, you say? A negotiable matter indeed. Behold this fellow. A pirate captain with a bounty of 56,200,000 berries, robust in stature, undeniably possessing a formidable heart. The salesman, effusively extolling the virtues of his offering, presented it with the air of one showcasing a mere commodity. If you desire it, I can have it extracted for you immediately. And I shall even provide a guarantee of freshness, the salesman chuckled. In response, Diaz extended his hand, a single finger piercing through the salesman's chest. Instantly, blood gushed forth, and the salesman stared in shock at his own wound, letting out a harrowing scream as he staggered back, blood spurting from the gaping hole. Diaz pulled Olivia back a step, ensuring she was spared from the gruesome spray. Very well, let us proceed with the heist. Diaz unsheathed his blade. Olivia. Understood. Olivia immediately commenced her mind reading, while Diaz ruthlessly dispatched all the staff within the establishment. Those who toiled here were equally tainted. He also swiftly severed the throat of the pirate captain. After ensuring that no innocent souls remained, Olivia declared, this one, and this one, just these three. The remainder were not spared. They fell one by one beneath Diaz's relentless strikes. Now, to the dungeon. There must be stock hidden within, prompting their search for the illicit goods. The commotion attracted some attention, yet this was an unlawful zone, and the Navy would not venture here lightly. The previous day's presence was solely due to the abundance of wealthy merchants at the human auction. Protection was deemed necessary for that group. Before long, Diaz emerged from the chaos alongside a group and Olivia, instructing her to guide them to safety. Meanwhile, he continued to purge the area of its inhabitants, plunging the illegal zone into turmoil. Some dared to assault Diaz, yet their attempts were futile against his jade shield, only to meet their demise instead. The uproar drew a contingent of Navy personnel, who, upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of the establishment's employees, were left pale with terror. Diaz wiped the blood from his face and proclaimed, I have accomplished what your Navy dares not. I told you, your notion of justice is far too narrow. You Diaz, you madman, the leading admiral of the Navy exclaimed, his trembling finger pointed at Diaz, for he had never encountered such a person, such a lunatic. Do you not pursue absolute justice? Diaz mocked, if you seek absolute justice, then there can be no sin in your eyes. Look around you. This lawless zone exists right under the Navy's nose. Can you truly achieve absolute justice? Is this your version of justice? It is utterly laughable. At these words, a silence fell over the group of Navy officers, with some of the newly enlisted questioning the very essence of their justice. Is this truly justice? Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. The admiral defended. Diaz retorted, what is the use of delayed justice if civilians have been slain? Can your pursuit of justice resurrect the dead? Such a notion is profoundly superficial. Diaz's voice resonated like a resounding bell, striking the hearts of those who heard it. As he shook the blood from his blade and turned to depart, "Fire! Get out!" With a swift motion, his gaze, imbued with lethal intent, instilled a paralyzing fear in the naval officers, their bodies trembling as they envisioned their own demise. They touched their necks, untouched and unharmed. Yet the sheer menace of his aura was palpable. The rear admiral, still shaken, murmured, "How many lives has this man taken?" It seems the rumors hold truth. In the years since Diaz had left the Navy, he had mercilessly eradicated pirates, akin to a butcher, exhibiting an almost zero tolerance for those who dared to commit crimes, leaving the kingdom of Goya in turmoil. "Admiral, what shall we do?" a frightened officer inquired. "Report to the higher-ups and let them handle it. I possess neither the capability nor the authority to subdue this formidable being. It is best left to those above us." After Diaz departed from the illegal zone, he sought a place to don a fresh set of garments before heading to find Olivia, uncertain of her whereabouts. Upon locating her, he discovered her indulging in lunch at a quaint establishment, much to his chagrin. Olivia, feeling a sudden chill, activated her telepathic abilities. This woman had the audacity to relish her meal alone while he was left to deal with the aftermath. Turning stiffly, she found Diaz regarding her with a warm smile. Gulp. "Delicious, isn't it, boss?" she inquired tentatively. "Would you care for a taste?" "Please, continue your meal," Diaz replied, taking a seat beside her. Olivia felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, clearing her throat before displaying a polished and courteous smile as she addressed the waiter. "Could you please bring 10 more servings of this lunch?" "Certainly," the waiter acknowledged, relaying the order to the kitchen. Diaz picked up his knife and fork, stating, "We can leave tomorrow. Today's commotion was rather significant, so let us keep a low profile." "Oh, really? Wasn't it you who stirred up all the trouble?" Olivia retorted silently as she continued her meal. "Are you silently criticizing me?" Diaz teased. "Absolutely not. I would never," Olivia hastily denied, exclaiming, "That's slander. The boss is slandering me." "Very well," he conceded. Once their meals were served, Diaz devoured his food with fervor, soon afterward patting his stomach in satisfaction as they settled the bill and departed from the restaurant. As they strolled along the street, suddenly, people around them began to kneel. Olivia, puzzled, inquired, "What are they kneeling for?" Diaz felt an ominous sensation as he grasped Olivia's arm, urging her to slip into the alley. Behind them, a low voice commanded, "Halt!" Before the esteemed Lord Charlemagne. "Why do you not pay your respects?" A man clad in a black suit, exuding the demeanor of a bodyguard, called out to them. Diaz halted his steps and turned to observe a gathering of individuals surrounding an ugly man adorned with a square glass helmet and clad in a white spacesuit, whose peculiar hairstyle added to his grotesque appearance. Beneath him, a slave crawled forward, his body marred with injuries and his expression rendered numb, seemingly stripped of his will through relentless torment. This was the world of nobility, the celestial dragons, a cadre of individuals basking in the world's privileges, sustained by a significant portion of global wealth, akin to parasites. Upon witnessing Olivia, Charlemagne shook his head, yet his eyes gleamed upon spotting Diaz. The young man, under scrutiny, felt a chill creep over him as Olivia whispered, "He desires to take you to his bed." At this moment, Diaz was but a youth, standing at 6 feet 6 inches tall, with an upright posture and a chiseled physique boasting 8 well-defined abs. His strikingly handsome features, with ruby lips and pearly teeth, rendered Olivia breathless and flushed at times. Dressed in exquisite garments, he could effortlessly step into the limelight as an idol, captivating hearts without remorse. The instant Charlemagne laid eyes on him, he was entranced by Diaz's beauty, his senses swayed. "Seize him. I wish for him to become my 17th male consort. The previous 12 have grown tiresome and may be disposed of." Charlemagne's nonchalant declaration had determined the fates of several individuals, as if announcing a trivial matter. With that, his subordinate sprang into action, rushing towards Diaz. "You seek death." In a swift flash, Diaz's blade gleamed, and the heads of that group of men fell to the ground. Blood gushed forth, leaving the onlookers in shock. With a sudden movement, he darted forward, seizing Charlemagne's garments, and with a single punch, shattered the square glass helmet atop his head, grinning malevolently, "Greetings, celestial dragon." "Charlemagne! Lord Charlemagne!" the guards exclaimed in astonishment, while those who had knelt in disbelief gazed at Diaz in utter incredulity. "Do not question my reasons for kneeling." Olivia looked on in shock, realizing that her employer was audacious beyond measure. After all, this was a member of the world's aristocracy, a being who stood above all others. Do you wish for death? If not, kindly release me. I am a celestial dragon. Diaz delivered a powerful blow, swelling half of Charles Martin's face and sending several bloody teeth flying from his mouth. This audacious act left everyone in stunned silence. He struck a celestial dragon? How could he dare? What audacity possessed him? You actually hit me? My father has never laid a hand on me. Charles Martin wept, his words slurred by pain. Lord Charles Martin, quickly, notify the Navy. Indeed. Let us see who dares to move. Diaz retorted, anyone who dares to inform the Navy will find this fellow fed to the dogs. You are Diaz, the disgrace of the Navy. This is a world noble, the illustrious Charles Martin. The head guard feigned composure, yet fear gripped his heart, with Charles Martin injured. Their entire family could very well face annihilation. So what if he was a celestial dragon? Diaz nonchalantly approached, dragging Charles Martin along, and remarked, look at this pig-like creature. Why are you all so terrified? Olivia. Here. Olivia responded hastily. Diaz tossed her the purchased camera bug. You know what to do, right? Understood. Olivia's excitement surged. She too harbored disdain for the celestial dragons. Had it not been for these tyrants extracting wealth from the heavens, perhaps her country would not have fallen and could have thrived in prosperity. All the celestial dragons, observing the pitiful state of Charles Martin in Diaz's grasp, Olivia felt a sense of satisfaction. Stop that woman. Dragon flash. A blade of energy sliced through the air, sending the guards sprawling to the ground. Crack. Crack. The camera bug flashed incessantly, spewing forth a series of photographs. Diaz took the camera and remarked, your photography skills are quite impressive, Olivia. Of course, she replied. I have taken courses in photography. If it weren't for my current position, I might have pursued a career as a journalist. The two engaged in playful banter, completely disregarding the guards around them, when suddenly Olivia exclaimed, behind us, an ambush. Diaz turned swiftly, his blade clashing against the dagger of the approaching shadow. Sparks flying from the impact. He locked eyes with a pair of piercing gazes, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. What is this? CP? CP0? I have yet to earn such a title. As he spoke, his opponent retreated, creating distance between them, casting a glance at Olivia. Was that merely a coincidence? Diaz grasped Charlemagne Saint by the throat and stated, come now, let us converse. How do you wish to engage in this dialogue? The other party inquired. What is the worth of a celestial dragon? Should the price be insufficient, I shall cast him into the sea to feed the fish. What is this individual uttering? Is he extorting the world government? How dare he? How dare he? Such audacity is unprecedented. This fellow is brazenly trampling upon the face of the world government. Do you comprehend the words you are uttering? Bang. A gunpowder bullet grazed the other's cheek, the intense heat scorching half of his face, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain. The muzzle of Diaz's divine fire saint's judgment was poised to conjure a second bullet. Do not compel me to repeat myself. You possess no second life. You scoundrel. Clutching his face, the CP officer gritted his teeth and replied, I must consult my superiors. I lack the authority to decide. Suit yourself. Given enough time, I am uncertain whether this fool will endure until then. As Diaz spoke, he wrapped Charlemagne Saint's skull with the divine fire saint's judgment, remarking, celestial dragons are not so formidable after all. The news of Diaz's abduction of a celestial dragon could not be concealed. It spread like wildfire. Journalists flocked to the scene, akin to sharks sensing blood, creating an impenetrable barrier around the area. Yet, no one dared to take photographs, as Diaz held a member of the world's aristocracy in his grasp. At this moment, Diaz and Olivia leaned against a red tree, vigilant against any potential ambush from behind. Diaz sat upon the unconscious Charlemagne Saint and remarked, doesn't this feel utterly insane? Perhaps a bit, Olivia replied, but I find it rather liberating. Ever since I became your subordinate, I have been marked on the world government's blacklist. You seem quite aware of your predicament, yet this is merely a coincidence. As they conversed, the Navy and numerous CP agents surrounded them. Diaz cast a glance around and noted, it seems today will not end well. Indeed, many harbor murderous intent towards you, yet more are simply astonished. Olivia sensed the thoughts of those around her. The journalists are torn between whether to take photographs and how to report this story. They have a monumental scoop but fear the repercussions, which is quite distressing for them. The fact that Diaz has kidnapped a celestial dragon complicates matters. Had it been another world government member, they would have reported it without hesitation. But the target is a member of the world's elite. It is what it is, yet there will always be those audacious enough to take the risk. He noticed a flash from within the crowd, realizing that someone bold had indeed acted. He chuckled, not harboring much hope. The likelihood of this being reported was slim. Once made public, it would severely tarnish the reputation of both the world government and the celestial dragons. The credibility of the world government would undoubtedly diminish, and perhaps some daring souls would openly defy its commands, refusing to pay tribute. A conversation with Admiral Sengoku awaits you. A CP agent approached, holding a din mushi, speaking in a grave tone. Oh. Diaz took the din mushi with one hand while the other maintained his grip on the holy judgment of heavenly fire, pressing it against the back of Charlemagne Saint's head. Moses, is this Sengoku? Diaz, what do you intend to do? You are courting death. Sengoku's voice was evidently agitated. Diaz's usual mischief could be overlooked, as he typically targeted corrupt individuals who deserved their fates. But today he had created a colossal dilemma for the Navy and the world government. He had audaciously kidnapped a member of the world's aristocracy and was now extorting the world government. Is the Admiral already on his way? I venture to guess that Admiral Kizaru will not be arriving, given his speed. If he could be here, he would have already shown up. It must be Admiral Akiji. Diaz remained unperturbed, stating, however, I fear nothing in this life, so let him come. Ending the call, Diaz proclaimed, everyone, align with me. I have an announcement to make. As everyone turned to listen, he spoke. You all see that beneath me lies the world's aristocracy, the esteemed celestial dragons. Do you think I have lost my mind? Am I audacious enough to dare assault a celestial dragon? Some nodded instinctively as Diaz continued. In truth, I simply wish to ascertain whether these beings, like us, possess red blood, whether they scream in pain when injured, and whether they have limbs and a head. His voice was soft, yet the audience listened intently, with some journalists furiously jotting down notes. Though reluctant to concede that these swine-like creatures are indeed human, it seems they can barely be classified as such. However, if all are human, why does this individual feel entitled to defecate upon the heads of the world's populace? Why do they consider themselves superior? Treating the people as mere chaff? What grants him the title of a global aristocrat? Is it merely his fortunate lineage, or the fact that his ancestors were the architects of the world government? Being born into privilege is an art one cannot envy. But I believe that with the enjoyment of power comes the responsibility of duty, just as the Navy enjoys generous benefits and salaries because they earned them, risking their lives against pirates, uncertain of their return after each mission. His words resonated deeply with many sailors and others present who secretly pondered, why should this individual enjoy such privileges? We risk our lives, yet what we attain over a lifetime pales in comparison to his ordinary existence for a single day. Why is it that such individuals can flout the law, kill at will, and trade in human lives? Why can the illegal zones of Sabaody Archipelago operate brazenly under the very noses of the Navy? Is the Navy truly just in their complicity? What he aims to do is shatter the entrenched class system. It may not be possible now, but it can awaken some. Just a spark, however small, can grow to ignite the entire world. Before dawn breaks, there must be someone to illuminate the darkness. Diaz's words plunged many into silence and reflection. Though this did not extend to the CP faction, who served the celestial dragons and had been indoctrinated since childhood with the ideology of loyalty to the world government. Their sole desire now was to rescue their master. Diaz, what purpose do your ramblings serve? The Admiral is already on his way, with an Admiral's backing. Their words carry a weight of authority. An Admiral? I am quaking in fear. Diaz remained unfazed by the impending arrival of Akiji. True, he could not defeat him, but that did not imply he could not escape. Rising, he patted Charlemagne on the back and remarked, well, it seems you have no intention of paying, so I shall return this fellow to you. The big one is coming. Grasping Charlemagne by the collar, he forcefully hurled him away. Lord Charlemagne, quick, catch Lord Charlemagne. The crowd exclaimed, reaching out to seize him, only to hear a series of beeping sounds. Diaz raised the remote control in his hand and chuckled. I mentioned that the big one is coming. Boom. Click. With the button pressed, an explosion erupted. Diaz swiftly swept Olivia into his arms and dashed outwards. The speed was remarkable, prompting Olivia to inquire, where to now? To the ship. Let's depart, he replied. He ran with great haste, leaving chaos in his wake. The explosion had not claimed many lives, but it had left numerous individuals gravely injured, some on the brink of death. Charlemagne had been reduced to a mere pulp, with body fragments scattered everywhere. If they did not act quickly, they would soon find themselves trapped by Akiji. Among the three admirals, if Akina symbolized destruction and Kazara represented speed, then Akiji epitomized control. Should he arrive, their escape would prove exceedingly difficult. While Akainu and Kazara could be evaded by diving into the sea, Akiji was different. He could freeze the ocean itself. As they traversed the island of Sabaody, a shadow trailed behind, seeking their vessel. They interrupted the coating process of their ship, leaving behind some money, and sped off. The Navy ship stood no chance of catching them. However, Ice Age. A low growl resonated, chilling the air and transforming the surroundings into a winter wonderland. The Moby Dick was encased in ice, while Diaz and Olivia floated above the ground, stepping lightly as if on the moon. A voice cut through the icy air. Ah, just a tad late. I never anticipated you would slay a celestial dragon. The youth today really do have fiery tempers. The voice, tinged with menace, made Diaz wary. The iconic green eye patch rested on his forehead, his wild hair remained unchanged, and half of his face was frosted due to his abilities. Towering in stature. He donned a white waistcoat and a deep blue shirt, his justice cloak billowing with his movements. He lifted his gaze and remarked, Diaz, your audacity is remarkable. You truly dared to strike at a celestial dragon. Admiral. Olivia gasped in fear as he landed upon the ice. Diaz responded, if we cannot negotiate, then we must resort to tearing up the ticket. I did not expect your arrival to be so swift. Initially, I would have delayed. But upon hearing you had dispatched the celestial dragon, I had to hasten. The predicament you have created is indeed formidable. This news cannot be concealed. And soon your name will echo throughout the world. Akiji was taken aback. He had never encountered such a troublesome youth. Who would resort to tearing up tickets after a mere exchange? He had been prepared to offer money. Little did he know that Diaz never intended to accept any payment. What he sought was the death of a celestial dragon. The demise of one would undoubtedly draw the full attention of the world government. Yet it would also ensure his recognition across the globe. He aimed to convey to the world that celestial dragons were mortals too, capable of dying, not untouchable deities. Is that so? I feel as if I cannot escape, he mused, approaching the Moby Dick. With a few powerful punches, he shattered the thick ice clinging to the vessel. Admiral Akiji, this is an individual I liberated from the human auction house. She bears no crime, thus she is innocent. Ian, the green pheasant, stroked his chin. Immersed in contemplation. Wait, what are you doing? Olivia exclaimed, only to be thrown aboard the ship by Diaz, who effortlessly lifted the wave breaker from the depths of the sea. With a surge of immense strength, the force propelled both the wave breaker and Olivia into the air, landing them upon the nearby surface of the ocean. With a resounding splash, the wave breaker plunged into the water, only to resurface moments later. Olivia gasped, her garments soaked and clinging to her form, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Boss, Olivia called out. While Diaz waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the approaching warship. It seems trouble is on the horizon. How vexing. I detest complications. With the twin guns of Heavenfire gripped firmly in hand, he turned to Green Pheasant and declared, Admiral Akiji, as a former Navy officer, I wish to gauge your prowess. Oh? Akiji's form once again crystallized with frost. Using dual guns, are we? I thought swordsmanship was your forte. You should be aware that bullets are ineffective against me. That may not necessarily be the case, Diaz retorted sharply. Heavenfire. Draw the magic from the Holy Grail transformed into destructive energy, continuously surging forth. Diaz connected the core of the regulators at the safety catch of his twin pistols, which elongated and morphed into the hilt of a sword. Flames, capable of melting stone. Soared skyward, coalescing into a crimson blade. Diaz's body was relentlessly eroded by the searing heat. He spent 100,000 berries in the system marketplace to acquire the frigid core, which he affixed to the heavenly fire greatsword. The brief chill emanating from the frigid core momentarily mitigated the self-inflicted damage from the sword's fiery state. This was his sole strategy against Admiral Kazan. He could not employ the technique of obliteration, as executing such a move would result in his own instantaneous vaporization. Admiral Kazan, for the sake of my life, I shall unleash a formidable assault. He brandished the great sword, and a wave of fiery sword light surged forth, radiating an unimaginable intensity, heralding the destructive might of the seventh god key in this realm. In the face of this terrifying heat, Kazan erected a thick wall of ice, reverting his form back to flesh. Without this transformation, his icy body would not withstand the onslaught. Kazan, having consumed the ice fruit, had become an embodiment of ice. And should he vaporize even for a fleeting moment, he too would succumb to the same fate. The intensity of the heat surpassed even Akainu's magma powers. His ice barrier was rapidly melting, and Kazan continuously summoned his abilities to fend off the strike. How could such an attack exist? Was it the sword itself? Ice continued to surge forth, only to be swiftly evaporated before taking liquid form as the scorching steam accelerated the melting of his icy barrier. After a moment, Diaz's assault finally ceased. The surrounding steam, under the influence of the ice fruit, crystallized into shards of ice, cascading onto the frozen surface. Kazan emerged, exclaiming, "Indeed. What a terrifying blow. However, you cannot wield such power indefinitely, can you?" Observing Diaz's scorched arm, Kazan became increasingly certain of this notion. Diaz consumed several fruit from the trees, and the wounds on his arms began to heal rapidly. These fruits were not solely beneficial for Pokemon. They could also be utilized by him, albeit their healing effects were not as potent as those intended for Pokemon. He then ingested a blueberry, specifically designed to treat burns, along with a fruit known to mitigate freezing effects and another that alleviates frostbite. Wiping his mouth, he noted that the burns on his arms were mending swiftly. The cold core he had recently acquired had shattered. Ultimately, it served as a temporary shield against the searing heat of the celestial fire, yet he possessed an ample supply of such items. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone. Unleash an impressive attack. Fire attribute resistance enhanced. I believe I could continue fighting like this for an entire day. Filled with confidence, Diaz procured another cold core to adorn himself and proclaimed, "Admiral Akiji, something significant is about to unfold." What? Celestial fire, unsheathed. He unleashed another fiery slash, causing the ice surface along with the seawater to evaporate. This time, Diaz turned and fled, as behind him, with a resounding boom, an iceberg suddenly emerged from the sea, colliding with the fiery slash and sending a plume of white vapor soaring. In the distance, the Navy and Olivia gaped in astonishment. Was such an attack truly within the realm of human capability? That Diaz, had he really grown this formidable? He had once been a member of the Navy. Diaz leapt aboard the wave breaker, disregarding the pain coursing through his arm, and propelled the vessel to its utmost speed, carving a brilliant white line across the surface of the sea. "Steer properly," he instructed Olivia. "Understood, Captain," she replied, grasping the helm firmly. As Diaz positioned himself at the rear of the wave breaker, he noticed a white line emerging on the distant horizon, swiftly approaching them. Akiji, gliding effortlessly on ice, conjured a path beneath his feet, skating swiftly over the frozen surface. "Admiral Akiji, no further assistance is required," he declared. The flames of the Holy Judgment transformed into dual firearms, unleashing a barrage of gunpowder bullets. However, such assaults bore no effect on Akiji. As long as he was not subjected to a rapid melting, he remained impervious to harm. Such remarkable speed, he mused, gradually falling behind a wave breaker. The vessel's velocity was overwhelming. Akiji found himself unable to keep pace. Once a distance was established, the prospect of overtaking would become increasingly arduous. The shave technique was suited for short bursts of movement, while the moonwalk lacked the necessary swiftness in the air. If only Kizaru were present. "This is Akiji, the fleet admiral. Diaz's ship is too swift. I cannot catch up." He activated the transponder snail to reach Sengoku. "What? You can't catch up? I will contact Kizaru immediately." "Understood." After the call ended, mere minutes passed before a radiant light descended beside him. "Has that youth grown so formidable that you cannot pursue him?" "I am not adept at chase battles," Akiji admitted, lowering his eye mask. "The remainder is in your hands." "Understood." Kizaru's form transformed into particles of light, propelling him towards Diaz. Diaz gazed into the distance as a radiant light approached with astonishing speed. Grasping Olivia firmly, he leaped into the sea aboard the wave breaker. Back in the water again, this is troublesome, he thought, dismissing his concerns momentarily. Let us strike first. With that, he invoked the 8-foot jewel of the queen, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles that fell like raindrops into the ocean. As the radiant orbs whizzed past him, Diaz mused that this peculiar ability seemed effective only against Teacher Zephyr. He then retrieved a bubble coral, fashioning it into a protective sphere that enveloped them both. Olivia took a deep breath and remarked, "Boss, it's astounding that 2 admirals are pursuing you. You truly are the only one in the world with such an honor." Diaz is an individual of remarkable audacity, exhibiting a reckless disregard for his own safety. He dares to challenge the celestial dragons, demonstrating an unparalleled boldness in confronting marine admirals, and has managed to elude their grasp. The recent events in his life have proven to be more exhilarating than the entirety of his past experiences over the last decade. With a hearty laugh, Diaz leaned against a bubble and declared, "For the time being, let us postpone our entry into the new world. I must first seek refuge from the storm." Having eliminated a celestial dragon, one must exercise caution. For it is likely that the Navy and CP will scour the globe in search of me. In such times, a hiding place is essential. Where shall we go? Olivia inquired. The Calm Belt, he replied. The Calm Belt is a desolate region, largely untouched by human presence, rendering it inaccessible to the current Navy fleet, thus ensuring absolute safety. But our ship does not rely on wind for propulsion. Did you not witness it earlier? He had specifically commissioned the wavebreaker from Gaji to navigate the Calm Belt, allowing them to evade the Navy's pursuit while swiftly traversing the Grand Line and entering the Four Seas without having to traverse Reverse Mountain. Boss, having killed a celestial dragon, we have undoubtedly stirred a hornet's nest. Indeed, but I am unperturbed. A mere killing does not weigh heavily on my conscience. Diaz remained indifferent, viewing the celestial dragons as parasitic elements of society. The death of one would scarcely shift the balance. Oh, but perhaps they will be filled with trepidation. For I am the first to have slain a celestial dragon. Historically, they have enjoyed privileged lives, rarely facing death at the hands of others. This may indeed be a first in decades. The Don Quixote family, having renounced their ties, no longer belonged to the celestial dragons. He intended to envelop the celestial dragons in fear. Understood. Must we remain in hiding for a while longer? Olivia's observation Haki sensed that Kizaru had already departed. Diaz remarked, "Let us depart. Once Akiji arrives and freezes the sea, our escape will become impossible." Popping the bubble, Diaz grasped the feeble Olivia and brought her to the surface of the water. The wave breaker reappeared, and the two boarded the vessel, which swiftly sailed away towards the calm regions of the ocean. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Akiji and Kizaru encountered a somber Sengoku. As the repercussions of Diaz's actions were indeed monumental, the demise of a celestial dragon was a matter of great significance for the entire world. With a single slap, Diaz sent the Navy, the world government, and the celestial dragons into a dizzying turmoil. The five elders were summoned to provide an explanation. Alas, that insufferable brat. Why must I be the one to confront such a vexing predicament? At Mariejois, the pinnacle of worldly power, the five elders convened. They are the supreme leaders of the world government and its very backbone. A mere thought from them can determine the fate of nations. Sengoku was called forth, and among the elders, one with a shining bald head, clad in a pristine white kimono and sporting glasses, spoke with fury. Why did the admirals fail to protect the celestial dragons? This is undeniably your Navy's responsibility. Brando Diaz is a traitor who emerged from your ranks. This is a dereliction of duty on your part. The outrage over the death of the celestial dragon was palpable, and the celestial dragons demanded a satisfactory resolution. The demise of Charles Martin was indeed a failure on the Navy's part. Sengoku had no choice but to concede, yet he pondered the reasons behind Diaz's betrayal. If it were not for your tacit approval of the celestial dragon slave trade and the bounty on Fisher Tiger, would Diaz have turned against you? In a mere few years, Diaz has evolved into a formidable force capable of contending with admirals. With proper guidance, ascending to the position of the next admiral is merely a matter of time. And perhaps even the possibility of succeeding the fleet admiral looms on the horizon. This thought causes Sengoku's heart to bleed. Such a prodigious talent has been allowed to slip away. Sengoku finds himself in agreement with Diaz's assertion that as long as the celestial dragons exist, the Navy's justice remains an illusion. The notion of absolute justice is nothing more than a self-deceptive slogan. Clad in a black suit, with a mane of white curls and a voluminous white beard reminiscent of Santa Claus, the scarred elder of the five elders declares, the pressing issue remains the capture of Diaz. It matters not whose fault it is. Lives have been lost, and we must seize Diaz, subjecting him to public execution before the world, to provide the celestial dragons with an explanation and serve as a warning to others, demonstrating the consequences of killing a celestial dragon. Another elder, elegantly attired in a deep blue suit, with long, straight white hair and an impressive beard, continues, the Navy and CP must scour the globe for Diaz's whereabouts. They are leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of him. The intensity of this operation may even surpass that of searching for the heir of the Pirate King. The elder with a bald head and a distinctive mustache interjects, furthermore, we must revise the bounty on Diaz's head. Relying solely on the world government strength will not yield results swiftly. If I recall correctly, Diaz's family resides in the North Sea. Sengoku's heart tightens as he suppresses his conjectures, affirming, indeed, a small nation in the North Sea. Then it shall be obliterated. Such is the necessary price. The dignity of the world government must not be tarnished, states the youngest of the five elders. his golden hair glinting coldly as he pronounces the death sentence upon a nation. No, absolutely not. Sengoku immediately protests. Those innocent civilians bear no guilt. It is Diaz who has erred, not the people of that nation. With a resounding thud, the elder wielding a blade slams the scabbard onto the floor, shattering the exquisite tiles beneath. We are informing you. Know your place, Sengoku. This is imperative. Even so, those innocent people have committed no offense. Sengoku, disregarding the hierarchy, argues fervently against such a course of action. Many within the Navy hail from the North Sea. If this occurs, it will shatter their faith in the Navy. This is self-sabotage. The North Sea has long been a vital source of recruits for the Navy, including Admirals Akainu and Kizuru, both of whom originated from there. Should such an action be taken, it would dishearten countless individuals. Akainu may carry out orders without hesitation, but what of Kizaru? Such an act is one he would never contemplate. Should he proceed, numerous individuals within the Navy would undoubtedly question its integrity, leading to the potential for insurrection. In such a scenario, the Navy would be left in disarray. Sengoku could only persuade these obstinate and brutal old men through such means. Given his age, he appears merely as a youth among this assembly. The elder with the long beard pondered for a moment, acknowledging that the Navy must not falter. Perhaps the village from whence Diaz hailed could be eradicated, with an announcement made to the world, ensuring all would understand that these individuals perished due to Diaz's recklessness. Is it not enough to kill, but also to wound the heart? Sengoku's eyes widened. He had fallen into the trap laid by these elders. Had he initially proposed the obliteration of a village, he would have resisted their intentions. However, if one speaks of annihilating a nation, then negotiations become plausible. Humanity has a penchant for compromise. Now, he found himself bereft of any negotiating power. It would be left to the king of that nation to manage the situation. The elder with the curled beard settled onto the sofa, leaning on his scepter, deeming it more prudent for the king to handle such matters. Distancing themselves from the situation entirely. Why then summon me? Merely to inform you. You lack the stature to challenge us, Sengoku. Remember, the Navy is the visage of the world government, and this time, you have brought great shame upon it. Each of the 5 elders took turns berating Sengoku, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. For a fleeting moment, Sengoku felt an urge to strike down these old men, yet reason quelled his fury. It was the villagers he thought of. He departed from Panga City, returning to the headquarters office in a daze. Admiral, what troubles you? Rosinante inquired. Rosinante, you must discreetly take a group to Diaz's homeland and rescue as many as you can without drawing attention. Why? The 5 elders intend to destroy that village. What? Those people are innocent. Rosinante exclaimed in shock. Do they not fear the disillusionment of those within the Navy? They do not, even at great cost. Maintaining the world government's reputation is paramount, especially given the magnitude of Diaz's actions. Sengoku gritted his teeth, cursing that scoundrel for forcing him into such a predicament. Understood. Rosinante promptly left the Navy headquarters, uncertain if time would permit his mission. Meanwhile, a bounty on Diaz was swiftly issued, amounting to a staggering 800 million berries. The terms stipulated that he must be captured alive, with the reverse of the wanted poster detailing his numerous crimes: assassination of a celestial dragon, treachery against the Navy, aiding a wanted criminal in escape, murder, robbery, theft, and the destruction of a nation. Diaz's wanted poster was indeed unique, simultaneously showcasing to the world the extent of this man's madness and terror. Dubbed the most deranged man on the planet. Is he the most audacious man in the world? Goh la 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 la. It has truly been a long time since I have encountered such a mischievous rascal. Aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, the towering figure of the world's strongest man, with a beard like a crescent moon, indulges in his drink. Beside him, the Phoenix Marco, clad in a light purple suit and resembling a pineapple, gazes at the bounty notice in his hand and remarks, indeed, he is quite the madman. Father, Jinbei mentioned that this individual harbors a disdain for the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons, mere refuse, Whitebeard proclaims to his sons. If this fellow dares to step onto our territory, let us not concern ourselves with him. Does father wish to adopt him as a son? Marco chuckles. Who knows? Goh la la la. My little ones, let the feast begin. The Whitebeard pirates revel in their usual exuberance. As for the red-haired pirates, this lad has some audacity, haha. What an intriguing character indeed. I wish to meet him. Shanks raises his goblet, feasting heartily alongside his comrades. The Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates regard this with disdain. On the island of Baltigo, the headquarters of the revolutionary organization, the Revolutionary Army, the leader Monkey D. Dragon and his comrades expressed their admiration for Diaz's audacity. Fisher Tiger, having joined the revolutionary army, is moved to tears. He truly accomplished it. For those of us who were once enslaved, the celestial dragons remain an inescapable shadow, a torment that one can never truly escape, even in the depths of midnight dreams. The haunting pain of the past lingers, the suffering etched indelibly in memory. Diaz's strike was akin to a declaration that the celestial dragons are not invincible. They are not deities. They can perish, mere detritus of society. We are now well aware of Diaz's actions in the kingdom of Goya, and furthermore, his astonishing blow on Sabaody Archipelago has firmly positioned him in opposition to the world government. Yet, in a certain sense, he stands as our ally. The world's most notorious criminal, the son of the Navy hero Garp, Monkey D. Dragon, set down the newspaper and inquired, "Mr. Tiger, is there a chance we could recruit him to our cause?" With tears in his eyes, Tiger replied, "I joined the revolutionary army guided by Diaz. Perhaps we could give it a try, though he possesses his own convictions, and I cannot guarantee success. It is worth attempting, for at least he is not our enemy. I implore you." The 9 Snake Pirates, an all-female crew led by the Pirate Empress and the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, are composed of elite warriors meticulously selected from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. They continue their plundering across the seas, securing vital supplies for their homeland, situated in a windless zone, making contact with the outside world exceedingly difficult. Thus, becoming pirates is a choice forced upon them. Twin serpents pull their ship through the ocean, propelled by the wind, making their vessel significantly faster than ordinary ships. A messenger gull alighted on the ship's rail, where one of the Gorgon sisters, Boa Sandersonia, purchased a newspaper intended for Granny New, who frequently requested them to bring her the news. With nothing else to occupy her time, she opened it, only to be astounded by the headline. The paper fell to the ground, and her sister, Boa Marigold, queried in confusion, "Sister, what is the matter?" Picking up the fallen newspaper, her eyes widened in shock. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. Is it possible that someone dares to kill those fiends?" The sisters exchanged glances, recognizing the shock and fear in each other's eyes. The astonishment stemmed from Diaz's news, while the fear was directed at the celestial dragons. Sister! The two rushed into their elder sister's chamber, brandishing the newspaper and a wanted poster. "What is the matter? Why such haste?" The woman spoke with a sweet yet authoritative voice, her hair styled elegantly, her skin smooth and fair, and her deep blue eyes glimmering like the most exquisite sapphires, albeit with a hint of aloofness. Her high-bridged nose and delicate lips bore no creases, radiant beyond compare. Such beauty was beyond description. A mere glance from an ordinary man could quicken the heart, and some might even turn to stone. Observing her younger sisters in such a flurry, her finely arched brows knitted together in mild displeasure. "Sister, you must see this. Someone has killed a celestial dragon." "What?" Upon uttering these words, even the Pirate Empress could no longer remain composed. She seized the newspaper from her sister's hands, scrutinizing each word of the article, her pupils quaking, and her porcelain teeth biting down on her lower lip. Indeed, someone had dared to act thus. It turned out that those formidable foes were not invincible after all. The 3 sisters embraced in tears, for the indelible impression left by the celestial dragons had cast an unshakable shadow over them. The phantom pain from the dragon's claw lingered at her back, and the newspaper crumpled in her grasp as Hancock gazed at Diaz's wanted poster, detailing his crimes. Not only had he slain celestial dragons, but he had also rescued her benefactor. Wiping away her tears, she regained her previous aloof demeanor as the Empress and issued a decree. Should they encounter Mr. Diaz, the Kuja pirates would treat him with utmost respect, welcoming him with the highest honors, for he would be regarded as a benefactor not only of the Kuja but of the entire Amazon Lily. "Yes, lady sister." The sisters promptly relayed the orders, leaving Hancock with her beloved snake, Salome. "Mr. Diaz, you have proven to us that the celestial dragons are not divine." Hancock felt a ray of light pierce through the shadow that had enveloped her. "Sister, there is a ship ahead," Marigold announced. Hancock furrowed her brow and commanded, "Sink it." "Yes." The pet snakes of the Kuja warriors tensed, coiling into a bow shape, stringing their bows and knocking arrows. They unleashed arrows imbued with hockey towards the iron ship swiftly traversing the sea, their power rivaling that of cannonballs. On board the pirate ship, Olivia exclaimed, "Boss, the Kuja pirates are attacking us." "What? Get inside." Diaz sprang into the air, treading upon the very fabric of the atmosphere, as his blade, Murakumo, was drawn with fervor. leaving a trail of sweeping strikes in his wake. Mastery of the technique. Floating boat. Every arrow that soared toward him was deftly intercepted, as he propelled himself with vigor toward the formidable 9 snake pirates. This group of fierce women would likely not relent easily. One must remain vigilant of Hancock's perilous sweet fruit, a troublesome adversary indeed. He approaches. Prepare to counterattack. He draws near. Diaz moved with remarkable speed, executing a soaring slash with his foot that shattered a multitude of arrows. As he boarded the ship, a woman hoisted a rocket launcher, preparing to fire upon him. With a single cut, the shockwave from the ensuing explosion knocked several individuals away. Sandersonia advanced, raising her weapon to strike Diaz, but upon seeing his face, she abruptly halted. Cease your actions, she commanded. The members of the Kuja pirates paused in confusion, as did Diaz, with Murakumo's blade hovering merely a centimeter from a female warrior. My apologies, Mr. Diaz. We were presumptuous, Sandersonia said, lowering her weapon in a gesture of respect. In the realm of piracy, encounters on the high seas often lead to conflict. It is the brave who prevail in narrow encounters. Most pirates would instinctively attack any ship they encountered, especially one like the Warbreaker, which bore no flag. Pirates identify their foes through the Jolly Roger. If they deem themselves capable, they strike to sink the enemy vessel and plunder its contents, indifferent to the fate of its crew. If uncertain, they may charge forth, taking the risk that their opponent may be weaker. Sandersonia and Marigold's demeanor left Diaz perplexed. However, Murakumo remained poised, as several Kuja warriors still aimed their bows at him, clearly harboring hostility. Yet, under Sandersonia and Marigold's stern admonishments, the female warriors gradually lowered their weapons. This is Mr. Diaz, whom I have spoken of. He must be treated with the utmost respect befitting an elder. Is he truly the esteemed Mr. Diaz? How peculiar. His chest is so flat, one remarked. Most men with chests like yours are simply portly, came the retort. We were unaware that this was your ship. We beg your forgiveness, Sandersonia said, adopting a humble stance and expressing cordiality towards Diaz, prompting him to lower his weapon. He nodded, refraining from any rash attack. Hancock was undoubtedly on board, and the prospect of being petrified was unappealing. Although he despised pirates, he only killed when victory was assured, for when faced with overwhelming strength. Retreat was the only option. After all, in this world, power dictated the discourse. Sheathing Murakumo, he turned to leave, but Sandersonia called after him, Mr. Diaz. Please stay for a visit. My sister and I wish to speak with you. Speak? He inquired. Indeed, you saved Mr. Tiger, thus you are our friend, Sandersonia replied. Oh. Diaz acknowledged, gesturing toward Olivia in the distance. Olivia, bring the ship over. Wait, weren't you supposed to engage them in battle? Why the sudden shift to diplomacy? Olivia questioned. Bewildered, yet obediently navigated the Warbreaker closer to the Kuja pirate vessel. With the assistance of the Kuja warriors, they boarded the ship. Where's the captain? Olivia surveyed her surroundings, failing to catch a glimpse of Diaz, and inquired. Lord Diaz is currently a guest. Please do not worry, a female warrior replied, her smile revealing a blend of curiosity and caution toward men, yet they welcomed the enchanting Olivia with open arms. At that moment, under the guidance of the two sisters, Diaz entered Hancock's chamber, where he encountered the pirate empress herself. To be candid, Hancock was indeed stunning, exquisite beyond compare. Truly deserving of the title of the world's most beautiful woman, she exuded an air of sincerity and a heart that embraced the world. With her bosom bared, she treated him as if he were no stranger. Greetings, Mr. Diaz. You saved Mr. Tiger. We hold you in high regard. Hancock displayed none of her customary haughty demeanor. To her, Diaz was a person worthy of respect, akin to Tiger and Rayleigh. Naturally, they refrained from disclosing their own past as slaves, a matter not to be shared with just anyone. I dare not. Mr. Tiger is truly deserving of my respect, Diaz replied, shaking his head as Marigold brought him a chair. Thank you. Once seated, he continued, Mr. Tiger is a genuine hero, even though he is wanted by the world government. I have no regrets. He has never regretted his actions. When one lives a life of turmoil, one must take responsibility for one's deeds. Is it true that you killed a celestial dragon? Hancock couldn't help but inquire, fully aware yet seeking confirmation. Ah, that? Killing that scum? I set off fireworks. Diaz responded nonchalantly. Fireworks? I strapped a bomb to him and then boom. He gestured dramatically, a carefree smile gracing his features. That kind of trash is better off dead. The only hassle is the subsequent pursuit, but they can't catch me. Leaning back in his chair with an air of casualness, He spoke as if discussing a trivial matter, yet his words sent shivers down the spines of the three sisters. The heavenly dragon behind them represented the tragic past they had endured in this world. They never imagined someone would dare to challenge the heavens. Heaven? They hardly qualify. Diaz's tone sharpened, asserting that no one was above another. All are born equal. If someone stands over me, I will drag them down and make them fall from their pedestal, and give them a good kick while I'm at it. To me, this is a trial, and the so-called trial is to conquer and eliminate it. He stood, the sea breeze flowing through the window, tousling his dark hair. In that moment, he appeared truly striking in the eyes of the three sisters. You are indeed unlike those others, Hancock finally remarked after a pause. From now on, you shall be a forever friend of the Kuja pirates and Amazon Lily. She declared, I can grant you one wish, as long as it is within our means. One wish? Diaz glanced over and remarked honestly that Hancock's physique and charm truly captivated him, although he considered himself a man of refined taste, not governed by baser instincts. He inquired, in that case, please teach me the art of hockey. You still do not know hockey? Sonia asked in surprise, as she presumed that with Diaz's prowess, he would have mastered it by now. Diaz remarked in silence, not everyone can possess the domineering hockey of Amazon Lily and make it accessible to the masses. I have yet to master it. I have only utilized the Conqueror's hockey once. Do you also possess the Conqueror's hockey, like my esteemed sister? The Conqueror's hockey signifies the qualities of a ruler, and upon reflecting on Diaz's previous statement, they comprehended its implications. It is hardly surprising for a man of such caliber to wield the Conqueror's hockey. Is that all? Hancock inquired. Indeed, that is all, came the reply. Hancock promised to assist Diaz in mastering hockey, and Diaz along with Olivia would accompany her to the windless zone of Amazon Lily. The vessel proved unsuitable for practicing hockey. The Kuja pirates promptly set sail for home, where Diaz and Olivia were warmly welcomed by the crew. An array of delectable dishes was presented, and Diaz, alongside young Kiras, indulged in the meat. Many of the girls aboard displayed a keen interest in Diaz, although they frequently interacted with men at sea. This close and harmonious coexistence was an unprecedented experience for them. Diaz was surrounded by girls like an exhibit in a zoo. The adorable young Garridos also garnered much affection from the girls, who showered it with various treats. The young Garridos, ever eager, happily accepted every offering. With its master by its side, it had never known the pangs of hunger. After indulging in a feast, Diaz returned to the ship, the wave breaker, seeking rest. He was not inclined to be observed by girls even in his slumber, a sensation he found quite uncomfortable. In a few days, they arrived at the Amazon Lily, a realm inhabited solely by women. He refrained from entering this land, as even the ship was overwhelming. The idea of being regarded as a rare specimen was far from pleasant. Thus, he set foot on a nearby island to train alongside the young Garridos. While Olivia ventured into the Amazon Lily to reside there for a time, the ones instructing Diaz were the three sisters of Hancock. Diaz felt as though his manual on the cultivation of Conqueror's hockey had been purchased in vain, and he had even been extorted by Shucky. The practice of Conqueror's hockey was cumbersome, thus it had been temporarily set aside, allowing him to concentrate on the mastery of observation hockey and armament hockey. Under Hancock's guidance, with his eyes covered, Sonia and Marigold seized the prepared stones and hurled them towards Diaz. Bang! A stone struck Diaz's head with precision. Following that, a relentless barrage of stones ensued. Bang, bang, bang. Diaz was suddenly struck, leaving his head bruised and swollen. Young Kiras glanced over, lifted a nearby large rock, and hurled it forward. Bang! Diaz was overwhelmed by the weight of the stone. Truly, it was excessive, such a large boulder. Rising to his feet, Diaz exclaimed in anger. Yoji! Young Jiras hastily sought refuge behind Salome, fearing capture by Diaz. Jiras! Use only small stones. Yoji! Yoji! Mastering the observation of color was no simple feat. Diaz needed to sense the trajectory of each stone as it flew through the air, evading them with agility. At present, he could only discern their direction through sound, which rendered his dodging rather clumsy. Before long, his head was adorned with numerous bumps. It seemed he required more time to acclimate. You're just as awkward as we were in our youth, Sonia chuckled. Indeed, Diaz remarked, come again, do not concern yourself with me. Under the sun. The swelling upon his head swiftly subsided. The training proved to be monotonous. In the morning, he engaged in the cultivation of observation hockey, while the afternoon was devoted to the mastery of armament hockey under the direct tutelage of Hancock. Initially, armament hockey served as a means of defense, but as one's prowess grew, it could metamorphose into formidable offensive power. It is said that the Navy's 6 styles, particularly the iron block technique, can expedite the cultivation of armament hockey. Hancock patiently elucidated these concepts. Diaz remarked, "I am proficient in the art of iron blocks. I mastered all 6 forms during my time in the Navy." Hancock, understanding, responded, "In that case, you may engage me in combat using the iron blocks. When employing the iron blocks, one cannot move freely. You must utilize them while remaining active. This approach will expedite your mastery of the iron blocks." "Very well," he acknowledged. Diaz assumed a defensive posture, inhaling deeply, while Hancock, without uttering a word, unleashed a powerful kick with her long legs. Iron block. Her entire body tensed like steel, and the force of her kick sent Diaz soaring, crashing into several large trees. However, Diaz's hardened body withstood the impact, and after brushing off the dust, he stood up. Hancock refrained from employing her devil fruit powers. Had she done so, not only would she have been petrified, but her body would have also shattered under the force of that kick. Onward. Hancock unleashed a flurry of kicks, each strike leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. The combat prowess of the warlords of the sea was indeed formidable. Even without utilizing her devil fruit powers, her martial arts alone were impressive. Strength, speed, and technique were all impeccable. Iron block. With arms crossed and a solid stance, he braced himself against the torrential onslaught. He attempted to move, but the moment his skin's hardening ceased, Hancock's attacks became painfully palpable. Frustrated, he continued to use iron block, yet any slight movement caused the hardness to diminish, making stable usage impossible. This sensation was undeniably aggravating. Training was like this, constantly honing both body and will to advance further. Each day was filled with sweat, leaving him bruised and battered, but fortunately, the healing herbs from Amazon lily were quite effective. After a night's rest and a dose of photosynthesis the next day, his injuries would heal rapidly. A routine life began in earnest, training observation hockey in the morning and armament hockey in the afternoon. Hancock could offer little guidance on the mastery of conqueror's hockey. According to her, it stemmed from one's own will, and to truly grasp it, one had to rely on oneself. All she could do was assist in mastering the dual hockey techniques. That evening, Hancock's sisters bore troubled expressions. Diaz inquired, "What is the matter? Is it that time again? Here is a newspaper. We think you should take a look." Sonia hesitated before handing a paper to Diaz. Upon receiving the newspaper and reading its contents, his eyes widened in shock, and his body trembled. How dare they? How could they? Rage flooded his mind, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing fierce winds to swirl around. Sonia and Mariejois instantly lost consciousness, while Hancock also unleashed a fierce presence to counter Diaz's fury. The newspaper in his hands was torn to shreds, revealing the destruction of his birthplace. The perpetrator was the king of that nation, but Diaz knew that the shadow of the world government loomed behind this act. He had thought that, despite their corruption, the world government would never strike against ordinary people. They still had a semblance of dignity. To his astonishment, in a bid to intimidate him and warn the world, they had directly attacked the innocent. It was he who had embroiled them in this turmoil. Ah! Diaz roared in anguish, tormented within, never having intended to involve the innocent. Yet this time, celestial dragons! You seek death. His eyes, ablaze with fury, resembled a beast ready to devour. Since you lack shame, I shall engage you in this game. The overwhelming presence of conqueror's hockey swept through the surroundings, causing the trees to sway and the hidden creatures to collapse, unconscious. Anger and sorrow surged within him, as Diaz's eyes burned crimson. Village elder, young Jack, Aunt Joel. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Rising to his feet, he locked eyes with Hancock, determined to master all forms of hockey as swiftly as possible. I will certainly assist you, Hancock replied, without further ado. She could perceive the inner turmoil, understanding all too well, reminiscent of her own past and that of her sisters. This agony would forge his strength. The haunting past was a nightmare for them, a source of hatred towards the celestial dragons that empowered them. Hancock was resolute in fulfilling her promise. Thus began a hellish existence, devoid of gradual progress. Diaz opted for combat as his training, battling Hancock daily to swiftly grasp the application of all forms of hockey. No longer was the conqueror's hockey sporadic. He could now unleash it at will, though this ease was not what he desired. It had been bought with the lives of others. Over half a year passed, and the year turned to 1516 in the sea calendar, with Diaz now 17 years old, standing at 6 feet 6 inches. He was on the verge of reaching 6 feet 7, likely to surpass that height within a month or two. In this world, A height of 6 feet 7 still classified one as relatively short, as there were many with exaggerated heights. Hancock stood at 5 feet 11. And her two sisters towered at 10 to 11 feet. His sun-kissed bronze skin glistened with vitality, and the baby fat on his face had vanished, replaced by a resolute and handsome visage. His long hair, tied back, added to his striking appearance. Throughout this period, Diaz had mastered the use of armament hockey and observation hockey. Hancock, without the powers of her devil fruit, could not defeat him. "Thank you for your care during this time," Diaz said, standing aboard the Moby Dick as he bid farewell to Hancock and the others. Olivia chose not to board, opting to remain with the Kuja pirates, embracing her place among them. She relished the atmosphere of Amazon Lily, where Hancock and her sisters treated her with kindness, perhaps due to their shared experience of enslavement. "It is nothing. This is my promise to you," Hancock replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, a simple gesture imbued with captivating charm. The beauty of the world's most stunning woman was no jest. Even after half a year, Diaz felt his heart race. At 17, he was in the prime of youthful vigor. Turning his head away, he cleared his throat as Sandersonia smiled and inquired, "Mr. Diaz, what are your plans moving forward?" "I shall embark on a journey to Mariejois, then return to Beihai, and finally proceed to the New World." "Mariejois?" The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment as Diaz displayed a maniacal grin, proclaiming me the most audacious individual in existence. "If that is the case, I shall embrace their sentiment, and the number of foes I vanquish shall be limitless." Madness. This was the initial thought that traversed the minds of the three sisters, followed by a profound admiration. It is not everyone who possesses the audacity to confront the celestial dragons. Even renowned pirates of the high seas harbor a sense of trepidation towards them. Those who are not daunted by the celestial dragons would seldom provoke them. Such individuals as Diaz are exceedingly rare upon the vast ocean. "Exercise utmost caution." Hancock cautioned, "Mr. Diaz, I sincerely hope for your safe return. Indeed, I yearn to witness the fall of the world government. It matters not who ascends to power in this world, as long as they are not celestial dragons." The Moby Dick cleaved through the waves, leaving a frothy trail in its wake. Gazing at the receding silhouette of the ship, Hancock pressed a hand to her chest, her ruby lips parting gently. "Wishing you smooth sailing, Mr. Diaz." An inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat ensued, yet Hancock and her sisters, dismissing it, returned to their royal palace. System: initiate 20 consecutive draws. 200 million were swiftly cast aside, and the lottery commenced. Handsome tofu, odoriferous and unpalatable. Strawberry mapo tofu. Is this truly Chinese cuisine? Sky scroll. Toilet paper worth 180,000. Return city scroll. Dear, it's time to go home. Secret sword. With my weakest, I shall conquer your strongest. Philosopher's stone transmutation circle. What price would you pay for immortality? Armstrong jet spiral cannon. The completion is remarkably high. Triangle pants. A legacy of triangle pants in the General S family. Starburst stream slash. Starburst healing slash. Several trivialities were disregarded by Diaz, yet fortune favored him this time, yielding several commendable items. The return city scroll is a one-time use item. One must first record the location to return, then tear it to return to the designated spot. The secret sword is a technique created by the character Black Iron Agile in the tale of the heroic knight. The techniques include Rhino Strike, Armor Break, Circle, Mirage Wolf, Wild Cherry, Poison Moth Blade, Thunderlight, and the ultimate secret sword, Shadow Pursuit. Shadow Pursuit requires coordination with the One Sword Azura technique, which is currently unutilizable. The Philosopher's Stone Transmutation Circle, once inscribed, allows for the transmutation of life within the circle into a Philosopher's Stone, disregarding the principle of equivalent exchange. Functioning as a magical amplifier for any material, and serving as a toll for the caster to access the Gate of Truth. Diaz would never resort to such means. Even if he possessed the knowledge of alchemy, he would refrain from engaging in it. The Starburst stream requires him to wield an additional blade, executing a remarkable 16-hit combo within the briefest span of time, categorizing it as an X skill within the realm of Sword Art Online's dual-wielding techniques. However, what truly occupies Diaz's thoughts is not these formidable skills, but rather the return scroll, for with it, he can venture deep into Mariejois. He is resolute in making those individuals pay a price. The wave raker sails through the calm belt, when suddenly, a colossal sea creature bursts forth from the ocean. With the thunder spear firmly gripped in his hand, Diaz strikes, piercing the eye of the massive beast. "Get away!" he roars. The creature, in agony and bleeding profusely, catches sight of the sunlight spear coalescing in Diaz's grasp, and instinctively, it retreats into the depths of the water, its blood staining the ocean, attracting a swarm of bloodthirsty fish, which scatter at the sight of the sea monster. The Sea Kings reign at the pinnacle of the food chain in this world. They are not to be challenged lightly. Diaz remained indifferent to the tumultuous events unfolding in the sea as the ship, the Mistral, surged forward at its maximum velocity, gliding across the water's surface. The only force capable of impeding Diaz's progress was the accursed magnetic field. He had to bide his time until the magnetic energy was fully accumulated before he could set sail for the next island. After more than a month, he once again set foot on Sabaody Archipelago. Following his previous encounter where he vanquished the celestial dragons, the archipelago had not suffered significantly. It remained as vibrant as ever, bustling with throngs of people in its streets. The underbelly of illicit activities had resurfaced, for the wickedness of humanity is an unquenchable fire. This time, however, Diaz refrained from venturing into those shadowy corners, as he could not afford to reveal his whereabouts. Cloaked in sunglasses and a mask to obscure his identity, he made his way directly to the 13th red tree. Upon entering and shedding his disguise, the proprietress, Shaki, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is that you, young Diaz? What a delightful surprise to see you grace my humble establishment once more." Diaz cast a glance at the elderly man in the corner, slumbering with a bottle of liquor cradled in his arms. He refrained from unnecessary pleasantries and inquired directly, "Madam, you have connections to reach the Revolutionary Army, do you not?" Shachi narrowed her eyes, took a deep drag from her cigarette, and exhaled languidly, shaking her head. "The Revolutionary Army maintains stringent confidentiality. I am unaware of their contact methods." "Are you seeking to join them?" "No, I merely wish to request their assistance." "What of Jinbei, or the octopus, Little Eight, from the Fishman Pirates?" He recalled that both Leichi and Shachi were good friends with Little Eight, who had once rescued Rayleigh. "That is indeed feasible," Shachi replied, "but it won't come cheaply." With a sharp sound, the conversation took a sudden turn. Diaz placed a generous handful of bills upon the table. "Sure, please be patient for a few days." "No problem. I will stay here with you for the next few days. I shall cover the rent and meals." "All right." Diaz picked up a bottle of wine from the table and poured himself a glass. He also took a cigarette from the table, indulging in both drinking and smoking simultaneously. Shachi smiled lightly before leaving the bar to attend to her intelligence network, reaching out to members of the Fishman pirate crew. "Brother, what is it that you intend to do?" inquired the elderly man on the sofa, who had unknowingly opened his eyes and was now smiling. Diaz turned his head, his gaze sharp as he regarded the right-hand man of the Pirate King, the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. "There are some matters I must attend to that require the assistance of Jinbei and the others," he stated. Rayleigh settled beside him, pouring himself a glass of wine. "The celestial dragons?" he inquired. "Indeed," Diaz replied candidly. "Revenge is necessary, is it not?" "Certainly. The life of an entire village hangs in the balance." Rayleigh observed the young man before him, noticing the lion concealed within his eyes, poised to reveal its fangs and claws at any moment. "You possess a formidable conqueror's haki," Rayleigh remarked. "It was forced out of me." Diaz extinguished his cigarette. "A life devoid of gratitude is akin to that of a beast. The villagers raised me. They are my benefactors. Yet, I have become a burden to them, a grave error I shall carry throughout my life. I do not regret slaying the celestial dragons, but I do lament my misplaced faith in the world government's restraint towards civilians. The world government is far worse than one can imagine. Do they truly believe I am oblivious? A king would not recklessly annihilate a village. Even a tyrant would hesitate. Destruction always bears a rationale. If the king of my homeland, a man of proper conduct, would not act thus, then the only explanation is the command of the world government. To the fallen." They toasted, their glasses clinking together. Shortly thereafter, Shucky emerged, smiling. "Jinbei and the others are currently resting on Fishman Island. They should arrive shortly." Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea, not far from Sabaody Archipelago, merely a few dozen kilometers away. Given the speed of the Fishmen, a morning notification would likely see them arriving by noon. Jinbei and his crew might even be faster. As Diaz anticipated, around lunchtime, Jinbei and Chopper entered, pushing the door open. "Once again, it is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Diaz. I have heard about the events in your hometown. Please accept my condolences," Jinbei said. Ever courteous, Chopper exchanged greetings with Shucky and Rayleigh as they were old friends. "Can you contact Mr. Tiger?" Diaz inquired. "Yes. What do you need?" "I wish to communicate with the Revolutionary Army and hope they can assist me with certain tasks." for which I will offer appropriate compensation. Understood. Jinbei retrieved a larger, more expansive transponder snail equipped with a dial and microphone. He placed a white transponder snail nearby to avoid eavesdropping, for contact with the Revolutionary Army is no ordinary matter. Exposure could lead to considerable complications. Dialing the number, the transponder snail emitted a series of blurring sounds. Soon, the call connected, and the snail turned red. What is it? Jinbei? Is there trouble? Not at all, Captain Tiger. Mr. Diaz seeks to speak with you. Mr. Diaz? Tiger paused, surprised, before exclaiming, put him through. Diaz took the microphone from Jinbei and spoke. It has been a long time, Mr. Tiger. Hello, Mr. Diaz. Since we last parted, I have joined the Revolutionary Army. We all strive for the same purpose. Thank you for your guidance. May I inquire why you seek me? I intend to go to Mariejois. Both Tiger and Jinbei, as well as Chopper, were taken aback by Diaz's declaration. Why? That place is not for leisure. It is hell. Do not do anything foolish, Tiger exclaimed, agitated. He wished for Diaz to avoid a fate he narrowly escaped himself. That inferno was a place he never wished to revisit. I planned to blow Mariejois to smithereens. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, their minds echoing a single phrase, madman. An undeniable lunatic, blowing Mariejois to pieces? Such an endeavor seemed utterly impossible to them. I understand your anger stemming from your homeland. But, Mr. Tiger, Diaz interrupted his counsel, I appreciate your goodwill, but I hope the Revolutionary Army can rescue the slaves. I do not wish to involve innocents. They should not perish alongside the celestial dragons. However, there are no buts. Please assist me, Mr. Tiger. Consider it a repayment of the favor I owe you for saving your life. I implore you. I must do this. The villagers remain in my thoughts. They are my benefactors. If I do not act, I shall never forgive myself. After a moment of silence, the Din Mushy transformed. A grid-like red tattoo appearing on its face. Hello, Mr. Diaz. I am Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Assisting you in the rescue of the slaves is indeed possible, yet it is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. We view you as a like-minded ally. I urge you to reconsider such a risky undertaking. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Dragon. I shall await you at the 13th red tree on Sabaody Archipelago. Very well. We shall arrive as swiftly as we can. Once the call ended, Diaz lit another cigarette. Rayleigh remarked, what an extraordinary young man. This is no trivial matter, Mr. Rayleigh. Jinbei interjected. Mr. Diaz, please think carefully. Mariejois is far too dangerous. Indeed, Chopper added, after Tiger's last assault on Mariejois, I imagine security has intensified. Once you enter, the certainty of exiting is minimal. I understand. Thank you, Jinbei and Chopper. Diaz smiled. There are times when one must act. If Tiger were to fall before you, would you not seek vengeance? My aim is to inflict suffering upon the celestial dragons. Someone once said that by bestowing appropriate despair, humanity can be stripped of its arrogance. This is the truth, and I shall be the harbinger of that truth. Let them feel pain. Let them comprehend that they are not gods. They too can perish and suffer. No one can defecate or urinate upon me. I am the one who inflicts pain. Everyone stared at him, and the seasoned Rayleigh erupted into laughter, exclaiming, if Roger were to see you, he would undoubtedly find you fascinating. I have no fondness for that man. Why? Because he ushered in the era of great pirates. Elaborate, if you will. In my view, although the world government is flawed, a chaotic order is far superior to utter disorder. Had he not initiated the great pirate era, the Navy would presently be capable of suppressing numerous pirates, and the first half of the Grand Line would enjoy a semblance of peace, allowing sufficient military resources to be allocated to confront the formidable pirates of the New World. Though this might come at a significant cost, it would undoubtedly lead to an overall restoration of peace upon the seas. I am unaware of what you discovered on the island of And, but Roger's final words have inflicted immeasurable suffering upon this world. Countless individuals have ventured into the sea, chasing after an elusive treasure, forsaking productivity, engaging in pillage and slaughter, committing heinous acts, with only the innocent bearing the brunt of their actions. Pirates often act impulsively and recklessly. Whatever you aspire to do is of no concern to me. However, I am certain of one thing. Roger is nothing but a farce. Those who perished at the hands of pirates bear at least half the blame on him. What Roger did was purely a matter of inflicting harm without regard for the aftermath. I have no desire to learn about the mysteries of Raftel. Roger's final words drove too many into the sea, transforming them into pirates. Lacking money? Steal. Lacking food? Steal. Lacking women? Steal. Pirates contribute nothing to production. How do they acquire wealth? Naturally, through theft. They rob merchants, they rob civilians, and the injured are merely ordinary people. The taxes levied by the world government already burden the common folk. The emergence of pirates only exacerbates their suffering. Rayleigh, swirling his drink, remarked, "Ha ha ha. It has been ages since I heard someone dare to criticize Roger. In days gone by, I might have taught you a lesson, but now that he is gone, there is little to be said. Yet, I wish to convey that Roger's actions surely held profound significance. Roger's actions must have stemmed from a grave illness. A possibility. Absurd. Yet, one cannot deny that he intensified the existing conflicts. Conflicts? The discord between the common people and the nobility. Diaz quietly interjected. The taxes have extracted the majority of the common folk's yearly income when pirates come to plunder again. It is at the moment when people can no longer endure that chaos will ensue. Had there been no taxes, the world government would undoubtedly be more stable than it is now. One can only say that if the world government continues in this manner, the celestial dragons will be a significant reason for their downfall. Diaz did not wish to delve further into this topic. He had many endeavors yet to pursue and would not pause here. Are you truly intent on proceeding with this, Mr. Diaz? Jinbei could not refrain from asking, as he merely sought to ascertain Diaz's true intentions. Am I not being sufficiently clear? My sole desire is to obliterate Mariejois. There is no issue with that. Mr. Jinbei, I implore you and your son pirates to discreetly rescue your persecuted brethren. I wish to keep them out of this turmoil. Diaz is not the type to aim his weapon at the innocent. The weak strike down the weaker, while the strong challenge the stronger. Very well, I comprehend. The Straw Hat Pirates will extend their utmost assistance to you, Mr. Diaz. Jinbei bowed respectfully to Diaz, acknowledging him as a man truly deserving of admiration. Undoubtedly, he is a figure worthy of respect from the Straw Hat Pirates. Then I shall entrust this to you. The following morning, within the confines of Shaki's bar, a gust of wind heralded the silent arrival of a figure, clad in a dark green robe, adorned with red tattoos upon his face, and bearing an unsmiling demeanor. His identity was unmistakable. The commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, the most notorious criminal in the world, Monkey D. Dragon. Allow me to introduce myself. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Diaz. I am Monkey D. Dragon, he stated. Greetings, I am Brando D. Diaz. Their hands clasped together, marking a historic meeting between the most fearsome and the most audacious of criminals. Dragon, utilizing his devil fruit abilities, traversed the seas at remarkable speed to reach Sabaody Archipelago. Eager to hear firsthand about Diaz's plans and to ascertain the merits of collaboration. Diaz's thoughts are perilous. The Revolutionary Army is currently in a phase of concealment, and it is utterly inconceivable to engage in a reckless gamble with him. Should we falter, we would all perish in Mariejois, rendering a lifetime of dedication futile. Not to mention the aspirations of overthrowing the world government and the aristocracy. The plan is straightforward. I am aware that your Revolutionary Army possesses a user of the push-push fruit, correct? Long nodded in acknowledgement. That individual is Mori, the commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army, a member of the giant race and a Paramecia-type push-push fruit user, capable of pushing various objects without destruction. He can also burrow underground and excavate tunnels. Over a century ago, he was a fearsome pirate, yet he concealed his powers. After being captured by the Navy and imprisoned in Impelled Down, he utilized his abilities to escape unnoticed. In truth, Shiki the Golden Lion was not the first to flee from Impelled Down. However, Mori's escape was exceptionally discreet. Moreover, rumors linger regarding the five layers of Impelled Down, which are said to devour prisoners. After joining the Revolutionary Army, he found common interests with the Okama King Ivankov, revealing to Ivankov the hidden passage he had discovered. Subsequently, he was also utilized by Ivankov, becoming part of the new Okama Paradise. Diaz's objective was to discreetly leverage Mori's abilities to liberate the enslaved, thereby minimizing harm. He had never considered himself a virtuous individual. Rather, he was simply a person who acted according to his own convictions, neither inherently good nor evil. He pursued his desires resolutely. His values, shaped over 2 decades, profoundly influenced his actions. His intentions were straightforward: to have Mori utilize the powers of the push-push fruit to create tunnels beneath Mariejois, facilitating the escape of those enslaved. Among these captives were countless innocents, ensnared by pirates and traffickers, only to be sold to the celestial dragons, enduring relentless torment. One could not expect any semblance of a moral compass from such individuals. In their eyes, slaves were not human, only the celestial dragons were deemed human, regarded as descendants of the divine. In their worldview, There existed but a singular kind of being, the celestial dragons. Diaz would never admit it. Hatred serves as his greatest motivation for battle. The plan is not complicated. One might even say it is simplistic. Diaz creates chaos while Mori and the other revolutionary leaders take advantage of the tumult. It is as straightforward as that, devoid of any intricate techniques. Yet, it is often the simplest plans that encounter the fewest errors. The more elaborate the scheme, the more calculations required, leading to a greater likelihood of complications. Dragon said little more, rising to extend his hand to Diaz, stating, "In that case, the Revolutionary Army will assist you. Additionally, Mr. Diaz, might I inquire if you are willing to join our ranks?" He felt that Diaz was their comrade, intent on resisting the world government together. In response to Dragon's invitation, Diaz shook his head, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, but I am accustomed to freedom and have no intention of joining any organization. However, should I survive this encounter, I will unconditionally aid you. We are comrades, are we not?" Dragon paused for a moment, then smiled, replying, "I understand. We are indeed comrades. I will inform Mori and have him come over." "Very well." Dragon handed him 2 transponders, one for long-distance communication and the other for secure transmission. Then he transformed into the wind, vanishing from Diaz's sight, as a gentle breeze swept by, as if he had never been there at all. Diaz took a sip of his drink, gazing at the towering red Earth continent before him, where Mariejois stood proudly at its summit. "Your prosperous days are soon to come to an end." He drained the contents of his cup. A day later, news arrived from the dragon, informing Diaz that Mori would embark from the red Earth continent of the New World, setting course for Mariejois. With an estimated travel time of approximately 2 weeks before reaching the depths of Mariejois, Diaz is patient enough to wait for this moment, seizing the opportunity to blend into the Navy's fleet venturing into the New World. To access the New World, there are only 2 methods aside from traversing the doldrums. One is to submerge to a depth of 10,000 meters, passing through Fishman Island, and then entering the New World. The other is to submit an application to the world government, relinquishing one's vessel to directly traverse the holy land of Mariejois. However, this route is time-consuming and laborious, requiring substantial financial resources, and is typically reserved for the Navy and personnel of the world government. After all, Fishman Island lies beyond the jurisdiction of the world government. Were the world government to gain control over Fishman Island, they could establish checkpoints there, preventing passing pirates from entering and thereby eliminating the emergence of supernova pirates in the New World. Nonetheless, due to the island's unique location and the formidable combat prowess of the fishmen and merfolk, the world government finds it impossible to conquer Fishman Island through military force. They can only helplessly watch as pirates depart from Sabaody Archipelago, entering the New World and becoming a scourge upon the seas, or aligning themselves as formidable subordinates under the banners of great pirates. Diaz concealed himself among the fleet, donning once more the guise of a canine hide. This contingent of naval officers was destined to infiltrate the G3 branch, where they would subsequently serve under one of the 3 admirals, a Kaido. Diaz effortlessly blended in, engaging in light-hearted banter with those around him, completely unnoticed as a wanted criminal. Perhaps they were simply afflicted with prosopagnosia? Many inhabitants of the pirate world seemed to suffer from this condition. As he rode the bubble elevator, ascending gradually towards the red line, the surrounding mist thickened, with numerous other bubble elevators populated by the Navy. While it was said to be a direct route to Mariejois, in reality, a considerable distance remained to the true Holy Land. The celestial dragons would not permit their subordinates to intrude upon their sanctum without due cause. The bubble elevator swiftly reached its apex, where a docking area awaited those passing through. After traversing Mariejois in a private vehicle, one could access the New World via the bubble elevator. Was that Mariejois in the distance? Shrouded in clouds, the splendid palatial structures could be faintly discerned atop the red line. This was the abode of the celestial dragons, their sacred domain. Countless nobles yearned to infiltrate this place, which only opened its gates during the World Conference to welcome guests. Otherwise, only the celestial dragons enjoyed unrestricted access, free from hindrance. Diaz excused himself to the restroom. Once inside, he muttered a curse under his breath. The restroom was crafted from exquisite materials, even adorned with gold. He lifted the floor and released his, instructing it to dig a hole for their entrance. With a single bite, penetrated the foundation, skillfully avoiding the sewage and water pipes, creating a substantial opening. Diaz leaped in, replaced the floor, and filled the space with stones and earth. Illuminating the area with a flashlight, he began to excavate towards the predetermined direction of Mariejois. They paused for a moment, primarily because it had consumed its fill and could no longer eat. Patting its round belly let out a satisfied burp, while Diaz sat nearby, replenishing his own supplies of water and food. He remarked, "According to my calculations, we should require another 2 to 3 hours of digging to reach Mariejois. The subsequent challenge would be finding a place to hide. Once inside Mariejois, the danger would escalate exponentially, necessitating a secure refuge. Concealing themselves underground was ultimately a temporary solution." After rested, they resumed their efforts, though the pace was slower than anticipated due to intermittent breaks for eating. Diaz pushed aside the heavy, opulent flooring. The material was unknown to him, but its value was unmistakable. Surveying the surroundings, he found himself in a lavishly decorated room, replete with antiques, masterful paintings, and jewels. Stealthily, he ascended with and replaced the floor. He then returned to its pock ball and cautiously opened the door, making no sound. In the spacious corridor, adorned with renowned artwork and stepping upon exquisite flowers, he encountered several stunningly beautiful women, dressed lightly and bowing their heads to clean. Upon their bodies were emblazoned the hooves of the celestial dragon. This symbol represented the identity of the celestial dragons, yet when marked upon a person, its connotation shifted. Slave. Imprinted on a person, it signified that individual as a servant to the celestial dragons, a mark of inferiority that could never be erased. Tiger could only conceal it using the emblem of the Sun Pirates. Diaz did not disturb them as he gently closed the door behind him. He once again concealed himself within the tunnel, ensuring that no one was alerted. It was only with the arrival of night that he re-emerged. The room remained brilliantly illuminated, adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier that sparkled overhead with dazzling brilliance. The space was eerily silent, devoid of any presence, and impeccably clean, as though it had not been inhabited for ages. Upon reopening the door, he stepped out cautiously. The corridor was tranquil, free from the surveillance of any phone bugs. Perhaps due to the belief that this place, being associated with Mariejois, was impenetrable, and the guards were not particularly formidable. Moving with an air of nonchalance, he heard the resonant clanking of armor, indicative of patrolling guards. Clad in robust white armor, their heads adorned with pointed helmets and armed with long spears, they marched with steady strides 2 by 2, a total of 8, their formation impeccably aligned, making it quite a challenge to subdue one of them alone. Leaping onto a beam, he realized that the palace soared far higher than he had anticipated, and he concealed himself behind a statue. One could only lament the immense wealth of the celestial dragons. Their residences were decorated with intricately carved statues, the eyes and various parts of which were embedded with jewels and gold, epitomizing opulence. Truly, one could not help but acknowledge the extravagance of these spendthrifts. Yet, their wealth was inexhaustible. No amount of squandering could deplete it across generations. Each year, member nations of the world government contribute the majority of their tax revenues to the world government. This is what is referred to as the gold from the heavens. It sustains a parasitic elite with the economic resources of nearly the entire world. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the treasure vault of the celestial dragons. Diaz's eyes sparkled with golden light, a reflection of his yearning for Bailey, rather than allowing everything to be blown to smithereens. He thought it wiser to seize the opportunity for himself. With such an immense fortune, he could never exhaust it all. And he could even lend support to the revolutionary army. This treasure was the culmination of the celestial dragon's 800 years of accumulation, even if much had been spent. The remaining wealth could easily arm tens of thousands of soldiers, perhaps not even reaching 1% of the total. It is essential to recognize that the world government comprises over 170 member nations, and the celestial gold they provide annually is an astronomical figure. The allocations designated for each celestial dragon are substantial as well. In comparison to the world, these parasites are exceedingly insignificant. A considerable portion of the operational funds of the world government is sourced from the celestial dragons, who are not entirely devoid of cunning. They understand that only through the steady advancement of the world government can they maintain their status, thus they offer unwavering support. With resolute determination, Diaz set out to locate the treasury after evading the guards. However, the security measures were remarkably stringent. He had underestimated their strength. The guards were positioned every 5 paces, creating an atmosphere of formidable vigilance, evidently heightened due to the recent events involving Tiger. As dawn approached, Diaz resolved to take a brief respite in the underground passage, only to abruptly realize that he had lost his way. He, who could navigate the vast ocean without becoming disoriented, had somehow become lost within this colossal palace. Accepting his fate, he decided to find a random room. Ensuring that no one was passing by outside, he leaped from the corridor window, closed the crystal-paneled window behind him, and tumbled into the upper room. The room was shrouded in darkness, curtains drawn tight, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Surrounding him were plush toys. And just as he was taken aback by the sudden opening of the door, he had no time to ponder. He dove into the warm bed. His hand brushed against a soft body, and his spirits lifted as sweet murmurs filled his ears. Mother can't eat anymore. Was it a girl? Suddenly, she opened her eyes, startled by the presence beside her. Her bright, frightened eyes widened, and just as she was about to scream, Diaz swiftly covered her mouth. His voice low and menacing, "Do not scream, or I will kill you. Lady Neophili is resting. Do not disturb her." "All right, I will leave," came a voice that seemed to belong to a maid as the door was gently closed. Diaz finally sat up. He knew he could not expose himself, nor could he eliminate this woman. For now, he could only delay. "Do not cry out. If you do, you will perish here." Diaz lifted Nyafri from the bed as the sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle illumination across the room. In this radiant glow, he beheld the woman's exquisite visage and voluptuous figure. It seemed not all celestial dragons were devoid of beauty. There lingered a notion that many among them were the unfortunate products of consanguinity, resulting in unintelligent and rather foolish offspring. Yet, one could not overlook the possibility of moral depravity among such individuals, leading one to ponder the extent of their ethical corruption. The likelihood of intelligent progeny emerging from incestuous unions is exceedingly low, with a higher probability of resulting in individuals of diminished capacity. However, the truth of the matter remained shrouded in uncertainty. Over the span of 8 centuries, royal intermarriages have intertwined bloodlines, possibly resulting in a multitude of cousin relationships. Nyafri, frightened into silence, nodded, her eyes brimming with tears as fear took root within her heart. It was only then that Diaz released her. "Who are you?" she stammered. "You needn't concern yourself with that." Diaz shot her a piercing glare, causing Nyafri to shrink back against the head of the bed, her hands instinctively shielding herself. "Don't come any closer. Be careful or I shall scream." "I have no interest in you," he replied disdainfully. "Those 2 unsightly mounds upon your chest are hardly appealing." His contemptuous expression ignited a fire of indignation within Nyafri. She knew her figure was commendable and yearned to defend herself, yet the intensity of Diaz's gaze silenced her. Placed in the vast ocean, she would indeed be considered a beauty, but after having encountered Hancock, the world's most stunning woman, Nyafri could only be regarded as moderately attractive, failing to ignite his interest. "Very well, Lady Nyafri," he declared solemnly, "I must inform you that you have been abducted." With a swift motion, he delivered a precise chop to her neck. The door swung open once more, and Diaz hastily pulled the blanket over them, leaving only Nyafri's head exposed. The maid glanced inside, noting that Lady Nyafri was still asleep. "I believe we misheard," she suggested. "Let's step outside for now." "Indeed," came the response as they departed. Diaz seized a life-size doll, extracting some of the cotton within, before inserting Nyafri into it. He then stuffed another doll onto the bed, and after completing his task, he rolled beneath the bed with Nyafri. As Diaz had anticipated, the maid let out a piercing scream upon discovering Nyafri's inexplicable disappearance from her room. The vanishing of a celestial dragon sent the entire palace into a state of alarm. Nyafri's parents were awakened by the guard's report, and upon learning of their precious daughter's disappearance, the corpulent middle-aged man fainted, while Nyafri's mother, pale and enraged, bellowed, "You wretches! How could you lose my daughter? I shall have your lives." The guards and maids were swiftly dragged away for execution, plunging the entire palace into a state of martial law. The incident of the celestial dragon's disappearance even prompted the intervention of CP0, the elite force directly under the celestial dragons, to conduct an investigation. However, upon entry, CP0 overlooked the doll beneath the bed and instead discovered Diaz's footprints on the windowsill, confirming that the palace had been infiltrated by an unknown individual. Could it be another Fisher Tiger? Nyafri's mother, Gloria, asked in terror, recalling how Tiger had once set fire to Mariejois, a memory that haunted this group. Consequently, the celestial dragons intensified their control over slaves, designing explosive collars that would detonate should a slave attempt to flee Mariejois. They also employed tranquilizers to subdue the slaves, ensuring they lacked the vigor to rebel and preventing them from inflicting harm upon themselves. "Lady Gloria, please do not worry. We are CP0, the most proficient guardians, and we shall return Nyafri to you unharmed." A member of CP0 respectfully knelt, affirming their capability. "Then hasten. I demand to see my daughter by noon." The member of CP0 inwardly cursed, yet found himself powerless to resist. As a combatant serving the celestial dragons, he was compelled to obey orders. Although failure would not lead to death, the cultivation of a CP0 agent was an arduous task, demanding immense resources. The 5 elders would not allow them to perish easily. Each CP0 represented formidable combat prowess. Death was not imminent, yet a beating was unavoidable. The CP0 members descended to commence their investigation. While Diaz seized this opportunity to disguise himself as a slave, carrying several dolls under the pretense of taking them to the laundry, he effortlessly escaped the perilous vicinity. Successfully blending in among the slaves, he arrived at their living quarters. In stark contrast to the opulent abodes of the celestial dragons, the slaves' accommodations were utterly lacking. They resided in a communal dormitory that, though clean and orderly, featured shared restrooms and bathing facilities. A palpable atmosphere of despair and oppression enveloped them, devoid of any trace of vitality, leaving Diaz feeling profoundly out of place. Neayafali had hidden herself in the tunnel beneath her previous room, instructing the young Kiras to dig a hole for her concealment. The inhabitants of the pirate world generally possessed robust physiques, capable of enduring days without sustenance. As night fell, numerous slaves lay in their beds without uttering a sound, the atmosphere stifling and lifeless, which was unbearable for Diaz. Moreover, the quarters were co-ed, with no separation. The occupants exhibited no such inclinations, for even in the presence of strikingly handsome individuals, the oppressive atmosphere rendered the notion of passion utterly implausible. Diaz sat up on the rigid bed, taking note of the surveillance snail patrolling overhead. Unlike the palace, this place was rife with them, a testament to the heightened vigilance of the celestial dragons concerning their slaves following the incident involving this particular tiger. To abscond with these slaves, one must first neutralize these creatures. Each surveillance snail is accompanied by a significantly larger receiver snail, which necessitates locating the monitoring room. Rising from the bed, he made his way to the communal restroom and crawled out through the ventilation shaft. The first order of business was to deal with the guards. With his presence already compromised, it was imperative to subdue the guards, especially since the disappearance of Neafali had bolstered their ranks considerably. Diaz concealed himself within the branches of a tree, and as a contingent of guards passed beneath him, he seized the fleeting moment to incapacitate them all in an instant. He swiftly stripped them of their armor, collecting the pieces with care, and discreetly concealed the unconscious men within the thicket, adorned in their armor. He then embarked on a patrol with an air of authority. While a solitary guard might easily draw attention, Diaz deliberately evaded the patrolling members, making his way back into the palace. After more than an hour of fruitless searching, impatience gnawed at him, prompting him to seize a guard and demand, "Where is the control room? Let me there." Diaz covered the mouth of his adversary and snapped one of his fingers, continuing to demand answers. "Speak." Crack. Another finger met the same fate. It was not until all 10 fingers lay broken that he finally extracted the location. Subsequently, he twisted the man's neck and, guided by the information provided by the guards, made his way to the surveillance room. He gently pushed the door open and then closed it behind him. Seizing the opportunity while the occupants were engrossed in the footage, he swiftly incapacitated them. The room was dominated by a large projection of a surveillance phone bug, its enormous eyes casting images from the monitoring device. The phone bug utilized bioelectric waves as its medium of transmission. Each individual bug possessed a unique wave pattern. However, there existed a channel designated for public information, allowing for the reception of signals from multiple phone bugs. This facilitated a one-to-many communication, as exemplified by the current scenario. Diaz cast a fleeting glance before refraining from immediate action. Instead, he retreated to the restroom of the surveillance room, prompting the young Garridos to excavate a subterranean tunnel, facilitating his movements thereafter. Mori had yet to arrive, and Diaz had a multitude of tasks to undertake. Rather than confining himself to a single residence, he commenced operations across the entirety of Mariejois. The young Garridos had unearthed an extensive network of tunnels beneath Mariejois, consuming a considerable amount of sustenance in recent days. One night, while engaged in excavation, the young Garridos abruptly halted. Diaz, taken aback, inquired about the cause of the sudden pause. Crack. The unyielding stone, affixed to the back of Garridos' neck, fissured open. Diaz, filled with anticipation, observed as the stone shattered completely, a resplendent white light emanating from Garridos' form. It was the light of evolution. The metamorphosis of a Pokemon is an extraordinary phenomenon, transitioning from one form to another, often accompanied by significant changes in size and appearance. The radiant light enveloped Garridos, and its silhouette began to morph. It grew taller as the brilliance subsided, revealing a gray iron cocoon. Its entire body was encased in a slate blue exoskeleton, with crimson eyes peering through two openings in the shell. Above its eyes were two triangular apertures, and the upper body was shielded by a mask-like shell adorned with four pointed protrusions on the sides and three small horns on its forehead. The evolved form of Gyarados, Shakira's. Type: Rock Ground. Gender: Ability: Stamina moves, Destruction Beam, Spike Attack, Dark Pulse, Iron Defense. Shakira's vibrated with energy, its ironclad exterior concealing a newly forming body. With further evolution, it would transform into the true Lord of Sandstorms, bane. However, owing to its substantial weight, Shakira's would resort to expelling compressed gas from within to achieve flight, albeit lacking the ability to learn any flying-type moves. Its destructive prowess far surpassed that of the young Gyarados. Legend spoke of Shakira's frenzy capable of causing an entire mountain to collapse. Shakira's joyfully lunged toward Diaz, knocking him over, eagerly attempting to lick his face with its tongue, only to realize it possessed no mouth. Shakira's? Shakira's? How can I eat without a mouth? This is a matter of life and death. The little glutton felt as though its world had crumbled, rolling on the ground in distress. I cannot go on living without the ability to eat. What joy remains in my life? Woe is me. Was it not promised that I would not evolve? My master has deceived me. Fear not, for this form is merely a transitional phase. You have amassed a wealth of energy in your young Gyarados form, enabling a swift evolution into bane. At that time, you shall once again be able to indulge in sustenance. Diaz gently patted Shakira's on the head, offering comfort. The transformation stone shattered, primarily due to the excessive energy accumulated by the young Kyrs, a surge so profound that the stone could not contain the evolution. The more power the young Kyrs amassed, the stronger it would become upon evolving into a bane. The notion of his own bane suffering from malnourishment was utterly inconceivable. Upon hearing that there was food to be consumed, Shakira's was filled with renewed vigor. Spinning its body, it resumed its digging, and post-evolution, its speed was significantly enhanced. Ding! The young Kyrs has successfully evolved. Congratulations to the host for achieving this milestone. Evolve now. The digging speed of Shakira's has increased by 1%. A mere 1% is of little consequence. However, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Over the ensuing days, Shakira's excavated a labyrinthine network of tunnels beneath Mariejois. Diaz was not merely allowing it to dig for amusement. He strategically placed a substantial quantity of C4 within these tunnels, enough to obliterate Mariejois. Burble, burble, burble. While feeding Nyafili, Diaz received a call. This is Diaz. Wadahafa. This is Mori. The voice, robust yet effeminate, momentarily startled Diaz, recalling Mori's amicable relationship with the cross-dressing king. Ivankov. Ahem, good day, Mr. Mori. Have you arrived? Indeed, Mr. Diaz, but I am uncertain of our meeting point. I am underground. Underground? Yes, beneath Mariejois. How about we rendezvous 20 meters directly beneath the main entrance? Diaz inquired. No problem. Diaz forcefully stuffed the bread into Nyafri's mouth and then hoisted her onto his shoulder. Sprinting away. Shakila's, we must go. With a whoosh, the jet propulsion behind Shakila's propelled it forward at an impressive speed, allowing Diaz to keep pace. Beneath the earth, Shakila's was unfazed by any potential disorientation and swiftly followed suit. It should be right around here, Shakila's, dig. With a whirl, Shakila's spun like a drill, piercing through the earthen and rocky barriers. Suddenly, they emerged into a spacious cavern, dimly illuminated by the glow of a kerosene lamp, where two colossal figures stood. One of them was a giant, robustly built with a mane of hair, resembling a sentient potato. He sported 2 strands of catfish whiskers and a beard. His upper body bare, while his lower half was clad in a short plaid skirt. He wielded a massive trident, modified to wield formidable power. The other figure was unexpected for Diaz, a tall, imposing man adorned with a spotted barrier cap, beneath which cascaded dark, curly hair, cradling a book in his meaty hands. This was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, known as the Tyrant Bear, an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army embedded within the world government. He had willingly undergone modifications by the world's foremost scientist, Vegapunk. To Diaz's surprise, Kuma was indeed a member of the Revolutionary Army. This is a secret. Dragon specifically entrusted me to assist you. I implore you, Mr. Diaz, to keep this confidential, Kuma said with a gentle politeness that evoked warmth. Of course, Diaz replied, though he couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, Mr. Diaz, you truly are a handsome lad. But please, do not gaze so intently. Even if you do, it is unlikely to garner affection. Diaz sighed, dismissing the banner. Mr. Mori, now is not the time for jest. I have laid explosives beneath Mariejois these past few days, ready to detonate. We must expedite the escape of those slaves. I require your assistance in creating a passage to the New World or the Grand Line, allowing them to flee. As for Kuma's identity, it must remain concealed. However, your abilities can assist in their safe relocation. Yes? The pawpaw fruit grants the power to repel many forms of attack, transfer injuries and fatigue from others, revitalizing them entirely, and unleash shockwaves. An incredibly versatile capability. Yet, Diaz found himself perplexed by Dragon's strategy in positioning Kuma as an undercover agent within the world government. Such a formidable individual ought to be commanding from a secure location. Interacting with Vegapunk seemed futile, given the stringent oversight from the world government. Even if Kuma could extract him, the Revolutionary Army might lack the means to ensure his safety. Furthermore, unlike the world government, the Revolutionary Army could not afford to provide Vegapunk with extensive research funding. This maneuver appeared rather dubious. Very well. How many individuals can your strength support during relocation? If the distance is not great, approximately 2,000, Bear replied. Utilizing his abilities would also deplete Bear's stamina. 2,000 is contingent upon him maintaining a portion of his combat prowess. This is also to ensure that both he and Mori remain undetected. I see. And what about a distance of around 100 meters? It should be feasible for 5,000 individuals. Diaz pondered for a moment before stating, in light of this, we must revise our plans and devise a comprehensive set of regulations. Furthermore, allow me to introduce you to my captive, the Celestial Dragon, Nyafri Palace. The Celestial Dragon? Oh, what a lovely little sister, exclaimed Mori, leaning in with his large face, causing Nyafri to faint from sheer fright. Not very charming, Mori remarked, unenthusiastically. Diaz set Nyafri aside and continued, I have planted explosives within the tunnels I excavated in Shakila's, powerful enough to obliterate Mariejois. But I intend to do so without harming the slaves. We must wait for their evacuation. As Diaz articulated, he had no desire to ensnare the innocent. Perhaps among the celestial dragons, there existed virtuous souls, yet they had been disregarded by him. Someone must bear the burden of sin, exchanging the few for the many. Life cannot merely be quantified, yet at times, this remains the most pragmatic approach. He was no hero, nor a champion of justice. Is Shakila's this little fellow? Mori inquired, glancing at the diminutive creature, barely the size of his own finger. Indeed, Shakila's is my greatest companion. Shaji, exclaimed Shakila's, bouncing with delight. Diaz then produced a hand-drawn map, declaring, this is a map I have meticulously crafted over the past few days. Aside from certain forbidden zones, I have discerned most of Mariejois. However, within Mariejois resides a certain Imsama, and I dare not expose myself before this individual, hence I have avoided less frequented locales. Nevertheless, I have successfully mapped out the residences of the celestial dragons and acquired quite a few items. Currently, CP0 and the guards were frantically searching for Diaz throughout Mariejois. But he was remarkably adept at evading capture, and the excavation sites were exceedingly discreet places one would never suspect. Thus, he had yet to be discovered. Impressive indeed. Marvelous work. My friend, I am nearly enamored with your talents, Mori complimented. Please refrain from addressing me in such a manner, Diaz replied, clearing his throat as he continued. I have marked the locations of the slaves with red dots. Each bears an explosive collar, and their residences are monitored by surveillance snail, making rescue exceedingly challenging. Indeed. The difficulty is substantial, Kuma nodded. The surveillance snails are not the primary concern. The explosive collars are the true menace. If these collars are removed from their designated positions, they will detonate. This method has become commonplace in the enslavement of individuals originating from the celestial dragons. The collars available on the market are crafted by artisans who have produced them in excess. The keys are in my possession. Fortunately, these keys are universal, and I have pilfered quite a number. He displayed a large bunch of keys before him, expressing his frustration. However, our manpower is severely lacking. It is utterly impossible to deactivate the explosive collars for everyone. Mori scratched his head, struggling to devise a solution. The prospect of relocating individuals one by one seemed an extravagant waste of time, and we might still require additional manpower. We could rescue a few people and enlist their assistance, Bear suggested. Diaz was reluctant to reveal too much too soon, but it seemed this was the only recourse left. Very well, I shall excavate a passage for now. I will go and rescue some individuals, he declared. What do you intend to do with this woman? Bear inquired. I am uncertain. If your revolutionary army desires her, feel free to take her, Diaz shrugged in response. Capturing Neayophili was merely an unpremeditated act. One he thought might prove advantageous. At this juncture, it mattered little whether she was handed over to the revolutionaries. Bear nodded, clapped his hands. And Neayophili was enveloped in a translucent pulsating orb, propelled through the passage created by Mori. For the revolutionary army, the celestial dragons held substantial value. Their mere status could prove immensely beneficial. Mori sealed off the passageway, stating, "This route must be forsaken. Otherwise, it may compromise the location of the revolutionary army. I must now commence my work." The modified trident emitted a resonant hum as it activated the push-push fruit's power, effortlessly moving rocks and earth as though sweeping away refuse, thereby crafting a vast passage large enough for a dozen individuals to walk side by side. The pace was astonishingly swift, several times faster than that of Shakira's. The might, speed, and longevity of the giants far surpassed those of humans. Diaz rose and inquired, "Mr. Bear, Mr. Mori, how long will it take to establish a passage? If we exert ourselves fully and proceed in a straight line, it will merely require 3 days. Then we shall commence our operation 3 days hence. For the interim, I shall earn a modest living." "A living?" Bear paused momentarily, and Diaz elaborated, "Naturally, I refer to the treasures of the celestial dragons. Thus far, I have only uncovered the wealth of 2 households. Households, not families. The celestial dragons boast an extensive lineage, being the descendants of 19 kings. And after 8 centuries of procreation, they have branched out significantly. Their safeguarding of wealth is commendable. Few are aware of the locations of their vaults, 2 of which I stumbled upon by chance. However, their vaults are so meticulously constructed that conventional methods cannot access them, and I have no desire to alert them prematurely. Nevertheless, the wealth cannot be touched. Antiques, masterpieces, sculptures, and various priceless artifacts are all fair game. Moreover, this is not limited to just 1 or 2 households. The celestial dragons have vast enterprises, and the absence of a few items would go unnoticed. Selling them later would yield a substantial sum. Without delay, he set forth to initiate his plan of acquiring goods at no cost. Left alone in the cavern, Bear sat quietly, perusing books. His considerable size rendered him unable to pass through the tunnel excavated by Shakira, and he could not assist Mori, thus he awaited patiently. He felt no urgency. For the moment, he was not required at Vegapunk's location. The transformation of his body was progressing slowly, not instantaneously. That doctor was indeed formidable. Yet convincing him to join the revolutionary army posed a significant challenge. The world government possessed Vegapunk's life papers, even if he fled to the ends of the earth. The Navy and the world government would find a way to retrieve him. The likelihood of success for this plan was exceedingly slim. But as long as a glimmer of hope remained, he was determined to try. Meanwhile, as Diaz engaged in his scheme, he discreetly brought down a dozen or so slaves, unlocking the explosive collars around their necks with a key. Their yearning for freedom brought forth tears. "So, are you willing to assist me? I aim to rescue more souls from this wretched place. Of course, should you choose not to agree, I will still ensure your departure." "I'm sorry. I wish to go back," a girl wept. Me too, me too." Several others raised their hands. Diaz said nothing, merely nodded, as the remaining individuals proclaimed, "We shall aid you. Indeed. Let us all depart from here. Yes, you have saved my life. I owe you my existence henceforth." The remaining individuals responded eagerly, resolving to assist Diaz in his endeavor. On the day Mori excavated the passageway, Diaz and the individuals he had gathered over the past few days sprang into action. Mori first transported Diaz and a select group of capable individuals to various monitoring rooms to neutralize the surveillance personnel. Meanwhile, another group infiltrated the slave resting area to distribute keys. Upon seeing the keys, the once dejected eyes of the slaves sparkled with the light of hope for survival. Diaz cautioned, "Keep your voices down, understand? No noise." The crowd held their breath in silence as Diaz handed the keys to them, allowing them to remove the explosive collars from their necks. Some wept tears of joy as freedom beckoned, and the torment of years finally seemed to yield to dawn. He instructed them, "Jump down and proceed straight ahead. Once you enter the vast passage, there will be someone to guide you." One by one, they leaped into the passage in a frantic rush, while Diaz made his way to another location, directing Shakira's to breach the foundation. Consequently, a cascade of gold and gems flowed forth. Fortunately, Diaz reacted swiftly, collecting the treasures into his system backpack. Emerging from the tunnel, he beheld a mountain of gold, jewels, and precious items shimmering in the light of the vault. "All of this is mine," he exclaimed excitedly, gathering every item, leaving the once glimmering vault utterly barren. There were only 2 vaults, yet they sufficed for his indulgence during this time. The second vault was equally impressive. Diaz even discovered 3 devil fruits, although their powers were yet unknown to him. All right, now it is my turn to act. He made no effort to conceal himself, appearing before the guards. Who goes there? Your grandfather. The holy flame judgment materialized in his hand, unleashing a volley of fiery bullets. Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots struck their chests, one to the head, ensuring their utter demise. Mozambique shooting technique. The commotion immediately attracted the guards' attention. Diaz aimed to draw them away, buying time for the slaves in the underground space. To expedite their escape, the cloaked figure aboard the ship concealed his identity, ensuring that no slave would reveal him later. He selected those severely injured from the torment of the celestial dragons, hastily ushering them away. The crowd fled in panic, fearing that a moment's delay would lead them back to their previous hell. A stampede was inevitable, yet neither Bear nor Mori could prevent it. Everyone yearned for survival and freedom, and the deceased could not be resurrected. Boom. An explosion obliterated a corner of the palace as Diaz hurled the acquired explosives into the throng of guards, resulting in a devastating blast that claimed many lives. Seeking death. A figure, cloaked in a white robe and donning a fox mask that concealed their visage, swiftly approached, extending their fingers towards Diaz to unleash a vacuum bullet. The flying finger struck. Clang, clang, clang. Beneath the moonlight, Murakumo was unsheathed, resembling a tranquil autumn stream, deflecting the vacuum bullet. Diaz exclaimed, "You dog of the celestial dragons." "Brando Diaz, how dare you appear here?" The fox-masked man retorted coldly, "What do you intend to accomplish? Is it not you who has abducted Lord Neayafali Palace?" Astute. Diaz snapped his fingers, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "Can you guess where your beloved Lord Neayafali Palace is? What fate has befallen her? Is she still among the living?" "You release Lord Neayafali Palace," demanded the fox-masked man. Figures began to materialize from all directions, encircling Diaz. 10 members of CP0 surrounded him, leaving him no chance of escape. "I will not be so easily captured. I am here for vengeance," Diaz declared. "My homeland, my friends, my neighbors, though I am the one who committed murder, you have unjustly laid the blame upon them. I will not accept this. If you had not slain the world nobles, they would still be alive. Their deaths are on your hands." One individual mocked. "Is that so? This world is truly terrifying. The lives of ordinary people are deemed worthless before the celestial dragons. You were once ordinary as well, but through sheer strength, talent, and luck, you became the dogs of the celestial dragons. Yet they are different. They merely wish to survive, guilty of no crime. Today, I shall turn Mariejois upside down." "Just by yourself?" The fox-masked man's arm darkened, radiating the sheen of hockey. "Just by myself?" Diaz twisted his neck, his palm turning jet black, which then spread over Murakumo. The obsidian blade effortlessly shattered the nearby marble pillar, leaving behind a smooth incision. "Allow me to witness the bite of your celestial dragon's hounds. Then perish." The foxman struck first, his fist colliding with the blade, producing a crisp sound. In but a fleeting moment, Diaz exchanged several blows with the foxman, whose strength exceeded his own by more than double. Second secret sword, armor shatter. With power surging from his lower body, Murakumo swept horizontally, unleashing a formidable force in a short distance that left the foxman dumbfounded. Pain surged through his fist, blood gushed forth, as Murakumo pierced through his mighty protective aura, embedding the blade into his finger bones. Agony coursed through him, and with a kick, he pushed Diaz away, creating distance between them. How could your swordsmanship possess such prowess? This method of force can actually breach the protective aura I have tirelessly honed day and night? It is utterly incomprehensible. Secret technique. Dragon Flash. Diaz would not grant him a moment's respite. A surge of sword energy surged forth, and before the foxman stood a formidable figure clad in heavy armor. The fourth secret sword, Mirage Wolf. Diaz executed a rapid motion, alternating between swift and slow movements, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Utilizing his observation hockey, he discerned several figures, their speed overwhelming. Where had he gone? The sixth secret sword, Wild Cherry Blossom. In an instant, he arrived before the imposing figure, his blade vibrating at an almost imperceptible frequency. Though it failed to pierce the adversary's armor, the high-frequency tremors penetrated both the protective layer and the skin, wreaking havoc upon the opponent's internal organs. With a gasp, blood poured from his mouth, his heart constricting in agony. How could anyone dismantle armor of such formidable hardness? Comparable to hockey-infused sea stone? His final thought was one of bewilderment as Diaz seized his thigh and hurled him away. The Foxman and two other figures charged forth. The secret technique, single-mindedness. Dozens of sword oars encircled him, forming a protective barrier that compelled the trio to retreat. Is this all the celestial dragon's hounds can muster? Just this? The taunt ignited the fury of the talented adversaries. Each member of CP0, a paragon of the world government's elite, had been heralded as a prodigy in their youth. Despite their shared brilliance, rivalry simmered amongst them. They had never before endured such humiliation. A wanted criminal of the world government, a traitor to the Navy, mocking their pride. The dignity of CP0 was being trampled beneath this individual's feet. Humph, Diaz, even if you possess great strength, this is Mariejois, the Holy Land. Victory is beyond your grasp. Look around, you are already surrounded. Beneath the frog mask, a sweet voice emerged, eliciting mixed feelings, yet it lacked comfort. Surveying his surroundings, the guards of Mariejois encircled him, brandishing their spears in defense of the celestial dragons. Protecting the sacred place was their duty. They were taught from a young age to risk their lives for its preservation. Kill him! Kill him! An unharmonious voice cried out, drawing the attention of the crowd. It belonged to a rotund man with a peculiar hairstyle and a face pockmarked with blemishes. His attire suggested he was one of the celestial dragons. Ah! It dawned on Diaz, this man had been lurking here, rumored to be a debaucher, frequently hosting dashing male slaves in and out of his abode. Diaz could only scoff at the excesses of the celestial dragons. They indulged in extravagant pleasures. Observing the presence of CP0 and the guards, Diaz relinquished the notion of taking hostages. His objective now was to break free and sow chaos. The fourth secret sword, Mariejois. The seventh secret sword, Thunderlight. The two secret swords were wielded in succession, their speed rendering them nearly invisible. Even the battle-hardened CP0 could not capture the fleeting silhouette, nor discern the glint of the blade. In but a fleeting moment, the razor-sharp edge sliced through the throat of the frog woman, who, propelled by the air, surged forward in a singular direction. As she turned back, still shouting in alarm, her words were abruptly halted, and the onlookers beheld her in horror. Her head had fallen. Yet her body stood erect, blood gushing forth in a delayed reaction, separated from her head, the mask slipping away to reveal a beautiful face still marked by shock. Bewildered as to the manner of her demise. Celestial fire, at 20% power. In the distance, two fiery blazes surged swiftly towards them, drawing nearer to reveal two formidable pillars of flame. Run! A voice cried out, and the remaining CP0 members hastily retreated, while a throng of bewildered guards were engulfed by the flames. The celestial dragon was whisked away by a CP0 member, still oblivious to the chaos, shouting for vengeance. Kill him! Quickly, eliminate him! How could he escape? You worthless fools! The deaths of the guards and CP0 members stirred no concern within him. Only the life of the celestial dragon held any value, the rest deemed less than swine in their eyes. The CP0 endured in silence. Had it been anyone else voicing such disdain, they would have met with a brutal lesson, subjected to severe torment. Yet this individual was different. He was a celestial dragon, the one they served. Diaz wielded the celestial flame judgment in one hand and the village reign in the other, as his sword energy and flames mercilessly harvested the lives of the guards. The resplendent palace lay in ruins, once exquisite sculptures shattered into mere fragments of stone. Bursting into the palace, he seized a celestial dragon. Their terrified gazes and furious curses met with the edge of his blade, plunging in without a hint of hesitation. Ha ha! His heart brimmed with exhilaration, laughter erupting from him, for he had been stifled for far too long. Diaz, you are truly a madman. The pursuing foxman cursed angrily, his hands and feet icy cold, for several of the exalted celestial dragons had perished. How would he account for this to his superiors? Not at all. For I am the most deranged criminal in the world. This is merely retribution. He spread his arms wide, gazing at the guards encircling him with a sneer. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki surged forth, instantly toppling numerous guards. Conqueror's Haki, you indeed possess such aptitude. We cannot allow you to escape. Is that so? We shall see if you possess the capability to stop me. Boom. A battle was inevitably reignited as the minions were swiftly dispatched. And Diaz showed no fear of the encirclement. Several CP0 agents could certainly end his life, yet he was not one to resign himself to fate. Gripping a CP0 agent's arm, he collided his body against his, executing a devastating shoulder tackle that shattered multiple bones with a sickening crunch. For the element of surprise always proved advantageous. True silver slash. A wave of sword energy sliced through the air, preventing the CP0 agents from closing in. They were not foolish enough to absorb such attacks with their bodies, and the relentless onslaught compelled them to evade the lethal edge. Diaz suddenly turned. The sacred judgment of heavenly fire unleashed bullets that detonated midair. Attempting an ambush? I have trained in observation hockey, after all. From a distant skyscraper. A CP0 member reloaded his firearm, but Diaz was swifter. The bullets from the sacred judgment hurtled towards him, prompting a frantic leap from the rooftop. With a thunderous crash, debris flew from the top of the building. Is this fellow a monster? They could not help but exclaim. This is dire. A substantial number of slaves have been relocated. Suddenly, someone shouted, and it dawned on them after such a prolonged battle that the slaves had vanished. Impossible. How could so many people simply disappear? How could they have been moved without a trace? Unthinkable. It must be a tunnel. Someone has excavated a tunnel. Every slave camp has one. What? They simultaneously gazed at Diaz, who was engaged in fierce combat with 3 CP0 members. Indeed, it must have been me. Do you realize what you are doing? That is the property of the nobles. Huh, what concern is that of mine? I intend to make life difficult for the celestial dragons. If they perish, it alleviates everyone's burdens, does it not? The world government will no longer be under their tyrannical rule. The Navy will not need to allocate excessive forces to protect the celestial dragons, and the allied nations will no longer have to pay tributes. I am performing a noble deed. With a smile, he declared, I am thoroughly enjoying myself tonight. BRR, BRR, BRR. The sudden ringing of a telephone interrupted everyone. Diaz answered. Success, Diaz. Mori's voice came through. Excellent. You should also relocate. It is time for my performance. You have accomplices? How novel. Who does not have allies? He produced a return scroll and a detonator, stating, Well then, best of luck to you. What does he intend to do? In the next moment, as Diaz tore the return scroll, he pressed the detonator. Boom! A mushroom cloud slowly ascended into the night sky. Today, Mariejois is quite thoroughly obliterated. Boom! Even from the distant Sabaody archipelago, the deafening sound of the explosion could be heard, resonating like thunder on a rainy night, vividly clear. The light from the explosion illuminated the starry sky. In an instant, the targeted demolition of Mariejois was complete. Diaz had concealed an immense quantity of C4, approximately 5 kilograms of which could obliterate a 2-story building. He had procured several tons of C4 from the marketplace. Even if it could not entirely raise Mariejois to the ground, it would certainly reduce the celestial dragons to a mere handful. Were it not for his inability to acquire Dongfeng, he would have ensured they understood the true meaning of Dongfeng night blossoms 1,000 trees, scattering stars like rain. The explosion was sudden and unforeseen, claiming even the 5 elders as its victims. However, the 5 elderly men reacted with remarkable speed, employing their haki to shield themselves and using the sea stone shields hidden in their offices to mitigate the blast and falling debris, narrowly avoiding death. Nonetheless, they did not emerge unscathed. The bearded elder lost his proud facial hair, while a hand wielding a weapon was destroyed. The elder with the blade sustained injuries to his head and was currently undergoing treatment. The bald elder suffered severe damage to his back and spinal injuries, likely necessitating a wheelchair for future mobility. The golden-haired elder was the least affected, sustaining facial injuries yet still able to move. The final elder nearly lost his life and now lay in a Navy surgical room alongside the blade-wielding elder. Why the Navy surgical room, one might ask. It was simply because Mariejois' premier hospital had been annihilated, and none of the doctors serving the celestial dragons had managed to escape, thanks to Kazari's swift feet. He was the first to arrive on the scene and hurriedly evacuated the 2 elders. Had he arrived any later, they might have perished. The extent of the celestial dragon's casualties was still being tallied, and the situation was far from optimistic, with CP0 and the soldiers guarding the celestial dragons suffering heavy losses. Diaz's audacious strike had dealt a significant blow to the celestial dragons. Such an event could not remain concealed from the world's foremost journalist, Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal. Upon receiving this intelligence, he was rendered speechless. After years in the journalistic field, he had never encountered news of this magnitude. The entire Mariejois obliterated? Goodness gracious, this young man Diaz is truly insane. What audacity. It must be reported, even if it resulted in a bounty from the world government. The story must be published. Morgans envisioned that his newspaper would undoubtedly sell out the following morning. Get the front page ready for tomorrow. I will write it myself. He was as exuberant as a child, his typewriter keys flying in a blur, leaving a flurry of motion in their wake. Within half an hour, the completed report was dispatched for urgent reprinting, ensuring that the world would receive news of this astonishing strike by the next morning. Amidst the ruins of Mariejois. In Panga City, the beauty remained unchanged. The verdant grass flourished as cloaked in black and crowned, listened to the report from the 5 elders before him. His expression devoid of joy or sorrow. My lord, this was our failure. We never anticipated that the audacious madman Diaz would employ such a method to assault the Holy Land. The golden-haired elder knelt before him, his head bowed, afraid to raise his gaze. No matter. The indistinguishable voices of men and women remain as monotonous as ever, merely a harbinger of calamity. How many descendants of the 19 kings still exist? The nobility has suffered grievously, with the Fairfia family left with but a solitary celestial dragon who managed to escape during travels. The rest have perished. The Selvak family still counts 3 members among the golden-haired elders, reporting the death tolls of various clans. Fortunately, each royal lineage retains a trace of its bloodline. Save for the Don Quixote family, which has faced annihilation, none have survived. Is this so? Still impassive, inquired whether the entirety of the Don Quixote family had indeed been extinguished. This presents a dilemma. My lord there remains a single bloodline of the Don Quixote family still extant. However, the golden-haired elders hesitate to speak of it. Indeed, it concerns the pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo and the naval officer Don Quixote Rocinante. They were once part of the world nobility, yet their parents renounced that status, only to later fall victim to a treacherous attack, resulting in their mother's demise. In a fit of despair, da Flamingo murdered his father, seeking to reclaim their celestial dragon heritage, but was met with rejection. Subsequently, one embraced piracy while the other donned the naval uniform, their fraternal bond now irreparably fractured. Who among them possesses true potential? Inquired. Da Flamingo is a cunning and formidable figure with grand designs to seize Dressrosa. Rocinante, by contrast, adheres to convention. Having infiltrated his brother's ranks to expose Da Flamingo's schemes, he is now a rear admiral in the navy. Let us reinstate Rocinante to his noble roots to preserve the bloodline. Should he refuse, we shall see if Da Flamingo can ascend as the ruler of Dressrosa and assist him in realizing the ambitions of his forebears. Rendered his decree. The golden-haired elders bowed their heads. Diaz had perished in the explosion, choosing to perish alongside Mariejois. Remarked, "It has been long since I have encountered such a fervently reckless youth. Quite intriguing. You may depart." As the golden-haired elders exited, picked up Diaz's bounty notice, realizing he was a descendant of the D lineage. Indeed, D is our nemesis. Were it 8 centuries ago? One might speculate that you could have been a valuable ally to that man. The dagger pierced through the wanted notice of Diaz, while sat there like a statue, enveloped in silence. As for Diaz, after returning to Sabaody Archipelago using a return scroll, he did not linger for long. He seized a pirate ship that had completed its coating and, guided by Jean Bay and his companions, made his way to Fishman Island. Enormous bubbles enveloped the entire island, creating an illusion of sky and clouds even beneath the sea. The sun's rays were absorbed by the Eve tree, bathing Fishman Island in sunlight, allowing the fishmen, dwelling in the depths of the ocean, to bask in its warmth. The architecture of Fishman Island was unique, with houses constructed from coral and rock, a splendid amalgamation of various corals. However, Diaz did not tarry. After replenishing his provisions, he purchased a new log post to guide his journey. The magnetic field of the New World was far more chaotic than that of the first half of the Grand Line, rendering the log poses used previously prone to misdirection. Thus, he required a special log pose equipped with 3 pointers. It would indicate 3 islands, allowing the user to select the most stable direction, significantly reducing the risk of entering perilous territories. This day could be deemed extraordinary, for the morning news sent shockwaves across the globe. The Holy Land of Mariejois had been attacked by none other than the world's most deranged criminal, Branda Diaz. The newspapers elaborated on the incident with great flourish, though much of the content was vague and largely fabricated by Morgans. Even the information obtained merely confirmed the bombing of Mariejois and identified Diaz as the assailant, hardly substantial details. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Morgans, the journalist, from crafting sensational headlines. With a mere map as a starting point, he spun a tale entirely from imagination. Morgans indeed possessed a talent, as the content he produced was chilling to behold. Consequently, people around the world were left in utter shock, perceiving Diaz as a figure far more terrifying than the pirate king, Roger. When comparing Roger's exploits to Diaz's, the former appeared almost trivial. Even the notorious Rocks attack on God Valley paled in comparison to Diaz's madness. Diaz was the true embodiment of insanity. In the concluding remarks of the report, Morgans employed the phrase fate unknown, leaving the public uncertain of Diaz's survival. In that moment, the shadow of Diaz loomed over the hearts of people worldwide. They quaked in fear at the thought of what unfathomable horrors such a lawless individual might unleash, one who would not even bat an eye at the celestial dragons. What else could he possibly care for? He was a demon far more fearsome than Roger. At this moment, unaware of the demon label that had been affixed to him, Diaz was navigating his vessel through the vast ocean. This ship, acquired alongside a log pose at Fishman Island, had been meticulously outfitted with a protective membrane. His previous pirate ship had been exchanged for this new craft, with a modest additional payment. The ship trading industry at Fishman Island was quite developed, as not every vessel could safely approach its shores. Some ships, due to their unfortunate positioning, had plunged directly into the bubble surrounding Fishman Island, where the hulls fused with the bubble membrane, leading to disastrous descents into the sea forest. Those fortunate enough to escape with their lives would inevitably need to purchase a new ship. Thus, while the inhabitants of Fishman Island did not require vessels for their daily lives, they engaged in shipbuilding for commerce. The currents propelled the sailboat forward, shrouded in a hazy ambience. Even the fervent sunlight struggled to penetrate the depths of the ocean. Surrounded by a myriad of fish, Diaz silently prayed that no colossal sea creature would launch a sudden assault, for that would spell certain doom. Fortunately, the journey remained uneventful, and he emerged from the ocean unscathed. As the ship broke through the waves, Diaz released the vessel known as the Wave Breaker and subsequently stowed it away. With the engine roaring to life, the Wave Breaker sped across the surface of the sea, en route to the North Sea, which lay just to his right, requiring no log pose for navigation after leaving Fishman Island. After 2 months traversing the New World and the windless zone, he finally entered the North Sea. The nautical charts and compass he had previously utilized for the North Sea were once again brought forth as the waters here resumed their normalcy, no longer as capricious and terrifying as those of the New World and the Grand Line. Upon returning to the North Sea, a sense of homecoming washed over him, though tinged with a slight heaviness in his heart. Once he had confirmed the position and direction of his homeland, he advanced without concern for energy, food, or water. The winds of the North Sea were notably colder than those of other regions, and this brisk air invigorated Diaz, as after many days at sea, his homeland, the Kingdom of Aria, loomed ever closer. The Kingdom of Aria was a substantial island nation, neither affluent nor impoverished. The king, neither a wise ruler nor a tyrant, bore no blame for the destruction of Diaz's homeland. That was a decree of the world government, and the lives lost could not be restored. The Wavebreaker circled the Kingdom of Aria, reaching the opposite side where he anchored the ship before making his way toward the forest. Treading upon familiar paths, he found himself on the route he had once taken to set sail, a path the village elder had personally escorted him along. That irascible old man had opposed his aspirations of freedom, yet begrudgingly brought him to this very spot. He had once remarked, "I cannot halt your pursuit of freedom. But you impudent boy, should you become a pirate, do not return here to disgrace yourself." Once again, he felt their burden. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes and made his way to the village entrance. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, the path overrun with weeds, devoid of any signs of passers-by. Small creatures like squirrels, startled by his presence, scurried into their shelters. The village was deserted, its once vibrant homes now a playground for wildlife. The desiccated bloodstains and bullet holes on the doors causing Diaz to halt, rendered speechless. Years away from his hometown had transformed it into this desolate state. Approaching his childhood home, a dilapidated wooden cabin where he had grown up, he hesitated for a moment with his hand on the door before pushing it open and stepping inside. The room, untouched by human presence, remained surprisingly tidy. He opened his mouth to speak, but instead took a seat on a dust-covered chair, lost in thought for an extended period. Eventually, he rose and left his home, standing at the village entrance, declaring, "Come out, I know you are here." A few men in black suits emerged from the underbrush, and Diaz inquired, "How long have you been watching?" The leader, trembling, replied, "A year." This group was not CP0. Their lack of strength was apparent as he had sensed their presence upon entering the village, but chose not to call them out immediately. "Are you part of that organization within CP?" "CP8, they stuttered, shivering in fear, wary of being killed by the demon before them. "Oh, I see. You transmitted news of my survival to the Navy?" Yes. "Very well, you may leave." "Huh, you aren't going to kill us?" Sensing their apprehension, Diaz replied, "You were merely following orders. I am not so cruel as to kill you. Every grievance has a rightful owner. Now go, for my mood is quite sour." Yes. The group, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away in fear. Diaz shook his head, gazing back at the village as he lit a cigarette. The smoke curled around him, faintly revealing the village's serene visage and the gentle faces of its inhabitants. Aunt Mary next door often prepared meals for him, while Uncle Frank across the street would occasionally return from fishing with a catch for him. The village chief sat at the entrance, stern-faced, smoking as if someone owed him a fortune. Damn, this smoke is truly irritating. He wiped his eyes and discarded the cigarette but on the ground, igniting a fiery judgment upon the village, which blazed fiercely, consuming everything in its path. He returned to the harbor, where a flock of seagulls perched upon the ship, squawking incessantly. Cease your cries, seagulls. From today onward, I too am homeless. The village, reduced to ashes by his own hand, left D.A. unencumbered, propelling him forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, news of his actions in the North Sea reached the Navy, and Sengoku stood in disbelief, questioning, how is it possible? How did that man survive such an explosion? He was utterly perplexed. Given the magnitude of the explosion, it seemed inconceivable that Diaz, who had been within the blast radius, could have possibly survived. Yet, astonishingly, he had not only survived, but was also full of vigor. Unable to fathom this enigma, he decided to cease his contemplation and promptly dispatched individuals to apprehend Diaz. Upon learning of his survival, the warlord immediately reported to the elders, who were equally astonished by the news of Diaz's continued existence. Consequently, they raised Diaz's bounty to an astounding 1,830,000,000 berries. Diaz may very well be the youngest individual in history to surpass the notorious bounty of 1.5 billion on the head of the legendary pirate, Gold. Roger. Simultaneously, his name has been altered on the wanted list to Brando D. Diaz. The world government has successfully uncovered his hidden identity. Yet they have refrained from making it public, mistakenly believing him to be deceased. Once again, a troublesome figure from the D clan has emerged. The five elders remain on high alert regarding the D clan, as this group has a notorious reputation for inciting chaos, even causing considerable trouble for the likes of Admiral Karp in the Navy. After Diaz detonated Mariejois, the five elders became frenzied, convinced that he was the nemesis of the divine. After all, the very residents of the gods had been obliterated by him. They dispatched the closest admiral, Akane Sakazuki, believing that with Diaz's current strength, no admiral could possibly fail to subdue him. The pirates of the New World could be dealt with slowly. There would always be more pirates, but Diaz had to be prioritized. However, Akainu reported a shortage of personnel, stating he could only pursue him with a single ship. The mysterious disappearance of celestial dragon slaves was linked to Diaz, prompting the Navy to mobilize a substantial force to retrieve the slaves. Upon learning of this, Diaz found their notion of justice utterly laughable. The slaves had already been arranged for departure by the Revolutionary Army, the Fishmen. After branding themselves with the mark of the Sun Pirates, concealed their identities and returned to Fishman Island. Some slaves wishing to resist joined the Revolutionary Army, significantly bolstering their numbers, and these individuals, filled with hatred for the world government, stood ready to confront the oppressors. Additionally, some who longed to return home were also being arranged for repatriation by the Revolutionary Army. However, the sheer number made it a slow process. For the time being, they sought refuge on several hospitable islands, where personnel were assigned for their management. The Navy faced immense difficulty in tracking Diaz, as he could traverse the calm belt unimpeded aboard the wave breaker, entering the New World, without considering his destination. The speed of Navy ships was insufficient to catch up with him. He did not depart immediately from the North Sea, but instead took a brief respite in a kingdom, allowing himself to relax and alleviate the fatigue accumulated over recent days. After sleeping for a full day, Diaz finally awoke, rubbing his eyes to find it was already evening. The setting sun bathed the sea in hues of orange and red, glimmering beautifully, as Diaz lit a cigarette. 6 months prior, he had gradually developed a smoking habit, occasionally furrowing his brow, no longer the bright young boy he once was. People inevitably grow, but the cost of this growth can be exceedingly heavy. Stepping out of the inn, he intended to procure some food and blend into the crowd, but sensed a predatory gaze fixated upon him from behind. With a sneer, he turned into a narrow alley. His pursuer followed, brandishing a dagger, but upon finding no one, began to curse. Damn it, where is he? I saw him. He looked wealthy. I still want to make a profit. Diaz emerged from the shadows, one hand gripping his palm, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. With his other hand, he seized his opponent by the throat, lifting him and pinning him against the wall. Where is your gang's headquarters? At 13, Baker Street. The man stammered. Good. Snap. With a swift motion, he broke the man's neck and proceeded to 13 Baker Street. It was a dilapidated building. Diaz pushed open the creaking door and strode inside, drawn by the sound of voices. The Don Quixote family is still extorting us. Damn it. I'm tired of paying protection fees. One man exclaimed angrily. Why hasn't the Navy apprehended them? Who knows? The Navy has never been reliable. They can't even catch a single person. That guy has been demanding increasingly outrageous sums. I've heard he has even extorted the king. Is nobody going to intervene? If the Navy won then who will? Honestly, why doesn't Diaz just blow up their world government? True enough. As the group continued their heated exchange, Diaz barged in, startling them into drawing their guns. Bang, 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 clink, clink. His fingers turned jet black as he deflected the incoming bullets. The men were taken aback, yet undeterred, they continued firing. In the end, Diaz caught every bullet and let them fall to the ground. Now, let us discuss the topic that piqued my interest, he said. What? The Don Quixote family. The group. Seemingly oblivious to his identity, appeared unaware that not everyone follows the news or wanted posters. Why should we tell you? Diaz seized the ashtray from the table and struck it against the head of the individual speaking, who immediately collapsed. Discarding the bloodied ashtray, Diaz commanded, Speak. The man, trembling, complied swiftly, recounting the recent activities of the Don Quixote family. Recently, Doflamingo had been exceptionally brazen, extorting protection fees from nearby kingdoms' gangs and even blackmailing a king. The Navy, however, remained indifferent, which only emboldened Doflamingo further. Well, it seems we need to deal with that fellow. Do you know where Doflamingo is? Diaz inquired. The response was a hesitant shake of the head. No, but tomorrow is the day for collecting protection fees, and the Don Quixote family will send someone. Ah, understood. Hand over the protection fee. What? Hand it over, or you'll end up like him. Why, yes. From beneath the table, a box of money was produced. After learning the time and place for the next day, Diaz bound the group and delivered them to the local sheriff's office. 2 million berries. Quite a profit for a small gang. Doflamingo is rather ruthless in his collection of protection fees. One wonders what he is up to. After the last scheme against him, I heard he sought refuge in the South Sea for a while, and his crew has dwindled. I wonder if he has regained his strength over the years. Let us devise another plan against him. The following morning, Diaz, adorned with sunglasses and a mask, arrived at the designated location. Seated in an alley was an individual perched atop a box. As time ticked away, 2 figures emerged from the opposite end, clad in a red-made outfit. Smoking a cigarette was the formidable baby, 5, accompanied by her partner, Buffalo. Ah, old acquaintances, Diaz mused. Hey, today is the day for the rendezvous, right? Hand over the protection fee, baby, 5 demanded without preamble. As Diaz rose and glanced at Buffalo behind her, his conqueror's hockey surged forth, rendering Buffalo unconscious in an instant. Buffalo. Baby, 5 exclaimed in alarm. Hey, Buffalo, are you all right? He merely fainted. It's nothing serious, Diaz reassured her. Did you do this? Indeed. Baby, 5 transformed her arm into a gun, aiming it at Diaz. You're asking for trouble. I require you to lower the weapon. Startled, Baby, 5 reluctantly lowered her gun, covering her face in embarrassment. Ah, am I needed? Very well. Always the same, Baby, 5, Diaz remarked, removing his glasses and mask with a smile. I hope your need for validation never changes. You are the easiest to deal with in the Don Quixote family. Diaz. Upon recognizing Baby, 5, a scream erupted from the crowd. They had been closely monitoring Diaz, after all, as he was a traitor to their family. They were well aware of his madness. Retreating hastily, they noticed that Buffalo had managed to steady himself behind them, his hands morphing into sharp blades. Do not approach. Please, don't make me appear as the villain here, Baby, 5. We are old friends, after all. Diaz implored. Baby, 5. Within our family, you were always the good one. What do you mean by that? She questioned. It's nothing. He replied. Come now, tell me where Doflamingo is. Do you need me? She asked. Of course. Very well. The young master has ventured to the New World. When needed. Baby, 5 would comply with any request. The New World? What is he doing there? He aims to become one of the 7 warlords. Become a warlord? The world government would never endorse his ambitions. Diaz perceived Doflamingo's aspirations as delusional. His plans had been exposed by Rosinante, making it implausible for him to be accepted as a warlord. I do not know, but the young master mentioned that someone would assist him. Is that so? It appeared that someone within the world government had forged an alliance with Doflamingo, potentially a high-ranking individual, perhaps even one of the Gorosei. If Doflamingo were to become a warlord, neither Sengoku nor Granny Tsuru would acquiesce, nor would Admiral Fujitora. Yet, what if it was the Gorosei's consent? Despite their considerable power, Sengoku and Fujitora could not defy the orders of the Gorosei, who were the overt rulers of the world government. Why haven't they eliminated him? He pondered in frustration. He then sought to gather information from Baby 5 regarding the current state of the Don Quixote family. Under Doflamingo's leadership, the family comprised Baby 5, Buffalo, Dellinger, and Jorel, alongside Pika, who had escaped during the previous siege, while Treble had succumbed to his injuries. 2 new members had joined, Sugar, a user of the Hobby fruit, and Monet, the snow woman. Doflamingo had now set his course for the New World, accompanied by Monet, Sugar, and Pika, leaving Baby 5 and Buffalo to collect the remaining protection fees before transporting them to the New World. With the Gorosei's assistance, their objective might very well be Dressrosa. Doflamingo's ambition remained to reclaim his title as King of Dressrosa, seeking to return to his former position and gradually realize his grand design. Diaz is well aware of the plan, as he was present during the meeting at that time. The plan is undeniably meticulous, progressing with careful deliberation. I see. I understand now. Diaz smiled faintly, stepping over Baby 5, and with a single decisive movement, crushed Buffalo's head beneath his foot. Buffalo. Baby 5 screamed, as she lunged forward with 2 long blades aimed directly at Diaz. Diaz evaded, stating, Baby 5, I require your assistance. Upon hearing these words, Baby 5 abruptly halted. Diaz shook his head. Unless this obstacle was surmounted, Baby 5 would forever remain a mere tool, exploited by others, unable to transcend the shadows of her childhood. He felt a deep compassion for Baby 5, delivering a swift blow that rendered her unconscious, subsequently dragging her aboard the Moby Dick. His next destination was the New World, where he intended to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo, your nightmare has returned. As he journeyed, he found himself with idle time and decided to indulge in a card draw. Anti-gravity system design blueprint. Infuriate Newton system. Vibranium shield. No matter how you throw it, it shall always return to your grasp. The finest sword in the village. Compass. Guiding you toward your innermost desires. Transform with a single strike. Either you or the belt must perish. Complete Fui's driver set. The most relaxed belt. Diaz invigorated himself. Disregarding the vibranium shield, his gaze fixated on the transformation of the Fui's driver set. The Fui's belt's transformation stipulates that it must be wielded by someone with the Orphanok lineage or a bearer of the Orphanok mark. Those lacking the mark or possessing a feeble version would be repelled. However, by consuming the transformation potion, one could circumvent these rules and successfully transform. Yet, this potion carries the peril of sacrificing one's life. After ingesting it, Kitaro successfully transformed into Kamen Rider Kaiza, ultimately defeating the Kaiza belt. Upon scrutinizing the potion's description, which confirmed the prerequisite of sacrificing the belt, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fui's, also known as Kamen Rider 555, possesses relatively modest power. Its fundamental stats are inferior even to those of the motorcycle-riding Pegasus. However, the charm of Kaiza is undeniable, and 555 does not rely on data to inflict damage. Rather, it employs photonic blood to deliver piercing harm. As a single-use item, it must be utilized to its fullest potential. Of course, it could also serve as a mere toy. He retrieved a suitcase containing the belt and various equipment, a mobile phone, a camera, a laser pointer, a digital wristwatch, and an explosive device, alongside the motorcycle rider. Regrettably, without the Eagle satellite, he could not assume an explosive form or wield the Crimson Cannon. As long as it is functional, that suffices, he thought disdainfully. As for the compass, Captain Jack's compass guides its bearer to the deepest desires of their heart. He opened the palm-sized compass, watching as the needle spun incessantly until it finally pointed in a specific direction, towards the domain of Don Quixote Doflamingo. With the compass in hand, Diaz no longer required the record pointer, rendering that expenditure futile. With a sufficiently strong intent, even reaching Raftel was within his grasp. However, he harbored little interest in Raftel. The blank century, the colossal kingdom, and the D-clan held no value for him. What purpose would knowledge of it serve? The world government was still far from being toppled, and without resistance, it remained an indomitable behemoth. They had thrived for 8 centuries, deeply entrenched. How could they be easily vanquished? One must proceed step by step. Diaz harbored discontent towards the world government, perceiving it as irreversibly corrupt. With only the Navy exhibiting any semblance of a desire to improve the world, governance was not their prerogative, but rather that of the kings of various kingdoms, who had no ties to the world government. With such thoughts in mind, how could one aspire to be a leader? This dissatisfaction compelled Diaz to contemplate overthrowing the current regime, yearning for a ruler who genuinely served the populace. He first needed a nation to govern, a realm that would be under his control. Dressrosa, however, was not a viable option. As a member state of the world government, even if he managed to usurp King Riku, the world government would never permit him to ascend the throne. Furthermore, Dressrosa's proximity to the Navy's G5 branch posed a significant risk. A single misstep could provoke a naval assault, endangering not only himself but also the innocent citizens. Generally, nations that were not affiliated with the world government tended to be impoverished. Yet, poverty was inconsequential. The priority was to devise a strategy for seizing control of a nation. A plan began to take shape within his mind, and he knew he needed to refine it further. Diaz pondered as he pressed forward. Along the way, a piece of news captured his attention. Don Quixote Doflamingo had been appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The newspaper declared that the world government had officially designated Doflamingo as one of the Shichibukai, ceasing its pursuit of him and overlooking his past transgressions, allowing him to plunder legally. The paper was rife with bureaucratic jargon, clearly the handiwork of Morgans and his ilk, who just a few years prior had vilified Doflamingo, wishing for his demise and exposing all his misdeeds. Now, the narrative had shifted dramatically, glossing over his crimes in favor of his new title. How could they possibly elevate Doflamingo to such a status? Was the world government out of its mind? In the Marine headquarters, Razanani slammed his hands on the table in a fit of rage, while Sengoku and Granny Tsuru remained silent, their expressions grave. Only Carp nonchalantly munched on Senbei, seemingly unaffected. Their opinions held no weight with the Gorosei and would be disregarded. Sengoku had even been reprimanded, informed that this was their decision, and he had no authority to interfere. The hierarchy was unforgiving, especially when facing the Gorosei. For the first time, Sengoku felt utterly powerless. Those 5 old men had lost their minds. They were willing to go to any lengths to solidify their power. Sengoku sighed deeply. Granny Tsuru remarked that the pursuit of Doflamingo had also been halted, and it was likely that Doflamingo would now set his sights on Dressrosa. From Razanandi, they learned that the Don Quixote family had reigned as kings of Dressrosa 800 years ago, only to have the throne passed to the Riku family, who served as prime ministers after their ascension to Mariejois. Doflamingo was ambitious and desired far more than just that position. He aspired to become a celestial dragon. Razananti gritted his teeth. Previously, CP0 had covertly approached him, offering him the role of head of the Don Quixote family. He had no desire to become a celestial dragon or to go to Mariejois, so he had declined. Now, however, he regretted that decision. Doflamingo's actions clearly had the backing of the world government, as he behaved with reckless abandon and ostentation. Had he known this, Razananti would have begrudgingly accepted the role of celestial dragon, determined not to allow Doflamingo to flourish unchecked. But now, the magnitude of Diaz's actions that night was immense. Too many celestial dragons had been slain, and the prospect of Doflamingo becoming one of them was all too real. The mere thought of having to protect Doflamingo in the future made Sengoku feel nauseous. Granny Tsuru hesitated, sensing that Diaz had never strayed from the righteous path. Even in his betrayal of the Marines, he remained at the forefront of the battle against pirates. Diaz's act of slaying the celestial dragons came as no surprise to her. His sense of justice rendered him intolerant of such beings, leading him to massacre in the lawless territories. "I have accomplished what you dared not do," he proclaimed. When his subordinates relayed these words to Granny Crane, she felt an unexpected sense of solace, relieved that the child had not strayed onto a wicked path. However, in the end, his homeland was laid to ruin. Diaz vanished for over half a year, only to re-emerge in the public eye with a sensational headline. He detonated Mariejois. This was an event they could scarcely have imagined. Yet, this young man accomplished it. Diaz did not descend into madness. Indeed, he obliterated Mariejois, yet prior to that, he had transported all the slaves away. The scales of justice within him remained unwavering. He was reluctant to involve the innocent in his quest for vengeance. In comparison to him, their sense of justice appeared tragically narrow. Crack, crack. Carp, indulging in the snacks hidden away by Sengoku, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Isn't it splendid that those trashy celestial dragons have been eliminated? We no longer need to pay protection fees." In Carp's perspective, the celestial gold bore no distinction from a mere extortion fee. The nations allied with the world government submitted celestial gold in exchange for protection. And while they might overlook conflicts among themselves, they would mobilize forces against pirate assaults or invasions from non-member states. However, should they fail to pay their celestial gold, the world government would expel that nation, leaving it vulnerable to invasion, and might even incite neighboring countries to strike. Their tactics were indeed unsightly. Thus, in Carp's mind, celestial gold equated to protection fees. Celestial dragons trash. The equation holds true. Carp, as usual, collected celestial gold. This was the Admiral's office, surrounded by comrades. So voicing such sentiments posed no issue. It was merely disappointing that this year's celestial gold had already commenced collection. That Diaz kid used insufficient explosives. If all the celestial dragons were gone, it would simplify matters for everyone. Carp grumbled, his hands ceaselessly bringing senbei to his mouth. Hey, Sengoku, I finished the senbei. Bring me some more. Get lost. That was my senbei. Who do you think you are? Hurry up. Carp. The Admiral's office was filled with raucous noise. And Granny Tsuru observed the two old men with a sense of exasperation. Only in the presence of the somewhat eccentric Carp did the consistently composed and sagacious Sengoku reveal his playful side. Razanandi was in a state of urgency, uncertain of what to do. No, he needed to visit Dressrosa at the very least. Doflamingo would undoubtedly be there. He requested to be dispatched. And after a moment of contemplation, Sengoku replied, proceed with caution. First, go to the G5 branch and take some resources with you. Razanandi was not particularly adept in combat, whether regarding his fruit abilities or his own capabilities. Clumsy and prone to stumbling, Sengoku was hesitant to let him venture into danger, yet upon seeing Razanandi's resolute gaze, he ultimately acquiesced. Very well. Razanandi swiftly departed, preparing to journey to the New World. Meanwhile, Diaz pressed onward, arriving directly at Dressrosa. Navigating the Grand Line inevitably necessitates detours. Each time a new island is encountered, it is essential to halt momentarily, allowing the log post to absorb the magnetic force that directs one to the subsequent island. With Captain Jack's compass in hand, he could chart his course to his desired destination. Baby 5 was secured aboard the ship, her wrists shackled with sea stone handcuffs. This is the nature of those with special abilities. Once submerged in water or restrained by sea stone, their combat prowess is rendered ineffective, making it relatively easy to control them. You shall remain here quietly. Shakilas will attend to you. Shaji. Shakilas jumped in response to Diaz's words. Hey, Diaz, don't leave. Don't make me stay with this hideous creature. Bang. Shakilas collided with her, causing her entire body to ache. You must be seeking trouble. Daring to defy your master's command? How dare you call me ugly? This is merely temporary. My master has proclaimed I shall become the Sandstorm King. You ugly Shaji. Bang. Another blow rendered Baby 5 unconscious. What a troublesome woman. His gaze fell upon the sea stone handcuffs. How I long to feast, yet I possess no mouth. Shaji. I must evolve. I must evolve swiftly. Diaz ascended to Dressrosa, where the current ruler remains King Riku, a beloved sovereign cherished by his people. Known for his benevolence, he frequently extends aid to numerous nations ensnared in conflict, earning a reputation that resonates far and wide. Under his governance, although Dressrosa may not be affluent, the happiness of its citizens is remarkably high, and the Riku lineage has garnered the trust of the populace for 8 centuries. Diaz walked along the street, where the faces of the people were adorned with smiles, radiating joy. After many years, it was the first time he had witnessed such a nation. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, Pirates! Instinctively, Diaz lowered the brim of his hat, fearful of being recognized. His notoriety had spread far and wide, and he did not wish to trouble the inhabitants of this place. However, upon turning his head, he realized that the individual was not referring to him. A group of burly pirates had landed in the country, each displaying a sinister grin and wielding weapons. With a gunshot fired into the air, the pirate captain proclaimed, Robbery. My lads, make haste. The populace scattered in terror, and Diaz glanced around, noticing the absence of guards to confront the marauders. TSK? Are they too slow? In a flash, he appeared before the group of pirates, swiftly kicking the captain to the ground. Who are you? The first mate drew his gun, but Diaz seized the firearm from his grasp and, without hesitation, shot him in the head. Moving among the pirates with remarkable agility, he struck with such speed that he seemed to vanish, leaving behind a flurry of bloodshed. With such meager strength, you dare to roam? How laughable. Diaz shook his head, discarding his weapon. The crowd cheered, and a little girl presented him with a flower. Thank you. Accepting the blossom, he lowered his hood and turned to depart. What a good person. Indeed, there are still many good souls. Soon after, the sound of galloping hooves approached as the royal guards under King Liku arrived for assistance. What of the pirates? Is anyone injured? No, no. A brave soul saved us, haha. Yes, indeed. Such a kind-hearted individual. Though it seems he was shy and departed swiftly. I see, as long as all is well. The royal guards breathed a sigh of relief, eager to locate the hero and offer their gratitude. Yes, please help us find him. No problem, haha. The faces of the people beamed with happiness, and they interacted amiably with the royal guards. Diaz perched in a tree, observing the recent events. Under King Liku's reign, there was no oppression of the common folk. He was indeed a good king. The ability to receive 100 billion berry from the populace without needing to explain one's reasons was not something just any monarch could achieve. It was the result of 8 centuries of the Liku family's reputation, coupled with King Liku's wisdom, that fostered such unconditional trust among his citizens. Yet, in the face of Doflamingo, he found himself powerless to resist, having no choice but to rely on that scoundrel for the sake of his people, a desperate alliance indeed. As night fell, Diaz arrived at the window of King Liku's chamber within the Dressrosa castle and pushed it open. The king, clad in his night attire, was instantly roused. Greetings, King Liku. You. Recognizing Diaz's face under the moonlight, King Liku's pupils constricted, and he tightened his grip on the covers. Years of being a ruler had instilled in him a composure that allowed him to remain calm. May I inquire why Mr. Diaz has come here? Rest assured, I harbor no intention of obliterating the entirety of Dressrosa. Diaz waved his hand, allowing King Riku to exhale with relief. Should this madman unleash destruction upon the nation, none of its citizens would escape unscathed. You must be aware of Don Quixote Doflamingo, correct? King Riku inquired. I am familiar with the name. He is the newly appointed warlord of the sea, he replied. Is there an issue? Diaz continued. The surname Don Quixote may be unknown to some. Yet you undoubtedly comprehend its origins 8 centuries ago. It belonged to the royal family of Dressrosa, to your Rico lineage. Do not question how I possess this knowledge. I simply do. What is your intent? I merely wish to forewarn you that Doflamingo has set his sights on this nation. When he comes looking for you, use this to contact me. I am here to eliminate him. He left a slumbering snail on the windowsill, a means of communication within the realm. King Rika gazed silently at the snail as Diaz remarked, Whether you choose to believe me is entirely your prerogative. I have spoken my piece. Oh. And one more thing, your governance of this country has been commendable. Do not perish. A person of your caliber would be a tragic loss. He leaped from the windowsill and vanished in a flurry of motion. King Riku found himself wide awake, unable to rest upon receiving the news that Doflamingo had targeted Dressrosa. Returning temporarily to the Thousand Sunny, Diaz sat aboard the vessel, where Baby 5 remained unconscious. Though 2 new lumps on her head indicated she had endured a fair share of punishment from Shaquilas, it would be prudent to send this woman to the G5 branch. No, that place is filled with ruffians. Better to find an acquaintance to take her instead. Yes, that shall suffice. In this line of thought, Diaz's mind began to unravel considerably. For the following days, Doflamingo made no appearance, and Diaz relished the tranquility, enjoying the attentions of the maid. Whenever he requested assistance, Baby 5 would dutifully oblige. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to reach out to Doflamingo, and he would not keep her bound indefinitely. Among the Don Quixote family, the one he wished to protect most was Baby 5. I once regarded you as a brother in our youth, she muttered as she prepared a delightful meal in the cramped kitchen. That is why I did not kill you. Outside the kitchen, Diaz scribbled notes in a notebook without lifting his head, saying, Baby 5, have you ever considered leaving the Don Quixote family? Huh? What foolishness are you speaking? Baby 5 turned, spatula in hand. I assure you, I will never betray the young master. Why is that? Does that man truly merit your unwavering loyalty? Is it merely because he requires your service? Of course, you cannot fathom the exquisite sensation of being needed. Baby 5 replied, enraptured. Is that so? Because your mother abandoned you, deeming you unworthy of need? A single phrase shattered Baby 5's defenses, causing her to lower her head as the painful memories she wished to forget surged forth once more. Of course, I do not wish to be abandoned again. If I am needed by others, I possess value, as long as I can prove my worth. I shall never be forsaken. I long to die surrounded by the warmth of others. At the very least, let my demise hold significance. She began to weep. Diaz sighed, pausing his writing, and said, "The value of a person is not manifested through self-sacrifice. Baby, 5. Then tell me what to do. From the moment I was born, I have been unwanted. I possess no value. Do you truly live solely to be needed? That makes you a mere tool. Baby, 5. You will be used until your last breath. Even against your will, my words can still compel you to act. You are a human being, a living person, not a mere implement." Diaz exclaimed with anger. "You should cultivate your own thoughts, relish your life, rather than being exploited by Doflamingo, becoming merely a sharp instrument. I am willing. What do you care for me? You're beyond saving. Just leave. Have you abandoned me? Please, no, don't. I will try harder." Baby, 5 pleaded, her appearance leaving Diaz at a loss. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He saw Baby, 5 crouching down, sobbing. Helplessly, he reached out to pat her head and said, "I will not forsake you, you foolish girl." Is being treated as a tool truly so fulfilling? Fulfillment. A bright smile appeared on Baby 5's face, which filled Diaz with sorrow. Cursed be the world, had it not been so wretched. Perhaps Baby 5 would not have been abandoned by her mother. With renewed determination, he said, "Continue cooking, Baby 5. I will use you until your last breath." Really? Baby 5's eyes sparkled with hope, yet Diaz was uncertain of what to say next. Should he seek out old Kai from the 8 Treasure Water Army? Truly. Diaz was at a loss. Baby 5's distorted values were unchangeable. He should have taken her away in her childhood, kept her close. Perhaps then he could have corrected her values, at least preventing them from becoming so warped. Now, her worldview was firmly established. At Baby 5, she wiped her tears and quickly responded, "The food is burning." "Ah," Baby 5 exclaimed, rushing to the kitchen where the meat had already burned. Watching her busily work, Diaz felt a headache coming on. What on earth was he doing? Even he did not know if keeping Baby 5 was right or wrong. Alas, I shall leave it to fate. Diaz settled down to smoke a cigarette and calm his thoughts. He spotted a vessel, yet the ship itself was inconsequential. What truly mattered was its captain. With golden hair and a visage reminiscent of Doflamingo, he exhaled smoke, his gaze heavy with melancholy and weariness. "Rosinante, Baby 5, my old friend has arrived." "An old friend? Our old friend? That fellow, Law? No, he should be dead by now. Not him, but Corazon." "Huh? Is Mr. Corazon still alive?" "No. The young master said he had betrayed us. Now I am your superior. You must address me as such and betray Doflamingo." "Yes, boss." "Well, this woman is remarkably easy to manipulate. Old Kai is quite a formidable character to have managed her. The way Breaker set sail, positioning itself before Rosinante's small boat." "Oh, is that not Rear Admiral Rosinante? It has indeed been a while." "Diaz, what brings you here?" Rosinante startled, preparing to draw his weapon, only to slip and tumble into the sea. Glub, glub. Bubbles erupted from the water as Diaz leaped from the ship to rescue Rosinante. Cough, cough, that was close. Rosinante spluttered, sprawled on the deck of the wave breaker. Baby 5 offered him a towel. "Thank you, Mr. Corazon, it has been a long time." "Who are you?" Rosinante grew wary. Few knew his alias. He scrutinized Baby 5, who appeared familiar, possibly a member of the Don Quixote family. "You are Baby 5. Women do change dramatically. I scarcely recognized you." "Wait, why is Baby 5 with Diaz?" "I am Baby 5 began. She is now in my company." Diaz sat down, offering Rosinante a cigarette. "Here to investigate Doflamingo?" You can't be serious, can you?" Rosinante found it absurd that Diaz traversed from the North Sea solely to find Doflamingo. "Indeed, I intend to eliminate him." Diaz replied with a smile, previously lacking the strength, "But now, let us see if I can dispatch that fellow. If possible, I shall eliminate him directly." Hiss. Rosinante took a drag, analyzing the situation coolly. "You certainly stir the pot. Are you not afraid of the Navy pursuing you?" "Boss, you cannot kill the young master." "Baby 5. I require you to prepare a meal." "Understood." Once the maid was dismissed, Diaz remarked, "This woman is someone I encountered in the North Sea. It was from her that I learned of Doflamingo's whereabouts. I thought you would have killed her." "I did not." Diaz stated, "I despise pirates. Yet I feel pity for Baby 5. Indeed, this child has endured much hardship." Rosinante seated himself and inquired, "Is there any news regarding Doflamingo?" "None," I replied. "I have yet to receive any pertinent information, nor has Doflamingo reached out to Baby 5. Diaz remarked, "We can only bide our time in Dressrosa." Their unwavering belief that Doflamingo would inevitably appear in Dressrosa was underpinned by numerous factors. Dressrosa had once belonged to the Don Quixote family, and Doflamingo possessed rightful claim. Even though the current ruler was of the Riku royal lineage, strategically situated at the crossroads of several trade routes in the New World, Dressrosa, while not affluent, benefited greatly from its advantageous position. Furthermore, the Riku royal family was exceedingly manageable. A king who shows compassion towards his subjects possesses a vulnerability. By leveraging the populace, one could easily attain their objectives. Many kingdoms in the New World do not belong to the world government's allied nations. Those that do are either impoverished or inconveniently located, making manipulation cumbersome. Only Dressrosa aligns with Doflamingo's psychological expectations. Additionally, many years ago, he had set his sights on this place, and now, with the support of the world government in the shadows, he could revive plans that had once been abandoned. If only you had bombed Mariejois. None of this would have transpired. What brings about such a statement? Diaz queried, taken aback. Rosinante revealed without reservation the matter of CP0 seeking him out. It appears they require your assistance. Perhaps there is something unique at play. Otherwise, as I surmise, with so many celestial dragons eliminated, the world government would be unable to collect heaven's gold. Is there something extraordinary about the celestial dragon bloodline? No, Rosinante replied gravely. Heaven's gold will continue to be collected, even if there remains just one celestial dragon. TCH, at that time, we miscalculated the explosive yield. Diaz let out a cold snort, expressionless as he uttered terrifying words. Rosinante coughed, clearly not choked by smoke. What you've done is truly horrifying. My homeland is gone. Why not just endure a little longer? Endure? That would not be me. I simply did not anticipate that the world government would actually strike against innocent civilians. Diaz's gaze was as profound as the ocean as he flicked the cigarette but into the sea. Let us not dwell on these matters. Doflamingo has yet to make his move, though I suspect it will be soon. Indeed, Rosinante did not covertly expose Diaz's whereabouts. In his view, Diaz should not be hunted down. Everyone has their own judgment, and Rosinante was no exception. Over the years in the Navy, he had witnessed many forms of justice. Yet compared to Diaz, they were often constrained. The world government imposed limitations on them. Many issues intertwined with it became exceedingly difficult to resolve. Rosinante did not immediately venture into Dressrosa for investigation. Instead, he remained aboard the Thousand Sunny. In the dead of night, Diaz was awakened by the ringing of a transponder snail. Mr. Diaz, Doflamingo has appeared. He demands 100 billion berries, or he will kill my people. Did you agree? I had no choice but to agree. Very well. I will handle it, and the Navy will arrive shortly. The Navy? Aren't you a wanted criminal? Why would you be entangled with them? King Liquor was eager to inquire, but Rosinante's voice came through the transponder snail. Please, do not speak carelessly. I am here to investigate, and Doflamingo is currently a Shichibukai. The Navy cannot act recklessly. His words cast a shadow over King Liquor. Was he truly to choose Diaz? To be honest, he did not wish to do so, yet the thought of being toyed with by Doflamingo filled him with a profound sense of helplessness, forcing him to succumb to reality. I will search for him. He should be nearby. Doflamingo's ship cannot be too far from Dressrosa. If I do not respond by tomorrow morning, do not wait. Seek the Navy directly, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. With that, the call ended, and King Liquor dejectedly set down the transponder snail. Seeking help from a wanted criminal had tarnished the royal dignity, yet for the sake of his subjects, he was willing to bear the shame. Nevertheless, he prepared for all contingencies, unwilling to place his hopes solely on Diaz. King Liquor was an astute politician. Aware that one must not put all their eggs in one basket, diversifying his bets was essential. He immediately contacted his aides to prepare for raising funds from the populace. Meanwhile, aboard the Thousand Sunny, Diaz inquired, "What do you think?" Rosinante pondered briefly before responding. Doflamingo's target is not money. It is the people's trust in King Liquor. Diaz declared his intention to gradually erode the trust that the citizens held in King Riku and the Riku family, ultimately leading them to a profound sense of disappointment and despair. It is in the depths of such despair that a hero must emerge. Don Quixote Doflamingo is unworthy of the title of hero. Both Rosinante and Diaz comprehend the true nature of Doflamingo. He is a natural-born villain. Allowing him to ascend as the king of Dressrosa would spell disaster, not only for Dressrosa but for the world at large. The infamous moniker of Joker resonates throughout the underworld. And this Joker is none other than Doflamingo. His enterprises extend beyond the North Blue and into the New World. The dominion over the New World is not held by the world government, but rather by the emperors of the underworld, alongside formidable pirates like Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard. Doflamingo has established connections with these individuals and engaged in trade with them. Dressrosa is merely a vital component of his overarching scheme. Once his territory expands, he will seize power and assert control over the entire world. Of course, barring any unforeseen complications. Yet, it is precisely when one expects the unexpected that surprises emerge. Diaz produced a transformation device and frees his briefcase, declaring, "Now it is my turn to perform. What shall we do next?" Naturally, the objective is to defeat him. However, I am eager to experiment with my new toy. Diaz spoke as he opened Frieza's suitcase, placing the cursor, camera, watch, and other paraphernalia upon it. Before taking out the transformation device and drinking it in one swift motion, it was slightly sweet. He then opened the Frieze phone, pressed the number 5, and was met with a resounding sound effect. After pressing twice more, he finally hit the enter key. Standing by, closing the phone, he raised it high and bellowed, "Henshin." He inserted the phone into the driver at his waist and pressed it. Complete. With that declaration, red photon veins extended from the belt, illuminating the darkness of the room with a brilliant light. The photon blood began to flow through the veins, culminating in the attachment of armor and a black combat suit to Diaz's form. A thick silver chest plate enveloped his torso, while luminous yellow compound eyes dominated much of his face, adorned with shark-like fangs. The red photon veins glowed in the dark, exuding a futuristic aesthetic. Kamen Rider Frieze had officially made his entrance. This left Ross and Andy utterly bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. Diaz remarked, "Do not mind it. This is merely a disposable toy of mine. Once the time has elapsed, it will vanish, so it must be utilized." Under the augmentation of the Frieze armor, his senses were heightened, and his strength had increased. His punching power reached 5 tons, kicking power 5 tons, leaping ability 35 meters, and running speed 1,005.8 seconds. Indeed, Diaz's own strength had surpassed that of the armor, yet upon donning it, he received a considerable enhancement as well. Thus, he commenced his endeavor, leaping into the sky. He advanced with a moonwalk, searching the vast sea for the elusive flamingo ship of Doflamingo, though he failed to locate Doflamingo himself. However, he did spot some individuals aboard the vessel: Jorah, Dringe, Monet, and Sugar. As for Sugar, despite her diminutive stature, resembling that of a 7- or 8-year-old girl, Diaz understood that she was a legitimate loli. The user of the hobby fruit, upon consuming the fruit, ceases to age, forever retaining the appearance of that moment. In a sense, it grants one a form of immortality. The wielder, upon merely touching other beings, transforms them into toys, erasing their existence from the memories of others, rendering them forgotten. Even upon seeing their likeness or photographs, one would be unable to recall who they were. Hence, Diaz prioritized neutralizing Sugar. In a flash, he appeared before her, and before she could react, the sea prism stone handcuffs clamped onto her legs. Why not restrain her hands? They were too slender. The cuffs would slide off. As Sugar, caught off guard, faltered backward, Monet, the snow woman, noticed Diaz's sudden appearance and, concerned for her sister, immediately took action. The temperature around them plummeted, and snowflakes began to fall. Monet wielded the snow fruit, a lesser variant of the freezing fruit. Her abilities not as formidable as those of the ice fruit. As snowflakes descended, Monet blended into the swirling snow, while Dringe, a half-human, half-merman with beneficial lineage, revealed his fierce countenance, baring his sharp teeth as he lunged towards Diaz. Diaz rose swiftly, evading an attack, and landed a powerful blow to Delinger's face, causing him to crash against the mast of the pirate ship, instantly rendering him unconscious. He shook his hand, removed the camera from his wrist, transforming it into a fist gun, imbued with the power of hockey. He extracted the Frieze directive chip from his phone and inserted it into the Frieze camera. Ready. He flipped open the phone and pressed the enter key. Exceed charge. The photon blood coursed through the photon veins, filling the fist gun, while his observation hockey pinpointed Monet's silhouette. Suddenly, a white shadow emerged behind him, its icy fangs bared, lunging towards the nape of Diaz's neck. He swiftly pivoted, delivering a decisive punch to Monet's abdomen. She froze, unable to move, as a crimson emblem manifested upon her body. The agonizing pain elicited a scream from Monet, as the photon blood wreaked havoc within her, ultimately leading to her demise amidst the torment. Diaz cast a glance at Jorah, the middle-aged woman with an explosive hairstyle. who was no virtuous character herself. With a swift barrage, Jorah, a woman of few words yet fierce demeanor, unleashed a relentless stream of gunfire from her machine gun towards Diaz. The bullets ricocheted off his armor, creating a shower of sparks that illuminated the surface. What destructive art! Realizing her bullets were ineffective, Jorah resorted to her unique fruit ability. She had consumed the art fruit, granting her the power to transform any target struck by her attack into a piece reminiscent of abstract art, according to her whims. A multitude of colorful bubbles erupted from her hands as Diaz leaped onto the mast, surveying from above, while positioning his fist cannon at his waist. Defui's directive chip hovered over the cursor before being affixed to the exterior of his right shin armor. Ready. He pressed the enter key once more. Exceed charge. His body lowered gradually as photon blood coursed to his leg. He delivered a powerful kick towards Mara. The cursor emitted a red drill-shaped pointer, locking onto Jorah, rendering her immobile. Rider kick. Diaz became enveloped by the drill bit, spinning incessantly, and vanished from Jorah's sight, only to re-emerge behind him. The Crimson Drill. A similar red knightly emblem materialized on Jorah's body, eliciting a pained wail before he collapsed. Its power was commendable. The essence of photon blood was paramount. Although Freeze's data was relatively low, only slightly surpassing that of Kamen Rider, neither relied solely on data for inflicting damage. Freeze drew strength from photon blood, while Kamen Rider depended on ascension and atomic disintegration. It appeared still functional, so he decided to continue using it. Approaching Durling, he delivered another shot, then turned to the stunned Sugar and located the phone bug on Jorah's body, dialing the number. Jorah, what's the matter? The phone bug's eyes morphed into the shape of sunglasses, absurdly worn at night. Contemplating this, he cleared his throat. After his developmental phase, his voice had changed, requiring no effort to lower it. Mr. Don Quixote da Flamingo, greetings. Who are you? Where's Jorah? Oh, me? You may call me Shafurin. As for that old woman, she is dead. I killed her. You court death. No one touches my family. Doflamingo bellowed, his fury palpable. Diaz turned his gaze, spotting a figure swiftly approaching against the distant sky. Clad in distinctive sunglasses, a flamboyant pink flamingo feather coat, capri pants, loafers, and with golden hair. The usual arrogant smile had vanished, replaced by unbridled rage. He had but these family members left. No one would dare to harm them. However, upon discerning the situation aboard the ship, his heart turned cold. Jorah, Durling, and Monet were all dead. Sugar sat on the deck, her face etched with terror, alongside an oddly armored individual claiming to be Shafurin. Shafurin, you seek death. Line shot. Doflamingo roared, his fist clenched, extending his index finger from which a fine line shot forth, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, traveling at astonishing speed capable of easily piercing human bones. Clang, clang, clang. The armor's defensive capabilities surpassed Diaz's expectations, proving only marginally stronger than a machine gun bullet. Diaz seized Sugar and soared into the sky, racing towards an open area in Dressrosa. You shan't escape. Release her at once. Doflamingo shifted his direction mid-air, pursuing Diaz with relentless speed. Raging wind. Flying slash. He pivoted in the air, unleashing a series of vacuum slashes, which Doflamingo deftly intercepted with thin threads, yet Diaz, leveraging the momentum from his kick, accelerated even further. Touching down in the open space, he discarded Sugar to the side and raised his hand, declaring, Now, Doflamingo, let us engage in battle. You bastard. What do you intend to do? Why are you doing this? Doflamingo's murderous intent flared towards Diaz, yet he sought to discern the latter's true motives. Why? I too am in search of an answer, Diaz replied nonchalantly, echoing a well-known saying of a certain magenta demon. To be frank, I simply wish to eliminate you. It is as simple as that. You, scoundrel, you have slain my comrades. You shall not leave this place. Suddenly, an overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted, sweeping through the air. Diaz scoffed, Conqueror's haki? As if that makes you unique. Both their haki spread forth, colliding in midair, intertwining flashes of red and black, each vying for dominance, neither yielding to the other. Ultimately, both warriors concluded their prolonged clash almost simultaneously. This level of Conqueror's haki indicates you are far from a mere nobody. Who knows? Doflamingo retorted, I shall strip away your mask, torment you mercilessly, and make you realize the cost of harming my family. His fingers twitched with a sinister energy, signaling his intent to strike. Bring it on, Diaz proclaimed, as he retrieved his phone, keyed in 1, 0, 3, and pressed enter. flipping the phone to the left, forming a shape reminiscent of a pistol. Fui's phone burst gun mode. He pressed the adjacent button, releasing a red beam of light. Doflamingo swiftly dodged, leaving behind a small hole in the ground, from which white smoke billowed. I must not be hit. Diaz altered his shooting mode and pressed 1-0-6, transforming it into a more potent 3-shot explosive mode. He unleashed a trio of formidable crimson beams. Doflamingo, once again, leaped aside, his slender thread coalescing into a whip of considerable length, its hardness rivaling that of steel, effortlessly capable of cleaving skyscrapers in twain. Super strike whip. Diaz retreated, evading the reach of the oncoming whip of supremacy. The whip, midair, altered its trajectory, ensnaring the bewildered Sugar and drawing her closer. Diaz did not intervene. Instead, he secured his phone back onto his belt. Sugar, are you all right? Young master. Sugar, having protected Don Quixote Doflamingo's leg, began to weep. Sister, sister. Dringer and the others are dead. Doflamingo's expression darkened. I know. Stay back. I shall kill him next. Understood. Sugar wiped her tears and hurried outside. Diaz remarked, Is this your final display of tenderness? Doflamingo is indeed a paradox. While he may seem ruthless, he treats his subordinates well. Yet, to claim he is kind would be misleading, as he has eliminated his own father. A born villain, perhaps family represents the last vestige of compassion in his heart. No one is permitted to harm my family. Doflamingo raised a hand, sending forth countless fine threads that quickly entwined to form another identical Doflamingo. Shadow Stitch. With this technique, Doflamingo could create a replica of himself, indistinguishable in power and appearance, effectively allowing two Doflamingos to engage in battle. Intriguing, yet utterly futile. Diaz shook his head as a motorcycle materialized out of thin air, coming to a halt beside him, with a series of mechanical clicks. The motorcycle transformed into a towering robot, standing over 2 meters high. It was none other than the mobile demon. In terms of standard metrics, it surpassed even the armor-adorning Diaz, clearly a product of corporate ingenuity. I, too, have companions, Diaz remarked with a grin, patting the mobile demon. The robot grasped its front wheel, which morphed into a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Doflamingo and his shadowy steed. The gun roared to life, flames erupting from its muzzle as countless bullets surged forth. Both the shadow steed and Doflamingo raised their hands in unison. Fine threads plunged into the ground, lifting a boulder to deflect the oncoming hail of bullets. Super strike whip. 2 elongated whips lashed out, cutting through the air with a fierce rush. Diaz executed a backflip, landing behind the mobile demon as the whips ensnared the robot and pulled it toward Doflamingo. A swift kick followed, the blow accompanied by 8 nearly imperceptible threads, razor-sharp yet unable to penetrate the mobile demon's body, which boasted a hardness akin to diamond in most areas. What? Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback by such resilience. A crimson beam flickered within his observation hockey, revealing Diaz at a distance, firing from the shadows. That fellow must be dealt with. The shadow steed surged toward Diaz under his control. Unfazed, Diaz removed the command chip, replacing it with an acceleration chip. Complete. The photon veins across his body erupted in silvery luminescence. As his chest armor opened to reveal a core, the photon blood shifting from red to silver, and his eyes transforming from yellow to red. His speed and strength surged instantaneously. Fui's acceleration form. This state could only be sustained for 35 seconds. Exceeding that would lead to collapse. After engaging the acceleration, he could only maintain it for 10 seconds, but during those fleeting moments, he would move at a staggering speed of 1,000 times the norm. Let us have some fun, but only for 10 seconds. He pressed the acceleration button. Start up. An invisible wave of energy erupted around him as he crouched slightly before dashing forth, his speed so great that even the observation hockey could not keep pace. The phrase 3 seconds to slay a monster, 7 seconds to flaunt embodied this moment. Within the acceleration mode, Diaz could not discern the enemy's position. The hockey was unable to track such terrifying velocity. He could only ascertain their location and charge straight ahead for a close-range assault. Bang, bang, bang. The Shadow Rider was relentlessly assaulted by his opponent. Once ensnared, the onslaught would never cease. With fists striking like lightning, each punch shattered the Shadow Rider's form, causing the photon blood coursing through him to be continuously obliterated. With a slight tremor in his hand, Diaz persisted with his barrage until the Shadow Rider was ultimately fragmented, falling to the ground in several disjointed pieces. Doflamingo could not catch a glimpse of Diaz's silhouette, and in an instant, he ensnared his own body with an abundance of fine threads. In the next moment, a figure, alternating between black and silver, appeared before him, delivering a crushing blow to his visage. Bam! After rolling several times on the ground, Diaz propped himself up with one arm, half kneeling, before launching another assault that sent Doflamingo flying once more. Arriving prematurely at Doflamingo's landing spot, he relentlessly kicked, preventing him from descending from the air. 3, 2, 1. Timeout. The time was up. The acceleration ceased. Reformation. State released, returning to his ordinary form. Further acceleration would cause the photon vessels to succumb to the overwhelming force and rupture. Error. Suddenly, the driver emitted a mournful cry. The belt around his waist crumbled to sand, falling to the ground, while the armor disintegrated, revealing Diaz's true visage. Well, I overdid it. I hadn't anticipated that the transformation limit would expire at this moment, and I had inadvertently caused the belt to self-destruct, now lying on the ground, merging with the sandy remains. Diaz, Doflamingo, with a bruised and battered face, snarled through gritted teeth, "It's you." Although the voice was unrecognizable, that face was all too familiar to Doflamingo, one he had yearned to obliterate countless times over the years. The hatred ran deep, and it was impossible to forget. "Oh, young master, it's been so many years. Have you missed me?" Diaz greeted Doflamingo with a cheerful smile, as if nothing were amiss. "Miss you? I wish you were dead." Bullet line. Lacking the protection of armor, Diaz could not withstand the assault with mere flesh. In an instant, he drew his sword, deftly parrying the bullet line. With a flourish of his blade, Diaz declared, "That armor was merely a toy of mine. I am no weakling." Die. Doflamingo charged forward, invisible threads materializing around Diaz, who swung his sword to sever them, while his opponent retaliated with a kick enveloped in armed haki. His own leg was similarly cloaked in the same power. The two obsidian feet collided, generating a gust that stirred up dust, already battling in the obscurity of night. Visibility continued to diminish. Diaz's hand suddenly slipped from his control, and Doflamingo's fingers twitched as he grinned maliciously. "You were destined to lose, Diaz. I shall toy with you mercilessly." Parasitic threads? His hands began to flail, for Doflamingo's parasitic lines would manipulate those ensnared like puppets, once attached. It was a most distressing predicament. Boom. The pockball at his waist opened automatically, summoning Shakiras. Shakiras, unleashed destructive death ray upon my adversary. Shack. A radiant light ignited from the horn atop Shakiras' head, severing the parasitic threads. Collision. A plume of gas erupted from Shakiras' rear thrusters, crashing into Doflamingo and sending him hurtling away. What? Stone spike attack. Shakiras broke free, its hefty form crashing into the sand, launching several stones that hurtled towards Doflamingo. Do not underestimate me. Spider's nest. An abundance of silk wove into an expansive web, intercepting the stones. Now, unleashed destructive death ray. A yellow beam surged through the air, emanating an unimaginable heat that pierced the web. Doflamingo dared not confront it head-on. He exerted force beneath him, utilizing moonwalk to ascend. As Diaz appeared behind him with blade drawn. Ultimate technique, undying slash. A dark red sword energy cleaved through, tearing Doflamingo's flamingo coat and striking his back with a resounding clang. In a moment of peril, he fortified his spine with armament haki. Cut. A swift kick propelled him, executing a graceful backflip midair off Doflamingo's body. Shack. The destructive death ray launched once more, aimed at the recently landed Doflamingo, who rolled to evade, appearing quite disheveled. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Diaz transformed into a streak of lightning, closing in. Seventh secret sword. Thunderlight. Swoosh. The blade pierced Doflamingo's chest, though it narrowly missed its mark. Had it been just a fraction more precise, it could have ruptured his heart. Doflamingo coughed blood, one hand grasping the sword's hilt, while an abundance of silk ensnared Diaz. Another spurt of blood splattering across Diaz's eyes. How about a little blood to obscure your vision? The threads bound Diaz tightly, like a rice dumpling, as Doflamingo withdrew his blade and stitched the barrel with silk. Not bad, but merely adequate, gritting his teeth against the discomfort in his eyes. Diaz struggled to distance himself from Doflamingo with only his feet able to move. Immobilized and with impaired vision, he expanded his observation haki as Doflamingo snapped his fingers, sending the threads flying once more. The earth trembled. The jade shield enveloped its bearer, while Diaz fervently vibrated his blade, severing the strands entwined upon it. With a reverse grip, he slashed through the remaining threads of Miracomo. Meanwhile, Doflamingo charged forward, delivering a fierce kick to the jade shield, which instantly exhibited cracks, yet remained intact. With a surge of strength, he burst through the remaining strands, and upon regaining his freedom, hastily retrieved water to cleanse his eyes and restore his vision. Doflamingo, one must admit, your current demeanor is quite despicable. But who truly embodies the essence of treachery? You, the cunning one. In comparison to Diaz. Doflamingo felt a sense of inferiority. Though his wounds throbbed painfully, they had been stitched up, averting any significant hemorrhage, allowing him to continue the battle. Clearly, you had the capability to eliminate me before, yet your arrogance has led to this predicament. Doflamingo's words caused Diaz to feel a tinge of embarrassment. He had indeed overreached. Initially planning to conclude his accelerated form with a knightly kick to vanquish him, he was taken aback when the timing of his transformation expired, leaving the belt reduced to ashes. I concede, I acted recklessly. Devoid of that armor, I can still bring you down, Doflamingo. Diaz assumed a posture reminiscent of a master swordsman, sheathing his blade with grace. The ultimate technique, the asunder cross slash. A beautiful cross sliced through the air with such velocity that even Doflamingo struggled to react in time. Silken threads intertwined before him, intercepting the ebony blade of Mirakumo. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed the fallacy line. As his arm descended, 5 nearly transparent threads materialized from the tips of Doflamingo's fingers, descending from above at an angle. Upon witnessing this, Diaz promptly extended his haki to his chest and abdomen, evading the peril of being pierced. With 2 resounding clangs, the fallacy line was deftly deflected. Doflamingo's combat style is characterized by an omnipresent, nearly imperceptible web of threads. One can never anticipate from which direction they may strike, necessitating a state of absolute vigilance during battle. Diaz was certainly not one to underestimate his opponents, with the agile Morin and Shakira's flanking him. Bullets and destructive beams occasionally whizzed by, causing considerable distress to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Yet, both of these adversaries possessed commendable defensive capabilities, with Shakira's even able to burrow into the ground for cover. The clash of their combat was not grandiose. It lacked the thunderous resonance one might expect, punctuated only by the sporadic sounds of impact. In the distance, atop a hill, 3 members of CP0 clad in white stood observing the duel from afar. Shouldn't we assist Doflamingo? Inquired the man with the white mask. The one adorned with a lion mask responded, No, we are no match for Diaz. That madman nearly obliterated the previous generation of CP0. Our presence would only invite death. Our mission is to ensure Doflamingo's survival. If he manages to defeat Diaz, splendid. If he is vanquished, we must find a way to rescue him. Let us notify the Navy. The number of CP0 operatives was indeed limited. The previous generation had been meticulously selected by the world government, tasked with executing missions and protecting the celestial dragons. However, Diaz's bombings in Mariejois had nearly decimated them. Some operatives engaged in external missions were recalled for the selection of exceptional members within CP0, and these 3 were among those chosen. They harbored no illusions about defeating Diaz. The world government had tasked them with overseeing Doflamingo's ascension as the king of Dressrosa. Should he succeed, he would be elevated to a celestial dragon. Should he fail, their priority was to ensure his survival. This was the directive from the Gorosei. Doflamingo was indeed well suited to be the world government's clandestine operative. The underground world was intricate, and Doflamingo, with his Joker persona, navigated it adeptly. The world government occasionally required dealings with this shadowy realm, but found it difficult to maintain their faade. Thus they sought an intermediary whose identity would remain concealed. Doflamingo was that individual, making it imperative for the world government to prevent his untimely demise. The task of finding another intermediary was no trivial matter. Meanwhile, the battle intensified, with sword energy sweeping across the battlefield. Doflamingo felt a sense of urgency as Diaz appeared tireless, growing ever more formidable, while he himself, burdened by injuries, began to falter. What is the matter? Can't you handle me, young master? Diaz taunted, eliciting a furious yet sardonic laughter from Doflamingo. You wretched turncoat, you who masquerade as a bastion of justice, embody the very essence of a pirate, cold, brutal, and treacherous. Deep down, Diaz, you are nothing but a pirate. Have you lost your mind? Diaz retorted, as a habitual traitor. During my time with you, I certainly acted as a pirate. In the Navy, I am a Navy man. My flexible moral compass allows me to adopt various identities. However, identity matters little. What I wish to achieve must be done. I declare my intention to slay you, and I shall see it through. Damn it, this lunatic. Doflamingo seethed inwardly, cursing Diaz for being far more unhinged than he had anticipated, a true one-track mind. Let us see who ultimately meets their demise. With a cold smirk, Doflamingo clashed his strings against Diaz's blade, only to be met with a sudden gunshot from Diaz. What a despicable wretch. Fortunately, he managed to evade just in time, sustaining only a graze to his waist, a searing pain accompanied by the emergence of blisters around the wound, indicative of a burn. Engaged in a fierce confrontation, this man had the audacity to draw a firearm. How could he be more unscrupulous than I? His reflexes are astonishingly swift. This is the essence of the Wano combat technique, the renowned American Kaido. Times have certainly changed. What a chaotic scene. Very well, let us commence the second round. Diaz sheathed his blade, holding two pistols that he then brought together, declaring, "Behold my pure love greatsword." The twin guns extended into a colossal sword of heavenly fire, each unsheathing meant for a beloved. Diaz held a profound love for himself. The notion of a pure love greatsword is indeed fitting. Flames engulfed his body, yet he began to heal slowly. Over the years, his physique had been refined through the fusion of heaven and curses, approaching perfection. His sculpted abs and golden proportions eclipsed even the finest Greek statues, complemented by the ripple's power, granting him unparalleled regenerative abilities, rivaling those beneath the sun. The sunlight gun. Just as Doflamingo anticipated a charge from Diaz wielding the great sword, Diaz, with a faint grip in his right hand, manifested a spear of thunder, hurling it with force. Boom. The thunder erupted. Though it did not strike its intended target, the explosive current left Doflamingo tingling. With flames entwined around him, Diaz resembled a fearsome deity, delivering a blow that lacked technique, yet possessed immense power. What? Doflamingo had no time to retreat, crossing his arms and enveloping them in hockey. He braced against Diaz's strike, yet the flames of the great sword, akin to parasitic maggots, surged toward him. In an instant, they ignited his coat, rending it apart in threads that fell to the ground, while he ensnared the clouds above with his strings, floating in midair. With a flick of his fingers, he lifted a multitude of stones. Seeing Diaz gracefully approach with a moonwalk, the stones plummeted. Diaz effortlessly sliced through them while employing the shave technique to maneuver with astonishing speed, leaving Doflamingo on edge. In mere moments, Diaz stood before him. The greatsword descended, flames surging and scorching Doflamingo's body, drenched in sweat. The perspiration seeped into his wound, amplifying the torment. Ripple technique, wave of the immortal. Get away from me. With the power of ripple entwined around his legs, he delivered another kick, sending Doflamingo crashing to the ground. Rolling in the sand, Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of blood, the pulsating energy of ripple still spreading across his body, causing him great discomfort. This cannot continue. If this persists, defeat is inevitable. Now is not the time to be entangled with him. If this drags on, the fate of Dressrosa will be sealed, and my plans will be postponed once more. Where is Sugar? I must get her out of here and find Baby, 5, and Buffalo. They are my last remaining family. I must reach Sugar. I must reach that place. Sensing Doflamingo's wavering resolve, Diaz shook his mighty sword of heavenly fire, and flames, as if possessing consciousness, formed a wall of fire that encircled them. The orange glow illuminated their faces, radiating intense heat. I have declared my intent to eliminate you. You cannot escape. Diaz gripped his sword with both hands, a tempest swirling at his feet, his swift and fierce demeanor exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent that caused Doflamingo's expression to darken. This madman was determined to eliminate him at all costs. Then let your life be forfeit, Diaz. A multitude of white threads surged forth like a tidal wave conjured by Doflamingo, converging in a relentless onslaught. Heavenly fire, unsheathed. With a forceful slash, the fiery orange blade sliced through the torrent of threads. Diaz leaped over the oncoming deluge, yet more threads rushed towards him, flames engulfing them and filling the air with an acrid scent of charred remnants. The battle raged on, with both Diaz and Doflamingo growing increasingly ruthless, targeting each other's vital points in a frenzy of bloodlust, howling and clashing until one would inevitably fall. Their skirmish persisted until dawn broke, the first light of day illuminating their struggle. As sunlight touched him, Diaz's injuries began to mend slowly, his stamina replenishing, growing bolder with each passing moment. His body seemingly tireless and brimming with vigor, while Doflamingo appeared to show signs of fatigue. Is this fellow a monster? He pondered. Kill. Awakening. Doflamingo swiftly resolved that continuing in this manner would lead to his demise at Diaz's hands. Placing his palm upon the ground, the searing sand transformed into threads under his touch. Upon awakening his paramecia-type devil fruit, he could influence the environment around him. Over the years, Doflamingo had mastered the string fruit to perfection, Its awakening was only to be expected. If he had consumed a more formidable fruit, perhaps he would have ascended even further, but alas, he had only the string fruit. While the fruit might not seem powerful in the hands of others, Doflamingo had cultivated its potential to extraordinary heights. Raging white serpent. The threads on the ground morphed into a serpentine white creature, writhing and attacking from below. Wildfire spreading. Flames surged like a tide, consuming the raging white serpent as Diaz drew his other sword, Murakumo, executing his ultimate technique, Undying Slash. With a single stroke, he severed the remaining threads, his footfalls light as a bullet, rapidly closing in on Doflamingo. Doflamingo retreated at high speed, his hands weaving through the air, summoning thousands of threads, each infused with the color of hockey, unfurling like the wings of a flamingo, all aimed at the foe. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, feather strike, line. 4th secret sword, Mirage Wolf. 7th secret sword, Thunderlight. The 2 secret swords exchanged in rapid succession. The threads pierced through Diaz's afterimage, converging on Doflamingo. Starburst Airflow Slash. The great sword and blade whirled in a relentless flurry of attacks, each strike coming faster than the last, landing upon Doflamingo with such rapidity that even he struggled to react. In mere moments, 16 slashes struck various parts of Doflamingo's body, his face, chest, thighs, abdomen, and back. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unconscious and uncertain of his fate. Diaz approached him and, upon seeing his frail demeanor, declared, "It is over, Doflamingo." He raised his blade, abruptly turned, and struck downwards, the weapon landing upon the figure clad in white. The opponent braced himself with his arms, struggling to remain upright as he knelt. "CP0? Here to kill me? I had thought you were all eradicated. We harbor no such intentions, but we beseech you to spare his life," the adversary implored, his tone submissive, clearly aware that he was no match for Diaz. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Diaz arched an eyebrow, exerting pressure with his arm, forcing the opponent's body to sink into the sandy ground. "I dare not, yet I have managed to buy some time." Diaz abruptly turned around, only to find that Doflamingo had already been carried away by 2 individuals. With a swift kick, he sent one of them flying, refusing to let them escape. He pursued the pair, unleashing a meteor shower of flames. Fiery meteors rained down from the heavens as Diaz looked up, witnessing a figure cloaked in justice, draped in crimson, whose arms continuously spewed molten lava. Akainu finally made an appearance. CP0 breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how formidable Diaz might be, he could never surpass Akainu. However, this attack also posed a threat to himself. Indeed, he was a madman. Diaz wielded his blade to cleave through the molten rock, casting a reluctant glance at Doflamingo, knowing that he could no longer pursue. The great sword of heavenly fire transformed into dual pistols, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards several individuals, yet all were effortlessly intercepted by CP0. In the distance, the mobile steed swiftly morphed into a motorcycle, and Diaz leapt atop it, whisking away Shakira's as he revved the throttle, propelling the vehicle forward at a staggering speed of 350 kilometers per hour. "Do not think of escaping, Diaz. You shall meet your demise here today." Akainu had been in relentless pursuit of Diaz, but upon reaching the North Sea without a trace of him, he was compelled to return to the New World. Last night, he had received a report from CP0, promptly leading his men to the scene, where signs of battle were evident in Dressrosa. Without hesitation, he charged in alone, immediately spotting Diaz preparing to eliminate Doflamingo, only to find CP0 intervening. Thus, he launched his attack, indifferent to the identities within, intent on annihilating them all. The members of CP0 were no saints either. Last night they had spoken to him in a commanding tone, as if he lacked any temper. Witnessing Diaz attempting to flee, Akainu resolutely pursued him. However, there was no way his speed could surpass that of the mobile steed. If it were Kizaru, it would have been a different story. But Akainu was not known for his swiftness. Even as an admiral, he could not achieve a velocity of 350 kilometers per hour. Although he could execute short bursts of acceleration, it was unsustainable. After a brief chase, he found the distance between them steadily increasing. Great fire blast. From behind, a surge akin to a volcanic eruption erupted as the mobile steed ascended a steep incline, leaping forth, its silhouette fading into the distance. "Do not pursue any further, Sakazuki." Diaz grasped the handle with a single hand and waved dismissively. Damn it! Akainu ignited everything around him, unleashing his fury. This treacherous scoundrel dared to call himself a senior brother. What were the CP0 agents doing? unable to restrain even Diaz. And why did they rescue Don Quixote Doflamingo? While it is true that Doflamingo was one of the 7 warlords, the world government would not stoop so low as to save a pirate. The 7 warlords are formidable pirates, and the world government would prefer to eradicate them completely. Rescuing Doflamingo was utterly anomalous. He could not comprehend it and felt compelled to demand answers from Admiral Sengoku. Those damn CP0 agents and Diaz had made a fool of him. Meanwhile, Diaz rode his motorcycle to the beach and spotted Sugar hiding among the coconut trees. His spirits lifted as he quickly approached her, scooping her up and stowing away his vehicle before leaping onto his ship. He urged the astonished Rosinante and Baby 5, "We must flee. The Marine Admiral is coming." Baby 5, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Run. Mr. Corazon, we must escape." Rosinante quietly reminded her, "But I am part of the Marines." "Oh right." Baby 5 suddenly realized. Diaz continued, "Doflamingo has been rescued by CP0. Keep an eye out for his whereabouts and contact me if you find anything." After handing a large transponder snail to Rosinante, he promptly kicked him onto the beach. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. This little brat," Rosinante grimaced, sitting up on the sand and watching the Thousand Sunny sail away, staring at the transponder snail in his hand. "This is troublesome." On board the Thousand Sunny, Diaz piloted the ship while Baby 5 held Sugar, attempting to free her from the seastone handcuffs. However, the foolish girl forgot that she too was a devil fruit user. And upon touching the seastone, her strength waned. Sugar had spent the better part of the night reaching the coconut grove, fortunate not to have been discovered by CP0. Otherwise, she surely would have been doomed. "Conserve your energy. You are a devil fruit user as well." "What are you thinking?" Sugar wailed. "You wicked man. The young master will never forgive you." Diaz nonchalantly replied, "Though Doflamingo has been rescued, I severely injured him, nearly bringing him to his end. Had it not been for CP0 and Akainu's arrival, he would have perished. Even if he recovers, he will lack the courage to confront me again." "What?" "The young master will absolutely not be defeated. Indeed, I shall slay you." As Baby 5 regained her composure, her right arm transformed into a rocket launcher. Diaz lightly remarked, "Baby 5, I need you to lower your weapon." "Understood." Sugar lamented, "It's over. There isn't a reliable soul around. This person is beyond saving." Diaz gazed at Sugar, narrowing his eyes, and remarked, "You are a perilous individual. Your abilities compel me to contemplate how to deal with you. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate you. That would be a definitive solution." Sugar's body tensed, trembling as she sought refuge behind Baby 5, the menacing aura from moments ago truly invoking a sense of mortality. "Never mind. I cannot bring myself to harm a child." Diaz waved his hand and said, "Baby 5, please take good care of Sugar and ensure she doesn't wander off." "Oh." Baby 5 felt a renewed sense of purpose, instantly invigorated. However, the thought of Don Quixote Doflamingo's uncertain fate filled her with anxiety. Doflamingo had always treated them with great kindness. Diaz was indifferent to the thoughts swirling within their minds. What he sought was a domain he could command. He required intelligence. As he emerged from the ship's cabin, a messenger gull glided through the sky, and he beckoned it forth. The gull descended, and Diaz procured a newspaper, inquiring, "You must know me, do you not?" The gull nodded in acknowledgement. It was not merely an agent of Morgan selling papers, but also his eyes and ears. Having consumed the bird fruit, transforming into an albatross, he could comprehend the avian tongue, thus gaining insight into the occurrences of the world through the messenger gull's reports. Beyond the intelligence network and journalists, this was a pivotal source of information for Morgans. Certain events would be chronicled by the gull, which would relay them to Morgans by night, allowing him to distill useful intelligence for the next day's news. This was one of the reasons why the intelligence of the World Economic Journal was so astute, consistently capturing major headlines. Journalists scattered across the globe were insufficient. There were perilous locales they could not traverse. In such instances, the messenger gulls became indispensable. They soared across the world, even reaching the realm of the transgender kingdom, where specialized bird spirits would deliver newspapers. Of course, it was also plausible that the regular messenger gulls had been influenced by that peculiar group. "Now, please convey this to your esteemed boss. It's for your fare," he said, slipping a note and a stack of Bailey into the gull's pouch. The gull flapped its wings in acknowledgement and took flight towards its original direction. There would be no further deliveries of newspapers. The monetary value of a newspaper was negligible compared to the coins Diaz had provided. "Diaz is someone I am acquainted with. Perhaps he has significant news to discuss with the big boss." If the task is executed well, there may even be a chance for an additional meal tonight. What did you provide him? Baby, 5 inquired. My phone number. Diaz smiled as he explained that the telephone bug, equipped with a microphone and keypad, could indeed dial and make calls over vast distances, enabling long-range communication. He stretched lazily, retrieved a compass, and silently wished for a safe island where he could rest. The compass needle spun and pointed towards the northeast. The wavebreaker powered up and set sail for its destination. In merely half a day's time, a picturesque island emerged before them. They docked the vessel at the shoreline, and together with Baby, 5 and Sugar, they disembarked onto the island. Baby, 5 remarked, "How did you manage to find such a splendid island?" To which he replied, "It was merely intuition. As for that little brat, I leave him in your capable hands." After waving his hand to let the two individuals amuse themselves, Diaz lifted the boat from the sea. Beneath the vessel, a considerable number of barnacles had adhered, which he intended to meticulously clean. It was astonishing that, at such a rapid pace, there could still be barnacles clinging on, along with some unfamiliar parasitic organisms. Grasping a shovel, he commenced the cleaning process, for in this world, one cannot progress without a ship. The wavebreaker required diligent maintenance. Meanwhile, Baby, 5 took Sugar to the side to start a fire for cooking. With a heavy heart, Sugar lamented, "Baby, 5, sister. Dirinji and the others have all been killed by him." Baby, 5, filled with sorrow, pondered the fate of their young master. Yet, she reflected, despite Diaz's fierce demeanor and penchant for violence, one must concede that he possessed a kind heart. "Why do you defend him?" Sugar inquired. "Because I once regarded him as a brother," Baby, 5 replied. Gazing at the distant figure diligently tending to the boat, she continued, "He may be fierce, yet he has always cared for me. When Buffalo bullied me, it was he who dealt Buffalo a sound thrashing, although my relationship with Buffalo improved thereafter. And despite his disdain for pirates, he never took my life. He was the first to allow me to truly be myself. I am at a loss. I long to be needed, Sugar. I apologize, for I also wish to harm him, yet I cannot bring myself to do it." She truly found it impossible to turn against the brother she held dear, still considering Diaz as family. That evening, Diaz received a call from the president of the World Economic News Agency, the renowned newsman Morgans. "Mr. Diaz, what a pleasure to make your acquaintance," the phone bug chirped, mimicking Morgan's likeness. "Greetings, Mr. Morgans," Diaz replied, picking up the receiver. To his surprise, Morgans expressed delight at such an innovative means of communication. "It is indeed a first for someone to deliver their contact information via a news seagull," he chuckled, intrigued to discover what Diaz sought from him. "I am aware that the news seagulls are the eyes of the news king," Morgans acknowledged with a laugh, not denying it. He then inquired, "What is it you wish for me to do?" "If it concerns significant news, I am more than willing to invest." With substantial news, the World Economic News could command higher sales, allowing him to quickly recoup his costs, a lucrative endeavor. "No, I am here to purchase information. I understand that your intelligence network is unparalleled worldwide, and I require a specific piece of information." Morgans, now a bit excited in his office, responded, "I am curious to know what kind of information you seek. The price is negotiable." Diaz spoke plainly, indicating a nation that was not a member of the world government, characterized by its fierce populace, not among the ranks of the great pirates, ruled by a king who engaged in nefarious deeds. "Oh, you seek that nation? Oh, how intriguing. Are you aspiring to become a king?" Morgans inquired with palpable excitement. "Indeed, I require a nation, a stronghold, and you should be able to procure this information for me." "Correct?" Diaz requested. "Please hold on," came a cacophony from the other end. Shortly thereafter, Morgans proclaimed, "I found it. The kingdom of Sorel, quite expansive. Situated in the New World, near the Calm Belt. Its citizens are formidable, nearly all are warriors, and ordinary pirates dare not provoke them. The king is Drake III, who wields the powers of the bat fruit in its vampire form." "Not a mythical Zoan?" Diaz interjected. "Mythical Zoans are not commonplace, Mr. Diaz," Morgans retorted. "Currently, there are only 3 known users of mythical Zoan fruits at sea. Oh, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the immortal Marco, Kaido of the Beasts, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, correct?" Diaz noted. "Indeed, it appears your information network is quite extensive," Morgans replied. "I had assumed it was the bat fruit, mythical Zoan, vampire form, but it turns out to be merely the common vampire bat. Very well, thank you. As for the compensation, I have intelligence and berries. Which do you prefer?" Diaz inquired. "Either is acceptable," Though if it pertains to major news, I would prefer that, as I am a journalist, Morgans chuckled. All right, last night I severely injured Don Quixote da Flamingo, but he was rescued by CP0 shortly thereafter. Oh my, that is indeed monumental intelligence, Mr. Diaz. You are merely 18, are you not? Almost. My birthday is in a few months, Diaz replied. Truly remarkable for one so young, Morgans remarked. I wonder if there are any photographs? None, Kaido arrived. And I had no time to capture any images. Are you implying that the Marine Admiral has also arrived? Morgans exclaimed, thumping the table in excitement. Incredible! It's astonishing that 7 warlords, pirates, and the Navy converged last night, and you managed to escape unscathed. This is indeed major news. Though it pales in comparison to the astonishing events of last year. Yes, it took place in Dressrosa, where Doflamingo aspired to become the king. King? Why is it that both he and another wish to seize the throne? Morgans questioned. That would incur an additional cost, Diaz responded. I did not expect you, Mr. Diaz, to be such a man of character. Let us consider this an exchange. Whenever you require intelligence, I shall assist you to the best of my ability. What do you say? Morgans proposed. Very well, he is a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon. Impossible. Wait, Don Quixote. Are they not of the same surname? Morgans was taken aback, his mind racing with various pieces of information. Could it be that he was the son of the former celestial dragon, Saint Homing, who had voluntarily renounced his status? And what of his brother, Rosinante? The momentous news of Saint Homing's decision to abandon his celestial dragon identity had created quite a stir. And at that time, Morgans had obtained first-hand information, broadcasting it, and propelling the once lesser-known World Economic Journal to prominence. Indeed, Mr. Diaz, you have astonished me greatly. I appreciate your momentous news. Feel free to contact me at any time, and of course, should any significant developments arise, I implore you to reach out to me immediately. A journalist would never forego the opportunity to cover a major story, Morgans declared. No problem. Diaz consented, acknowledging that they were both utilizing one another, extracting valuable information from each other to fulfill their respective needs. The Celestial Empire, Drake III? It seemed the time had come to embrace a life of cultivation. He required a nation as a foundation. Sooner or later, he would confront the world government. After detonating Mariejois, how could he expect to escape their wrath? It was sheer luck that him had not emerged. Upon reflection, the explosives he had buried had primarily resulted in the demise of the majority of the celestial dragons, while some formidable individuals, including him, likely remained unscathed. The true extent of M's strength was unknown, but the ability to command the 5 elders indicated a significant status. Now that he had evaded capture, he realized just how fortunate he truly was. Contemplating this, a wave of apprehension washed over him. M was probably unharmed and indifferent, merely intent on restoring the celestial dragons. Otherwise, he would not have permitted Rosinante or Doflamingo to rejoin their ranks. What possible benefit could there be in reviving a cadre of parasites? Doflamingo might possess insights. Having once been a celestial dragon himself, and potentially an heir to a family legacy, undoubtedly privy to considerable knowledge. The next time he captured him, he would extract everything Doflamingo knew. Otherwise, he should not expect a swift demise. One nation was far from sufficient. His ambition was to swiftly seize control of a country, subsequently achieve unification and form a grand alliance, ultimately collaborating with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government. The plan was straightforward, yet its execution proved exceedingly challenging. Time was of the essence. His foremost concern was the scarcity of time. Certain matters necessitated human intervention, demanding that the announcement of Laughter be postponed, allowing him the necessary time to develop. Otherwise, him or the world government would not remain idle. The Pirate King. Absurd. The following morning, Diaz departed the island accompanied by Baby, 5 and Sugar, navigating towards the kingdom of Celia. En route, a seagull delivered intelligence regarding the kingdom, with Morgans adding a note. After sales service, should you encounter major news, do not forget me. This man was quite accommodating, even providing after-sales service. Satisfied, they continued their journey. And after 3 days at sea, Diaz and his companions arrived at the kingdom of Celia. The initial impression this nation left on Diaz was one of poverty. As he entered the country with Baby, 5 and Sugar, he sensed many malevolent gazes upon them. Baby, 5 drew closer to Diaz, uncomfortable under the scrutiny, tightening her grip on Sugar's small hand. Having walked but a few steps, a muscular man approached them, swaggering with bravado. Kid, I've taken a liking to this woman. She is mine now. Was he in need of him? Was this a proposal? Baby Five's eyes sparkled, her words causing Diaz's expression to darken, while Sugar mumbled, another episode. Get lost. What? Bang. Before the other party could finish speaking, Diaz struck with a fist that shattered his facial bones, leaving him unconscious. How dare you bully our people? You seek death. This moment was akin to provoking a hornet's nest as a throng surged forward. Diaz shook his head, pondering the necessity of such actions. The crowd beheld the sudden disappearance of a person, as if he had never existed at all. What? Bang, 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 bang. With a series of soft thuds, Diaz reappeared, and the throng lay prostrate. His gaze swept across the area, causing those nearby to instinctively shrink back, wary of casting any unusual glances. The local customs were fierce. They were nothing more than brigands, after all. Morgans had portrayed them in an overly flattering light. This was a band of marauders. Where are we headed? Baby, Five inquired. To the royal palace. What purpose does that serve? To kill and seize the throne. Both were inevitably perplexed. But Diaz paid them no heed. He produced the map gifted by Morgans and sought the location of the royal city. They were merely at a coastal dock town. The kingdom of Xylar still had several cities, but their next destination was the royal city. He summoned the mechanized steed and instructed Baby, Five, and Sugar to take their seats. Make sure you are secure. Understood. With a twist of the throttle, the mechanized steed surged forward along the dirt road. After a considerable journey, Diaz and his companions halted before a city, the royal city of the Xylar kingdom. Towering walls, over 10 meters high, stood guard, encircled by lush forests. At the entrance, 2 guards lounged lazily, extorting the townsfolk who entered and exited the royal city, attempting to squeeze every last coin from their hands. Diaz disregarded them and charged straight in. Forward he went, declaring, Intruders. We have intruders. Pirates. The pirates have breached our defenses. A voice shouted amidst the chaos. Gunfire erupted behind him. And Baby Five exhaled the smoke lingering in her mouth, cursing vehemently. These ruffians truly believe I am a mere bystander? Her arms transformed into gun barrels, unleashing a barrage towards those pursuing her. Diaz cautioned against harming the innocent, affirming that her marksmanship was indeed precise. While she proved accurate, only 2 were struck, hindered by the swift movements of the celestial steed, which left the guards trailing behind. The palace of the Sealer Kingdom was far more dilapidated than Diaz had envisioned, a stark contrast to that of the celestial dragon. It was as if one were in a different realm altogether. And it was even inferior to the quarters of the enslaved, for at least the adornments outside surpassed those within. Some areas were in disrepair, with damage left unattended. Bearing the scars of battle, oddly enough, the palace's windows had been boarded up. This place is rather decrepit. Could that infernal Morgans be deceiving me with false intelligence? Regardless, I shall proceed inside. Approaching the firmly shut palace gates, 2 guards swiftly obstructed his path. Who goes there? This is the royal palace. You cannot enter. I have business with your majesty, he stated. No, leave this place. Please, step aside. As Diaz advanced, the guards attempted to act, but darkness enveloped them, and they collapsed to the ground. Diaz retracted his conqueror's haki and shook his head, remarking on its remarkable utility. Open the door, let us inspect the water meter. With a forceful kick, he breached the palace gates. Inside, darkness enveloped them, and a pungent scent of rust assailed their senses. Baby Five, pinching her nose, inquired, How many souls have perished within these walls? I do not know, was the reply. As they ventured further, a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon them from the shadows. A low hum filled the air. Diaz was suddenly struck by a wave of discomfort, as Baby Five and Sugar promptly covered their ears. What the hell was that? A sonic wave. Diaz covered his ears as a shadow swiftly approached, moving with astonishing speed, seizing both him and Sugar in an instant. Baby Five cursed, raising her arm to transform it into a cannon, aiming at the enormous bat soaring above. The creature, adorned in a hideous shade of brown, boasted a wingspan of no less than 7 meters, creating a tempest with each flap. Its wings beat relentlessly as its talons gripped Diaz and Sugar's shoulders. Sugar cried out in fear, while Diaz snorted, aiming the twin flames directly at the creature's wings, piercing through them with a single shot. The bat screeched in pain, releasing its grip on the 2. Diaz swiftly caught Sugar, stepping through the air to land beside Baby Five, declaring, That is our target. Ensure your safety, especially you, Baby Five. This is war. Do not repeat past mistakes. Sugar, keep an eye on her. I will only listen to the young master, Sugar retorted. But a glance from Diaz silenced her, prompting an obedient, all right, I will watch over sister baby. 5. That will suffice. Diaz brandished his blade, advancing toward the fallen bat, which was the inevitable target. Drac 3, a zoan-type, bat fruit user, in the form of a vampire bat. The creature emitted an offensive stench, coupled with a strong metallic scent of blood that was quite unsettling. Transforming into its human form, adorned with a crown, Drac 3's countenance paled upon recognizing Diaz, his expression of anger swiftly shifting to one of terror. You were supposed to perish in the explosion at Mariejois. Drac 3 stammered in fear. The celestial dragons have not been completely extinguished. How could I possibly meet my end? Diaz replied coolly. As for you, your demise is imminent. The air crackled with tension as Diaz exuded an aura of menace. Drake 3, suppressing the fear that gnawed at his insides, transformed into his orcish form, the holes in his wings beginning to mend, a testament to the formidable self-healing abilities of his beastly lineage that evoked envy in Diaz. Drake 3 opened his mouth wide, emitting ultrasonic waves imperceptible to human ears. Wherever they traversed, everything was swept away, obliterated. In the face of Drake 3's onslaught, Diaz leaped aside, aware that such intangible attacks were best avoided without certainty of success. His form flickered as he closed in on Drake 3, slashing with his blade. Yet Drake 3 evaded the strike with ease, boasting, "As long as you make a move, I shall hear you, and thus you cannot strike me." The relentless ultrasonic roars drew nearby soldiers, encircling them. Diaz surveyed his surroundings, gathering the sunlight spear in his grasp. The fierce crackle of electricity causing Drake 3 to furrow his brow, the oppressive aura emanating from it discomforting, akin to facing the sun itself. He preferred the embrace of night. Under the glaring sun, all he desired was slumber. Bats, being nocturnal creatures, shared his disdain for daylight, and after consuming the bloodsucker's fruit, he too had developed a distaste for it, hence sealing the doors and windows, preferring to have his subordinates bring him sustenance. Since devouring the bloodsucker's fruit, he had developed a penchant for blood, the energy contained within it bolstering his strength, particularly that of the powerful, which was especially nourishing. If he could subdue this adversary, his eyes darted within their sockets, ears attuned to Diaz's movements, which were grand and boisterous. The thunder spear was hurled towards him, soaring high, while the sunlight spear below erupted in radiant brilliance. Boom! The sunlight spear detonated suddenly, the sound of electricity mingling with the explosion reverberating throughout the vicinity. Lightning struck Drake 3, sending waves of numbness through his body, hindering his movements, and he plummeted once more from the sky. Diaz acted swiftly, charging forward and placing his foot upon the head of his adversary. The resilience of beastly creatures is indeed formidable. Performing sit-ups is merely a fundamental skill for them. However, should the head be shattered, survival becomes an impossibility. Spare me! Spare me! King Drake 3 cried out, "I can offer you the throne, my treasures, my women, my kingdom, all for your mercy. Yet, eliminating you is my ambition, my goal is this nation." "No!" King Drake 3 screamed in terror. Feeling the pressure mounting upon his head, Diaz crushed his skull, roaring, "Then, kneel." His voice, imbued with an air of conqueror's authority, instilled fear in some of the timid soldiers, causing them to drop their weapons and prostrate themselves before him. "Excellent. I am Brando Diaz, and from this moment forth, I am your king." Standing over the lifeless body of King Drake 3, his tone exuded regality as he issued his first command. "Go, clear the palace, and gather the ministers of this realm. I wish to comprehend the state of the nation." Yes, a throng of individuals set to work under his orders, showing little concern for the transition of power. After all, the law of the jungle prevails, and the previous monarch was a tyrant. They silently prayed that this new ruler would be benevolent. Diaz reclined in the shade, smoking alongside Baby 5, while Sugar licked her lollipop, embodying the demeanor of a villain. "Hey, Diaz, what were you about to say?" A fruit fell and struck Baby 5 on the head. Diaz picked it up, recognizing it as the blood-sucking bat fruit. It seemed that, following King Drake 3's demise, it had chosen to manifest itself upon the tree, upon the death of a devil fruit user. The powers are said to revert to a fruit, often selecting the nearest one. Blackbeard likely acquired the tremor fruit in a similar fashion. Is it truly a devil fruit? Now it belongs to me. Diaz secured it and remarked, "I have yet to devise a use for it. I shall contemplate it later." He produced a transponder snail and dialed a number. Shortly, the call connected, and the voice on the other end was filled with respect and trepidation. "Master Diaz." Gaji inwardly cursed, questioning why this man still lingered alive. "Bring your people to the kingdom of Cyril, Diaz commanded. Why? Gaji inquired. You will come, or face death. I require your strength. But openly aiding you, Gaji protested softly, Germa has lost the qualification to participate in the World Conference. Such matters are of no consequence. With your capabilities, it is impossible for you to offer any valuable insights. The World Conference convenes every 5 years. Gaji would merely be an observer. His political acumen vastly inferior to his scientific prowess. How much valuable advice could a madman, solely knowledgeable in warfare, possibly provide? Gaji felt a surge of frustration as the seeds of his spirit suddenly tugged at his neural pathways, causing him to cry out in pain. I understand. I understand. I will come. I will come. Gaji hurriedly replied. Where are you now? In the South Sea, having just completed a commission. Very well. The kingdom of Surel lies within the windless zone near the South Sea. Make sure to arrive within a month. Understood. Gaji responded listlessly, delegating his subsequent tasks and instructing his subordinates to head to the kingdom of Surel. Diaz hung up the phone, and Baby 5 inquired, who was that? I believe I just heard the name Germa. Growing up in the North Sea, Baby 5 could not possibly be unaware of Germa's existence. Indeed, Germa is a reality, not merely a tale spun from fantasy. The Germa 66 evil army is now under my command, Diaz boasted proudly to Baby 5. You must be deceiving me, she replied skeptically. Not at all, Diaz chuckled. You shall see when they arrive. Germa's advanced technology will expedite the progress of this nation. One must concede that Germa's scientific prowess ranks among the finest in the world. Although the Germa may be flawed, their technological capabilities are commendable. Having collaborated with the illustrious Vegapunk, they possess their own merits. What exactly do you intend to do? Baby 5 asked. I aspire to create a world of equality and peace. Free from pirates, Diaz declared, extinguishing his cigarette and exhaling a puff of smoke. Baby 5, sugar, come assist me. Huh? Baby 5 replied, puzzled. I am merely skilled in combat, however. If you require my assistance, I need a maid. Then I shall come. Sugar interjected coldly. You killed my sister. She intended to kill me as well. I will not assist you. Room and board are provided, with an abundance of grapes, and no one will bully you. Plus, you won't have to work. Sugar turned her head with a huff, grasping Baby 5's hand, seemingly unwilling to depart from that place. Well then, the next step concerns this nation. The palace had been cleansed. Yet a lingering stench of blood permeated the halls, accompanied by a faint odor of decaying bodies, a most bothersome situation. Diaz sat upon a throne that, while not ostentatiously lavish, commanded the attention of the ministers below him. They were a robust assembly, each with a physique reminiscent of seasoned warriors. Yet their eyes betrayed a palpable fear as they regarded Diaz. In this new world, where power reigned supreme, the thought of rebellion did not dare to stir within them. Who is the Minister of Finance? Diaz inquired. I am, responded a brawny man, whose biceps were nearly as thick as Diaz's waist, stepping forward with trepidation. Is this truly the finance minister? Or are you merely a clerk of the Kingdom of Light? Diaz coughed lightly and continued. What is your name? You may call me Vic very well. Let us dispense with pleasantries and assess the financial status of the Kingdom of Silair. Our annual revenue is approximately 50 million belly. Not even reaching 100 million, Vic disclosed, eliciting a frown from Diaz, who had prepared himself for a more favorable figure. Why is it so meager? He pressed. Vic, clutching a small notebook, replied, the primary issue lies in the insufficient tax revenues, coupled with the impoverished state of the citizenry. Furthermore, the previous king's extravagant spending has left the treasury in dire straits. There are also external debts, which you surely will not be inclined to repay, correct? Certainly not. The debts belong to Drake, and I am in no way associated with them. Very well. Now, we must prepare for war, soldiers' wages, provisions, and supplies. Vic began to tally, causing Diaz's head to ache from the sheer volume of calculations. Stop, he interjected. Why must we engage in conflict? Ah, well, Vic responded, demonstrating a commendable sense of duty as the Minister of Finance. The previous king borrowed 1 billion belly from the neighboring kingdom of Kosal under the pretense of fortifying our defenses against external foes. As it stands, the debt has now swollen to 20 billion. When was this loan acquired? Diaz asked. Last month of the previous year. Has it truly doubled? Indeed. Diaz gritted his teeth, muttering to himself that this was more usurious than any loan shark. How formidable is the military strength of the kingdom of Kosal, far superior to ours, and considerably wealthier as well. Are they a member of the world government? No. Then we shall not repay. Diaz decided to abandon all pretenses, after all. The debt was not truly his, even if it was incurred in the name of the kingdom of Solaire, which had no bearing on him. By the way, what about the money? Spent. What about the goods? Gone. Where did they go? Buried. Diaz and Vic exchanged glances, rolling up their sleeves. Are you jesting with me? Diaz demanded. Wait, Your Majesty, allow me to explain. The previous king purchased a group of slaves, only to torment them to death. They now lie buried in the royal garden. Vic hurriedly clarified, while Diaz felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. This was no mere mess. It was far worse than that. King Drake III had never contemplated the governance of the realm. He was solely intent on indulging in lavish excess. Since his ascension to the throne, the kingdom had descended into chaos, and what was once a relatively stable existence had swiftly deteriorated. It was during this time that Vic began to neglect his duties, a sentiment echoed by many of the courtiers. That scoundrel! Diaz exclaimed, smashing his palm against the armrest. What is the reason for the tax revenue shortfall? Oh, currently, your control extends only over the capital city. The other cities have declared independence, and the capital's taxes have been collected, yet most have already been squandered. We are left with a mere 20%. What in the world is this wretched kingdom? Diaz suddenly leaped to his feet. Who are the others clamoring for independence in the cities? I shall obliterate them. How many troops do we have remaining? The Minister of Military Affairs. 5,000. Minister Bellman responded with resolute clarity. Diaz gazed intently at him. Bellman gradually felt the weight of pressure. Lowering his head as he murmured, 4,003. 3,002. Just how much is it? 1,005, plus what you have yet to kill. You scoundrels, living off the blood of soldiers and the spoils of war, are utterly despicable. In a swift motion, Diaz struck the Minister of Military Affairs, sending him crashing into the wall, his fate uncertain. Vic, gather your men and raid the Bellman estate. Confiscate all the funds. I must first secure control over the royal city and subdue the other cities within 2 weeks. Additionally, procure a financial report for the past few years. Who is the deputy to the Minister of Military Affairs? It is I, Your Majesty, a wiry, timid fellow replied, his gaze averted, too fearful to meet Diaz's eyes. He appeared to harbor ulterior motives. Compile the troop numbers. I require the actual count. If it proves false, you shall meet the same fate as Bellman. Yes. Very well, you may leave. As Diaz exhaled deeply, a throbbing headache began to plague him. Baby, 5, I crave dessert. Certainly. Baby, 5 cheerfully set about preparing a meal, while Sugar, clutching a plate of grapes bestowed by Diaz, threaded them onto her fingers, consuming them one by one. You seem to have quite the headache. Indeed, it's exceedingly difficult. I cannot manage it. Diaz lamented. I thought I was starting from scratch, but it turns out I'm beginning from a deficit. My task now is to convert this deficit into zero. I don't understand. Imagine you've devoured all the grapes but owe me several plates still. Then baby, 5 helps you repay that debt of grapes. Do you comprehend? Oh, I see. But doesn't that mean you owe me a great many plates of grapes? This is not merely a matter of grapes. Never mind, it's too convoluted. What I require now is a team of professionals. He retrieved a telephone bug and dialed. Hello, Mr. Diaz. Greetings, Mr. Long. I wonder what brings you to contact me? Long was not one for frivolous conversation, so Diaz promptly outlined his predicament, expressing his need for a cadre of skilled individuals. You've taken control of a nation? That was rather swift, wasn't it? Your pace is astonishing. Indeed. Yet the finances and military are in disarray, and the previous king's reign was detrimental. I can only maintain control over the royal city, and the mess is overwhelming. I cannot manage alone. I require logistical support and wish to acquire a few personnel from you. I can accept those who have suffered, should they be willing. But what I need most are professionals. Let me consider this. I will send Sabo and Keela to assess the situation. Diaz was a peer, deserving of trust. Should the Revolutionary Army gain the backing of an additional nation, future endeavors would be considerably facilitated. Very well. First, we shall borrow some personnel from the Dragon and address matters thereafter. The situation in the Kingdom of Sealer is far worse than Diaz had anticipated. Upon reviewing the reports from Vic and his associates, it is nothing short of dismal. As for the finances, they are merely mediocre. Militarily, the army in the royal city comprises a mere 832 men, including those who were injured. However, previous records indicated a strength of 7,000. It is outrageous how they can indulge in such a degree of embezzlement. How could the king remain oblivious? And what of Vic? One might speculate that he has simply resigned himself to this state of affairs, perhaps even partaking in the spoils himself. Additionally, The assets seized amount to approximately 8 million Baileys. Is it truly only 8 million Baileys? Diaz is skeptical, suspecting that fellow Vic has likely embezzled a considerable sum. For the time being, it is prudent to refrain from confronting him. Instead, once the revolutionaries arrive to offer assistance, a thorough reckoning will ensue. At that point, one might as well hang him from a lamppost. The immediate priority is to subdue the other 4 towns by force. Although referred to as cities, they are more akin to towns, each with a population of approximately 10 to 20,000. Mokum, Doka, Drac, and FIA are the 4 towns that have declared independence, no longer under the jurisdiction of King Drake III. This occurred merely a fortnight ago. The nation is effectively finished, according to Diaz's intelligence. These 4 towns are embroiled in internal strife, their inhabitants nearly tearing each other apart over a mere cart of grain. What is this battle of Mijing? With the ongoing chaos among the 4 towns, Diaz cannot allow them to continue depleting their living forces. It is no wonder that Morgans remarked on the fierce nature of the populace. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? Journalists tend to either embellish or distort the truth. The troops are on standby. Gaji will arrive in due time. So let them proceed with the military conquest while he focuses on addressing the issues plaguing the royal city. The situation in the royal city is dire. In this wretched place, a handful of nobles exploit the countryside, and various gangs lurk in the shadows. Such a dismal locale indeed. Diaz internally scoffed. Baby, 5. I require your assistance with a certain task. What is it? Leave it to me. This maid seemed to be transforming into another maid altogether. Eliminate a few underground factions while I deal with the nobility. Sugar raised her hand and inquired, what about me? You shall accompany me. The grapes from the noble houses will be yours. Hooray. Without hesitation, they divided their efforts. Diaz located the closest noble household to the palace. Although referred to as nobility, they were merely ordinary landowners, nothing particularly distinguished. With a swift kick, he shattered the door. Open the door. Who are you? The inquiry was barely uttered before Diaz's blade cleaved through the adversary, leaving each of these nobles with no chance of survival. Before long, a river of blood flowed. And Sugar, clutching a plate of grapes, began to indulge. This little girl had witnessed much alongside Don Quixote da Flamingo, and such scenes posed no challenge to her. On to the next one. Surprise, motherfucker. Open the door. I'm here to check the water meter. East Wind Express. Diaz had never heard of the knife, yet encountered the pursuing gang member, Baby, 5, along the way, effortlessly dispatching a group of adversaries. Well, that was taken care of. With the elimination of both the gang and the nobility, at least half of the turmoil in the royal city could be resolved. However, the residents of the city spent a restless night, trembling in fear that this newly arrived king might turn his blade upon them as well. After a night of rest, Diaz commenced a card draw, hoping to procure items that could aid in the development of the kingdom. The restraint of soldiers. The exorcism sword technique. How fortunate. A means to eternal peace. Divine transformation. Evil sun awakening. Abilities of the earth maiden. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Divine transformation. Evil sun awakening? Isn't that the elemental skill of the Raiden Shogun? How extraordinarily useful. Diaz waved his hand through the air, his aura radiating an unyielding power. Above him, a mark resembling an eye of thunder materialized, and with a gentle slap upon the table, a bolt of lightning surged forth, leaving the surface charred. This indicated that, upon activation, his attacks could indeed harness the power of lightning. Intriguing though, in truth, I yearn for the elusive strike of the mindless blade. System, proceed. He still possessed a sum of money, sufficient for a lottery draw. However, the more he drew, the more he risked forgetting what he had acquired. Stand-in, the Purple Hermit. There are no useless stand-ins, save for the Purple Hermit. Is this an ancient relic stand? A master of information warfare. It possesses the ability to explore terrain and perceive distant figures, while also capable of transmitting waves and currents, quite a valuable asset indeed. He retrieved the photographic phone bug. Its arm entwined with ethereal purple thorns, and tapped it lightly. The eyes of the phone bug flickered, spitting forth a photograph. The image captured was that of a figure draped in a black robe, shrouded in darkness, adorned with a crown. The monster lurking behind the world government, Emu. Utilizing the photographic phone bug in conjunction with the Purple Hermit, he inscribed the image of Emu, though the obscurity rendered it somewhat indistinct. He snapped another photo, revealing Don Quixote da Flamingo, whose body was ensnared in bandages, accompanied by Pika's attentive care. Speaking of which, where had Pika vanished during that previous battle? Uncertain. But that was of little consequence. Lastly, he took another snap, capturing a bald man clad in a white lab coat. his eyes radiating wisdom as he fiddled with an instrument, surrounded by a group of researchers engaged in earnest discussion. Could this be Vegapunk? Indeed, he appeared exceptionally astute. One could lament the loss of Vegapunk's hair follicles, yet it seemed that for this individual, generating hair would be a trivial feat. System. Continue. Hannibal's culinary compendium. Uncle Bob praised it highly. Phantom Mask. The Phantom Brigade is on the move. Auto Apocalypse. Take me away. I can summon a person? Yet. I remain unaware of which theater Auto it is. Is it from Honkai Impact 2 or 3? Regardless, any version of Auto is remarkably formidable. In the second game, he nearly obliterated the Honkai. In the third, he was a master tactician, orchestrating events solely to fulfill his objectives, ultimately manipulating the protagonist team and the consciousness of Honkai. Successfully arriving before the tree of imaginary numbers, at the cost of his parallel self, thereby establishing a new world line upon that tree. Colin survived in the world line 5 centuries ago. Auto, the eternal deity. Yet, this individual, Auto, can no longer be judged by the dichotomy of good and evil. Nonetheless, he is undoubtedly a passionate soul, opposing the world for the sake of his beloved. Such a person could indeed assist me. Yet could I truly avoid being ensnared in his machinations? Life and death, the moralities of the mundane world, cannot bind him. The only force that can restrain him is Colin Kislana. What does it matter? Without the collapse, Auto might very well become a priest. Before Diaz stood a strikingly handsome young man with golden locks, appearing to be in his 20s. His long hair was tied in a single ponytail cascading over his left shoulder, a hairstyle that exuded an air of danger. Upon opening his eyes, he was bewildered by the fact that he had not perished. Could it be that I have failed? No, that cannot be, he assured himself. Farewell, my great inventor. He recalled Karen bidding him adieu in his final moments of consciousness. She had survived. That is all that matters. That is all that matters. As long as Karen could live on, everything would be well. For her sake, he would go to any lengths, even allying himself with the enemy of humanity, the Hershers of Collapse. However, he had also devised a plan to outmaneuver the Hershers, simultaneously ensuring that Kiana and her companions were incapacitated by the law of the void. Greetings, Bishop Otto. I am Brando Diaz, and I welcome you to this realm. Diaz greeted Otto. Otto displayed a flawless smile. Hello, sir. If I am to understand correctly, this is a different world, and you are acquainted with me? Indeed. I am the sole individual in this world who knows of your existence, and it was by mere happenstance that I summoned you back from the clutches of death. Diaz succinctly explained Otto's arrival. Drawn from a lottery, was it? Quite extraordinary, Otto remarked, his lips twitching, for after 5 centuries, he found the situation rather absurd. This world appeared devoid of collapse. As he felt his body, there was no trace of collapse energy in the air. Of course not. This realm is entirely separate from yours. Collapse energy cannot exist here. But I sense collapse energy within you. Ah, that too was drawn from the lottery. Very well then. Dear Mr. Diaz, who has saved my life, Otto grasped Diaz's hand and smiled. You are my benefactor, and I shall assist you. Noticing Diaz's surprise, Otto chuckled. My objectives in life have already been fulfilled, thus I harbor no regrets. Therefore, I will aid my benefactor. The destiny you left behind has been severely mishandled by your granddaughter, Teresa, 8 years hence. I have prepared contingencies. Even if Teresa neglects her duties, the organization will function as it did in my time, especially with Amber in place. What has she done? Otto had some understanding of his artificial granddaughter. Yet he believed he had taken the necessary precautions. Such a wasteful child. Diaz shrugged, perhaps due to her being Delisa. Delisa's foolishness was indeed well-deserved. She was merely a source of vexation. Sigh. Otto felt a headache beginning to form. Whenever his granddaughter was involved, his head throbbed. It appeared he had spoiled her. But who could blame him for indulging his own granddaughter? In Otto's heart, Karen held the foremost place, followed closely by his granddaughter Delisa. Enough of that. Perhaps one day fortune will smile upon me, and I shall draw Karen to accompany you. With a swift motion, Otto grasped Diaz's shoulders. His emerald eyes fixed intently upon her as he spoke in a low tone. Can you truly accomplish this? It all hinges on luck. Drawing you would indeed be fortuitous. For this endeavor is random. All right, I understand. Otto was not disheartened. The mere possibility of Karen appearing before him was undoubtedly a blessing. And should that not come to pass, he would not feel despondent. For 5 centuries, he had lived for her. 500 years of unwavering devotion. Moreover, as long as you do not bring ruin to this world or worsen the lives of ordinary people, I shall not interfere with your actions, Diaz stated. Huh. That won't happen. I'm no madman, he replied. Diaz fixed his gaze upon him. Do not act this way. We are friends, are we not? Red Kaido mortal. I have not spoken falsehoods. It seems you are also friends, yet you shudder. Diaz interjected suddenly, rendering Otto speechless. Ah, a cough cough, I did not lie. I merely left things unsaid. Otto, you scoundrel. Never mind, your presence coincidentally serves my purpose. Oh, only then did Otto survey his surroundings, which bore the semblance of a palace, albeit in a state of disrepair. This is the royal palace I previously conquered, intended to serve as a stronghold for development. The situation has descended into chaos, and I am awaiting assistance from certain individuals. Your arrival is most fortuitous. Diaz elucidated the circumstances of the kingdom of Solaire to Otto. Indeed, I have never encountered a nation so wretched. In the span of my 500 years, such a deplorable realm is a first. No. This is the norm in this world. Diaz shook his head, elucidating to Otto the foundational structure of this world. A colossal entity that has existed for 8 centuries. The celestial dragons, the world government, the devil fruits, hockey, the navy, and the pirates, what a marvelous amalgamation it is. Otto, intrigued, remarked, what a fascinating world indeed. So, my friend, what do you aspire to do? Overturn this world and establish an equitable realm. At the very least, allow me to live comfortably. Diaz chuckled. For yourself? Naturally. Ha ha ha. We might just get along splendidly, my friend. Otto sensed that Diaz might be of a similar ilk, though there were certainly some distinctions. So, what ingenious plan do you propose? First and foremost, we must unify the kingdom of Solaire. You have already grasped this notion. Yet a solitary individual cannot achieve such a feat. One's focus is far too limited. Well, I have enlisted the assistance of 2 factions, the Revolutionary Army and Germa. Oh, what are your subsequent intentions? Amass resources and bide my time, gradually plotting the overthrow of the world government. An admirable strategy, unifying the kingdom of Solaire and then extending your ambitions outward, transforming the new world into your dominion. However, prior to this, you must contend with those formidable pirates, Whitebeard, Red-Haired Shanks, Big Mom, and Kaido. These 4 will undoubtedly become the future emperors of the sea. At present, Shanks has not yet been dubbed an emperor, but that title will soon be his. Each of them is a formidable adversary, and at this moment, I cannot best them. Diaz lamented. Patience, my friend. We have ample time, Otto replied with a smile. What you currently lack is the ability to change your body. Allow me to conduct some research. Then let us await Germa's arrival. Their scientific prowess is unparalleled in this realm. Oh, I shall eagerly anticipate it. There are several inventions I have long yearned to experiment with. The technology of the broken world cannot advance too swiftly. Such acceleration would hasten its demise. Otto, a grand inventor, must restrain his fervor for innovation. Now, he finally has the opportunity to showcase his talents. In his youth, Otto was an exceptional inventor. But after encountering Karen, the light of his life, he chose to support her. Later, he came into contact with the divine key, Void, and unearthed the hidden scientific knowledge from the Pre-Era, which bolstered his endeavors. Yet, he understood that rapid technological advancement could invite ruin. So he must temper the pace of progress to delay the arrival of civilization's adversaries. In a world devoid of decay, he could truly flourish. Suddenly, Diaz inquired, Bishop Otto, can you facilitate rapid technological advancement in this world? There is no need for such titles, my friend. I assure you, with the right materials and time, I can replicate the technological marvels of my world with precision, Otto declared with pride. In that case, Diaz grasped Otto's hand fervently. I implore you, please construct the internet. After enduring a decade devoid of connectivity, he could no longer bear it. The monotony of early nights was unbearable. Otto, momentarily at a loss for words, managed to smile and replied, no problem. However, I find myself unable to refine the elements available online. Yet I shall endeavor to manifest the illusion of Colin at the earliest possible moment. Without a game to engage in, how could he possibly endure such tedium? I have heard that you have been unable to break Cecilia's record within the Colin illusion, thus resulting in a physical ban? No. That was an effort to prevent collapse and eliminate the Hershers. Otto spoke with righteous conviction, and perhaps there are various reasons for this. Who knows what he truly thinks? Very well, the internet, the phone, the computer. I can no longer tolerate this monotonous existence. Indeed, this place is reminiscent of the era in which I was born, lacking even the entertainment of opera. Otto looks down upon this with disdain, while Diaz remarks, indeed, it appears we are in agreement on this matter. By the way, here is my proposal. Let us refine it together. Very well. Diaz retrieved the plan and collaborated with Otto to refine it. Otto remarked, "I must say, your proposal is quite sound. However, are you truly inclined to ally with the Revolutionary Army? Were I in your position, I would choose to exploit them." "No. I have no intention of exploiting them. After all, I am not interested in dominion. My only wish is for the ordinary people of this world to live in peace, free from the fear of exploitation and the threat of pirates. I hope for a slight improvement in this wretched world," Diaz expressed earnestly. Otto gazed at him, suddenly smiling. "In that case, I shall lend you my utmost support, my friend." For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he glimpsed his own light and the silhouette of Karen within Diaz. "Karen, if you were to come to this world, you would surely resonate with Diaz." "Thank you." With Otto's assistance, the advancement of his plan could accelerate significantly. Much of the corrupted technology relied on corrupted energy. Thus, some modifications were necessary. Additionally, I will assist you in completing the proposal. By the way, where shall I reside? Baby, 5. Could you please prepare 2 rooms for me? Certainly. Baby, 5 departed. A maid? I never imagined you had one, Otto chuckled. That girl, well, never mind. I didn't wish for it. She simply had nowhere else to go, and I didn't want her to be exploited. So, I decided to keep her around. At least she cooks rather well. Diaz and Otto commenced their collaboration. With Otto's assistance, Diaz began to rectify the capital, hanging those corrupt individuals from the lampposts. Including the former Minister of Finance, Otto began to elevate individuals from the common populace, though most of them fell short of his standards. Nevertheless, he opted to elevate the most capable among them for the time being. With 5 centuries of experience in handling destiny, Otto adeptly managed these matters, significantly alleviating Diaz's burdens. Approximately 2 weeks later, Germa successfully arrived at the Kingdom of Surel. Gaji, accompanied by his sons, paid their respects to Diaz. Upon the throne, Diaz gazed impassively and declared, "You have 3 hours to conquer and subjugate all 4 towns of the Kingdom of Surel. Do not harm the ordinary citizens." Understood. Gaji asked no further questions and set forth with the information provided by Diaz. They were the War House, an evil legion, experts in waging warfare. Having once subdued an entire nation in a mere hour, 3 hours was more than sufficient for them. Otto remarked, "Is this the Germa you spoke of? Will 3 hours suffice?" They were a professional team. The inhabitants of those towns would be utterly incapable of hindering them. His sons had undergone enhancements, endowed with superhuman physiques, bolstered by combat suits and fearless clone soldiers. It was more than adequate. Diaz introduced the next phase of their operations, stating, "Our workload will significantly increase." Under Otto's governance, the prices in the capital stabilized. Moreover, the previously vibrant citizens, having found the jobs he arranged for them, toiled from dawn till dusk, leaving them no time for disturbances or brawls. With their abundant energy, they worked until utterly exhausted. Otto had effectively initiated a 007 mode for this group, and naturally, the remuneration was quite generous. The funds came entirely from Diaz, who financed a series of tasks such as palace renovations and wall constructions. He was in no shortage of money. Germa's efficiency proved formidable. The 4 of them split into 4 directions, subduing the independent towns within 40 minutes, annihilating the resistance while sparing the ordinary citizens. Upon learning this news, Otto was slightly astonished. So swift? Indeed, they were experts in warfare, and he had acquired a fine blade. "This blade is now entrusted to you," Diaz said. "Their value lies in warfare and technology. Gaji is prideful yet inwardly timid and naive. You should find him easy to control." "Such individuals are indeed easily managed," Otto replied with a smile. "Yet you place your most formidable power in my hands. Are you not afraid of betrayal?" "Not at all." "Why not?" "Because you are Otto Apocalypse, whose heart harbors nothing but the will to combat ruin." "Hey, don't say such things, my friend. It saddens me." Despite the jest, his expression bore no trace of sorrow. Could this be considered a form of trust? This is indeed a first for me. Lacking a soul steel body, with only the power of ruin and the vast expanse of the void at my disposal, I am but an ordinary priest. I must harness the technology of Germa to augment my strength. However, I shall not overstep my bounds. Rest assured, I am quite measured in my approach. Diaz and Otto arrived at the laboratory of the Germa kingdom, gazing at the flawless clone soldiers cultivated within petri dishes. Otto, intrigued, remarked, "It is quite fascinating that such advanced scientific technology can yield defect-free clones." In his view, the level of technology was insufficient to produce such clones. Artificial wombs, culture media, and clone cells were all indispensable. Otto himself had mastered cloning techniques, having created the protagonist of Honkai Impact as a clone. However, he could not guarantee that every clone would be devoid of imperfections. Gaji was slightly taken aback to discover that this blonde youth was also a scientist. Yet, was he belittling Germa's scientific prowess? Germa's technology was unparalleled. What do you mean, young man? Gaji retorted, visibly displeased. Ah, your majesty Gaji, please do not take offense. I harbor no intention of disparaging your work. Rather, I merely believe there is room for improvement, Otto explained, making a gesture resembling a universe formed by fingertips. Have you conducted any research on the soul? The soul? Gaji pondered, aware that in this world, some wielders of devil fruit abilities could manipulate souls, such as Big Mom with her soul fruit. However, as scientists, they had little engagement with such esoteric matters. There is not much research on that topic. In my view, the soul is an incredibly mysterious entity, capable of achieving immortality. Immortality? Gaji gazed at the young man in surprise, while Diaz, arms crossed, stood aside. Sensing that this fellow intended to employ cloning technology for ulterior motives, uncertain if it was a blessing or a curse. Nevertheless, it was certain that Otto would not bring about the world's destruction. Without Colin, he would be an unwavering rationalist, resisting the collapse and absolute intellect, deceiving the foolishness of the world, even outsmarting the very consciousness of collapse. Ah, but I too possess the capability to annihilate the world, Otto mused, beginning to dazzle Gaji with his extensive knowledge and technological insights, leaving him momentarily speechless. Hey, Gaji, can you attach devil fruit abilities to objects? That is not my area of expertise. TSK, for now, you should listen to Otto. I look forward to our collaboration, Mr. Vinsmoke. Greetings, Mr. Otto. Otto's knowledge left Gaji slightly astonished. Working alongside him would likely be advantageous, yet he knew he must maintain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Otto remained silent. Perceiving Gaji's outward confidence as lacking substantial means, such individuals were best kept under control. Diaz's unconventional methods of control would never truly secure loyalty, leaving the potential for betrayal ever present. This shall certainly enliven our otherwise mundane existence. Now let us discuss the bloodline factor, shall we, Mr. Gaji? Otto exhibited a keen interest in this so-called genetic factor, eagerly requesting the relevant information with a beaming smile. However, how could Gaji relinquish his lifelong research to him? Especially with Diaz still present, posing a constant threat to his existence? Suppressing his inner fury, he handed over the data he had meticulously compiled. Allow me to review this first. By the way, these are the schematics for the structures of devices such as wires, generators, and power stations. Mr. Gaji, please ensure that they are constructed according to these specifications. Reluctantly, Gaji accepted the blueprints, feeling a twinge of astonishment at their contents. As Diaz and Otto departed with the materials, Otto suddenly remarked, "It seems I have forgotten to provide him with the design for the lithography machine." Diaz exclaimed in astonishment. Do you possess the design schematics for a lithography machine? Indeed, I have committed to memory most of the technology from the pre-epic. However, given the current technological capabilities of this world, replicating it would prove exceedingly difficult. What a nuisance. I wonder how long it will take. I should find a way to bring Vegapunk here. Vegapunk? The foremost scientist of this realm, a genius who surpasses centuries of understanding. No, that's a madman. Otto interjected, shaking his head. To transcend an era by half a step is the mark of a genius. To leap an entire step is the hallmark of madness. And few can comprehend his brilliance. That may be true, but it is no longer my concern. He has been confined for research, and I am uncertain when he will be found. There is no rush. The other towns have already been secured. Our immediate tasks also include daily life, Otto remarked, prompting a nod from Diaz. For towns had been subdued, and they needed to stabilize prices, eliminate stubborn elements, punish unscrupulous entrepreneurs, garner public support, detain the wounded, and maintain order. Infrastructure development was also on the agenda. The army of clones could serve as our military, Otto suddenly proposed. Indeed, they are fearless, immensely powerful, and fiercely loyal, Diaz agreed, noting that producing a clone soldier is significantly less costly than training a conventional soldier. However, as their numbers increase, the demand for cultivation vessels, nurturing solutions, and various materials escalates to astronomical proportions. Yet, Diaz was affluent. Utilizing Germa soldiers as the nation's military and police forces alleviated concerns over corruption. However, their sole drawback was their short lifespan. The only disadvantage of clone soldiers is their significantly shorter life expectancy compared to ordinary humans. Their bodies are artificially accelerated through technological means and drugs, devoid of self-awareness or understanding of the world, treated merely as tools. Their existence typically spans around a decade. Yet that duration is ample for Germa to exploit them to their demise. Both Otto and Diaz would unhesitatingly employ such instruments, as they perceived clones devoid of self-awareness and emotion as not truly human, despite their identical appearance. That time will suffice, Otto stated. Diaz, do not be overly ambitious. Toppling the colossal entity is no simple task. Due to the world's disparities, many formidable weapons remain beyond my reach, leaving me with no choice but to resort to cunning and deceit. That is of little consequence. My sole intent is to overthrow them, Diaz replied, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What I desire is merely this. Afterwards, I shall seek a place to retreat and live in seclusion. For what purpose? For my own gratification. Diaz chuckled. It is not for justice. I am not a noble figure. I simply find their existence intolerable, and I shall act upon my dissatisfaction. Haha, thus? You are quite an intriguing character. Otto chuckled. The possibilities of humanity always intrigue me. You remind me of an ancient serpent. Do not jest with me, Mr. Diaz. Our work remains unfinished, and rest is not yet an option. Indeed, do not jest with me either. We are in the same boat. Days later, the emissaries from the Revolutionary Army finally arrived. After receiving them, Otto assigned these individuals to various positions within the towns. Do you not aspire to become a king? Otto inquired while examining the data on the bloodline factor. Not at all. Were it not for Callian, you would not have ascended to the role of the Bishop of Destiny. That may be true, yet those individuals revolted under Callian's banner after her demise. I cannot allow them to tarnish her reputation. She is the Holy Maiden of Destiny, pure and unblemished, Otto responded with a pious expression. However, it seems they have a penchant for women. Not at all. The Castellanas have always favored women. Well, let them stabilize the situation in this nation. I shall gradually allow the Revolutionary Army to take over, assisting them in becoming the next world government. But will they not become the very dragons they seek to slay? Diaz set down the documents, smiling. The dragon slayer inevitably becomes the dragon. Even the hero who slays dragons may, under the allure of treasure, sprout scales and grow sharp fangs and claws, transforming back into a dragon, hoarding its riches. Unless they fall into depravity swiftly, there should be no issues for several decades. Otto remarked, yet by then, you likely will not be overly concerned, will you? You will seize this time to enlighten the populace, ensuring they are not ignorant, allowing wisdom to emerge among them. Indeed, the dragon ultimately requires a hero to vanquish it. The hero who becomes a dragon will need another hero to defeat them. An endless cycle. We require a Sigurd, not a Siegfried, and of course, the Siegfried is not the one you are familiar with. I understand. Otto swirled his glass of red wine, his gaze piercing through the crimson liquid to rest upon Diaz. The dragon slayers Sigurd and Siegfried are indeed formidable heroes. So, my friend, are you Sigurd or the dragon? The dragon. Oh, are you certain of your descent into depravity? If you were not to fall, then you would not be me, Diaz chuckled. I am aware of my vulnerabilities, and thus I would never dare to challenge them, for I know I cannot resist temptation. I am not as rational as you. When it comes to Callian, I too am prone to impulse. But Callian is the sole exception. Indeed, the two exchanged smiles. And then Diaz inquired, how is the school project progressing? It is under construction, however. Certain raw materials must be imported from other nations. By the way, the funding you provided requires an additional 300 million belly, with further additions to follow. Were you not just given 10 billion belly? In the realm of power generation, electrical wiring, and factories, which of these does not require financial expenditure? You seem to neglect the accounting aspect, and even the creation of clone soldiers demands monetary resources. Otto remarked, surely, you haven't exhausted your funds? Not quite, he replied. I still possess over 2 billion. I can allocate 20 billion to you. During these past few days of leisure, he had indulged in lotteries, spending a considerable sum, and had also purchased various items, depleting a significant portion of the wealth from the two affluent dragon families. Establishing a nation truly requires substantial financial investment. Without a source of income, this nation is bound for collapse. There are no local specialties to market, the tourism potential is lackluster, and it boasts little in terms of mineral resources. One could say it is devoid of developmental prospects. Otto shrugged, stating, internal pressures often necessitate external warfare for relief. Diaz, are you prepared for war? No, I have resolved to attract investments. Attract investments? This isn't merely business, my friend. Once you draw in investments, how will you handle the equity? Surely, you cannot partition the world itself? Diaz smiled and remarked, "There is a man who harbors a deep resentment towards the celestial dragons. And he is exceedingly wealthy, immensely so." He emphasized this point several times. Otto inquired, "Just how wealthy?" "He possesses 20% of the world's berry. A ruthless figure who navigates both the underworld and legitimate spheres, known as the Golden Emperor, Gil Dizaro." With his hands crossed, Diaz chuckled, "This is business." The current Golden Emperor, Tesoro, has gained notoriety in the underworld, earning his title in just a few short years, which speaks volumes of his business acumen. It is rumored that he is providing support to the Revolutionary Army, perhaps due to his connection with Tiger. While Tesoro may be a merciless businessman, it does not imply that he is devoid of gratitude. So, what is at stake in this exchange? The downfall of the world government. It is worth a try. Therefore, I entrust this task to you, Otto. I shall contact Tesoro through the Den Mushi. With that, Diaz took immediate action, and Otto did not decline. Diaz set off with Baby 5 aboard the Moby Dick. As they departed, Diaz produced a compass, pointing towards Tesoro's location, and snapped a photo with the Den Mushi. The purple hermit managed to locate Tesoro, who appeared to be singing into a microphone. Once a slave to the celestial dragons, Tesoro escaped with the aid of Tiger. And few are aware of his true identity. Even the notorious Tianxiang Long GT has been obscured by his ruthless methods. The Diaz operation unfolded with remarkable swiftness as he arrived at the colossal vessel under construction, the Grand Tesoro. This ship, rivaling the size of an island, is only slightly smaller than the fearsome three-masted ship. The hull spans an impressive 10 kilometers, and the city atop it is nearing completion, poised to commence operations within the coming years. Even in its unfinished state, it stands as the world's largest entertainment metropolis. Recognized by the government as an independent nation and a demilitarized zone, a sanctum that the world government dares not invade. This urban marvel is a creation of Tesoro, forged through the power of wealth, where he wields absolute dominion, establishing his golden empire. The sight of such a place left both Diaz and Baby 5 utterly astounded. Truly, the wealth here is staggering, befitting the Golden Emperor. With a smile, Diaz and Baby 5 descended into this realm, guided by a servant. Their presence prompted a path to be cleared, as fear flickered in the eyes of those around them. No one dared to confront this madman, apprehensive of the chaos he might unleash. Here, everyone is bound to obey the Golden Emperor's commands, yet this individual is certainly not one to abide by them. Can the Golden Emperor even surpass the celestial dragons? This man has the audacity to bomb Mariejois. In his presence, a Tesoro is insignificant. They seem quite fearful of you. Naturally, they ought to be aware of my identity. They will become accustomed to it in due time. Diaz remained unfazed. A golden sports car approached from the distance, halting before them. The alluring figure within smiled and greeted, "Welcome to Grand Tesoro, Mr. Diaz." Clad in a form-fitting evening gown that accentuated her alluring physique, she exuded an air of dominance. With deep curves and a striking silhouette, she undoubtedly excelled in her profession. Her shoulder-length pink waves framed a beautiful face, enhancing her seductive presence. "Hello, I am here to see your boss." "Please, get in," she said with a smile. Diaz, accompanied by Baby 5, ascended into a convertible whose most remarkable feature was its remarkable fuel efficiency, consuming merely a handful of muscle turtles per 100 kilometers. These robust muscle turtles, standing atop the vehicle, propelled it forward by engaging in a piston-like motion through the act of pulling on a lever. Surprisingly, the speed achieved was quite impressive. Diaz gazed around, taking in the opulence of Grand Tesoro, a city that exuded the vibrancy of a bustling metropolis, illuminated by the glimmer of neon lights and steeped in indulgence. The lavish decorations conveyed an air of ostentation, rife with the essence of nouveau riche. However, Diaz remained indifferent to this extravagance. His true desire was to meet Tesoro. Bacala, a loquacious individual, chattered incessantly along the way, regaling Diaz and his companion with tales of Grand Tesoro's grandeur. In merely a few years, such an immense city had risen, a testament to Tesoro's financial prowess. The establishment of this metropolis demanded substantial human and material resources, and Tesoro possessed both in abundance. While one might marvel at the wealth, beneath the glamorous faade of Grand Tesoro lay a history steeped in bloodshed. It could be said that this city is the largest den of iniquity in the world, a casino where daily transactions reached unfathomable sums. A throng of desperate gamblers, blinded by greed, wagered their wives and children, ultimately losing everything they held dear. Diaz was indifferent to the fates of the gamblers, feeling only pity for their families. He recognized the limitations of his influence and chose not to meddle in matters that did not concern him, even if he saved a group of people. Another would inevitably follow in their misguided footsteps. The irredeemable gamblers were beyond salvation. Contemplating this, he arrived at the entrance of the King of Gold Hotel. The only 8-star hotel in the world, entirely constructed from gold, a testament to the opulence of Taizolo. The first floor was bustling with activity, featuring various games such as Pai Gow, blackjack, slot machines, and Texas Hold'em. Some patrons had towering piles of chips before them, while others, clad only in their undergarments, clutched a single chip, hoping to turn their fortunes around. The gamblers, blinded by their desires, were wholly engrossed in their own worlds. "Would you care for a game?" Baccarat inquired with a smile. "No, I find no interest in such activities," Diaz replied, shaking his head. "If you're not inclined towards gambling, we do offer other attractions, such as racing," she suggested. "Miss Baccarat, I am quite occupied and lack the leisure to indulge in such distractions," he responded, noting Diaz's disinterest. Baccarat did not press further and led the group into a resplendent elevator. As the elevator ascended slowly to the top floor, she requested a moment's pause. Baccarat tapped on the elevator door, and soon a large-headed doll emerged, clad in military attire with arms outstretched before the three. "This is Mr. Tanaka, the head of security for the amusement park," Baccarat introduced. "He possesses the power of the puncture fruit, allowing him to pass through objects and disregard any inorganic obstacles. Welcome, esteemed guests." Mr. Tanaka greeted them enthusiastically before Baccarat took one of his hands while grasping Diaz's with the other. Diaz, in turn, held onto Baby 5. Utilizing his ability, Mr. Tanaka guided them through the golden elevator doors to the VIP room on the top floor. The VIP room was a unique gaming area, limited to high-stakes bets on odd or even, with very few patrons. "Ah, what a surprise to encounter you here, young Diaz," a languid voice resonated. Diaz turned to find Admiral Akiji, causing Baby 5 to gasp and hide behind him. "What brings an admiral here? Could it be an ambush?" "Fear not. This is a special neutral zone recognized by the world government, where neither navy nor pirates are permitted to engage in conflict. However, I am intrigued as to how Admiral Kazan found his way to the New World. Giran Taizolo is a nation recognized by the world government as a unique entity, serving as a neutral zone where neither the navy nor pirates are permitted to engage in hostilities. Any transgression will invoke the wrath of Taizolo. For pirates, the consequence is death. For the navy and members of the world government, the repercussions may be troublesome, but not insurmountable. As the Golden Emperor, Taizolo possesses ample wealth to eliminate threats with financial power. Even high-ranking officials must tread carefully here. Of course, certain individuals, such as Akainu and his ilk, might not hesitate to act upon encountering Diaz. However, the presence of Kazan necessitates a more measured approach. Indeed, Bakara remarked with a smile. "This is a place where violence is forbidden. I kindly ask Lord Kazan to remain composed. Rest assured, I have no intention of resorting to violence here," Diaz replied. "But I recall that the young lady behind you is an underling of Doflamingo, is she not?" "She is now my maid," Diaz asserted. "The kind that cannot simply be dismissed." "How rude of you to say that." "Baby," 5 exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to the back of Diaz's head, causing him discomfort. "You little scoundrel." Grabbing Baby 5's face, Diaz glared. "Be wary, or I shall retaliate. Please, do not strike me," she pleaded. "Oh, how lively this is." "Which of your eyes perceives this as lively?" Diaz retorted, exasperated. "If eyesight is unnecessary, kindly donate it to someone in need." "Haha, young ones. I shall take my leave for now. Do carry on. By the way, Diaz, you might want to seek out Granny Tsuru. She is also present here." "Granny Tsuru." Diaz paused for a moment, releasing Baby 5 as he spoke. "I understand. I shall seek her out once I have completed my tasks." With that, Kazan departed, heading towards a gaming table where he displayed an impressive prowess, his luck rather mediocre, neither excessively winning nor losing, merely indulging in the game. "What brings the Navy here?" Diaz inquired of Baccarat. Baccarat, donning a professional smile, replied, "Of course, we are here to enjoy ourselves." It seemed unlikely that any valuable information could be extracted. "Very well. Where can I find the Golden Emperor?" "Lord Tezolo awaits you on the top floor. The remainder of the ascent must be traversed by your own means." Baccarat gestured towards the nearby golden staircase. "Understood. Thank you for your guidance." Diaz waved his hand dismissively, tossing a gemstone that landed precisely within Baccarat's line of business. "Ah," Baccarat exclaimed, her crimson tongue licking her lips. "What a rogue you are, Mr. Diaz." "Ahem, a surprise indeed. I had thought you would catch it. With Baby 5 in tow." He turned to leave, having no time for idle games. Ascending the golden staircase, Diaz and Baby 5 arrived before a grand, gilded door, which he pushed open. Bang! Fireworks erupted as a tall man with dark green hair spread his arms wide, exclaiming, "Welcome, Mr. Diaz. Your presence illuminates my humble abode, the Golden Tesalo." The man before him was indeed the Golden Emperor, adorned in a golden suit and wearing golden star-shaped earrings. All 10 fingers bore rings, save for the ring finger of his right hand, which was conspicuously bare. He stood there, holding a wine glass and smiling at himself. "Just call me Tesalo." He invited Diaz to step inside. Diaz replied, "Baby 5, wait for me here. If you find yourself bored, feel free to entertain yourself outside." "Oh, very well." Baby 5 departed as Diaz entered the room. Tesalo personally poured a glass of wine for Diaz, remarking, "I never expected you would come here." Diaz took the drink and, getting straight to the point, said, "Mr. Tesalo, I shall speak plainly. I am here to seek investment." "Oh?" Tesalo, a businessman, brightened at the mention of investment but refrained from inquiring further. He swirled his drink, listening with keen interest. "I have seized a nation, yet my funds are insufficient. What can I expect in return?" Tesalo, still smiling, replied, "Though I possess wealth that could last me several lifetimes, I, too, seek benefits, for after all, I am a businessman. What do you think of the collapse of the world government?" The speaker maintained a calm demeanor, yet the listener was visibly unsettled. The collapse of the world government? What on earth is this man saying? Does he even comprehend the gravity of his words? This is more absurd than Mariejois being blown to smithereens. Wait, Mariejois indeed was obliterated, and by none other than this very man. Were it anyone else? Tesalo might have laughed hysterically, but Diaz, reputed by the world government as the most audacious man alive, might truly see it through. Ha 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 ha. Tesalo burst into laughter, clapping his hands in excitement. "Diaz, Mr. Diaz, your every endeavor is beyond expectation. Rescuing Mr. Tiger, slaying the celestial dragons, annihilating Mariejois, now you speak of the world government's downfall? Ha ha ha, this is indeed amusing. How much do you require? I shall grant this investment. Will 100 billion berries suffice for the first round? That will be sufficient." Diaz nodded and assured me that within approximately 20 years, the world government would be overthrown by the revolutionary forces. "But why the revolutionaries and not you?" I inquired. "Because I intend to assist the revolutionaries in their quest to dismantle the world government. I harbor no ambition to become the sovereign of the world," he replied, shaking his head. "Of course, I aspire to develop my nation, which requires funding. However, once that is achieved, a prosperous nation inevitably finds itself embroiled in conflict." Otto presented a strategic vision of war to Diaz, from which he had condensed certain elements before unveiling it to Tesalo. "I must say, you are quite audacious, Mr. Diaz. Would you be interested in a transformation?" Diaz inquired. "Transformation?" Tesalo's hand, which was swirling the wine glass, momentarily halted. Diaz stood by the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the revelers in the opulent Grand Tesalo. He remarked, "These individuals are akin to refuse. Indeed, it brings a certain delight each time one observes them." He merely mused, yet it is evident that this man is profoundly psychologically distorted. Due to his past experiences, Tesalo's relentless pursuit of wealth and power has warped his psyche. Clearing his throat, he stated, "I believe you could engage in more respectable business endeavors. The profits are far too meager, and I derive pleasure from witnessing their anguish as they squander their wealth, reminiscent of my former self." Diaz refrained from further persuasion, expressing gratitude for the investment. "Very well. I shall arrange for the funds to be delivered to you shortly. Meanwhile, Mr. Diaz, indulge yourself and revel in the experience of a world-class amusement park." With that, he exited the room. Tesalo downed his drink, intrigued by Diaz's words. Overthrowing the world government? Even the Revolutionary Army lacks such audacity. If it weren't for Mr. Tiger, I wouldn't he give those fellows a second glance? In Tesalo's eyes, the Revolutionary Army appeared rather petty, merely pawns exploited in negotiations between the resistance and the world government. Had it not been for the benefactor Tiger, Tesalo would hardly acknowledge their existence. His initial assistance to Diaz stemmed from the latter's rescue of Tiger and his subsequent annihilation of the celestial dragons. However, he never anticipated the latter's plans to obliterate Mariejois. Hearing Diaz mention the overthrow of the world government did not surprise Tesalo in the least. After all, it was merely an investment that bore no consequence for him. The current world government was at an impasse with him, and the future would be no different. Establishing a new nation would require substantial funds, which he was more than capable of providing. In these transactions, he stood to gain without risk. Regardless of whether Diaz and the Revolutionary Army succeeded, he would remain unscathed. This was the power he wielded over the world, money. He made a phone call to arrange for 100 billion berries to be delivered to Diaz. Meanwhile, Diaz found himself in a lower room, where Baby 5 was engaged with a small pile of chips, evidently having made a modest profit. Baccarat stood beside her, gently patting Baby 5 on the shoulder, and then Baby 5 won again. It appeared that Baccarat was generously bestowing her luck upon Baby 5. "Oh dear, Mr. Diaz has arrived. You seem to have had a delightful conversation with Lord Tezzolo," Baccarat remarked with a smile. "Quite so," Diaz replied with a grin. "I have obtained what I desired. Additionally, could you inform me of Vice Admiral Crane's whereabouts? I wish to make her acquaintance." "Certainly, I will arrange that immediately," Baccarat responded, still smiling. Diaz allowed Baby 5 to continue playing, cautioning her not to overindulge. Under Mr. Tanaka's guidance, they ascended to the middle floor, where he graciously presented some tokens of consolation. Granny Crane chose to rest in her hotel room, regarding the surroundings with disdain. Upon reaching the door, Diaz pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the door opened, revealing Granny Crane, who looked up at Diaz in surprise. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "I came to see you. It has been quite a while, Granny Crane. Would you not invite me in for a moment?" "Please, come in," she replied, stepping aside to allow Diaz to enter the room. After placing the gifts down, Diaz encountered an unexpected figure, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit from Guion. To Diaz, Granny Crane was akin to a revered elder. This venerable lady genuinely wished to steer him onto the righteous path, yet regrettably, he found himself unable to turn back. Diaz's unexpected presence astonished Ji-Yuan. Yet she refrained from taking any action. This was the territory of Tezzolo, and engaging in conflict would undoubtedly lead to a myriad of complications. It was best to avoid confrontation, even with the pirates standing right before them. "Greetings, Vice Admiral Ji-Yuan. I have little to discuss with you, a pirate," she stated curtly. "Oh, come now. I once served in the Navy for a time. You might as well consider me your junior," Diaz replied with a cheerful grin as he took a seat. Granny Crane poured him a cup of tea and inquired, "Is there a specific reason for your visit?" "I heard from Admiral Kazan that you were here, so I came to check on you," he responded. "There's nothing to see. I'm in excellent health." "That is good to hear." He blew on the steaming tea before continuing, "I am more curious about why the Navy is present here." "Celestial gold?" Granny Crane retorted. "How do you know about that?" "It's quite simple. The Navy wouldn't venture to this place lightly," Diaz explained. "As a member nation of the world government, Guarantai Tezzolo is obligated to pay celestial gold. Considering the timing, it's about due. Of course, it's also possible that the celestial dragons have arrived and require your protection. After I finish my task, I imagine there won't be many celestial dragons left." Ji-Yuan exclaimed in anger. "How dare you say that? You actually dared to blow up Mariejois. This act is a blatant affront to the world government and the Navy. 9 out of 10 Navy personnel would wish for your demise. Why not eliminate them all? If they were gone, the world government would have no justification to collect celestial gold, and everyone would be at ease, wouldn't they?" Diaz mused, contemplating the logic. "Wait a minute," she thought. "I am part of the Navy. Why am I considering such things? Of course, even without the celestial dragons, the world government would devise ways to procure funds," Diaz remarked, resting his head on his hand. "The celestial dragons are a fundamental contradiction, but not the primary issue." Granny Crane took a sip of her tea and asked, "What do you intend to do next?" "Nothing much. I am currently in the New World, so I shall continue my previous endeavors," Diaz shrugged. "Will this truly bring you happiness?" "Why not? If you would allow me to eliminate all the celestial dragons, I would be even happier," Diaz laughed. "Nothing brings me greater joy than the thought of vanquishing the celestial dragons. Wouldn't you agree?" "Diaz, do not push your luck. You are a fugitive now. We are the Navy," Ji-Yuan emphasized. "And so what? Guarantai Tezzolo is a nation of absolute neutrality. Neither pirates nor Navy can engage in conflict here. Do you believe you can act freely and escape unscathed? You cannot. Tezzolo is far too affluent. Should you initiate conflict? Consider the repercussions." Diaz drained his tea and rose, saying, "Granny Crane, I am deeply grateful for your previous assistance. I shall remember it for a lifetime. Now, I take my leave." As she turned to leave, Granny Crane suddenly remarked, "Diaz, I am truly sorry about the circumstances in your hometown. It is I who should apologize. It was my actions that brought calamity upon the celestial dragons, affecting everyone. Yet, I harbor no regrets." With a radiant smile, Diaz pushed open the door and stepped outside. The door closed automatically behind him, and Granny Crane sighed. What a promising talent he is. Ziyuan displayed a complex expression. Had he remained in the Navy, he might very well have ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral by now, given Diaz's capabilities. There was even a possibility of him becoming an admiral or perhaps even a fleet admiral. Such a pity. Perhaps this is fate. The boy has always been at odds with the celestial dragons, evident from the incident with Tiger. Granny Crane remarked, he is astute. Aware that we are here for the heavenly gold, we must be prepared. Indeed, although it was clear that Diaz could not seize the heavenly gold, it was prudent to make preparations nonetheless. Taizolo's contribution of heavenly gold to the celestial dragons was a significant sum. Trivial for him, but substantial compared to the heavenly gold from other nations. Currently, Mariejois is in need of reconstruction and is short on funds, making Taizolo's contribution crucial. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched an admiral and 2 vice-admirals for this purpose. Diaz, too, was quite envious of this heavenly gold, yet he was wary of Kazan's formidable strength. Should that individual capture him, escape would be impossible. He could freeze the sea. There was no need to engage in a battle with an admiral at this moment. Upon locating Baby 5, who was still engrossed in play, he shook his head and called her over. Bakara halted Diaz, smiling as he said, Diaz, Lord Taizolo invites you to indulge in some entertainment here for a while. After all, since you are here, you cannot simply do nothing. You might even win some money. Noticing Bakara winking at him, Diaz guessed that Taizolo intended to generously offer him some funds. Very well, then I shall indulge for a bit. He took Baby 5's chips, seated himself, and noticed approximately 200 million in chips. He pushed them forward and declared, all in. Bakara approached from behind and patted him on the shoulder. Reveal the cards. 1, 1, 3, a single. His 200 million had now doubled to 400 million. Indeed, it seemed Bakara was influencing his fortune. Then, I shall go all in on a double. He silently chanted in his heart, system, draw a card. Such an excellent opportunity must not be squandered. Dragon-tooth card box, no one can defeat the Dragon Rider. Hammer of the Thunder God, I am Thor, for the glory of the Northern Gods. AE 86, young man, shall we race around Akina Mountain? Basketball, coach, I wish to play basketball. Elderman Alloy, it's quite sturdy now. Ruins Guardian, the one-eyed treasure. Summoning Bell, Elden Law King, along with his jingling little brother. Super Soldier Serum, we need a hero. The K9 language translator offers versions in both Wonjo dialect and Manan dialect. The 6-god top-tier perfume is indeed remarkable. What a delightful surprise to receive so many treasures in a single tin draw. Should I go for another round? Just as I pondered, the system's retribution arrived. It detected the host's improper methods of lottery participation and consequently suspended the achievement system, prohibiting card draws for a month. Alas, has the achievement system truly been shut down? It appears I have not engaged in many achievements myself. Nevertheless, let it be. Its closure holds little significance. A month without draws is no concern. My focus now rests entirely on the gambling table. With Baccarat in play, the art of deception becomes effortlessly simple. Before long, an investment of 100 billion berries found its way into Diaz's pockets. How impressive the lucky fruit is. I yearn for it dearly. Diaz contemplated. The fortunate fruit of Baccarat possesses the extraordinary ability to alter both her own fate and that of others. By mere touch, she can siphon away the luck of those around her, rendering herself fortunate while casting others into misfortune. However, luck exists in finite quantities. When her own fortune is depleted, she too will succumb to adversity. Conversely, she can bestow good fortune upon others, transforming their destinies for the better. Her allegiance to Taizolo stems from the latter's recognition of Baccarat's remarkable gift. Indeed, her talents are in high demand. When someone is on the verge of winning, a simple tap from her can swiftly reduce them to destitution, often leaving them bewildered as to how their fortunes have so drastically turned, compelling them to depart in shame. Diaz acquired his 10 billion berries through this very means, converting a substantial quantity of chips into berries, which he then stowed away in his system's backpack before departing. Baby, 5 exclaimed with excitement, your luck is simply extraordinary. It's all right, but this is likely a one-time occurrence, he replied, fully aware that such fortunes could not be commonplace. This time represented an investment, yet he would need to explore other avenues in the future. There remained numerous tasks to undertake, and he needed to return swiftly. With great haste, he made his way back to the kingdom of Cyril. Upon his arrival, he sought out Otto and discovered him in the laboratory of the German kingdom, engaged in a discussion with Judge. Upon seeing Diaz, Otto beamed. My friend, it is a pleasure to see you. It appears you have accomplished your mission. Indeed. I have secured the 10 billion berries, Diaz affirmed. How much? Judge inquired, his breath quickening at the mention of such a staggering sum. 10 billion berries, how many battles would they have to fight to earn that? It was an investment from the illustrious Gold Emperor, Tezelo. Diaz waved his hand, and a mountain of berries materialized in the laboratory, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered researchers. I shall allocate 1.5 billion berries for research funding, 50 billion berries for the construction of the Cyril Kingdom, and the remaining 35 billion will be under your purview, Otto. Not a problem, Otto replied with a nod, observing as Diaz handed him a test tube containing a blue serum. What is this? It is the super soldier serum, capable of bestowing immense strength and exceptional physical prowess upon an ordinary individual. Oh? Otto's eyes brightened with intrigue. Are there any side effects? Well, one might say it possesses a peculiar sort of side effect. While it enhances both the body and mind, should one's spirit be tainted, their outward appearance may also become distorted. This is merely my conjecture. You could conduct trials. If successful, I believe it could be mass-produced and equipped to those Germa soldiers. Gaji gazed at Diaz in astonishment, surprised to find a hint of conscience in him, recognizing the potential to empower his Germa. Now, Germa was irrevocably tied to Diaz. Their survival hinged upon his own. The strength of Germa would concurrently augment Diaz's own power. Very well, I shall investigate further. Do you possess any additional remarkable items? This. Diaz produced a colossal humanoid robot, its elongated arms adorned with various components, a singular eye dominating its face, munitions strapped to its back, and branches protruding from its head, presenting a rather cumbersome appearance. What is this? A plow machine, also known as the Guardian of Ruins. A plow machine? It is evident that this contraption is designed for warfare, and yet it bears such a name, Otto chuckled. Diaz explained that this contraption originated from a nation known as Canria, where the populace prioritizes technological advancement and does not engage in agriculture. One might wonder from whence their sustenance derives. By seizing it, Otto remarked without hesitation. Ah, it is no wonder they call it a plowing machine. They treat other nations as fields to cultivate. What about its combat capabilities? Uncertain, he replied, but I am contemplating mass production. Indeed, that is feasible. Let us have someone analyze and modify the program. Otto summoned several individuals to disassemble the plowing machine and instructed a few researchers to examine the device. Why the interest in studying this? Garcia inquired. Is it due to a lack of respect for the scientific achievements of our Germa? Diaz remarked. Since future warfare will involve the deployment of robots rather than humans, the losses in a conflict between individuals are far too grievous. In contrast, robots are devoid of sensations such as pain, fatigue, or fear. They march forward unflinchingly, crushing all obstacles in their path. However, this approach incurs substantial costs. No, you are mistaken, Mr. Gaji, Otto interjected, adjusting his non-existent glasses. In fact, as production increases, the costs will decrease. The fixed costs remain constant, and as the output rises, the fixed costs per unit diminish. Thus, if we ramp up production, the cost will subsequently decline. This notion resonated with both Diaz and Otto. It is truly advantageous to have a clever individual in production. One need not overexert their intellect. Merely articulating their ideas elicits clear responses and actions from others. Otto serves as Diaz's external brain. So, how is the cloning experiment progressing? Quite well, Otto replied. My clones have commenced cultivation. Originally, they would have been ready for use in a month, but I have decided to postpone that for now. Why? I need to test the super soldier serum you provided. Otto explained. I will be in the laboratory for the next few days, so you must manage matters on the kingdom's side. Of course, there is nothing of great urgency. Your primary responsibility will be to deal with the pirates. Oh, no problem. The two bid farewell as Otto and Gaji immersed themselves in their experiments, with Gaji equally intrigued by the super soldier serum. Meanwhile, Diaz departed with 8.5 billion berries, which would fund Otto's research. Upon exiting, Diaz unexpectedly encountered someone, Reiju. Didn't I let you go? Why have you returned? I realized I have nowhere else to go, Reiju replied helplessly. Having lived her entire life in the Germa kingdom, her existence revolved solely around wartime, studies, and caring for her brother. After visiting him, she chose to return to Germa. After all, Diaz had already taken control of the kingdom. He is a good person. Perhaps he can transform the corrupt Germa. Anywhere is better than returning. Has Gaji troubled you? He scolded me quite severely. Oh, I see. I will ensure he receives some retribution, Diaz said. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my assistance. The Kingdom of Seal welcomes you. By the way, are you unoccupied? Yes. Then come and lend a hand. Oh, splendid. We've recruited a strong ally. Under the governance of Otto and the revolutionary forces, the Kingdom of Seal is progressing positively. However, each day presents a myriad of challenges, leaving Diaz in a flurry of activity. Wasn't he claimed that the problems were minor? Well, for Otto, these matters pose no challenges. Diaz, having never governed a nation, must learn on the job. The addition of Mariejois to his side is indeed a fortuitous development, as she can assist him in accomplishing numerous tasks, thus alleviating his burden significantly. As expected of the princess of the German kingdom, despite being instilled with knowledge of warfare since childhood, she also possesses the acumen for governance. Germa is a kingdom that cannot solely engage in warfare. Learning how to manage its subjects is equally essential, even if they currently govern only servants and soldiers. Gaji firmly believes that he will eventually restore the glory of his ancestors. However, Iji and Niji show little interest in the art of governance. The modified individuals are disinclined to learn such matters, leaving this responsibility to Mariejois, who possesses emotions. At last, the day's affairs have been settled. After reviewing the final document, Diaz sat back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. His secretary, Mariejois, approached with another stack of documents, stating, "Your Majesty, your work is not yet complete. You cannot rest just yet." "Yamiro," Diaz exclaimed in despair. "Why does Mariejois emit a sound reminiscent of Amaya?" Setting aside that concern, he redirected the conversation. "Mariejois, tell me about your journey to the East Sea." "The East Sea journey?" Mariejois pondered for a moment, then involuntarily smiled. "Sanji is doing remarkably well. He has become an excellent chef and has a caring adoptive father. Compared to Gaji, he resembles a true father figure." "Indeed." Zef seemed to exhibit more responsibility, resembling Sanji's father more than Gaji does. "Gaji? He is but a fool. A weak and ineffectual one at that. With aspirations higher than his capabilities. Sanji's culinary skills are exceptional, aren't they?" "Indeed, his meals are delightful," Mariejois reminisced. "They are more delicious than anything I have ever tasted. I shall never forget them." "Indeed, they are quite delectable," Diaz chuckled. "Perhaps we shall dine there again someday." "Yes." The two continued their conversation while commencing their work. The task seemed endless, and in his exasperation, Diaz could only delegate the workload to his subordinates, as a king cannot allow himself to be ensnared by such matters. "Your Majesty, envoys from the Kosal Kingdom have arrived." "The Kosal Kingdom?" Diaz was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard the name before. At that moment, Mariejois prompted him, saying, "It is indeed the Kingdom of Loans, the very one that left the previous king with a debt of 2 billion berries." Oh, now he recalled. Those rogues were truly nefarious. "Let them in." Diaz instructed someone to remove the documents and sat in the empty palace, propping his head up with one hand. Mariejois stood beside him, her hands clasped over her abdomen, her gaze cast downward. Soon, the envoy from the Kingdom of Kosal arrived and, upon seeing Diaz, exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, isn't the King Drake III? He is deceased. I am the current king." Diaz opened his eyes and looked down at the envoy. The envoy, though worldly, failed to recognize Diaz due to the dim lighting of the palace. Clearing his throat, he said, "Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you. I am the envoy from the Kingdom of Kosal. You may call me Noan. I have come today to inquire when the Kingdom of Sealer will repay the debts owed to us." "Debts? What debts?" Diaz responded, a look of confusion on his face. "I am unaware of any debts." "How could you deny it?" Noan thought. Yet, he maintained his smile, saying, "You jest, Your Majesty. It was your predecessor, King Drake III, who borrowed 10 billion Bailey in the name of constructing the city walls. As neighbors, our king expected repayment today, totaling 20 billion Bailey including principal and interest. Here is the promissory note, in duplicate." "Mariejois." "Yes." Mariejois approached, took the note, and handed it to Diaz. He glanced at it and returned it to Mariejois. Watching as it crumbled in her hands, Noan chuckled and produced another copy. Indeed, King Drake III was quite cautious and feared losing the note, thus he signed several copies. Quite the strategy, anticipating that Drake III might destroy the note, Diaz mused. "Is that so? I recently ascended the throne and am unaware of these matters, therefore. These debts do not concern me." He crossed his legs, adopting a defiant demeanor. After all, why should he repay a debt that was never his? "Ah, you jest." "Your Majesty, as the king of the Kingdom of Sealer, upon inheriting the throne, you also inherit the debts of King Drake III. I kindly ask that you settle the outstanding amount, or else the Kingdom of Kosal will send representatives to collect the debt." Diaz narrowed his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" "If you believe so, then yes." "Haha. Diaz's laughter only served to unnerve no one. Reiju, did you hear that? He threatens me? Since I accomplished that deed, aside from Doflamingo, no one has dared to threaten me until now. Ha ha ha, it seems this person still does not realize who I am. No one was taken aback, reevaluating Diaz, and suddenly, he froze, trembling uncontrollably before collapsing onto the ground. Why you are. Drake III has already been eliminated by me. His debts are of no concern to me. However, I find your kingdom of Kosal rather intriguing. In his eyes, the kingdom of Kosal appeared to be a far better place, at least superior to his own kingdom of Solaire. You mean? Indeed, just as you think. Diaz approached him. Do you know, Mr. Noin, war is on the horizon. No, you cannot do this. Why not? Diaz said condescendingly, such is the nature of the sea. The law of the jungle prevails. Soon, you will have a new king. They will likely welcome it, as I have heard your king is not a virtuous man. You Reiju. Inform Gaji the war has commenced, with the kingdom of Kosal as our target. We must seize it within 6 hours, destroy the enemy forces, eliminate any resistance. Treat the captives well, and spare the civilians. By this time tomorrow, I demand to see the head of the king of Kosal. Diaz issued his commands, effortlessly igniting the flames of war. At your command, your majesty, the war has begun. Germa 66 mobilized, led by Ichi, heading towards the kingdom of Kosal. They did not deploy their full strength. Merely half was sufficient to confront the enemy. The Vinsmoke castle remained anchored near the kingdom of Solaire, with Gaji and Otto opting not to engage. However, Gaji was intrigued by this war, eager to observe how battles unfolded in this world. Sipping from his glass of red wine, he watched the live broadcast transmitted by the image phone worm before Otto. After a morning of sailing, Germa 66 arrived at the kingdom of Kosal, with Ichi and his comrades donning their battle gear, coldly stating, "We shall conclude this battle within 3 hours, following orders." Understood? TCH, got it. We can't harm civilians? I wonder what that fellow is thinking. Niji and Yanji were deeply dissatisfied, finding Diaz's orders absurd. Once war commenced, everyone on the opposing side was deemed an enemy. In a frenzy, who cared if they were civilians? Just follow orders. We are here to win the war and claim the head of the king of Kosal. As Iji spoke, with a mere wave of his hand, the soldiers of Jamar launched a fierce assault, relentlessly bombarding the opposing nation and dismantling the towering walls. The people of the Kosal kingdom reacted swiftly. Yet they stood no chance against the well-trained, resolute clone soldiers who feared neither death nor defeat, especially given the disparity in weaponry. Jamar favored blitzkrieg tactics, eschewing protracted engagements. Their numbers were limited. They could not afford to endure a war of attrition, thus necessitating the swiftest victories with minimal casualties. The clone soldiers were a vital resource for Jamar, their production requiring both time and financial investment. Yet, the most formidable instruments of warfare were none other than Jamar's 3 princes. As Otto observed Iji and his forces breach the enemy's defenses with such ease, shattering the warships and demolishing the gates, he realized that the adversary had already succumbed. Truly, they were experts in warfare, capable of penetrating the gates with remarkable speed. Now it fell upon him to stabilize the aftermath. Otto understood that while Jamar was tasked with combat, the responsibility of consolidation rested upon him and Diaz. However, it was primarily his duty. Diaz could handle minor issues, but the significant challenges required his personal intervention, primarily due to a lack of experience. Diaz is growing rapidly. With continued practice, he will soon become self-sufficient, allowing me to indulge in leisurely pursuits within the laboratory. Oh, joy! The Archbishop, free from the looming threat of calamity and devoid of intentions to resurrect Karen, has adopted a remarkably serene disposition. After 5 centuries of unwavering dedication, the success achieved certainly warrants moments of respite. The programming for the agricultural machinery will require some time. The Supreme Commander is Brant D. Diaz, followed by myself. Subsequently, it must be integrated into the system. No, we must first establish the server, for otherwise, the cumbersome task of individual data entry would be overwhelming. Additionally, the construction of signal towers and satellites appears to preclude any immediate leisure on my part. Contemplating this, he realized that he is about to become quite busy again, yet it presents an intriguing challenge. Supporting a nation is a captivating endeavor. Previously, technological advancement was stifled, resulting in a sluggish progression of the era. Now, he is eager to witness how swiftly this world can soar with their contributions. The technology for satellite manufacturing was also acquired from the vast repository of knowledge. He is, in essence, a veritable archive of technology. 5 centuries of wisdom and insight are not mere trifles. Moreover, the super soldier serum requires further study to extract its advantages, which will then be utilized to enhance both his clones and the clone soldiers. Perhaps, some genetic factors could be incorporated, whether it be the clone soldiers or agricultural machinery. Both serve as instruments of warfare. Furthermore, a swarm of drones could be deployed for combat. The war consciousness of Diaz and Otto transcends that of the people in this world by a considerable margin. Do you comprehend the concept of firepower coverage? When resources are scarce, tactical maneuvers are employed. When affluent, one unleashes devastation without hesitation. There is nothing extravagant about their approach. Even if a swarm of drones or agricultural machines is damaged, they harbor no regrets. Once retrieved, any usable components can be salvaged and repaired for further use. They have long since dismissed wars fought with mere human lives. As modern individuals, one must engage in warfare with contemporary thinking. With that said, it is time for me to attend to my tasks. Setting down his goblet, Otto made his way to the laboratory, while at that moment, Diaz stood before a mirror, clutching a black card case emblazoned with the dragon emblem. The Dragon Tooth card case. With this, he could transform into Kamen Rider Dragon Tooth. After the previous freeze malfunctioned, receiving another was indeed fortuitous. Dragon Tooth is the Kamen Rider who has transformed from himself within the world of Dragon Knight, capable of defeating all but Odin and Dragon Knight. This illustrates just how formidable Dragon Knight truly is. He simply chooses not to engage in battle, not because he is incapable. Unlike traditional riders, the belts in Dragon Knight require no prerequisites. One merely needs to acquire the card case and forge a contract with a contract beast to transform. However, the transformation necessitates standing before a reflective surface that can mirror one's body. Aligning the Dragon Knight card case with the mirror, a belt materialized around his waist in the reflection, simultaneously appearing in reality. As he inserted the card case into the belt, he softly uttered, "Henshin." A series of images flashed by, and black armor enveloped him, with simple golden lines outlining his physique, exuding an air of dominance. The red diamond-shaped eyes conveyed a formidable presence, making him seem intimidating. On his left hand, he donned the pitch-black dragon summoning device, capable of reading cards. Punching power, 12. 5T kicking power, 22. 5T jumping power, 40 running speed, 100 in 4. 5s. As the surface of the mirror rippled like water, he stepped into it, emerging in the completely opposite room. The mirror world and the abilities of the mirror fruit are entirely distinct. The mirror fruit can create a stable space, and any mirror touched by the user can link to the mirror space, unlike the wholly contrary mirror world in which Diaz currently finds himself. This realm is devoid of the monsters from Dragon Knight, eerily quiet, with him as the sole living soul. This opens up a multitude of possibilities. He contemplated the possibility of trapping him in this world. He could also drag individuals into the mirror realm. If he did not lead them out, they would remain eternally lost within its confines, ultimately meeting their demise. After indulging in this amusement for a while, Diaz finally exited the mirror realm and reverted to his original form, for the Dragon Fong was one of his trump cards, to be deployed sparingly. It was time to proceed with the conquest of the Kingdom of Kosal. Under the military pressure exerted by Germa, the Kingdom of Kosal did not endure for long and soon succumbed, their king having been slain by Iji. When Diaz and Otto arrived in the Kingdom of Kosal, the residents were visibly terrified, still haunted by the shadows of war. Paying little heed to their distress, they made their way directly to the palace. Iji cast the severed head at Diaz's feet, proclaiming that their task had been accomplished. "Well, leave half of the Germa soldiers to guard this nation. I shall summon others to take charge here." Iji spoke little, for Diaz was now their supreme commander, and despite any lingering dissatisfaction, they could not afford to confront him. Otto acted swiftly, beginning to gather personnel and assess the situation within the realm. As the two reviewed the reports, they noted that the circumstances were far more favorable than in the Kingdom of Sylar. At least the finances were not in the red. As for the means of acquisition, loans and the exploitation of the citizens, truly, the nobility posed a significant obstacle to our development. "Bring forth the soldiers," Diaz commanded, handing over the list compiled by Otto. Within 3 days, see to their disposal and display their bodies at the city gates. Yes, they had no objections and promptly set to work. The advantage of clone soldiers lies in their unwavering obedience. There are no troublesome questions, nor any fears of betrayal. Supporting his head with his hand, Diaz mused, "I must recruit some scientists from other nations. The Germans alone will not suffice." He required talent from various fields, for managing two nations was no simple task. Otto understood this, remarking, "I wonder what the level of scientists in this world is like now? Who knows? The capable are exceptionally proficient, while the inept are profoundly lacking. The disparity is alarming. The most formidable individuals are under the thumb of the world government. I find myself particularly envious of Vegapunk. He is, without a doubt, the polymath of this world. Vegapunk has transcended centuries, limited only by the constraints of his era. Indeed, the times cannot keep pace with his brilliance. By your assessment, that individual could be regarded as equal to Da Vinci." Otto chuckled. "In certain respects, you too can be considered a polymath." "Perhaps," Diaz replied. "But I am merely a product of artificial creation." Otto, astute as ever, had acquired much of his knowledge through the Void Archive, a repository of knowledge from the previous epoch of the world of collapse, crafted by the core of the lawmaker. This vast expanse contained nearly limitless knowledge, housing the collected wisdom of bygone civilizations. If one lacks the wisdom to master the Void Archive, they risk being subjugated by it, becoming a puppet in the struggle against collapse. Only Otto had successfully unlocked the Void Archive, transforming it into his instrument. Armed with such knowledge, Otto could indeed be considered a polymath. "No, you are truly remarkable. Not everyone can outmaneuver the god of collapse and carve out new world lines. You are among those I admire most, though, of course, you are also rather despicable." "Ha ha, is that so? Do not speak in such a manner, for it makes me quite bashful." Otto, unfazed by the opinions of others, picked up a report and remarked, "The kingdom of Kosal actually has iron mines beneath its surface. However, these individuals scarcely exploit them. I believe we could take advantage of this. The extraction of iron ore must commence. This group seems utterly oblivious, sitting atop a treasure trove while engaging in lending, truly perplexing." Diaz, with a hint of resignation, replied, "It could also be that they lack the necessary tools. I will seek out someone to procure machinery. Ah, by the way, I am intrigued by the maritime train you mentioned earlier." "Oh?" Diaz set down the report and inquired, "Are you suggesting we connect the two nations with a maritime train?" "Indeed, it would facilitate control and communication." "Very well, I shall make a trip to Water 7. It is unfortunate that the designer has passed. Only two individuals remain who possess the knowledge. The world's foremost shipwright, Tom, conceived the maritime train. Yet he faced judgment on Judicial Island for crafting the Oro Jackson for the Pirate King, Roger, using branches from the Atom Tree. However, he articulated the design and concept of the maritime train to the presiding judge, which persuaded the judge to alter the verdict, granting him time for construction. After 14 years, alongside his apprentices, Icebug and Frankie, he completed the maritime train, only to be sentenced to death by Judicial Island. After hearing Diaz's account, Otto shook his head and declared, "The world government truly lags behind. It is merely the construction of a vessel. Is it not reasonable to engage in commerce? To impose a death sentence on the shipwright for this reason is outrageous. Just how fearful are they of Roger? They do not spare anyone associated with him. Such talent should be preserved, for his existence is far more beneficial than his demise. Tom is indeed the world's greatest shipwright, with his capabilities. Retrofitting warships would pose no challenge. This group is utterly foolish. Tom could potentially create even greater value, yet they condemn him on such grounds, leaving Otto feeling as though he has been thrust back into the Middle Ages. Such ignorance. No. Perhaps these individuals are just so petrified by the Pirate King that they seek to obliterate everything connected to him, leaving no trace behind. Yet, due to their fear of Roger, they cannot accomplish this thoroughly. Their efforts appear half-hearted and indecisive. Unable to confront the Pirate King and his crew, they can only vent their frustrations on those associated with him. In the year prior to the birth of the Pirate King's child, many women were executed while pregnant. However, they failed to account for the fact that the Pirate King's wife, at the cost of her own life, delayed the child's birth by a year. A year later? How did she manage that? It defies human physiological responses, does it not? Otto exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the magnitude of a mother's love? Indeed, after giving birth, that remarkable mother passed away. A truly great mother. Otto remarked, the world government is rather lamentable, if granted 800 years. I could advance the technology of this era by at least 300 years. Such a waste of resources. Enough of this discourse. I shall now proceed to Water 7. And you shall handle matters here. And by the way, let us summon a few shipwrights to return. It shall pose no issue. Diaz nodded, resolute in his decision. The affairs of the Corsal Kingdom could be entrusted to Otto. There was no need for him to be burdened with the remaining matters, as their interests did not conflict. alleviating concerns of betrayal from Otto. His only apprehension lay in the possibility that Otto might abandon his responsibilities. The vessel, the breaking wave, traversed the doldrums. Arriving at the North Sea, scaling the upside-down mountain, and entering the first half of the Grand Line, guided by the compass, he reached the City of Water without the need for navigational markers. From a distance, the City of Water resembled a colossal fountain, with a majestic plume of water erupting from the island's center, flowing through the waterways toward the sea. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to that of Venice. Diaz donned a mask. His notoriety had grown too great, and he feared it might startle the populace. After all, CP9 operatives were present, and attracting the attention of the world government could lead to considerable complications. Diaz retracted his vessel, the Wavebreaker, and made his way to the finest shipbuilding company on the island, Carrera Company. He needed to meet the owner, Espago, a disciple of Tom. Upon arriving at the headquarters, he addressed the receptionist. "I require the construction of a ship. Could you kindly summon your owner?" "Certainly, sir. Please follow me," she replied, guiding Diaz to the waiting room, where she offered him tea and fruit. "Please hold on. Mr. Espago is on his way here." "Thank you," Diaz responded. After approximately 10 minutes, a man clad in a pinstripe suit, with a stern demeanor, entered the room, accompanied by a blonde secretary. Espago greeted him. "Good day, sir. I am Espago, the owner of Carrera Company. May I inquire about the type of vessel you require?" "Carrera Company will fulfill all your needs." "A sea train," Diaz declared. "Pardon?" Espago replied, taken aback. "I wish for you to construct a sea train. Money is not an issue." "Please do not jest, sir. I lack the capacity for such a project." "I am merely a shipwright." Espago shook his head. "If you seek to build a ship, I can accommodate your request, but a sea train is beyond our purview." Behind him, the blonde secretary, Khalifa, adjusted her glasses, pondering the true identity of this masked man. The expense of a sea train is enormous, and as far as she knew, only Espago possessed the capability to construct one. What could this man's intentions be? Espago's refusal did not surprise Diaz, who responded, "Money is not an issue. Furthermore, to demonstrate my sincerity, I will present you with a gift." "A gift?" Diaz's figure flickered, and before Khalifa could react, she felt a tightening in her throat as he effortlessly lifted her with one hand. Khalifa, a member of CP9, is stationed beside Ace Bug, seeking the design of the ancient weapon Pluton. Other members include Rob Lucci and Kaku. "I presume you have identified your target?" I do not comprehend what you are speaking of," Khalifa replied, her heart racing, flailing her legs like a defenseless maiden. Ace Bug hastily interjected, grasping Diaz's arm. "Sir, please refrain from such actions. Khalifa is merely an ordinary secretary." "No, she is not." Diaz removed his mask, revealing his visage, which startled both Khalifa and Espago, causing them to halt their actions. "I shall refrain from introducing myself, as you are likely familiar with my identity. You seek the designs of the Pluton, which is why you have ventured to Water 7. Diaz dislocated Khalifa's joints, casting her aside, and gently patted her cheek, saying, "I am not a mindless killer. My aim is solely the sea train. Mr. Espago, this is a proposition. I wonder if you would consider accepting my employment. I aspire for Master Tom's sea train to serve as a bridge connecting the world." Espago sensed a threat and contemplated his response before stating, "I apologize. I am merely a shipbuilder." "Very well, I shall seek another," Diaz replied. "There is another, Frankie, though he is reluctant to associate with such a deviant. Your hesitance leaves me with little choice." With a swift motion, Khalifa's neck was snapped. As she gasped in surprise, Diaz covered her mouth, instructing, "Breathe deeply, relax. It won't hurt." With her breath extinguished, Diaz disposed of her body, remarking, "Mr. Espago, I am no demon." She was CP9, and I cannot allow anyone who might discover my identity to live. However, you should be cautious regarding the remaining members of CP9 in your company. They can be quite troublesome. I am now the sole individual in this world who comprehends the construction of the sea train. "No, there is another," Diaz continued. "Master Tom has 2 disciples. One is you, and the other is Cat Flam, who is currently missing. On the surface, you appear to be the last of Master Tom's disciples. He now goes by Frankie, a known eccentric among the citizens of Water 7. As Diaz spoke, Espago felt a chill run through him. "What is it that you truly desire?" "I have stated my intention. I seek a sea train. I hold no interest in the designs of that fellow. I am aware of the Pluton's location. If I wish to obtain it, I shall do so myself without the need to construct another. The ancient weapon, Pluton, lies beneath Wano country, however. Retrieving it requires shattering the barriers surrounding Wano and forcibly opening the country. Without that, it remains inaccessible. Of course, Diaz himself holds little regard for Pluton. The power to obliterate an island with a single cannon shot. Who knows the true magnitude of such an island? Whether it be the size of a house or as vast as Water 7, it is still classified as an island. The description is vague, and its potency remains uncertain. Moreover, whether it can be activated after 800 years is a pressing question. Who would resort to combat with an antique from 8 centuries past? Instead of spending time on such matters, it would be more advantageous to forge a mightier force. In comparison to the formidable Hades, he yearned for the power of the Sea King, Poseidon. The ability to command the might of the sea creatures would render humanity incapable of venturing into the ocean with merely a command. The colossal sea beasts, stretching thousands to tens of thousands of meters, would pose a challenge even to the most seasoned marine admirals. Diaz's words left Ace Bug in a state of heightened astonishment. Observing that Diaz had donned his mask and was preparing to depart, he hastily seized him, inquiring, "Pray tell, from where do you acquire such knowledge?" "I possess my own unique sources of intelligence, and I adhere to my principles in my endeavors, Mr. Ace Bug. Since you are unwilling to engage in this transaction, I shall have to converse with Mr. Frankie, and if he too declines, I shall devise another strategy." After a moment of contemplation, Ace Bug replied, "I can offer my assistance." "Oh, I require the construction of a thoroughfare connecting the two nations within a year. Your efforts alone would be insufficient to meet the timeline." Ace Bug clenched his teeth. Considering that the Carrera Company would deploy some personnel to assist him, however, a year still felt rather rushed. And he would also need to resign from his position as the mayor of Water 7. "Oh, I nearly overlooked that detail. Ace Bug is indeed the mayor of Water 7. This complicates matters significantly. Wherever he goes, he will attract the attention of the world government, which poses a considerable inconvenience. Your identity is far more sensitive than I had anticipated." Diaz scrutinized the Espagu road and remarked, "Mr. Espagu, it seems I must seek out Frankie." "Why? Is it merely because he is the mayor of Water 7? Indeed, the absence of a pervert may go unnoticed in Water 7. Yet the absence of a mayor presents a different dilemma, especially one who is beloved by the citizens," Diaz replied, shaking his head. "However, Frankie, rest assured, I am not one to impose undue pressure. I simply recognize his talents and wish to employ him. I kindly ask for your assistance. I truly need the sea train, which serves as a vital link between two nations. It would be safer in my possession than here, where I can guarantee his security." "Very well, I understand. I shall assist you, but what was that you mentioned about CP? Do not worry, I will ensure the elimination of all CP agents on the island, safeguarding your interests." "All right, I will persuade him to consider your offer. By the way, what compensation are you providing?" "A flat fee of 200 million berries. And I would appreciate it if you could hire a few shipwrights for me as well. I require their assistance." "Understood." The two men parted ways, with Diaz departing from the Carrera Company to procure some equipment at a clothing store. Meanwhile, two CP9 agents were diligently engaged in their tasks. Rob Lucci and Kaku, disguised as ordinary shipwrights, hammered steel nails into the hull with utmost seriousness, while a few other shipwrights took the opportunity to slack off. It is often the undercover agents who work with the greatest diligence. After their work concluded, they would frequent the nearest tavern for a drink. However, the tavern was deserted, occupied only by the owner, whose hairstyle resembled horns. He wore a shirt and was quite stout, lazily polishing a glass. "Same as always," Lucci remarked. The owner, Bruno, nodded and served the two a drink when suddenly, a figure pushed open the tavern door, dressed in a white suit and wearing a mask. This attire might seem unremarkable to an ordinary observer, yet it astonished Bruno and the others. "Why is a CP0 agent here?" The tension escalated among CP9's Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno. Disguised as a CP0 operative, Diaz spoke in a grave tone, instantly alerting the trio. "The orders from above are to abandon the pursuit of the Pluton blueprints and to proceed immediately to locate the whereabouts of the notorious pirate, Brando Diaz." The three pupils dilated as Rob Lucci inquired, "Are we the only ones?" He did not doubt the identity of the newcomer. After all, their mission was confidential, known only to a select few, and such attire was typically reserved for agents of the Celestial Dragons Direct Organization, CP0. Of course not. Other CP9 members have already departed. "Lucci, the higher-ups have high expectations for you and believe you are worthy of joining CP0, yet your talents have been squandered in Water 7. Rob Lucci is hailed as the most formidable member of CP9 in 8 centuries, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Remarkably, he ascended to CP0 in just 2 years, underscoring the seriousness of his innate abilities. Alas, he encountered the unreasonable Monkey D. Luffy and suffered a severe defeat. The secrets in disguise revealed by Diaz failed to raise any suspicion among the trio. Rob Lucci showed no reaction to his words, merely inquiring, "When do we depart?" "Where to?" Instantly, the answer came, immediately, to the realm of the dead. A sudden, sharp pain pierced Lucci's chest as a gleaming blade plunged into his heart. Diaz twisted the knife, shattering Lucci's heart into fragments. "Lucci!" Kaku and Bruno exclaimed in shock. In a flash, Kaku sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick, Raging Gale. Diaz caught the kick and retaliated with a swift throw. He sent Lucci flying with a single kick before charging towards Bruno. As he saw a fist hurtling towards him, Bruno crossed his arms, rooted to the spot, and shouted, "Iron block." Bang! A fist pierced through his arms and chest, causing him to spit out blood in shock. Unable to comprehend why his iron block had failed. Was it the disparity in strength? As his consciousness began to fade, he heard his opponent remark, "Iron block is quite harmful, isn't it?" Indeed, it can be detrimental. Pulling his arm free and shaking off the blood, he looked towards Kaku, who, on high alert, inquired, "Why does CP0 want us dead?" "Because I desire your demise," Diaz replied, extracting his blade from Lucci's body and approaching Kaku. "As long as you are dead, I will likely achieve my objective. In truth, we have no conflict of interest. You have not committed any particularly egregious acts. However, that does not preclude my intent to eliminate you. Should the world government learn of this, your fate would be sealed." Kaku threatened. "If they know, they know." "I am indifferent," Diaz retorted, shaking his head. Suddenly, he realized Lucci had vanished. A leopard lunged at him from behind, aiming for his neck. Reacting swiftly, he utilized Shave to create distance, commenting, "Truly commendable, a genius of CP9. You've managed to restore your injuries using life return, haven't you? But it must take a significant toll on you." Lucci, proficient in the 6 powers and having mastered its profound techniques, was indeed aware of the advanced application of life return. This technique forced his wounds to heal, albeit at a considerable cost to himself. The spotted leopard shifted into a hybrid form, stating, "You are not CP0. Correct. And Khalifa is dead as well, isn't she?" "What? Even Khalifa?" Diaz nodded and remarked, "Indeed. She was the first to perish and beheld my face. Thus, her fate was sealed." "Who are you?" "That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you are doomed." Diaz shook his head as Lucci coiled his tail around Kaku and, in an instant, shattered the tavern's wall, unleashing a powerful bird-shaped slash downward. Raging Wind, Kairyu. Lucci executed this maneuver with utmost confidence, certain that even a warship several hundred meters wide would be cleaved in two. Even if the opponent survived, they would be gravely wounded. Dragon Flash. A surge of sword energy erupted from the tavern, clashing violently with the raging wind, Kairyu midair. Diaz emerged, his gaze sharp and predatory, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey. He propelled himself through the air in pursuit, his movements causing Lucci and Kaku's pupils to constrict. Was he also employing the 6 styles? Who exactly was he? "Lucci, release me. Otherwise, none of us shall escape." Lucci gritted his teeth and relinquished Kaku, as the two swiftly maneuvered through the towering structures of Water 7, separating to act independently. Diaz hurled the Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go, Shakira's! Defeat that hat-wearing long-nosed creature." With a powerful roar, Shakira's unleashed a torrent of air from the vents on its back, surging forward and colliding forcefully with Kaku's. Shakira's executed a formidable tackle, yielding impressive results. Diaz had long since disregarded Shakira, his foot crashing through the roof of a building, followed by a thunderous roar as he unleashed the Cherry Blossom Sword Chi. Secret technique, Cherry Dance. Lucci had never witnessed such a resplendent attack, yet he reacted instantly, conjuring a block of iron. Clang. The sword Chi struck as if it were cleaving through steel, and Lucci felt an immense force propelling him through the air, shattering several houses upon impact. He quickly regained his footing, transforming into a leopard, sprinting on all fours with a speed that far surpassed his previous pace. In his beast form, his agility was unmatched. Alas, he was merely consuming the ordinary cat fruit. Had he possessed a more formidable fruit, his accomplishments would have reached unparalleled heights. Diaz chuckled, shaking his head, and invoked the 7th secret sword, Thunderlight. Boom. As if a tempest had swept through. The explosion resonated, and Diaz's speed surged to new heights. Lucci sensed the looming threat of death as Diaz materialized behind him, the gleaming blade of Murasame reflecting a terrifying chill, descending upon him. Thud. A headless corpse collapsed to the ground as Diaz sheathed his blade. Gazing into the distance where a yellow beam of light shot into the sky, Shakira's devastating death ray, followed by a resounding roar. Roar. A ferocious roar akin to that of a dragon echoed, and Diaz swiftly made his way there, only to behold a creature reminiscent of Godzilla trampling over a corpse. Bellowing fiercely. Inquires type, rock evil category, armored Pokemon ability, Sandstream Moose, destructive death ray, raucous rampage, thunderfang, revenge, sandstorm. Earthquake. Diaz gazed upon the towering cerulean beast, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Shakira's had indeed evolved in this battle. The Bansheela's was enveloped in a tough azure exoskeleton, resembling an impenetrable suit of armor. Spikes extended from its head to its tail, with triangular apertures on either side of its chest, at the center of its back, and at the knees of its legs. The lower abdomen and back were adorned with carapace of the same hue as Shakira's shell. Merely standing there, it exuded an intimidating aura. The Sandstorm King, Bansheelas. Diaz descended and patted Bansheelas on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Splendid, Bansheelas. You have evolved and can now indulge in food." Bansheelas, brimming with excitement, promptly lifted the floorboards and began to munch on them. The once little glutton had transformed into a voracious eater. "All right, we must be off," Diaz said. After satisfying his cravings with the floor, Bansheelas retreated into the Pokeball, and with a flicker, Diaz found himself at the residence of the Frankie family. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a peculiar sight. He closed the door and reopened it, only to encounter an even stranger scene. The blue-haired individual, sporting a unique hairstyle, stood with his arms pressed together, clad only in a pair of undergarments, striking a rather iconic pose. Icebegu sat nearby, shaking his head in disbelief, pondering how his junior had devolved into such eccentricity. Was it the death of their mentor that led to this transformation? Or perhaps he was concealing his true identity, masquerading as a deviant and, in the process, genuinely becoming one? Could it be that he had always possessed such tendencies, merely liberated now? The peculiar gathering, upon noticing Diaz's entrance, displayed no surprise. Icebegu inquired, "Have you resolved the situation?" "Indeed, though I caused considerable damage." "Ah, and this is for compensation." Diaz produced a box of Baileys and handed it to Icebegu, acknowledging the destruction inflicted during the battle. "I understand," Icebegu replied, accepting it without hesitation. Frankie, retracting his peculiar dance, asked, "So, you wish to hire us?" Icebegu had already informed him that someone sought to employ them to construct a maritime train, offering an irresistible price. "Precisely. I aspire to build a maritime train connecting two nations, and if all goes well, I shall endeavor to create more. Uniting the world as one," Diaz stated in a solemn tone. "Why do you wish to do this?" Frankie questioned. "Is a reason truly necessary? If you must ask." "I simply wish for the people to venture forth." "To venture forth?" Diaz nodded, affirming the peculiar nature of this world where people find themselves ensnared upon isolated islands. To depart, they must rely solely on vessels. The perils of the new world surpass those of the first half of the Grand Line. A moment's inattention could lead to a demise wrought by treacherous weather, obliterating ships and lives alike. In the future, should the new world be included, everyone could traverse to their desired destinations, pursuing a better existence. Yet, ships can only accommodate a limited number of passengers, and their speed pales in comparison to that of the sea trains. Was it not Tom the Master who crafted the sea train precisely for this reason? It allows individuals to reach their destinations swiftly, transporting substantial cargo without the dread of calamity. Benefits abound, far too numerous to enumerate in a brief discourse. Frankie gazed at him and remarked, "Ah, you are indeed a commendable king." "No, I am not," Diaz replied, shaking his head. "I merely harbor hopes for them, for all that they might thrive, everyone clad in garments, all well-fed, unburdened by the fear of pirate attacks tomorrow. I cannot articulate why these thoughts dwell within me, but I know I must act upon them. Why? There is no reason. I must do it." Frankie regarded the man and said, "You seem sincere. Remove your mask and reveal your identity." "Are you certain?" "Your little companions are unscathed." "Very well." He removed the mask, exposing his visage. Save for Ace Bug and Frankie, the others failed to recognize him. One cannot expect a band of eccentrics to peruse newspapers. "I never anticipated it would be you," Frankie chuckled. "You are no madman. You are, in fact, a good king." "Very well. I shall undertake this task, but let it be known that my fees are quite steep. I require a fine ship." which will demand a considerable sum. I shall spare no effort to support you in realizing your vessel. How much could a ship possibly cost? Compared to a sea train, it is trivial. Agreed. And I shall claim my little companions as well. Excellent. When shall we set forth? The sooner, the better. My identity here is perilous. All right. Little ones, pack your belongings. Today we embark on a grand venture. Oh, understood. Boss. A cacophony of excitement ensued, and Diaz shook his head, sensing that their forthcoming maritime escapades would hardly be mundane. Do we still require a shipwright? Acebug inquired. Thank you. These individuals suffice. They are dismantlers, after all. However, constructing a vessel poses no issue. The following day, Acebug discreetly dispatched his apprentice. Upon encountering the wave-breaker, Frankie could not suppress his curiosity, inspecting the ship from every angle. In his view, a vessel forged from steel would surely sink into the abyss, and lacking sails, he pondered what its source of power might be. Diaz did not hinder his observation, provided that the ship remained intact. Frankie was equally disinclined to dismantle it. To him, such vessels lacked a soul. In Frankie's eyes, true ships are those meticulously crafted by hand, serving as companions amidst the vast ocean. The wave breaker, in his perspective, was merely a tool. Functionality was paramount. He had no desire for the emergence of a ship spirit. The notion of a ghostly presence aboard a vessel struck Diaz as rather eerie. Even if the ship spirit posed no threat to the crew and possessed its own volition to assist them, he felt an innate aversion to such entities. Ultimately, it was a matter of personal choice. He held no objections. Frankie merely lamented that the most valuable asset aboard the ship was its energy source, with everything else being rather replaceable. If you find yourself feeling bored, you could indeed assist in upgrading my vessel in some capacity. Diaz remarked, payment is required. But never mind, since I have some time to spare, I shall demonstrate my skills. With a sudden flourish, he retrieved his tools from his swim trunks and strode purposefully towards the ship's cabin. Abruptly, he recalled something and inquired, Are you headed to the New World? Why are you going in the opposite direction? I am traversing the upside-down mountain, then proceeding from there to the South Sea, and crossing the doldrums to reach my destination, Diaz explained. Taking the Grand Line would be somewhat of a waste of time, especially with a stop at Sabaody Archipelago to coat the ship. However, the route through the upside-down mountain alleviates those concerns, as the only reason to pause would be for resupply. He had indeed come this way on his arrival. Oh, I see. Your ship is indeed suited for this path. Frankie nodded, summoning a few of his subordinates to enter the cabin and undertake some upgrades on the Thousand Sunny. The ship sailed smoothly, even navigating through a tempest with remarkable swiftness. The weather on the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. Just moments ago, a storm raged, and now the skies cleared. This erratic weather is quite bothersome, Diaz muttered. Yet, such is the nature of the Grand Line. The New World is far more treacherous, beset not only by dreadful weather but also by the fearsome sea. The ocean is not merely majestic. At times, it can crack open, leaving one in suspense about what peril awaits in the next moment. Boss, something is falling from the sky, shouted one of Frankie's subordinates. Frankie looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was an enormous block of ice. Dragon Flash. Diaz sprang into action, cleaving the massive ice block in two. Frankie, push forward at full speed. I shall fend off these obstacles. Without hesitation, Frankie seized the helm, propelling the wave breaker ahead with all its might. Diaz, employing his moonwalk, trailed closely behind, shattering any falling ice that threatened the vessel. After traversing approximately 5 kilometers, the hail finally ceased, and the sun shone brightly in the sky. As if nothing had transpired, only the colossal ice fragments drifting in the sea bore testament to the recent peril. How treacherous it was. We survived. Huzzah! How splendid! Indeed. We were fortunate. A chorus of ecstatic voices erupted from the group. Yet as Diaz observed these exuberant individuals, he began to ponder the wisdom of leading them here. However, it was not the time for such reflections. The waybreaker brought them to the upside-down mountain. Gazing upon the imposing black peak ahead, he removed his sunglasses for a closer inspection. Wait, the red Earth continent is supposed to be red, isn't it? Why is there a black mountain? It is an island whale. Diaz circumvented the island whale and arrived at Twin Cape, despite having passed through this location multiple times without encountering the island whale Labu. This time was different. He said, Please wait for me here for a moment. I need to meet someone. He leaped onto the land and walked directly towards the lighthouse. At the entrance of the lighthouse sat an elderly gentleman, adorned with a fan-like ornament upon his head, reclining in a chair while perusing a newspaper. Upon seeing Diaz, who bore no concealed mask. He chuckled and remarked, "Well, isn't this a surprise? A young man seeking out an old fellow like me. What brings you here?" "It's about the Rumbar pirates." You know of the Rumbar pirates?" Kuno Cass's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet. He had waited for 4 to 5 decades, even sailing alongside Roger in search of the Rumbar pirates, yet they remained elusive. How could this young man possess such knowledge? "I know they did not venture into the New World. They remain in the Devil's Triangle. However, only Brook remains. He consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi and now drifts as a skeleton in the Devil's Triangle." Diaz had come here solely to convey this message, a task that presented itself effortlessly. "Brook? The Yomi Yomi no Mi. Is that true?" "Indeed," Diaz affirmed with a nod. "Should you choose to seek them out, please exercise caution regarding the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, within the Devil's Triangle." "I understand," Kuno Cass replied. "Did you come to find me solely for this?" "Yes." "Thank you." "Not at all." Diaz waved his hand dismissively and departed from Twin Cape, ascending the upside-down mountain with Frankie and the others. Behind them, the island whale Laba let out a tremendous lament, mourning both the demise of the Rumbar pirates and the fact that Brook still lived. Yet, at the very least, its decades of waiting had not been in vain. "What did you say to that individual?" "I merely informed them that the person they awaited still lives." Diaz smiled as the Thousand Sunny surged up the mountain, entering the waterways of the South Blue and plunging downwards. The next few days should be relatively easy. The weather across the 4 seas was expected to improve significantly, with storms becoming more predictable. Having navigated the seas for so long, he had developed a keen sense for the weather patterns of the 4 seas. Frankie was astonished that Diaz could traverse the ocean without the aid of log poses or nautical charts. How remarkable was his sense of direction. Diaz smiled, offering no explanation. With a compass in hand, he had no need for the likes of a recorded pointer. The ship, the breaking waves, sailed swiftly, journeying day and night. In the span of merely half a month, it traversed the South China Sea and the doldrums, finally returning to the kingdom of Cyril. "Here lies the place where you shall toil for the next few years. I have arranged your accommodations. By the way, you may indulge in your eccentricities, but do not disturb the peace. Otherwise, you may find yourselves apprehended by the security forces and perhaps even subjected to a beating by the locals," he cautioned. Under the governance of Diaz and Otto, the kingdom of Cyril was gradually evolving toward a civilized society. Although the pace of progress was slow, at least instances of random brawling were diminishing. The security forces established by Diaz comprised several soldiers from the Germa. He harbored no illusions that the people of Cyril could manage their own affairs, so he entrusted the responsibility to these soldiers for maintaining order. Those who engaged in fighting would be captured, suspended, and incarcerated for several days without food, ultimately resulting in a decline in disturbances over time. The Frankie family was notorious for their eccentricities, and Diaz feared their potential for chaos, which would complicate matters further down the line. "Hal, now is the time for our performance. When do we commence?" Frankie exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Diaz stroked his chin and said, "Well, let me first inquire if the shipyard is ready." "What? The shipyard is not yet completed?" "I apologize. It wasn't finished when I left. However, given our construction pace, it should be nearly done." He contemplated this and made a call to Otto to inquire about the progress of the shipyard. "Oh, that? It is almost complete. Located near the port. You can take them over there. Additionally, have that shipwright prepare a list of the materials needed. I will have Mr. Gaji liaise with the procurement. Gaji has connections in the underworld, allowing him to acquire certain items at a more affordable price. Thus, he often handles the procurement matters." "Very well." Diaz nodded and led Frankie and his family to the newly established shipyard. Though it bore a resemblance to the shipyard in Water 7, it was significantly smaller, capable of constructing only a few vessels at a time, which sufficed for the present. While its size was somewhat modest, it was adequate for their needs. "By the way, please provide me with a materials list for the sea train when the time comes. I will arrange for procurement." They exchanged a few brief words, and shortly thereafter, Frankie presented Diaz with an extensive list that nearly reached the ground, leaving Diaz somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer quantity. "Oh right, once the sea train is operational, it will emit sounds that are generally detested by sea kings, typically driving them away. However, it may also provoke them. And I've heard that the sea kings in this new world are particularly colossal, which might lead to different outcomes. The sea train will produce these unpleasant sounds to prevent sudden attacks from sea kings emerging from the depths. Of course, there is also the possibility of inciting their wrath. The tracks are designed to float on the water, impervious to storms or waves, though the exact mechanism remains a mystery. I understand. And I will find a way to address this issue, he replied, acknowledging the critical nature of safety concerns that required contemplation. Upon returning, he relayed the matter to Otto, who responded, "At this moment, I can't think of a particularly effective solution. Both biological and chemical controls seem inadequate. Please grant me some time to ponder this further." You mentioned biological control? However, as far as I know, the creatures in this world, particularly the sea kings, can grow to extraordinary sizes. Is there truly anything capable of managing them? Otto was bewildered by the growth patterns of sea kings, with lengths reaching thousands of meters. Even in the vast ocean, such dimensions posed a significant challenge. Both the oxygen levels and temperatures in the air were comparable to his own world. Yet this realm had given rise to the fascinating existence of sea kings. Diaz shrugged and inquired, "The fishmen, you mean? That race dwelling 10,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface?" Otto had indeed studied the fishmen. Their unique nature incited both fear among humans and a paradoxical allure as coveted slaves. Such contradictions are omnipresent. Yes, my rapport with the fishmen is rather amicable. Hence I intend to seek their assistance. Certain fishmen possess the ability to command marine creatures and sea kings. Although the gargantuan varieties may be beyond their control, only platinum can achieve that. Nevertheless, for the more common species, the fishmen should suffice. Are you considering enlisting their aid for biological pest control to thwart the incursion of sea kings? Indeed, it is worth a try. Diaz nodded as he retrieved his phone bug and address book, having made a special note of numerous phone numbers. Let me find Sanji's number. Oh, here it is. He pressed a button and dialed. This is Sanji. Hello, Mr. Sanji. It's been quite a while. This is Diaz. Mr. Diaz? What a pleasant surprise. It has indeed been a long time. How have you been? Thanks to you, I am quite well. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Diaz conveyed his employment proposal. Sanji pondered for a moment before responding, "I must consult with them. After all, I cannot compel them." "That's perfectly fine. I will offer them appropriate compensation. However, most fishmen are reluctant to work with humans, as you are aware. This is due to discrimination. Humans can discriminate against their own kind based on skin color, let alone against a race that appears monstrous, such as fishmen." Diaz remarked, "I am aware, do your utmost, and by the way, if possible, could you assist me in locating a few shipwrights? The remuneration shall be ample. The number of fishmen shipwrights is rather limited. The fishmen can navigate the seas. Yet the shipwrights on Fishman Island primarily engage in repairs for passing vessels, which is not a substantial number. It remains uncertain how many would be inclined to come over. By the way, Mr. Diaz, my father wishes to see you." "Your father? Is he still alive?" Diaz paused momentarily. "Not my biological father, but Whitebeard," Shichibukai clarified. "Whitebeard? He desires to meet me? For what purpose? That sun-collecting maniac cannot possibly wish to adopt me as his son, can he? Not a chance. Never mind. I harbor no fondness for pirates. Let us leave it at that. By the way, have the individuals rescued from Mariejois returned? They have indeed returned. But they harbor an even greater animosity towards humans, correct? Yes. Those fishmen who escaped from Mariejois now possess an intensified hatred towards humanity. The suffering they endured was inflicted by the celestial dragons, who, being human themselves, have incited a collective resentment towards all of humanity. This is not unusual. It is quite typical. Princess Odoheim is currently endeavoring to soothe their spirits, albeit it will require a significant amount of time. Oh, Princess Odoheim is still alive? Indeed, Tiger. Arlong and the others are still among us. Fishman Island is unlikely to descend into chaos. Arlong currently governs Fishman Street, and Hody Jones is merely a subordinate. Regardless of their ambitions, Arlong would never permit them. Arlong is a racist and would not allow his kin to harm one another. Even if they bear grievances against Princess Odoheim, he would not stand for any threat to her life. Hody Jones serves under him and has not ventured to Ryugu Palace as a guard. When it comes to Princess Odoheim, the only aspect Diaz could not comprehend was how she and Neptune managed to conceive, given their stark physical differences. The disparity in size is simply too great. Never mind. Such inquiries lead to the fascinating intricacies of the pirate world. Diaz relinquished his thoughts, and from here on, the kingdom of Solaire could develop with tranquility. The kingdom of Solaire was far more barren than they had anticipated, devoid of mineral resources, lacking in unique specialties, and with scenery that left much to be desired. It was indeed a land of nothingness. It was no wonder that the people here were so fierce. Without such tenacity, they would struggle even for sustenance. The pervasive poverty prevented the nation from joining the ranks of the world government, which in turn perpetuated the cycle of turmoil and conflict within its borders. Diaz is acutely aware of the state of the nation before he takes the stage. Alas, it is quite burdensome. The kingdom of Kosal possesses little of value beyond its iron mines, Otto remarks. Yet, one cannot expect this country to conjure something that does not exist, can one? Indeed. It seems so. The kingdom of Siler, situated near the doldrums, presents an opportunity for development in that region. The doldrums? Otto muses, stating. The existence of the doldrums is rather peculiar. Logically, airflow should generate wind. However, in the doldrums, there is truly no wind at all. On Earth, the doldrums typically experience only light breezes or calmness, with wind speeds so minimal that one can scarcely perceive a breath of air, as if it were non-existent. Yet, in this world, the doldrums are devoid of even the faintest whisper of wind. This is the scientifically perplexing aspect of this realm, to be frank. The scientific principles you previously utilized have proven remarkably novel in this world. Indeed, is there anything of value in the doldrums? There is, Diaz nods, declaring that the doldrums are largely untraveled territories. The absence of wind deters ships from venturing there recklessly, compounded by the presence of colossal sea creatures, rendering it nearly inaccessible to humanity. Consequently, the islands there remain largely isolated, implying that their resources have yet to be claimed. Otto's eyes gleam with understanding. Islands untouched by human presence for centuries may be abundant in resources. For instance, timber that has aged for hundreds, even thousands of years, could fetch a handsome sum. In this world, shipbuilding still relies on wood, with the most sought-after timber being that which is older and of superior quality. The consumption of timber in the city of Seven Waters ranks among the highest globally, given their extensive shipbuilding endeavors. Then there is the Navy. Their vessels are substantial, necessitating even greater quantities of premium timber. Ordinary wood cannot withstand the relentless bombardment of cannon fire. Hence, the quality demands are exceedingly high. The islands of the doldrums not only harbor top-tier timber, but may also conceal undiscovered mineral veins and perhaps treasures left behind by pirates. How do you plan to address the issues of transportation and trade? Otto poses a pivotal question. Diaz chuckled. The transportation issue is quite straightforward. Steamships. Oh? The steam engine already exists in this world. What is needed now are several massive vessels, and our shipwright can certainly manage that. Once the ships are constructed, we shall send individuals to fell timber for sale. I will find buyers later, and I can also arrange for transportation. He had already devised a plan for how to proceed and whom to engage. In the realm of darkness, there are 6 sovereigns, one of whom is the king of maritime trade, amidst. He reigns over the oceanic transportation industry in the New World, where the seas represent a vast expanse. Amidst's control over maritime trade signifies that his influence likely spans the entire globe. Employing his men for transportation poses no difficulties. And whether the goods are sold in the city of Seven Waters or to other parties, it is all feasible. The primary reason for seeking Amidst is the assurance of safety. In the New World, few dare to challenge the king of maritime trade. Moreover, his prices are reasonable. However, it is rumored that this fellow will soon have most of his business usurped by Buggy the Clown and his Buggy Express. One can only say, well done, Buggy. The possessor of Conqueror's Hockey, it comes as no surprise that he has become the pirate king. Thus, the plan for the maritime train is momentarily set aside. Diaz requested Frankie and his crew to construct the large vessels, while also recognizing the necessity to procure coal mines. The steam engine runs on coal, and neither nation possesses it, resulting in the need for imports. Oil exploration is required, but they currently lack the means. After further deliberation, they adjusted their future plans, and the development of the doldrums was essentially finalized. At that moment, Mariejois entered, stating, "Your Majesty, a group of pirates has been captured. Shall we execute them? For what purpose? Let them toil at the construction site until they perish, and assign someone to oversee them." Understood. Mariejois departed to make arrangements, while Otto poured a glass of wine for Diaz, remarking, "Pirates truly are a specialty of this world. This is the 3rd batch we've encountered this month. There is little to be done. The world is far too chaotic for me to bring it to an end, thanks to Roger, who takes no responsibility for the aftermath. Ultimately, it all stems from desire." Otto swirled the red wine in his goblet, its hue reminiscent of blood. Setting aside thoughts of Roger for the moment, it is somewhat absurd that a multitude of individuals plunges into the sea for a bone gnawed by a dog, all under the guise of freedom while committing acts of harm. It is no wonder that you are displeased. Otto chuckled. These individuals possess no innocence. If one day you were to bring peace to this world, what would you do? I would hang every last pirate. Diaz replied coldly. How cruel. Diaz regarded him. Recognizing the man's cruelty surpassed his own, a gambler who thrived on wagering the potential of humanity, and he had always emerged victorious. Now, we require muscle, Otto remarked. Your combat strength alone is insufficient. Regrettably, the Valkyrie armor I once developed is no longer usable, and the technology of this world fails to materialize it. A mere handful cannot safeguard this nation. The Windless Zone development plan can be postponed for a while. By the way, have any peculiar individuals infiltrated recently? Indeed. I have captured several, and they are now on my experimental table. CP? Yes. The arrival of CP indicates that his movements have been compromised. Regardless of how CP discovered this, he must now prepare to contend with the Navy. Otto, tell me, what would happen if I were to obliterate the kingdom of Sylar? No, why would you want to destroy a nation? Of course, the notion of annihilating a country was merely jest. After all, Diaz is no demon. Incapable of such ruthless acts. As Diaz pondered how to confront the Navy, intelligence regarding him had already reached Admiral Sengoku's desk. Sengoku perused the report, his expression grave. Feeling a headache coming on, he surmised that this report had likely reached the five elders by now. That brat, truly. He understood that actions against Diaz would soon commence. The world government would not spare him for the destruction of Mariejois. Admiral Sengoku, your call. Roz and Andy delivered a phone snail. Golden in hue, signifying the demon hunt order. Sengoku, immediately dispatch personnel to the kingdom of Sylar. Everything on the island must be annihilated. Diaz, the demon, must be eradicated. Understood. Sengoku closed his eyes, ending the call before dialing again. Akainu, the demon hunt order is in effect. Target the kingdom of Sylar, a non-member of the world government. Where Diaz resides. I understand, Akainu replied coldly. As the call ended, Akainu began to rally forces and notified several vice admirals to set off at once. News of his mobilization could not be kept from certain individuals, such as Morgan's. In the palace of the kingdom of Sylar, the phone snail rang, and Diaz answered. Hello, who is this? Mr. Diaz, it has been a while, came Morgan's signature voice. Diaz raised an eyebrow and inquired, is there significant news? Indeed, for you, there is. The Navy has mobilized the demon hunt order, targeting the kingdom of Sylar. As expected, it came swiftly. I was just contemplating when the Navy would strike. This intelligence is invaluable, so allow me to share some information in return, as an exchange. What do you have to say? Where are the two captains of the giant pirate crew? Are you referring to the long-lost blue demon, Dori, and the red demon, Bragi, who vanished over a century ago? I am impressed that you are aware of this. Do elaborate. They have been locked in a fierce battle on an island near Alabasta known as Little Garden for more than 100 years, with no resolution in sight. But what is the reason for their conflict? As far as I know, they share a rather amicable relationship. Indeed, they are quite close. However, that does not preclude them from engaging in combat. This is merely a piece of intelligence. Regardless of the outcome, you stand to gain a significant scoop, do you not? Indeed, I am quite satisfied, but I hope this is not our final collaboration, Mr. Diaz. Exceptional partners like yourself are exceedingly rare. My suggestion is to vacate the kingdom of Seal. Mr. Morgans, do you know what separates me from pirates? You stand in opposition to them? No. I simply do not wish for my people to perish because of me. Then, I wish you great fortune in your endeavors. Thank you for your kind words. As the call ended, Diaz rose and stated, it is time to relocate the people of the kingdom of Seal. The Navy remains oblivious to the fact that we have overtaken the kingdom of Kosal, leaving behind a group of death row inmates and pirates to serve as a population. Otto, you and Germa shall depart first. What are your intentions? Naturally, to obliterate the kingdom of Seal. Diaz chuckled, saying, it began as a jest. But now it seems we must indeed proceed with this course of action. Furthermore, the subsequent development plans will require your expertise, as I will transition to the shadows. Very well. Diaz was acutely aware that if things continued this way, the Navy would incessantly send reinforcements, and his presence here would only hinder everyone. He resolved to allow Otto to cultivate the kingdom of Kosal, taking a more measured approach thereafter. They had ample time. Without further ado, the operation commenced. Diaz instructed Germa's men to begin relocating the ordinary citizens. Many were reluctant to leave the hometown they had cherished for years. Yet upon hearing of the Navy's intentions to annihilate their kingdom, survival took precedence. They boarded German ships, and within 3 days, all were relocated. Fortunately, the CP agents who had infiltrated earlier had been eliminated by Otto. Otherwise, their presence would have surely been discovered. The island stood desolate, leaving only Diaz and a small group behind. Leiju chose not to depart, but rather stood by Diaz's side. He inquired, "Are you not leaving?" "I am your secretary." "Naturally, I will remain by your side," she replied. "You are free, Leiju." "I wish to stay." "Why?" Leiju gazed at him, bending slightly to meet his eyes, and smiled, saying, "To be honest, I truly relish the feeling of being near you, your majesty." "Mother, this woman is flirting with me. It could be perilous." "It is certainly preferable to being in Germa." "Then, let us act together." "Very well." A week later, the Navy's warships encircled the entire island. Admiral Akainu stood at the bow of the flagship, his expression as cold as ice, gazing at Diaz, who awaited on the beach, and commanded, "Fire." Boom, boom. Explosions echoed as shells were launched from the warship's cannons. Diaz leapt into the air, his sword aura slicing through the sky, forming a vast net to intercept the projectiles. However, the bombardment was overwhelming, and several shells eluded his grasp, landing in the town and causing relentless explosions. "Sakazuki," Diaz roared, "are you truly intent on exterminating civilians?" Akainu coldly replied, "They perish because of you." "Fire." This band of scoundrels. From behind Diaz, Leiju soared forth, grasping his hand and lifting him into the sky above the Navy, exclaiming, "You have forced my hand." A foreboding sensation crept into Akainu's heart as he beheld Diaz produce a switch and press it with conviction. Boom. The explosions erupted in a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers. Yet the scale and potency far surpassed mere pyrotechnics. Over the course of a week, Diaz had planted numerous bombs in the kingdom of Cyril, intending to annihilate it just as he had with Mariejois. "What are you doing, Diaz?" Akainu bellowed. "Rather than be destroyed by you, I would prefer to obliterate it myself. I shall seek out the next nation, this time targeting a member of the world government. If you dare to come again, as you have this time, I can escape. But those innocents cannot, can they?" "Admiral Sakazuki, are you threatening me?" "Of course not. I am merely issuing a threat to the world government." Diaz chuckled lightly. "Admiral Akainu, I trust you would not wish for the member nations of the world government to be destroyed, would you?" "Believe me, if pushed to my limits, I would indeed follow through." "You bastard! You madman! After you devastated my homeland, I have indeed lost my sanity, Sakazuki. This is a warning. Guess which nation I will target next." "Which nation shall it be?" The blatant threat ignited Sakazuki's fury, warping the air around him with searing heat as magma dripped from his body like sweat, melting through the deck. "Do you intend to strike? You cannot capture me." "Admiral Akainu," Diaz retorted, shaking his head while gazing down at the terrified Navy personnel. He sneered, "I could strike any one of your nations, remember, any one of you. If I could obliterate Mariejois and the kingdom of Cyril, I can surely do the same to your homeland. How ironic that I once sought to be a partner of justice, yet the world government and you have forced me into this state. Oh, there is no longer any need for your demon-slaying orders. Ciao." Leiju pulled Diaz across the Navy's head as Akainu's fury reached its zenith. He raised his arms, transforming into magma, launching countless magma projectiles at the two. Meteor volcano. Ultimate technique. Flying raft. The blade of energy sliced through the approaching magma projectiles. And Diaz laughed heartily. "No need to see us off. We shall take our leave while you set off fireworks." "Admiral Sakazuki, you are truly enthusiastic. May the mountains be high and the waters long, until we meet again. Oh, and if my kingdom is attacked again, I shall hold all of you accountable, and one of your nations will accompany you to the grave." Once again, the threats rendered Akainu and his comrades frantic, yet ultimately futile, the barefoot fear, not the shot. Diaz's audacious actions were akin to trampling upon the dignity of the Navy. The dire reality, however, was that they found themselves utterly powerless. No one dared wager whether he might indeed sacrifice a member state of the world government for his own gain. This exemplifies the Navy's predicament. Once entangled with the world government, matters become exceedingly complex. Retreat. These words were nearly forced from Akainu's clenched teeth. They all understood that retreat was not the prudent course of action, yet what alternative did they possess? As they watched Diaz vanish into the horizon, the Navy could do nothing but retreat in disgrace and report the incident. Sengoku was equally infuriated, feeling it was a disgraceful conclusion. Moreover, the audacity of Diaz to threaten them was well known. He had the audacity to detonate Mariejois. What could he possibly shy away from? This scoundrel. Has he completely succumbed to madness? Regret. Profound regret. The rapid ascent of Diaz has caused immense distress to Sengoku. Had he retained this young man at headquarters, such turmoil could have been avoided. Had his homeland not been devastated, Diaz would not have resorted to such actions. Granny Crane remained silent. Asserting that he would never engage in such behavior, the Diaz I know would never involve innocent lives. I understand, little Crane. Sengoku, removing his glasses and massaging his temples, remarked, his words are not directed at us, but rather at the world government. Once he occupies a member nation, the world government cannot act recklessly or abandon those countries outright. Otherwise, the other member nations would grow suspicious of them, given their grievances towards the celestial authority. Their anger would intensify, especially considering Diaz's current notorious reputation. The member nations are acutely aware of their interdependence, though some are frequently embroiled in conflict. Should the world government unjustly forsake any member nation, the respective monarchs would undoubtedly demand accountability. As of now, few nations possess the authority to expel member states. Such actions typically occur only due to insurmountable debts to the celestial authority or outright rebellion against the world government. Beyond these circumstances, viable means for expulsion are nearly non-existent. If Diaz were to seize control of a member nation, it is certain that several monarchs would reach out to the world government, exerting pressure to eliminate Diaz and rescue their royal kin, as none wish to become the next target. Diaz is well aware of this leverage, emboldening his audacity. Contact CP immediately and ensure they manage tomorrow's news coverage. We must control the narrative at this critical juncture. However, he has underestimated one crucial factor. Diaz has already disclosed recent events to Morgans, the king of news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Haha. Mr. Diaz, you are indeed a madman. Morgans exclaimed, his excitement palpable as his feathers flared, resembling a duster. Rest assured, I shall publish every word of your threats in the newspaper. Such a threat will undoubtedly lead to a surge in sales. Morgans is no benevolent figure. In this context, aligning with Diaz proves far more lucrative. President, a letter from the world government has arrived, an assistant announced, entering the room and presenting an envelope to Morgans. Upon opening it, he discovered a check and a letter. Gazing at the figure inscribed, he chuckled, what a staggering sum. It appears I must amend the news accordingly. You may leave now. Yes, sir. Morgan spoke into the phone bug. The world government has commanded me to portray you as a madman bent on the destruction of an entire nation. That is of little concern. What matters is the essence of my message. Indeed, the crux lies within that threat. Mr. Diaz, do you aspire to become the Emperor of the Seas, akin to Whitebeard or Big Mom? Morgan, suddenly invigorated, inquired about the recent surge of the red-haired Shanks, who seemed poised to ascend as the fourth Emperor of the Sea. What say you? Shall I elevate you to that esteemed position before him? Oh, you wish to leverage public opinion to elevate me to such heights? Ha ha ha, I have no such inclination. Let us prepare for the next broadcast instead. Pray tell, what is your destination? Dressrosa. Oh, how audacious. King Riku is dearly beloved by the citizens of Dressrosa. To rightfully claim the throne is no trivial endeavor. The Riku family enjoys the affection of the entire populace. To usurp them and claim legitimacy as king is nearly an impossibility. Who said I intend to claim the throne legitimately? What do you mean? I am the most reckless individual in the world. Seizing a nation is hardly a challenge. After all, there are plenty of lice that do not fear the bite. I am unperturbed by the world government casting aspersions upon me. Indeed, I would not mind bringing ruin to Dressrosa. Morgan shivered, sensing that he was truly conversing with a madman, cruel and cold. Yet, it is precisely this audacity that allows one to become the protagonist of their own grand tale. Mr. Diaz, you never cease to surprise me. From the moment Diaz's news first graced the pages of the World Economic Times, Morgans was aware that this individual was destined for greatness. Subsequently, events unfolded in a manner that astonished the world, leading him to believe that even more formidable actions would follow. Yet, what does it matter? He is a journalist, and as long as there are stories to tell, he remains indifferent to the actions of others. Therefore, I eagerly anticipate your ascension to the throne, Your Majesty Diaz. I appreciate your kind words. As the call ended, Diaz and Reiju sat aboard the Thousand Sunny, and Diaz remarked, all right, Reiju, let us set sail for Dressrosa. Are we truly going to do this? She inquired. Of course, the strategic significance of Dressrosa cannot be overstated. Initially, I refrained from intervening due to its status as a member of the world government. However, now that Morgans intends to broadcast my words, neither the world government nor the Navy would dare to take action against me. They would not risk losing a member state by targeting Diaz, as I would utilize the Riku royal family as leverage. The reputation of the Riku royal family is esteemed among neighboring nations, and should anything happen to him at the hands of the world government, the consequences would be dire. The Gorosei are not foolish. Their likelihood of compromise is considerable. Of course, the Riku family is a double-edged sword. When wielded effectively, they serve as a shield, but mishandled, they become a harbinger of doom. Nevertheless, he no longer cared. His intent was to draw the world government's gaze toward himself, leaving the ensuing matters to Otto. He had faith in Otto, for the promises that man made were guaranteed to be fulfilled. Understood. The Thousand Sunnies surged toward Dressrosa, and the following day, the newsbirds delivered newspapers across the globe. The headlines proclaimed that Diaz had violently seized control of a nation, and while the Navy attempted to encircle him, he had drawn another country into the fray. Evading capture despite their relentless pursuit, he boldly declared that he would rule a member state of the world government, warning that if the Navy dared to attack again, that nation would be the next to face destruction. Upon hearing this, the kings of the member states of the world government became restless. None wished for their countries to become Diaz's target for obliteration. The denizens of Mariejois were inundated with calls, despite the Gorosei's assurances that such an event would not transpire. Their words fell on deaf ears. They vehemently condemned the Navy for allowing Diaz to escape, asserting that their substantial annual contributions were not meant to sustain a band of tax thieves. They demanded that Diaz be apprehended before he could seize control of any world government member state. As the news spread throughout the world, a new moniker for Diaz emerged, the Mad King. This title bore no further connotation, it simply denoted a king driven to madness. The reputation of Mad King Diaz swiftly permeated the seas, reaching even Diaz, the drifter upon the waves. What a ridiculous title, Mad King. I am not mad. Diaz expressed his discontent, criticizing Morgans for adopting such a dubious moniker. However, I find it somewhat acceptable, considering the actions you've undertaken may appear utterly mad to outsiders. Reiju reclined on a beach chair, sipping a chilled beverage while basking in the sun, her long, slender legs elegantly crossed, a hint of a smile gracing her beautiful visage. Humph. Handing over the newspaper to Bankiras as a light snack, he too settled onto the beach chair beside Reiju, remarking, "We still have quite a distance to Dressrosa. We can afford to relax a bit longer. Speaking of which, is it truly safe to sail without a helmsman? No worries, the course has been set. We can simply forge ahead." The helm of the Mistral was wedged by Diaz, allowing it to advance solely in one direction. "It seems we must install an autopilot system soon. Is Dressrosa that alluring to you?" "Not particularly. Any member nation of the world government would suffice. But Dressrosa boasts a highly esteemed king." Diaz chuckled, noting that the location is in proximity to Punk Hazard, where the Navy's scientific division currently resides. Wait, Punk Hazard? Diaz suddenly sat up, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. To my knowledge, Vegapunk resides there. The renowned scientist, Vegapunk? Rayleigh had heard the name from Kizaru. And even the arrogant Kizaru could not help but commend Vegapunk's extraordinary intellect. That man's wisdom surpasses the confines of this era by a considerable margin. You wish to take Vegapunk away? The Navy would never permit such a thing, Rayleigh replied, shaking his head. No. What I desire is an artificial devil fruit crafted by Vegapunk. The Zoan type, fish fruit, mythical beast form, azure dragon. This devil fruit elevated Kaido's prowess, endowing him with the ability to perform sit-ups, or rather, the majority of Zoan-type users possess such capabilities. Undoubtedly, Vegapunk's artificial devil fruit replicated Kaido's original, allowing one to transform into a rosy-hued dragon. This was the power exhibited by Momonosuke, albeit during the climactic battles in Wano. That young lad utilized the abilities of the ripe fruit to accelerate his maturation to the age of 28, transforming into a colossal dragon nearly equal in size to Kaido, capable of wielding powers akin to Kaido's flame clouds. Clearly, this fruit is far from worthless. It has merely been deemed defective by Vegapunk for reasons unknown. Perhaps it is due to his discord with the world government, as he proclaims the failure of artificial devil fruits, unwilling to perpetually assist the world government in their creation. Instead, he seems inclined to devote his efforts to other research endeavors. Thus, this fruit is not a mere scrap. With this thought, Diaz's mind began to race. He desired this fruit, not for himself, but to bestow upon his subordinates in the future. Let us proceed to Punk Hazard. Diaz took out the compass, determined the direction, and swiftly changed course towards Punk Hazard. A man-made devil fruit? Is it truly possible to artificially create a devil fruit? The lineage factor. Reiju instantly understood. The power of the lineage factor was immense. The four siblings were indeed monsters created by the lineage factor. If Vegapunk were involved, it could certainly be achievable. What makes this artificial devil fruit so special? Reiju inquired. The artificial devil fruit I desire is a replica of Kaido's fruit, nearly identical to the original. This fruit can unleash powers indistinguishable from those of the azure dragon fruit, a perfect one-to-one reproduction crafted by Vegapunk, with perhaps the only difference being its color. Momonosuke's inability to wield its power stemmed solely from his inadequacy. Such an exceptional devil fruit should not be wasted on him. Observing Bankira's disdainful expression, Diaz picked up the devil fruit and asked, Reiju, would you like to consume it? Once you do, you can transform into a colossal dragon like Kaido, and your strength will surge dramatically. Diaz himself had little need for this, primarily due to his system, which allowed for rapid enhancement given sufficient funds and fortune. However, if Reiju consumed it, her power would increase rapidly, granting her the formidable abilities of the azure dragon, including strength, defense, resilience, endurance, and the power of flight. She would also be able to control natural elements, wielding fire, lightning, wind, and other elemental attacks. Additionally, the remarkable regenerative capacity of a Zoan-type devil fruit would enable Reiju to master sit-ups. Are you giving this to me? Reiju asked, surprised. Why would you? After all, I can only be considered your hired hand. Of course, I am not stingy with my subordinates. Furthermore, this is made from the lineage factor, even if it is Kaido's. It should greatly enhance your power. Reiju looked at him earnestly and asked, Aren't you afraid I might betray you? Not at all, for you are Vinsmoke Reiju, a gentle sister to her brother. Such a person would never betray her friends. You truly trust me, Reiju said with a smile as she accepted the devil fruit. I will not betray you. As she took a bite of the fruit, her previously cheerful expression transformed. It was difficult to describe. Her entire face seemed to contort. Is it really that unpalatable? Bankira's nodded solemnly. I told you it would be unpleasant. Just a single bite is enough. Rika forcibly swallowed the cursed devil fruit, discarding the remnants. She coughed, and soon her body began to transform. She grew taller. Pink scales sprouted from her skin, 2 horns emerged from her forehead, and a tail unfurled from behind her. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as her clothes were shredded, though the crucial areas remained obscured by the scales, leaving nothing visible. Rika gazed at her hands, now covered in scales and resembling dragon claws. She swiped them against the steel wall, sparks flying and leaving 4 massive gashes. Incredible! I feel my strength has multiplied exponentially. Most importantly, my father's bloodline cannot control me any longer. To exert control over his children, Gaji had subjected Raikou and her siblings to significant modifications, ensuring they could not defy his commands. However, upon consuming the devil fruit crafted from the bloodline factor, Raikou's own bloodline evolved, disrupting Gaji's influence. Rather than deteriorating, it shattered his shackles, granting Raikou her ultimate freedom. Wonderful! A jubilant Raikou embraced Diaz tightly. These scales are so hard, yet my body feels so soft. Releasing Diaz, Raikou reverted to her human form, covering her chest with one hand as she donned the Germa battle attire. Diaz grimaced and averted his gaze. If your majesty still wishes to see. It is not out of the question, she teased, her red lips parting to utter enticing words. Thud. What a master of seduction. This woman is truly something. No. Thank you. I am not that kind of person. Is that so? Raikou's questioning gaze ignited a blush on Diaz's cheeks. Ahem, let us set that aside for now. Sounds of footsteps echoed from outside. It's time to go, Diaz stated. Shall we not take anything else? No need. The most vital item here is this devil fruit. Even if Vegapunk were present, we have no reason to remain. Vegapunk was a formidable individual. Both the world government and the revolutionary army coveted him. And Diaz was no exception. However, acquiring such a man also invited trouble. Moreover, his funds were insufficient for Vegapunk's research. Bringing him in without offering anything seems rather unfair. Oh, I understand. Let us depart. Agreed. They re-entered the tunnel, allowing Bangilas to seal it behind them. Retracing their steps without lingering, they left Punk Hazard. The disappearance of the artificial devil fruit causing little commotion. Has anyone consumed that artificial devil fruit? A bespectacled, middle-aged man with a wild hairstyle observed his hidden surveillance footage, smiling as he saw 2 individuals take away and devour the fruit. Now, let me see what you will accomplish with the power of that fruit. This is his creation. Naturally, he refrains from sharing it with the world government, for once they become aware of this fruit, they would undoubtedly demand its mass production, thus rendering the ocean devoid of its allure. However, for a scientist, allowing one's work to gather dust is an immensely distressing prospect. Despite the fact that there are already numerous neglected creations, erase this surveillance without leaving a trace and continue with the task at hand. After departing from Punk Hazard, Diaz and Mariejois set forth towards Dressrosa, which is their true objective. Without the dominion of Don Quixote da Flamingo, the residents of Dressrosa, under the governance of King Riku, lead simple and joyous lives, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. Even when besieged by pirates, they rebuild their homes with unwavering smiles. This is true, even if the royal guards often arrive belatedly. As long as life persists, there remains the possibility of reconstruction. Optimism and cheerfulness prevail. At least during the reign of King Riku. Diaz, adorned with a mask, traversed the streets alongside Mariejois, his masked visage intended to avert unnecessary commotion. Fame, much like a double-edged sword, carries the weight of notoriety, and his reputation was indeed formidable, if not infamous. The surroundings were somewhat impoverished, yet bustling with activity. Mariejois remarked, "Indeed, King Riku's governance is commendable. Managing this nation is considerably less arduous than ruling over the kingdom of Cyril. Do you believe the acquisition of Dressrosa will be effortless?" Diaz inquired. "Certainly, for it is King Riku who reigns here. The capture of this land is remarkably straightforward. With a ruler who genuinely cares for his subjects and a populace that reciprocates that concern. What shall we do now?" "Let us await the evening," Mariejois suggested. "Evening? We must allow the locals to partake in their dinner. I find myself quite famished. Let us seek a restaurant." Diaz clutched his stomach, revealing his hunger. They ventured into an establishment where the culinary delights of Dressrosa tantalized their palates. The present Dressrosa was no longer the land of love, passion, and toys under Don Quixote da Flamingo's rule, yet it remained renowned for its exquisite delicacies. However, the question of why it had not attracted the attention of Big Mom lingered. This, of course, was beyond Diaz's contemplation. He sought merely a nation capable of capturing the gaze of the world government. As night fell, King Riku, weary from a day filled with administrative duties, reclined once more. The matters of state were plentiful. The old Shield family residence was due for renovation, and it appeared that John S. Village was experiencing a water shortage, necessitating arrangements for irrigation. The recent arid climate demanded attention to ensure the crops flourished. As thoughts of the morrow danced in his mind, he gradually succumbed to slumber. The cool evening sea breeze wafted in, carrying the briny scent of the ocean, startling King Riku awake. He sat up, startled by the sight of two figures perched upon the windowsill, their presence unnerving him further. "Diaz," he gasped, bewildered by the sudden reappearance of Diaz in his realm. Could it be that his intentions were aimed at Dressrosa? "Ah," Diaz greeted with a smile and a casual wave, exuding an air of harmlessness, akin to a friendly encounter with an elderly gentleman on the street. Beside him, Mariejois, clad in her Germa battle attire, accentuated her striking figure, observing the king with keen interest. "Your Majesty, might I implore you to abdicate?" "Impossible. Are you, like Doflamingo, coveting this nation? Do you intend to use it as leverage against the world government, transforming it into a mere instrument of your desires?" King Riku questioned through clenched teeth. The tension in the air was palpable. Diaz clapped his hands and perched himself upon the windowsill, exclaiming, "King Riku, you are indeed a remarkable politician. This is hardly a matter for conjecture. Personally, I am not fond of multiple-choice dilemmas, but I take great pleasure in presenting them to others. Now, choose, the throne or the people. You. Initially, I believed you to be a virtuous individual, but circumstances have unfolded quite differently." Diaz chuckled nonchalantly. "To me, this nation is rather inconsequential. What truly matters is you, King Riku." "What do you mean?" "Because you are King Riku, beloved by your people and highly regarded in neighboring realms." Diaz approached the silver-haired monarch, locking eyes with him. His dark gaze was devoid of emotion, resembling the profound depths of a starry sky. "I have stated my proposition, the throne or the people. If I were to relinquish the throne, what would you do?" "Nothing much. I would implement reforms to ensure a more prosperous existence for them, free from the scourge of pirates. But such actions would surely provoke the world government." King Riku discerned the gravity of the situation clearly. Should Diaz ascend to the throne of Dressrosa, the kingdom would inevitably become the next target of the celestial dragons. If pressed too hard, Diaz could drag the entire realm into the abyss. "Thus, I assert the significance of you, King Riku. A single nation is insufficient. What I desire is a king. You, as a hostage, are vital. Should the navy intervene, the other monarchs will not remain idle." As Diaz articulated, King Riku's importance is paramount. His reputation serves as his greatest shield. King Riku, too, understood the stakes. Drawing forth his sword, he declared, "I will never allow your scheme to succeed." A black hand caught the blade as Diaz replied, "Resistance is futile. The chasm between us is as vast as the disparity between Dressrosa and the kingdom of Gurin-Thesalo, akin to an insurmountable divide. Remember, do not perish. Without you as my safeguard, I would truly obliterate the entirety of Dressrosa. You scoundrel. King Licca felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness wash over him as he let his hand fall. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Diaz released his grip and remarked, "At least I have driven Doflamingo away. It is far preferable for me to be king than for that scoundrel to assume the throne. Compared to him, I can be regarded as a paragon of virtue. And what of my subjects? They will carry on with their lives, eating and drinking as usual, and I shall strive to enhance their well-being." Diaz then inquired, "So, what do you intend to do?" "I shall abdicate." "Excellent." Diaz nodded in satisfaction. "Now, summon the members of the royal court." King Licca had no choice but to comply, calling forth the royal guards and Princess Violetta from the palace. "Father, you summoned us. What has transpired?" Violetta, still clad in her nightgown, was a vision of beauty, her alluring figure evoking many thoughts. She rubbed her dark brown eyes, still heavy with sleep. Seated upon the throne, King Licca surveyed his daughter and the gathered nobles, suppressing the humiliation within him as he grit his teeth and declared, "Tomorrow, I shall announce to the nation that I, Liccadold III, am abdicating." Upon hearing this, Violetta's drowsiness vanished, and she exclaimed in shock, "Father, what are you doing? You are not yet of retirement age." "Indeed, Your Majesty, you are still in your prime." "Absolutely. Princess Violetta is still young and requires your guidance." The crowd voiced their objections, clearly unwilling to accept King Licca's abdication. "Was everything not well during the day? What has transpired? Violetta, and all of you. Certain events have unfolded, compelling me to take this course of action, and none shall question it. Tomorrow, a new king shall emerge. This is my final decree. For the sake of the people, you must obey the commands of the new king." King Licca asserted through clenched teeth. "But, father," Violetta was perplexed, unaware of the circumstances that had led to this moment. Diaz stepped forth from the shadows, leaning against the door with a smile, saying, "Just tell them the truth. After all, we shall meet soon enough. That face Brando Diaz, the Mad King. Why is he here? It must be that he has threatened His Majesty." Everyone together. The commander of King Licca's army, Taigu Repanti, raised his meteor hammer and swung it forward. Diaz caught it effortlessly, frowning slightly. How feeble. Is this the strength of the Dressrosa army? Such power cannot defend a nation. No wonder you are frequently besieged by pirates. Charge. The royal guards surged forth. But King Licca attempted to intervene, though it was too late. Wait. Do not act rashly. The overwhelming force swept forward, and the royal guards, rushing ahead, instantly succumbed, their eyes rolling back as they fell unconscious. Conqueror's hockey. Indeed, how utterly pathetic. Diaz glanced at the struggling Repanti and remarked, "It appears you have reached your limit." He approached Rapont and proclaimed, "Some persistence is admirable, yet it remains insufficient. In this world, strength begets everything. The law of the jungle prevails in this distorted reality." With a forceful kick, he knocked Rapont down and addressed King Licca and his daughter, saying, "Rest assured, I shall take good care of this nation." The chapter content was misplaced. This pertains to Chapter 110. Punk Hazard serves as a naval scientific research base and has detained several offenders of the world government. There are a total of 3 such research facilities. Vegapunk once conducted studies here, though Diaz remains uncertain about his current presence. At present, Punk Hazard has not succumbed to the toxic gas that resulted from Caesar's experiments. If the gas were to spread, the area would be abandoned, becoming the battleground for the subsequent clash between Akainu and Akiji over the position of admiral. The fierce confrontation between these two natural-type monsters permanently altered the climate, transforming Punk Hazard into a realm of ice and fire. As Diaz and Legio ascended the Punk Hazard, it appeared merely as an ordinary town, devoid of any discernible uniqueness. Concealed among the trees, they observed the naval personnel patrolling below. Diaz remarked, "Truly, this is a research base with such a formidable naval presence." Through his observation, he estimated their numbers to be around 500 or 600, indicating that the town was teeming with sailors, alongside a few faintly detectable presences, likely research staff. Had there been fewer personnel, he certainly would have brought a contingent with him. "Let us devise a method to infiltrate," he suggested. Diaz then produced a compass, which pointed towards the northeastern mountains, the location of the research facility. However, they first needed to traverse this area. "With so many naval officers present, we cannot simply charge in," Legio cautioned. "It's simple. Diaz replied, glancing at a couple of departing sailors, a young man and woman who seemed to be in a romantic relationship, presumably out for a date. Look, they have just presented us with an opportunity. You mean to disguise ourselves as them? Mariejois inquired. Precisely. As they stealthily followed the young couple, they watched as the pair entered a small grove, fully engrossed in their playful antics. Witnessing their affectionate exchange, it was evident that their passion was ablaze. Diaz made his appearance and swiftly incapacitated them. Grasping the man, he declared, one for each of you. Let us change attire. They parted ways, and soon after donned new garments. Adjusting his trousers with a grimace, Diaz remarked, these pants are uncomfortably tight. Mariejois, now clad in a female naval uniform, glanced at her constricted chest and lamented, this feels quite suffocating. Their eyes met momentarily before Diaz averted his gaze, clearing his throat as he said, let us proceed. After a moment's contemplation, Mariejois leaned closer, whispering in Diaz's ear, you were looking, weren't you? What? Diaz replied, maintaining his composure. Your gaze was fixated on my chest just now. Absolutely not. Diaz insisted, am I that sort of person? This woman is remarkably bold. Summoning Bangelis. They instructed it to excavate a hole for the couple, now clad only in their undergarments, and concealed them with branches. Mariejois also released a dose of narcotic toxin, ensuring they would remain unconscious for at least 2 days. Armed, the duo strode confidently into the town, bypassing greetings and moving swiftly until they entered the depths of the mountains. The naval defenses proved more formidable than anticipated, with checkpoints stationed at intervals, scrutinizing passers-by. Entry was granted only to those possessing permits. Such matters were easily resolved, as they subdued a group of permit holders, appropriating their documentation to pass safely. In the distance, a prominent chimney belched forth thick plumes of white smoke, resembling fluffy clouds. That is the research facility, Mariejois stated. Indeed, we must find a way to slip inside. The chimney is not an option. As per our usual approach, we shall dig. As Bangelis appeared, ready to roar, Diaz quickly covered its mouth, cautioning, no noise. There are many people here, and we must remain undetected. Bangelis nodded in understanding. Diaz pointed in a direction indicated by the compass, asserting, that way, commence digging, Bangelis. Bangelis nodded earnestly, crouching down to claw at the earth, swiftly unearthing a tunnel spacious enough for one to traverse. Let us go. Is this how you obliterated Mariejois? Indeed. Diaz affirmed, thanks to Bangelis, it was quite small back then. During the early stages of its evolution, Shakiras had accumulated ample energy and a wealth of experience, resulting in a remarkably brief transformation into Bangelis. Moreover, many Pokemon that metamorphose into pupae or cocoons do not linger in that state for long, barring unforeseen circumstances. Their evolution typically occurs at a swift pace. After evolving into Bangelis, Diaz imparted numerous skills to him, including many that are deemed unconventional. This is not a mere game. The skills at his disposal are not limited to just 4, as Diaz procured virtually all abilities suitable for Bangelis. It would be no issue for his Bangelis to engage with even a level 1 deity. Following closely behind Bangelis, Diaz wielded a flashlight, meticulously attuning his senses, and then glanced at the compass. The needle spun incessantly until Diaz aligned it with the sky, at which point it ceased its rotation and pointed upwards. Right here, he declared as he began to bore a hole above him. Bangelis nodded and excavated a spiral staircase for ascent. A minute later, a steel plate obstructed their path. A steel plate? It appears rather thick. Should I corrode it with poison? Mariejois inquired. No, consume it, came Diaz's response. Bangelis initiated the process by using his destructive beam to create an opening, then proceeded to gnaw at the edges. What impressive dentition, Mariejois mused. No wonder Bangelis gazes longingly at your ship, she chuckled. Aboard the vessel, Bangelis looked at the ironclad ship, the wave breaker, with an insatiable yearning for sustenance. Had it not been for Diaz providing an abundance of food, it is likely that the wave breaker would have succumbed to the appetites of this ravenous creature. Before long, the trio emerged from the darkness. The atmosphere was somber and quiet, with a distinct scent of dust lingering. As the beam of the flashlight swept across the area, Diaz discerned numerous odds and ends, along with a peculiar artificial devil fruit resting atop a pedestal. This fruit bore an unusual exterior, adorned with dragon-like scales of a rosy hue, and was coated in a layer of dust, suggesting it had lain untouched for quite some time. It was the artificial fish fruit, mythical beast type, azure dragon form. Diaz's unwavering objective was met with an unexpected reaction from Bangelis, who leaned in to sniff and then wrinkled his nose in distaste. It was rather intriguing that the otherwise unpicky bankiers exhibited disinterest in the devil fruit. Do you find it unpalatable? Diaz questioned, his expression contorted in confusion. You can consume dirt, yet you deem the artificial devil fruit distasteful? Good heavens! How unpalatable can it truly be? Is it worse than excrement? I must disagree, interjected Princess Violet. Since the demise of her elder sister, Princess Scarlet, she had become the foremost heir to the throne. Though she harbored little desire for royal authority, she would not relinquish the crown to a madman. Her descent was feudal. Diaz approached King Liku, aiming his weapon at the monarch's head, and addressed Violet. I am not making a request. I am delivering a decree. If I do not attain the throne, your father shall not only perish, but you and the innocent shall meet the same fate. Is that the reason for your abdication? King Liku bitterly replied, We are no match for him. For the sake of our people, I have no choice but to comply. You despicable wretch! Violet exclaimed. Insult me as you will. Tomorrow, many more shall join in your condemnation. Diaz retorted with a smirk, utterly unfazed. You may also flee at this very moment and seek the aid of the world government. Of course, what transpires thereafter remains beyond my knowledge. Naturally, the father and daughter could not escape. Diaz continued, Should you choose to run, the family residing in the sunflower fields beyond the kingdom will face grave danger. There is no one living there. King Liku forcefully suppressed his astonishment, responding without hesitation. No, your eldest daughter resides there, the deceased Princess Scarlet, along with her husband, Cyrus, and their daughter, Rebecca. Do not attempt to deceive me. I am well aware of these facts. Diaz's voice cut through the air like a chill wind in the dead of winter, leaving them ensnared in a frozen abyss. When a person disregards all boundaries, they become truly terrifying. The bottom line remains for Diaz. In his view, as long as innocent parties are not entangled, one may deceive the world with lies. If Otto were to come, it would be even more effortless. Diaz was acutely aware of the weakness and naivety of King Riku. In the original narrative, even if Doflamingo were to appear, there would be no resistance, as he believed that war was an irresponsible act towards life. Yet, what manner of villain is Doflamingo? Elevating him to kingship would be an act of irresponsibility towards the populace. Upon realizing his folly, it was too late. He only understood the gravity of his mistake when the consequences were upon him. However, one thing remained indisputable. This man possessed an extraordinary charm. King Riku bowed his head deeply, while Violet, yearning to resist, felt the silent approach of Reiju behind her, whispering sweetly in her ear, What do you wish to do? Your Highness? Startled, Violet felt her body grow weak and collapse to the ground. Violet, fear not. It is merely a slight dose of anesthetic, Reiju reassured her. She was merely contemplating action. How considerate of you, Reiju, Diaz remarked. Nevertheless, Princess Violet lacks combat prowess. She poses no threat to me. Not even a scratch upon my skin. Yet, her abilities are quite formidable. As a user of the superhuman-type stare fruit, she possesses powers such as X-ray vision and telepathy. What do you intend to do with my daughter? Rest assured, I will not harm her, provided you do not provoke me. I will ensure the safety of every one of your citizens, Diaz declared, standing with an air of confidence. Tomorrow morning, I shall ascend to the throne of Dressrosa. Do you understand? I comprehend, replied the weary King Riku. Then, sleep well, your majesty. Oh, by the way, I buried bombs beneath several towns in Dressrosa on my way here. Care to guess where? With a dismissive wave. Diaz's words left King Riku and his daughter in a state of insomnia. This was a threat. Should he fail to abdicate tomorrow, Diaz would detonate the explosives. It had been mere months since they last met, and yet this youth had transformed into a man akin to Doflamingo. Alas, Reiju followed Diaz's departing figure, saying, The toxin will dissipate in an hour. Do not even think of fleeing. As they left, only the unconscious royal guards remained, alongside King Riku and his daughter. Father, must we truly hand the kingdom over to him? We have no choice. The world government dares not confront the Mad King now. As a politician, he understood that Diaz was compelling the world government to make concessions. Indeed, they could abandon Dressrosa, but the repercussions would be monumental. Without capturing Diaz, all discussions were futile. The future member states of the world government would find themselves overshadowed by the name Brand D. Diaz. The Gorosei would undoubtedly forsake Dressrosa to placate Diaz. However, as long as he posed no threat to the lives of the citizens, relinquishing the throne to him would not be an issue. King Riku roused the unconscious royal guards. And Lepano spoke up, Your Majesty, we can alert Cyrus. He will surely defeat him. King Liku was acutely aware that his son-in-law was no match for Diaz. The overwhelming sense of pressure rendered Cyrus's involvement a mere act of folly. Let us not intrude upon their lives any longer, King Liku declared. Allow them to live peacefully as a family. We must all exercise patience. As long as Diaz treats the citizens with kindness, it matters not who occupies the throne. The monarch's existence is solely to ensure the happiness of the people. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the royal guards wept, deeply moved by his words. Under King Liku's counsel, they reached a compromise. What a remarkable king he is. His subordinates truly hold him in esteem, remarked Leju. Indeed, King Liku possesses that singular virtue. The Liku clan has cultivated an admirable reputation in this land for 8 centuries. Yet, I cannot fathom why this nation remains so impoverished under their governance. This country lacks mineral resources and distinctive features, and with merely a touch of gold from the heavens, it can only be said to scrape by, Leju continued. The scenery is quite lovely. The tourism industry could certainly be developed. Its location lies along a vital thoroughfare. Perhaps we might consider some renovations. Alongside the need for promotion and investment, and the construction of statues and attractions. Diaz's words left Reiju in a state of bemusement. Was there such an urgent desire to transform this nation? Certainly, under my stewardship, it must inevitably become a better place. Diaz remarked, it cannot be worse than King Liku. I believe in you, he said with a chuckle. They spent a restful night in the palace chambers, while the rest of the palace's inhabitants found little solace. They were preparing for the coronation ceremony the following day, with the populace pondering the intentions of His Majesty, the king. Surely, it must be something beneficial. They would heed the king's words with utmost seriousness. At 8 in the morning, King Liku donned his crown and cape, standing before the assembly, gazing at his subjects who looked upon him with adoration. His heart ached, yet he steeled himself, grasping the microphone as he proclaimed, I, Liku Dold III, hereby abdicate the throne of Dressrosa. The new king shall be Brando Diaz. Silence. An unprecedented silence enveloped the crowd. All gazed in astonishment at their sovereign. Your Majesty, the esteemed King Liku, what are you saying? One voice cried out, unable to accept this reality. There could be only one king to lead them. And that was King Liku. How could an outsider, that mad king, be entrusted with their guidance? Indeed, he is the mad king who brought ruin upon his own nation. We have but one king. They shouted in unison, vociferously opposing their monarch for the first time. King Liku clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes, and inwardly lamented. Forgive me, my people, for I have betrayed your trust, yet for your sake, I must do this. Diaz stepped onto the stage, gazing down at the crowd below. The moment he appeared, merely standing there, the faces of the onlookers turned pale. How dare he desecrate the sacred Mariejois and slay the mad king of the world? The celestial dragons. Without further ado, I express my profound gratitude for the trust bestowed upon me by His Majesty King Liku. I shall lead this nation towards a brighter future, and even if I ascend to the throne, Liku Dold III shall remain unharmed. I vow to protect this nation from the scourge of piracy. We do not need you. A sudden voice erupted from the crowd, igniting a wave of fury. People began hurling stones and rotten vegetables, prompting Diaz to take a step back, with Dold III unwittingly becoming a human shield. The projectile struck him mercilessly. Cease your actions. A voice thundered, halting the chaos. You wretches dare to use His Majesty King Liku as a shield. You treacherous scoundrels. Cursed Mad King. Diaz cleared his ears and remarked. Since you all label me as the Mad King, why do you not adjust your demeanor? His gaze sharpened, and the overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki surged forth like a relentless tide, suffocating the crowd. They found themselves unable to resist, their faces drained of color, with some of the weaker individuals fainting under the pressure. He continued, do not mistake me for King Liku, a ruler who embodies gentleness and compromises, unable to safeguard his subjects against pirate incursions. Is that not the case? The royal guards often arrive a moment too late, only to witness the aftermath of the pirates' plunder before they make their entrance, correct? Silence enveloped the crowd. There was no rebuttal. The royal guards frequently arrived tardily. Yet, King Liku would assist us in rebuilding our homes. And what follows? Wealth lost, houses reduced to ashes, loved ones and friends assaulted by pirates, is it not? Such calamities could have been averted. Clearly, they could have been prevented. The crowd remained silent, and King Liku too fell into contemplation. This was the aspect he felt most remorseful about concerning his people. I cannot assure you of many things, but I vow that those who dwell within my territory shall remain safe. Just wait and see. Oh, and do refrain from engaging in any irrational actions. After all, King Riku still resides within the palace. Threats often serve as the most effective means. Once one has grasped the opponent's vulnerability, mere words can render the threatened individual hesitant and apprehensive. Diaz gazed down upon the throngs below, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Ah, and let us not forget. This is a live broadcast, is it not? So, world government, should you dare to come, this place shall become the next Sealer Kingdom. You cannot capture me. Dressrosa is in ruins, yet I can find another, and a third, until you concede. With a dismissive wave, he departed from the platform. And King Riku followed silently in his wake, while Violet appeared utterly despondent, her countenance darkened with despair. How dare he? Who does he think he is? Only after Diaz's departure did the crowd unleash their vitriol. Indeed, does this man intend to obliterate Dressrosa? That lunatic, the Mad King, he is nothing but a madman. Yet, King Riku remained in his grasp, and we were utterly powerless to rescue him. Too feeble, devoid of strength. At the mention of this, a heavy silence fell upon the assembly. Among the crowd, a tall figure cloaked in a mantle observed the vanishing silhouette with unwavering resolve. He swiftly extricated himself from the throng, already contemplating the means by which to rescue King Riku. The news of Diaz ascending as the king of Dressrosa has reverberated across the globe, as has the threat he poses. The newly established Mariejois, Panga City. How outrageous. What on earth does that scoundrel Diaz intend to achieve? How dare he threaten the world government? It is utterly audacious. The blade-wielding, bald-headed elders harbor a deep-seated grudge against Diaz, especially after he nearly met his demise last time. Diaz's current actions have incited the ire of the five elders. However, this is not a moment for anger. What truly matters is how to respond to Diaz moving forward. The elder, leaning on his cane, remarked that Diaz has transcended control, and even the mobilization of a naval admiral would fail to apprehend him, potentially allowing Diaz to elude capture instead. While Kizaru's speed is commendable, can he truly seize Diaz? Diaz has managed to escape from him more than once or twice. The Green Bull, while he possesses the ability to freeze the seas, the core issue is not one of combat prowess. He could potentially bring ruin to Mariejois. He has lost his sanity. The blonde elder star remarked that to annihilate a nation before a Kainu, even if that nation is not a member of the world government, is a grave matter. A nation can vanish in an instant, much like Mariejois. Damn, it feels as though the wounds that had begun to heal are now throbbing once more. Dressrosa may not be of paramount importance, but the true concern lies in the fact that should Diaz escape, more Dressrosas will inevitably arise. Moreover, the kings of the allied nations are in a state of turmoil. Ever since Diaz ascended to the throne of Dressrosa, the world government's communication lines have been nearly overwhelmed with calls from those kings demanding swift action against Diaz, fearing their own nations may become the next Dressrosa, with only a handful requesting assistance to rescue King Riku. First, they must find a way to placate those kings. If Diaz truly intends to become the ruler of Dressrosa, the long-beard elder star pondered for a moment. It is best to adopt a hands-off approach. Raise Diaz's bounty. Let the CP agents infiltrate and gather intelligence, and additionally, send Doflamingo to create disturbances for Diaz. They cannot afford to gamble. If they provoke Diaz and he unleashes devastation upon Dressrosa, the kings of the world government's allied nations are likely to retaliate against the new Mariejois. It may even prompt several kings to withdraw from the world government's ranks. Given the discontent brewing above, how can they protect their allied nations? What purpose do they serve? All the funds allocated to them might as well be fed to pigs. Agreed. 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 In a matter of moments, they have cast aside Dressrosa, and their next headache will merely be how to placate those kings. This is the third most dismal financial report I have ever encountered. Within the palace, Diaz scrutinized the financial report concerning the various regions of Dressrosa, feeling overwhelmed. Although it is significantly better than that of the Kingdom of Sorel and the Kingdom of Corsair, what do those places even represent? They are impoverished regions that neither of the world governments desires. Dressrosa has at least maintained its heritage for over 8 centuries, yet its financial data is far from promising. After remitting the celestial gold, the nation is left with scant resources, the treasury holds little, and during King Riku's reign, he frequently utilized treasury funds for the relief of disaster victims, though at least the figures remained positive. Seated beside him, Dold III, though having abdicated, was retained by Diaz as an advisory minister, unable to depart and constantly threatened should he speak out. Reluctantly, Dold III acquiesced, lamenting that Dressrosa's only viable industry is tourism. Lacking mineral resources, foreign investment in factories, and agricultural yields that merely suffice for the sustenance of its citizens. In the event of natural disasters or calamities, the nation would find itself in dire straits, correct? Indeed. Dolder III remarked that this year has been plagued by drought. Diaz learned that Dressrosa has not seen rain for over half a month. If no action is taken, many may face starvation this year. Perhaps artificial rain could be the solution. Diaz pondered for a moment before speaking. Artificial rain? Could it possibly be the dance powder? No, no. Dold III shook his head vigorously, disapproving of Diaz's notion. While the use of dance powder could indeed summon rain, it would concurrently lead to drought in the countries situated downwind. Furthermore, it is a contraband explicitly prohibited by the world government. Dance powder, also known as the powder of rain summoning, generates a smoke when ignited that attracts rain clouds, achieving the desired precipitation. However, the utilization of this powder would result in drought for neighboring nations downwind, as the surrounding rain clouds would be drawn in by the smoke of the dance powder. This practice amounts to robbing others to benefit oneself. There have been instances where nations employed dance powder, leading to drought in adjacent territories and ultimately sparking warfare. Consequently, the world government outlawed its use, though it still circulates in the underworld. Crocodile had used this substance to frame the king of Alabasta, which is precisely why Dold III was adamant about preventing Diaz from utilizing it. Who told you I intended to use dance powder? Diaz's expression darkened as he retorted. I have no intention of affecting other nations. Then how do you plan to proceed? I must examine the weather. Artificial rain is not so easily achieved. Does Dressrosa not possess meteorologists? Indeed, but according to their reports, there have been rain clouds in the past month. The rainfall is not guaranteed due to insufficient cold air. Oh, that simplifies matters. Diaz smiled. From here, Mariejois, and I will handle it. By the way, has anyone spotted the pirates? Violet, feeling exasperated, expressed her frustration. As Diaz had been insisting she utilize her Dengeki fruit ability to observe the sea. Her keen eyesight could pierce through obstructions, allowing her to see far beyond. To Diaz, she was akin to a satellite. No, the sea remains tranquil, with merchant ships passing by, Violet replied. Oh. Diaz remarked, next, we must attract foreign investments in tourism, while also safeguarding our environment. After all, we cannot invite visitors and simultaneously ruin our surroundings. The Colosseum must be preserved. Who would have thought that you peace-loving individuals would enjoy watching gladiatorial contests? Everyone relishes it. It's truly captivating. What is wrong with that? Dold III responded nonchalantly. Nothing at all. Idleness is hardly productive, Diaz replied. He mused internally, perhaps those citizens secretly yearn for a spectacle of bloodshed. HM? He turned his head, saying, come out. Lurking in the shadows, do you really think I can't see you? What is going on? Violet, utilizing her abilities, peered ahead and spotted a familiar figure. Hastily covering her mouth to stifle a gasp, she witnessed the figure unsheath a finely crafted steel sword and charge into the palace, swinging down at Diaz with formidable force. Diaz remained seated, motionless, while Mariejois dashed forward, raising her delicate arm to block the strike. The sword met her skin with a resounding buzz. Yet no mark was left upon her. With her exoskeleton and the consumption of an artificial devil fruit, her defenses were greatly enhanced. She didn't even require combat attire for such an assault. What? The assailant was taken aback, confident in his own strength. He was astonished to see a seemingly frail girl effortlessly thwart his attack, leading him to doubt his own prowess. You possess considerable strength, Mariejois stated. As Diaz instructed her to step back, his interest piqued by the legendary hero of the Dressrosa arena, a warrior with an unblemished record of 3,000 victories, and the former captain of the Dressrosa Royal Guard. Due to his marriage to Scarlet, the current Cyrus was, at least on the surface, considered deceased. Adorned in the Royal Guard's military attire of Dressrosa, he was tall and robust, with a vibrant red cape and a heavy steel sword in hand. His gaze calm and composed. Cyrus, brother-in-law, your majesty, your highness, I have come to rescue you. Cyrus declared earnestly. Leave this to me. You must flee. Flee. You cannot escape. Diaz shook his head, descending from his throne. This is my territory now, Cyrus. In a one-on-one confrontation, you are no match for me. Oh? Do you have allies? A small shadow appeared at an astonishing speed in his observation, a diminutive figure. With a flick of his fingers, he sent one approaching figure flying, as if swatting a mosquito, and dispatched another with similar ease. How bothersome. Get lost. The conqueror's haki reverberated, causing the entire palace to tremble. revealing a throng of diminutive warriors. They truly are little folk. Diaz crouched to pick up an unconscious small person. Forget it. Everyone. Cyrus charged forward, exclaiming, "Release them." Diaz swiftly evaded, causing Cyrus's attack to miss entirely. He felt the weight of the sword in his hand as Diaz crouched directly upon it, forcing it down beneath his feet. Cyrus reacted with alacrity, relinquishing the broadsword and launching a punch. Diaz adeptly countered every move, effortlessly discerning his opponent's techniques. He seized the great sword and placed it menacingly against his adversary's throat. The outcome was clear. "Your Majesty, Diaz," cried Dold III. "Cyrus has come to save us. He bears no guilt. I implore you, spare him." "Your Majesty, King Liku." Cyrus gazed at his father-in-law, unwilling to accept defeat, lamenting, "I am simply too weak." "Well, you seem capable enough," he replied. This man possesses strength akin to a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family. After being turned into a mere plaything for a decade, despite his considerable exhaustion and the loss of a leg, he still managed to defeat that Diamante fellow. His prowess is commendable. Cyrus glared at Diaz, only to witness him relinquish the sword and return to his throne. "Very well, I shall grant you a chance. If you can defeat a particular individual, King Liku and Princess Violette, along with these little folk, may leave. Should you fail, you will remain and serve as my commander." "Agreed," Cyrus responded without hesitation. "Cyrus, do not acquiesce. You are no match for him." Dold III, eager to prevent his son-in-law's demise, urged him to reconsider, as did Violette. "No, no, no, you misunderstand. His opponent is this child." With that, he tossed forth a pockball, and Tyranitar emerged, roaring ferociously. Violette, upon catching sight of Tyranitar, instinctively sought refuge behind Cyrus. "What is that?" "It is Tyranitar, my steadfast companion. Do not be deceived by its stature. Its strength is formidable." "Tyranitar." The creature struck a proud pose, clearly pleased by the compliment. "Defeat it, and we shall be allowed to depart," Cyrus inquired. "Indeed, I will command it. Therefore, let us say, if you can withstand it for 10 minutes, how does that sound? I will vanquish it." "Cyrus, King Liku, this is our sole opportunity for escape." With Cyrus resolute in his decision, Dold III could only acquiesce. "This is intriguing. Let us move outside the palace." A group made their way to an open space outside the palace, where Diaz patted Tyranitar's shoulder, saying, "Do your best. If you win, there will be a reward of delicious food." Tyranitar. Upon hearing the promise of delectable treats, Tyranitar's eyes blazed with fervor. Cyrus, sword in hand, stated earnestly, "Come forth." "All right. Lechi, you shall officiate." "Very well, then, let the battle commence." With the signal given, the clash officially began. Cyrus charged forward, while Diaz commanded, Tyranitar, use Fire Blast. Tyranitar unleashed a torrent of flames, forming a colossal letter in midair, hurtling towards Cyrus with unparalleled heat. Unfazed, Cyrus cleaved through the fiery assault with his sword, splitting it asunder, and then advanced with a strike. Now this is intriguing. Iron Tail. A robust tail illuminated with a radiant white light, then abruptly swung outward with such velocity that Cyrus barely had time to react. He hastily raised his sword to block. The force transmitted through it left him astounded, causing him to stagger back a few steps. The voice of Diaz echoed in his ears, proclaiming the next move, Thunderbolt. Lightning danced around Bangiras, who had acquired numerous techniques through the move tutor, this being one of them. As the thunder struck down, Cyrus maneuvered desperately, caught in a precarious situation. Thunder Punch. Bangiras clashed its claws together, sparks of electricity flickering, and launched directly at him. Cyrus dared not confront it head-on. Should he be ensnared, injury would be imminent, compounded by the perilous paralysis effect of the thunder. In the face of Bangiras' relentless onslaught, Cyrus found himself in a lamentable predicament. The opponent's attacks bore significant openings, yet he felt utterly incapable of countering. Flamethrower. With a deep breath, a fierce column of fire erupted from his mouth. Cyrus retreated, cleaving through the flames with his sword, forcefully aiming for Bangiras' neck. Crunch. Bangiras clamped its jaws around the great sword, biting down with immense strength, shattering it into fragments that were subsequently devoured. Aqua Tail. Water surged from its tail, striking Cyrus squarely in the abdomen, the tremendous force compelling him to retreat. Then came the earthquake. With a powerful stomp, the ground trembled violently, destabilizing Cyrus's previously steady stance, momentarily slowing his movements. Thunderbolt. A surge of electricity rendered Cyrus completely paralyzed, sending him crashing to the ground, the outcome now inevitable. Cyrus. Brother-in-law. Captain. As the crowd rushed forward, Diaz raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What an enviable camaraderie. However, the victor is clear. Cyrus, the position of army commander awaits you." In frustration, Cyrus slammed his fist into the ground. Diaz continued, "Very well, let us summon rain upon Dressrosa. Bangiras, summon the rain." Bangiras roared towards the heavens, a blue light enveloping its form, and soon the skies darkened with ominous clouds. A single raindrop fell, swiftly followed by a torrential downpour. Everyone stood bathed in the rain, while Bangiras, somewhat uncomfortable, remained steadfast. Though it was not particularly fond of water, it could endure. Diaz had initially contemplated artificial rain but suddenly remembered that he had taught Bangiras to summon rain, thus directly invoking its skill to bring forth the downpour, which promised to continue for some time. "It's raining! It's raining! How wonderful! Now the crops shall not perish." The farmers joyfully shouted in the rain, blissfully unaware that the downpour was conjured by the despised Mad King. Dold 3 gazed at the rain, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Diaz had returned to the palace with Banquilas and Rage. Banquilas shivered uncomfortably, shaking off the rainwater, as Diaz offered a towel to dry him off, proving effective. Cyrus had indeed faced an unfamiliar setback. The confrontation between Banquilas and Cyrus was perilous. Had Cyrus been more acquainted with Banquilas' combat style and abilities, the outcome would have been uncertain. Diaz commanded Banquilas to unleash a barrage of special attacks, forcing Cyrus to retreat, seizing the moment when a vulnerability appeared. A fleeting opportunity. Dold 3 and his companions entered, resembling wilted eggplants, utterly disheartened to discover that their own Cyrus was no match for the opponent's pet. Diaz seated himself upon the throne, one hand propping his head while the other perused various reports. Unnecessary expenditures were promptly eliminated, and the tribute to the heavens was no longer required. Should this tribute cease, Dressrosa would risk losing its status as a member state. Dold 3 vociferously opposed this decision, but suddenly realized that with Diaz ascending to kingship, the possibility of fulfilling such obligations was utterly non-existent. The world government might already be preparing to revoke Dressrosa's membership status. Such matters were of little merit. It was as if paying a fee would guarantee immunity from pirate invasions, ultimately draining the resources of the populace. Diaz waved dismissively, silencing Dold 3. The celestial gold has never been a comforting system. It merely serves to nourish the parasitic celestial dragons with the blood of the citizens from the member nations of the world government. Once nurtured, these parasites audaciously proceed to plunder further. Diaz had always held disdain for that group of individuals. The destruction of Mariejois felt to him no more significant than the demolition of an ordinary dwelling. Dold 3 was at a loss for words when Diaz remarked, "As for our next discussion, let us extol the breathtaking vistas of Dressrosa. If that is the case, let us produce a film." The abrupt shift in topic left Dold 3 and his companions momentarily bewildered. A film? How does one go about that? In the realm of piracy, entertainment options are rather scarce, music being one of the few. Tesalo, not merely the Golden Emperor but also a world-class artist, had released records that achieved considerable popularity. While films do exist in this world, they are few and far between, with limited screening venues available. The film is not the end goal. Rather, it serves as a means of promotion. Do you understand? We must present Dressrosa as a picturesque sanctuary suitable for travelers, enticing visitors and stimulating the region's economic growth. Enough of this. You would not comprehend. I shall take care of these matters. Your focus must remain on managing state affairs. Violetta, keep your eyes on the sea. Notify me if any pirate crews appear, and I shall handle it. TCH, Violetta pouted, activating her abilities to gaze into the distance, and suddenly exclaimed, "A pirate crew has emerged, quite a number of them, and they are just a few thousand meters from Dressrosa." The time for a warning shot had arrived. Diaz rose and stepped outside, raindrops cascading upon him. He swept his hair back and stood amidst the downpour, declaring, "Cyrus, are we ready to move?" "Of course," Cyrus replied. "Then lead your men alongside me. Until you vanquish Banquiras, you are my commander. Understood?" "Humph. A bet must be honored." And with the safety of the Lico royal family resting in Diaz's hands, he had no choice but to comply. Thus, it was evident that the Lico king was quite resourceful. The royal guards followed closely behind Cyrus as they mounted their steeds, a grand procession embarking forth. Mariejois offered a faint smile and addressed Dold 3 and the others, saying, "Now, let us return to matters of state. There remains much to be resolved." Dold 3 and the ministers, in silence, resumed their duties, diligently attending to the affairs at hand. Diaz, mounted upon his steed, maneuvered through the rain alongside the royal guards. The onlookers in the streets gazed at him, some spitting in disdain, while they beheld Cyrus among the royal guards, rendered speechless in astonishment. They were all aware that Cyrus and the Grand Princess, Scarlet, resided in the sunflower fields, and thus tacitly chose not to disturb them. In their minds, Cyrus had always been the invincible legend of 30 consecutive victories in the arena. Yet, did such a man truly exist solely to heed Diaz's commands? What fate awaited Dressrosa on the morrow? Diaz was indifferent to the feelings of this group as he pressed onward, arriving at the harbor. Dressrosa was encircled by towering cliffs, forming a natural barrier with but a single exit, making it the only point of entry for pirates. Standing at the port, the distant sky rumbled with thunder as a pirate ship emerged from the sea, lightning illuminating their menacing faces, filled with avarice. "Listen up, lads. We've reached Dressrosa, and we're due for a hearty supply," roared their captain, the notorious wolf, Finger, brandishing his large sword. His crew raised their weapons in fervent response. "Kill them all. Take everything. Women. I want women. Ha! I want rivers of blood." A horde of pirates surged forward as their ship docked at the port, rushing out with wild abandon. Due to the torrential rain and turbulent waves, the port was completely evacuated, yet this band of pirates charged toward Dressrosa, laughing heartily, dismissing Diaz and his royal guards with utter contempt. How bothersome. Diaz let out a sharp breath and charged directly into the throng of pirates, delivering a punch to each one. The ferocious strength he unleashed caught the pirates entirely off guard. As they drew their guns to shoot, he effortlessly bent their barrels, causing their firearms to explode in their hands. Was this still a mere human? A royal guard, no less. Cyrus clenched his fists, showing no intention of intervening. For in just a brief moment, Diaz had already decimated the pirates, leaving only the formidable wolf, Finger, still standing. Howling, Finger transformed into a gray wolf, measuring 6 meters in length, and lunged at Diaz to bite him. It was the animal-type dog fruit, gray wolf form. Diaz extended his hands, swiftly grasping the wolf's upper and lower jaws, its biting force proving utterly insufficient to instill fear. With a firm grip, he crushed the wolf's mouth and hurled it away, sending it crashing against a rock. In pain, Finger attempted to rise, but Diaz was upon him in an instant, delivering a kick aimed at his waist, a blow so heavy it shattered his vertebrae. Finger reverted to his human form, his neck seized by Diaz. "Who gave you the audacity to come here? Do you not know that Dressrosa is my territory?" Enduring the agony, Finger finally recognized Diaz's face, which had turned even paler from pain. The Mad King. It dawned on him that they had foolishly entered the domain of the Mad King, Diaz, in Dressrosa. It was over. This thought marked the last flicker of consciousness in his life. Diaz's fist pierced through the chest of his adversary, carelessly discarding the lifeless body, and addressed the group of royal guards, instructing them to hang the fallen from the trees at the harbor. A grim spectacle for the pirates who dared to trespass upon his domain. Cyrus could not suppress his curiosity, inquiring, "Is this the purpose of your summons?" "Of course." Diaz retorted, "Do you expect me to rely on you for combat? Aside from you, Cyrus, very few among the royal guard possess any fighting prowess." He waved his hand dismissively, adding, "I have no intention of being like King Liquor, gentle to the point of being bullied without retaliation. I am Diaz, your new king, and here, my commands are absolute." Mounting his horse, he commanded, "Once you have dealt with this, secure the pirate ships and bring their treasures to the royal treasury. The vessels and weapons should be sold off, with the proceeds also deposited into the treasury." With that, he turned and departed. The others glanced at Cyrus, who, resigned, said, "Let us act in accordance with his orders, for the safety of King Liquor. We have no choice." The royal guards complied, hanging the pirates from the trees, their bodies swaying grotesquely in the wind, creating a haunting sight amidst the rain. After completing the grim task, Cyrus returned with his men, finding Diaz already engrossed in matters of state. The downpour revitalized the parched land of Dressrosa, and Diaz, seated on his bed, dialed Thaisolo's number. "This is Thaisolo. Mr. Thaisolo. This is Diaz." "Oh, Mr. Diaz?" "No, I should say, His Majesty Diaz, King of Dressrosa. How does it feel to ascend to the throne?" Thaisolo chuckled, the faint sounds of a bustling market audible in the background before fading away. "To be honest, I have little sentiment regarding my new position, Mr. Thaisolo. Are you interested in investing in a film?" "A film?" Thaisolo, a distinguished artist, was familiar with the concept but had only dabbled in it, producing a few mediocre works that paled in comparison to his musical endeavors. However, The notion of investment piqued his interest. What prompted your majesty to consider film? I intend to produce a film to promote Dressrosa and was curious if you might have any professionals in mind. Indeed, I do have a few contacts. However, as you may know, the success of a film heavily relies on the script and the actors' performances, not to mention the director's skill. With that, Taisolo assumed a more professional demeanor. Exactly, Diaz affirmed, I can provide the script, and I have identified a suitable actress. But I still require a leading man and a director. Could you not take on the role of the leading man yourself? To be candid, my current reputation would be quite distracting. You have a point. Anyone who sees your face would associate you with the Mad King rather than a leading man. However, I would be willing to assist. I can invest and even make a cameo appearance. Oh, since you are interested, Mr. Taisolo, that would be splendid. Regarding the music, I shall entrust that to you, an artist of your caliber. Not a problem. Two individuals were engaged in a discussion regarding specific matters when their conversation shifted to the script. Diaz's screenplay, it turned out, was rather cliché. The male protagonist is a prince from Dressrosa, while the female lead is an ordinary yet vibrant and beautiful commoner, possessing remarkable combat skills. Their fates intertwine due to a pirate attack, leading them to grow closer and ultimately fall in love. The first 40 minutes of the film unfold as a romantic tale, showcasing their adventures across the picturesque and serene landscapes of Dressrosa. However, the narrative takes a darker turn when a villain sets his sights on the kingdom, demanding a ransom of 100 billion berries from the king, threatening to annihilate the nation should he refuse. Concerned for his people, the king reluctantly acquiesces to the villain's demands, leveraging his public standing to borrow the exorbitant sum from the citizens. Yet, the villain seizes control over the king and the royal guards, unleashing a massacre upon the populace, ultimately leading to a loss of public support. The antagonist easily usurps the kingdom, and the prince perishes in the ensuing struggle. Upon learning of this tragedy, the female lead, consumed by rage yet concealing her fury, spends years infiltrating the villain's ranks, ultimately avenging her beloved in a climactic confrontation. Severely wounded, she meets her demise amidst the blossoms where she once declared her eternal love for the prince. Indeed, the villain's character was crafted in the mold of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Upon discovering this, Taisolo erupted into laughter, harboring a long-standing vendetta against da Flamingo. Although their business dealings had intertwined, his disdain for the man remained unabated. To Diaz, the script appeared trite. However, in a world starved of entertainment, it was a noteworthy offering. Taisolo expressed his fondness for the screenplay, suggesting the casting of a blonde actor to embody the villain, confident that with some adjustments, he could easily emulate da Flamingo's persona. Rest assured, as long as you finalize the script, the rest shall be left to me, Taisolo chuckled. And who will portray the female lead? Naturally, it shall be the princess of Dressrosa, Liku Violet. Diaz had envisioned transforming Violet into an idol, propelling her into the limelight. With fame, lucrative fan meetings could follow. You certainly possess a wicked sense of humor, commented Taisolo, unfazed, as he delegated the task to others, investing the necessary funds, confident that everything would unfold splendidly. Diaz commenced his endeavor of scriptwriting, his hands poised upon the antiquated typewriter, the rhythmic sound of keys striking resonating swiftly, creating ephemeral shadows in the air. This pace, in the realm of Zuin, was undoubtedly unparalleled, as if defying the very lineage of his ancestry. In the stillness of the night, Diaz completed the script, and as dawn's light began to break, he stretched languidly, opting not to rest, but instead proceeded to the washroom for his morning ablutions, script in hand, to seek out Violet. What? You want me to act in a film? Are you out of your mind? Violet furrowed her brow, declaring her refusal. Refusal is not an option. This is a strategy to promote Dressrosa. Surely, you do not wish for Dressrosa to remain in its current state of poverty? With gritted teeth, Violet accepted the script. Very well, within 3 days, you must memorize all the lines. The crew will arrive shortly. I have matters to attend to. As she observed the man yawning and departing, she huffed softly, realizing that he was not as dreadful as she had initially perceived, at least, not entirely. Yet, he still bore the mark of a scoundrel. Gazing at the script, she slowly opened it, convincing herself that this was all for the sake of Dressrosa. As she began to read the script, she found herself gradually moved by the tender and poignant love story woven within its pages. Although Diaz's writing was not particularly exceptional and contained moments of awkwardness, Violet found it remarkably compelling. After all, the romance novel she had perused paled in comparison to this. Wiping away her tears, she pondered whether she would be able to embody this character convincingly. Diaz is still in search of actors, with King Dold 3 portraying himself and other roles being filled by actors in their true essence. Due to a shortage of performers, Diaz takes on the role of the pirate who captures the male and female leads, while Mariejois serves as the first mate. Tezzolo, on the other hand, plays a singer at the bar, serenading the leads during their leisure time. A few days later, on set, the male lead is a gentleman of refined elegance, exuding an air of nobility, while the antagonist, with his striking blonde hair and blue eyes, possesses a physique that bears a slight resemblance to Doflamingo, leaving one to ponder where Tezzolo unearthed him from. The director, a renowned figure in the film industry with an extensive portfolio that includes various genres, even those of an adult nature, is quite popular in certain regions. They are ushered into the palace to meet Diaz, all of them trembling with apprehension. However, the director, seasoned by the tumultuous waves of experience, requests the script and begins to read. After a cursory glance, he exclaims that it is a splendid script. Preparations are made to commence filming immediately, but Diaz insists they first capture the breathtaking scenery of Dressrosa. The director agrees, noting that they too must select filming locations. Soon, the shoot begins, with the curious townsfolk observing as the first scene depicting the pirate invasion unfolds. Diaz and Mariejois don their disguises, while a group of royal guards masquerading as pirates stood behind them. They were about to embark on the audacious mission of abducting the protagonists. Listen up, everyone. We must steel ourselves, for our next endeavor is to plunder this nation. Diaz raised his sword, the fierce cry echoing through the air. Adorned as a pirate with an eye patch, his visage rendered menacing through makeup, embodying the very essence of villainy. Mariejois, too, donned an unflattering guise. However, her curvaceous form ignited a fervor within onlookers. Ah! A group of royal guards emitted feeble shouts, while a director wielding a video snail exclaimed, "This won't do. Your Majesty Diaz. They appear as if starved. Exert more effort." I wish to witness the ferocity and desire gleaming in their eyes, an insatiable greed, as if they yearn to devour their prey. One royal guard scratched his head, bewildered. But we have never been pirates, have we? Indeed, they had only ever repelled pirates, never engaged in such antics. That simply won't suffice, the director replied, shaking his head. What if we were to capture a band of pirates? Where would we find pirates now? Diaz gestured towards the distant harbor, where pirates were being dried like sausages. Currently, any pirate entering Dressrosa is apprehended by the vigilant Cyrus. Hung from trees, and the stench of decay is a non-issue. They are soaked in seawater for a time, then sun-dried, effectively pickling them. As it stands, this process does attract birds and scavengers. Striving for perfection cannot be approached this way. No, you must descend and replace the gladiators in the arena. Diaz made the decision. Observing that this group of individuals was clearly not pirates, the gladiators, however, radiated an aura of ferocity reminiscent of true buccaneers. Once clad in the gladiatorial attire, their demeanor transformed dramatically, exuding an intimidating presence akin to that of pirates, each one brimming with bloodlust, as if they had traversed the Grand Line, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Was this the essence of piracy? With the director's command, Diaz and his companions embarked on their journey, while the crew members prepared, and the actor portraying the prince awaited his cue. Diaz and his team stormed into the constructed town, wreaking havoc as they seized the prince and the leading lady, dragging them aboard the pirate ship to commence the revelry. Violet seized the opportunity to loosen her restraints, taking advantage of the drunken state of the pirates to unleash her remarkable combat skills upon them. The captain and first mate fled in disarray, creating a captivating scene of a damsel rescuing her hero. It was rumored that the director would enhance the footage with special effects during editing, though the specifics remained unknown. Following this, the narrative would delve into the romance between the protagonists and the emergence of antagonists, matters that did not require Diaz's oversight, for he had more pressing concerns at hand. The system had finally been unsealed. After a previous instance of cheating resulted in a system lockdown, it was now liberated, and he could indulge at last. System, summon cards. Gia's glasses. Gia breaks the seal. Fireworks from the Nagano fireworks store, the pride of the festival queen. Boom boom bombs, let them all explode. The only obedient ninja in the later stages, the one and only Kakuzu. Frigga bullets, hit one, sleep for a day. Kakuzu? I wonder if he brings along the great sword, Samahata. Having Kakuzu on board would certainly facilitate my battles, barring any unusual circumstances and assuming I can subdue him. Otto was a partner, yet more importantly, He was intrigued by this world and did not mind assisting him. Kakuzu, however, was a different story. A warrior by nature. He remained composed even amidst conflict, willing to bite his tongue to conceal secrets, summoning a shark to devour him, truly a man of valor. Arise, Kakuzu. Before him appeared a man with deep gray skin and a visage resembling that of a shark, adorned with gills on either shoulder. His tall frame standing before Diaz in a state of bewilderment. Here stood Kakuzu, manifesting a look of confusion. Welcome to Dressrosa, Diaz greeted with a smile. Mr. Kakuzu, you are in another world. I have summoned you. Summoned? Is this akin to a spirit summoning technique? Fascinating, but I have perished. Is this the result of Orochimaru's Edo Tensei? Yet, I can feel that I am still alive. Kakuzu clenched his fist. The flow of blood within him and the beating of his heart assured him of his vitality. He felt healthier than ever. Diaz clapped his hands and briefly explained the situation to him. Kisame, remaining silent, inquired, "Are you a god?" "No, merely an ordinary individual endowed with certain extraordinary abilities." Diaz replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "Mr. Kisame, I require your strength to assist me." "Oh, what is it that you wish to accomplish?" "Follow me." They exited the chamber and stepped outside the palace, where the panoramic view of Dressrosa unfolded before them. Kisame gazed upon the tranquil and harmonious nation, with the distant sea creating a picturesque scene. "At present, I am the king of this realm. You may perceive me as the water shadow or the daimyo. I need your prowess to safeguard this country." "Huh? I am merely a ninja." "Precisely because you are a ninja, I can entrust this responsibility to you without reservation," Diaz stated. "As for the tailless beast, I am well aware of Kisame's formidable strength. The question lies in whether you are willing to assist me." "Allow me to ponder this." Kisame did not respond immediately. A look of confusion clouded his eyes, as he was uncertain whether the Moon Eye plan had succeeded or if others had found their rightful places. Arriving in an unfamiliar world left him feeling out of sync with his surroundings. Diaz discerned and remarked, "If you are contemplating the Moon's Eye project, then I advise against it. It is nothing but an elaborate ruse." "What?" Diaz recounted the entire sequence of events, reflecting on his past as a member of the Umbu and the Hidden Mist Village. As a discerning individual, he could easily perceive whether someone was being dishonest. Was the Moon Eye plan truly a ruse? Had his own superior been deceived? And his superior's superior as well? What, then, is the purpose of our struggles? Was it merely to rescue Kaguya from the clutches of Black Zetsu? Yet that endeavor ended in failure, as she was ultimately sealed away by Naruto and Sasuke. How infuriating it is that such immense sacrifices were orchestrated by Black Zetsu alone. The entirety of Kisame's being felt numb as he sat upon a stone, grappling with the meaning of his existence. Diaz patted his shoulder and said, "Mr. Kisame, do not lose heart. I can offer you employment here, complete with 5 insurances and 1 fund, weekends off, and double wages for overtime. Your task will simply be to locate the spies lurking in Dressrosa. Cyrus possesses the strength to confront most pirates, but dealing with the infiltrating CP agents is beyond his capabilities, which is where professionals like you come into play. What could be more adept at infiltration than a ninja?" Listening to Diaz's conditions, Kisame forced a bitter smile and replied, "Is there no escape from such a fate for ninjas, regardless of the world?" "No, it is primarily your world that bears this burden." Diaz cleared his ears and remarked, "The class structure has solidified, and your way of life is flawed. You are willing to risk your lives for missions, battling fiercely, while those who employ you can comfortably sip tea. Such a scenario is utterly absurd. Moreover, ninjas are often poorly educated. If you ponder more deeply, you would surely uncover the root of the problem. Ninjas have wielded their blades for so long that they have forgotten they are human beings, not mere instruments of the state, and certainly not devoid of dignity. This lifestyle is something Diaz cannot comprehend. In my realm, we maintain a hierarchical relationship during work. But outside of it, we are friends. Our working hours are from 9 to 5, and should you need to work overtime, remember to report it." Diaz spoke as the formidable Kisame looked at him and inquired, "Mr. Diaz, what kind of nation do you aspire to create?" "A nation? At the very least. I wish for them to have wealth, so that they need not perish at the hands of pirates. In your world, ninjas are the norm. In this realm, it is the pirates who reign supreme, leaving the unfortunate common folk to suffer. Above them loom the celestial dragons, more decayed than the nobility of your world. Consequently, I destroyed their dwelling last year. I had anticipated your ambitions to be grander," Kisame remarked. "No, I am merely an ordinary man. Even if I desired to confront the world government, I currently lack the strength to do so," Diaz replied, shaking his head. One must tread the path step by step. Without haste. I am alone in this world, unbound by ties. Having a job would be quite agreeable. I look forward to your guidance, Your Majesty Diaz. Kisame extended his hand, and Diaz clasped it firmly. I look forward to your guidance as well, Mr. Kisame. Thus, Kisame formally joined Diaz's ranks. However, he posed a condition. He wished to witness Diaz's prowess and evaluate the combat capabilities of this world. Very well, follow me. The two men ventured to a solitary island north of Dressrosa, known as Greenbit. It was connected to Dressrosa by a mere iron bridge, yet 2 centuries ago. Ferocious fighting fish had infested the surrounding waters, deterring anyone from setting foot there. The island was cloaked in vast expanses of primordial forest, beneath which lay the kingdom of Dongdada, home to the diminutive folk. Previously, he had spared the little ones who had attacked him alongside Cyrus. There was no need for conflict as long as they remained peaceful. As they prepared their bodies for the impending confrontation, Diaz asked, "Are you ready, Mr. Kisame? Let us begin." Good. Body flicker technique. The swiftness of Kisame's movement was nearly imperceptible, prompting him to employ the body flicker technique to create distance. Landing upon the surface of the sea, riding the waves. He then executed a series of hand seals. Water release. Water shark bullet technique. A shark composed of water surged forth from the ocean, aiming to bite Diaz. Observing the thrashing shark, Diaz unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the creature to pieces. With a single step forward, Kisame completed his hand seals. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. With his chakra infused into the seawater. A towering wave over 20 meters high rose, sweeping toward Diaz like an army. Unfazed, Diaz countered with silver blade. His sword energy sliced through the tidal wave. And with a moonwalk, he closed the distance to Kisame. He landed a punch, however, it morphed into a torrent of water, merging with the sea. Water clone. You have lost. Water prison technique. Suddenly, the sea surged from beneath, forming a cage that ensnared Diaz within its watery confines. Diaz cast a sweeping glance. And the momentary dread seized Kisame, rendering him motionless. Yet, this hesitation afforded his opponent the opportunity to strike. A hand swiftly clasped around his throat with such alacrity that Kisame scarcely had time to react. Diaz declared, "You have lost." Was that a murderous intent? No. It is hockey. Hockey? Indeed, there are 3 forms of hockey in this world: Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey. I shall enlighten you on the concept of hockey later. The denizens of this realm excel in martial arts and possess peculiar devil fruits. Those who consume these fruits can wield a myriad of powers. Be cautious when you encounter them in the future. However, note that these users harbor a fear of seawater. Pay attention, it must be water, as water created by chakra may not be effective. Devil fruit users bear the curse of the ocean. Excessive contact with water renders them weak and immobile. Sea stone contains a substance known as pyrobroin, which emits energy akin to that of the sea, enabling it to restrain these users. Ah, I see. Diaz's battle had not gone unnoticed by those lurking in the shadows. Kisame glanced at the thicket and remarked, "Your Majesty." Diaz. Ah, I see. Observation hockey allows one to perceive the surroundings, while armament hockey serves for offense and defense. As for conqueror's hockey, it is innate and cannot be cultivated through training. Once mastered, it can be used for attack. However, in its initial stages, it can merely incapacitate enemies, like so. As he spoke, his eyes glowed crimson, an overwhelming aura radiating from him that even Kisame, who had encountered Uchiha Madara, could not help but take notice. Such a terrifying presence. Yet, one must wonder, is it truly effective? Reigning in his conqueror's hockey, Diaz approached the thicket and picked up an unconscious small humanoid soldier. There were several others scattered around, and Kisame, eyeing these diminutive beings, remarked in astonishment, "Is this what humanity looks like?" The small humanoid race, perhaps they are considered subhuman. This world has many similarities to humanity, such as the giant race and the fishmen. Oh, if you were to visit Fishman Island like this, you might be mistaken for one of them. Kisame, in his current guise, could easily be mistaken for a shark fishman if he were to wield the Samahata. Their fusion would make the resemblance even stronger. Is that so? How intriguing, Kisame mused, his curiosity about this world growing. Casually discarding the small humanoid, he continued. This is the realm of the small humanoids, the Dongtada kingdom. They were likely drawn here by our battle. Now, we should return. I will assist you in procuring weapons and clothing. As for the Samahata, I cannot manage that for the time being. So you'll have to make do with some weapons for now. No problem, Diaz replied. as the two traversed the iron bridge surrounded by fighting fish. Diaz's imposing aura startled the creatures, causing them to retreat into silence beneath the waves. Kisame followed quietly behind, and as they approached Dressrosa, he donned sunglasses and affixed a false mustache, guiding Diaz into a shop. "Shopkeeper, please find this gentleman a few suitable outfits." "Certainly," came the reply. After purchasing several fitting garments for Kisame, Diaz then sought weapons, knowing that the ones he possessed were ill-suited for his companion. For now, they would suffice. Under Diaz's direction, Kisame commenced his duties, which were quite straightforward, to patrol around Dressrosa and identify any suspicious individuals. Compared to ninjas, the CP agents were laughably inept. Their methods of gathering intelligence paled in comparison to those of ninjas. It was too long before Kisame spotted an infiltrating spy. This is indeed an effortless task. Their approach to intelligence gathering is utterly ridiculous. The individual had brazenly purchased information from another, right before Kisame's eyes. With a grin revealing his sharp teeth, he declared, "Water release, water prison jutsu." He unleashed a torrent of water that formed a cage, ensnaring the spy tightly. He then transported the captive to the royal palace atop the king's heights, presenting the spy to Diaz. "What shall be done with this information, buyer?" Diaz inquired. "You can handle it. Extract all useful information through interrogation. This should not pose a challenge for you ninjas, correct?" Diaz set down the report in his hand and remarked, "No problem." Kisame descended with his men, entering the interrogation room specially prepared for him. The chilling cries of agony echoed within the confines of the room, causing the royal guards patrolling the palace to hastily retreat, fully aware that they were near the interrogation chamber, yet taken aback by its immediate use. Shortly thereafter, Kisame presented the blood-stained report to Diaz. "Oh, a squad infiltrated?" he inquired. "Mr. Kisame, can you handle this?" "Indeed," Kisame replied. "They lack transformation techniques. Their physical characteristics will reveal them quickly. Ninjas skilled in transformation present a significant challenge to CP, as spies relying solely on disguise find it difficult to obscure their inherent traits. Such matters are trivial for Kisame. While it may not be resolved by the end of the day, a few days should suffice to bring it to completion." Diaz nodded, entrusting the matter to Kisame, while he sipped his tea and continued with his work. A week later, the entire espionage team was apprehended. However, the issue arose when additional spies were uncovered, not affiliated with the world government, but rather from other nations. "The kingdom of Prodinus?" Diaz unexpectedly remarked. "I recall that the king of this nation is your dear friend. Is he not?" Sitting below, King Dold III replied, "Indeed, I share a profound friendship with His Majesty, King Bello II of the Prodane's kingdom." "Oh, look at this." After handing him the latest intelligence regarding the ghoul, Dold III was taken aback, exclaiming, "This cannot be. We must not wage war." Dold III and Bello II enjoyed a strong camaraderie, with Dold III having aided the Prodane's kingdom through numerous crises, a gesture for which Bello II held immense gratitude. Upon hearing of Dold III's peril, he had begun amassing forces to strike at Dressrosa, intending to vanquish Diaz and restore Dold III to his rightful throne. Such a poignant friendship, indeed. Dold III mused, "I harbor no fear of the army. Should they wish to fight, I am indifferent. But they must be prepared to face the depths." Diaz rose and stated, "As of now, I have no means to command this nation's army, do I? They heed only you. Commanding the army hinges upon the loyalty of these men. My resources are woefully limited. The army may outwardly obey, yet in the face of adversity, they could easily turn against me." He understood this all too well. Casting Dold III a frigid glance, he inquired, "Should I eliminate all the officers and replace them with my own?" "Please, do not resort to such measures, Your Majesty. They are innocent. Thus, the fate of this war rests in your hands, King Liku." The ships of the Prodane's kingdom were advancing towards Dressrosa, and aboard one grand vessel stood King Bello II, repeatedly throwing punches into the air, sweat glistening on his robust physique. Beside him stood a portly man with two small, somewhat lewd mustaches and a thick gold chain around his neck, the military advisor of the Prodane's kingdom, Gama, who said, "Your Majesty, with your valor in battle, King Liku shall surely be rescued." Bello II continued his punches while declaring, "I must strike Diaz with precision, otherwise our prospects for victory remain uncertain. The adversary is a formidable creature, having evaded the grasp of admirals on multiple occasions. Thus a decisive blow is imperative." His royal fist, a treasured heirloom of the Prodane's monarchy, requires an hour of warm-up to unleash a single punch. Elizabeth II's extraordinary physique allows him to wield this devastating force. Yet it must connect to be of any consequence. Gamma, however, brimmed with confidence, stroking his beard as he reassured, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Our intelligence suggests that the forces of Dressrosa do not fully pledge their allegiance to Diaz, making it highly probable that he will confront us alone in battle. At that moment, we can hold him at bay, allowing you to unleash your lethal royal fist, thereby determining the outcome. In doing so, our allies shall be freed." His mind was abuzz with calculations. Exchanging a few soldiers for victory was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Moreover, should His Majesty triumph over Diaz, the renown of the Kingdom of Prodenus would echo throughout the world. A figure that even the world government struggled to subdue would be vanquished by them. Consequently, when attending the World Conference, His Majesty would wield greater influence. Surely, King Liku, restored to his throne, would lend them his support. One could only hope. Elizabeth ceased speaking, fully engrossed in his warm-up. The command of forthcoming actions was entirely entrusted to Gamma, as it had always been. In the distance, the panoramic view of Dressrosa came into sight, revealing a figure emerging from the sea, as if the surface had transformed into a platform beneath him. He was walking on the water. How could this be possible? How could someone traverse the sea in such a manner? Gamma, peering through his telescope, was astounded, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This defied logic. Such a spectacle was rare, yet the ocean was indeed an ideal battleground for their water-style ninjas. A small boat approached and anchored beside him, carrying Diaz, Reiju, and Dold III. Diaz remarked, "I truly envy those of you who possess chakra. You can walk on water." Alas, in this world devoid of chakra, even if Kasame provided him with the means to harness it, he could not cultivate it, nor could others. Perhaps it was merely a matter of differing worlds. Diaz cast a disdainful glance at the fleet in the distance, smirking as he produced a trumpet. The individuals before him, upon hearing the command, promptly retreated from the waters of Dressrosa. "This is the territory of Dressrosa. Venture further, and do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Dagama scoffed, similarly signaling for his own trumpet. He bellowed, "You, the usurping Mad King, dare to utter such words? Indeed, this is Dressrosa's domain. Yet you are not its ruler. In our eyes, the only sovereign of Dressrosa is King Riku. You are merely a jester. It is not too late for you to surrender." "Huh? You wish for me to capitulate? Is that something you can achieve when even the Navy has failed?" Diaz let out a scoff and handed the horn to Dold III, who immediately declared, "Elizabeth II, I implore you to withdraw your forces. His Majesty Diaz has not troubled me or my subjects. Rather, he has sincerely protected this nation from the pirates. Therefore, I beseech you to retreat." "King Liku," Dagama exclaimed in disbelief, "we came here to restore you to the throne, and yet you choose to speak on behalf of the very person who has usurped it from you. What is King Liku truly contemplating?" Elizabeth II furrowed his brow and continued to throw punches, though he no longer aimed them at Diaz, for Dold III stood beside him. A strike would inevitably involve Dold III as well. "Hand the horn to you," commanded Elizabeth II. "Yes," Dagama replied, raising the horn before His Majesty. Elizabeth II asked, "King Liku, my friend, what is it that occupies your thoughts? That man is the very one who has seized your throne." "Elizabeth, I am quite certain of my decision." Dold III replied with a heavy heart, "I am genuinely moved by the assistance from the Kingdom of Prodenus, yet the present circumstances are not conducive to battle. No. Since you has appeared here, retreat is not an option." Elizabeth II resolutely declared his intent to aid Dold III's restoration, shouting, "Advance. It appears negotiations have collapsed. Oni, Lei Ju. Commence." "Please, wait." Dold III urgently interjected. "Elizabeth, do not advance any further. This will only lead to the demise of innocence." Elizabeth II reassured him, "Fear not. There are but a few casualties. You will save you, King Liku." The fleet set sail toward them as Lei Ju, clad in combat attire, ascended into the sky. Tracing a white line through the air, her butterfly-like wings illuminating and scattering purple scale powder. Fog of the poison moth. As the scales dispersed, a purple mist enveloped the fleet. Some soldiers inhaled it, immediately clutching their throats as hallucinations beset them, each screaming in terror, "No, don't come near me. Ah, ha ha, mere shells." The fog, a hallucinogenic poison, forced those who inhaled it to confront their deepest fears. Instantly, chaos erupted among the thousands in the fleet, with many attacking one another, while others, paralyzed by fear, leaped into the sea. Yet, the water brought clarity to some, but death loomed close behind. Now it is my turn. Water release, thousand-faced shark. Oni pressed his hand upon the surface of the sea, channeling immense chakra into the waters. The sea transformed into a multitude of sharks, swiftly swimming forth, each dragging a soldier beneath the waves, heading toward Dressrosa. Diaz remarked, when confronted with formidable foes. Soldiers become mere cannon fodder. Dold 3, feeling utterly powerless, knelt on the deck, lamenting, I have harmed them. Not quite, Diaz reassured him. They acted with unwavering resolve. He then placed a comforting hand on Dold's shoulder and declared, but now, it is my turn. What do you intend to do? Diaz remained silent as the two figures approached Kaika, both plunging into the depths of the sea. When they resurfaced, each was enveloped by a water spirit, emerging onto the deck. Just in time, King Elizabello II and Dagama were elated. Had fortune not delivered them an opportunity? The king's fist. Energy coalesced in his right fist. Muscles taut and strained to their utmost limits. With a tremendous exertion, he swung his fist. An unparalleled shockwave erupted forth, radiating with an annihilating force that engulfed Diaz and Kaika, obliterating the deck beneath their feet into wisps of smoke. The impact surged across the ocean, the energy compressing the water beneath, sending it spiraling far away before dissipating. Ha 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 ha. Did you witness that, King Riku? Before the might of my king's fist, even the most formidable pirates face certain doom. King Elizabello II laughed heartily, recognizing this as a divinely ordained opportunity. As if fate had delivered them to his doorstep, was this not a death sentence? Dagama too was invigorated, finding the prospect of such an easy victory utterly delightful. However, as Dolder 3 rose, his excitement swiftly turned to dread upon seeing two heads emerge from the water's surface. Diaz and Kaika, who should have been obliterated by the king's fist, leaped back onto the ship. Diaz smiled and remarked, indeed, the king's fist is truly formidable. However, it is rather disappointing, after an hour of warm-up. A single strike leaves one utterly drained, rendering them vulnerable to the whims of fate. You, impossible, having endured just one of my king's fists. How could you possibly remain standing? Both King Elizabeth II and Dagama were left speechless, for logically, they should not be in this predicament. They had witnessed the king's fist strike them directly. Do you understand the essence of skill deception? Moments ago, King Elizabeth II had merely struck a water clone conjured by Kisame, which successfully lured away the king's fist capable of defeating them. What an extraordinary gain. Deceiving skills is remarkably effective, especially those with particularly lengthy cooldowns. Skill deception? The two men were bewildered, and Diaz had no expectation that they would comprehend. Suddenly, Leiju darted behind them, unleashing a barrage of pink venomous arrows. A torrent of toxic liquid formed into arrows that pierced Dagama's body, causing him to collapse in a poisoned stupor. King Elizabeth II, with his formidable physical resilience, merely sustained a superficial scratch from the arrows, rendering the toxin ineffective against him. Dagama. King Elizabeth II roared, directing a punch at Diaz, who reciprocated with equal fervor. The two fists collided with the force of cannonballs, and Diaz, feeling the immense power emanating from his opponent, acknowledged, truly, King Elizabeth II possesses an inherently robust physique, yet your path has strayed. After an hour of warm-up, having exhausted considerable stamina, you are no match for me. Indeed, while he had depleted much of his energy, one should not underestimate him as a mere incapable fighter. King Elizabeth II bellowed in anger, launching a flurry of rapid punches that left afterimages in the air. Diaz, quick to respond, parried each blow, and as they exchanged strikes, their fists became enveloped in the formidable haki. Kisame observed their battle, commenting, there seems to be no technique involved. Is it merely raw physical strength? In terms of martial arts, the beast left a more profound impression on me. Nonetheless, this combat, steeped in the aesthetics of violence, is quite appealing. Diaz appeared to grow weary of the back and forth. He swiftly seized both of King Elizabeth II's fists, leveraging them to perform a somersault, delivering a powerful kick to his chin. Without hesitation, he initiated a relentless assault. Bang, 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 bang. Fists rained down upon King Elizabeth II's body, shattering bones and rendering him incapacitated on the deck, struggling to move. Ultimately, it is the one who masters a singular technique that reigns supreme. The power of the king's fist is indeed terrifying, capable of shattering even the most fortified bastions, and it is said that even the four emperors dare not take it head-on. Yet, you may only employ this technique once per hour, while the basic attacks at the level of the four emperors can achieve similar feats. There is no comparison. Standing atop King Elizabeth II form, Diaz declared, now, let us discuss the matter of the ransom. When Dold 3 swam over, the battle had already concluded. Unable to navigate the ship, the only recourse was to swim. Upon his arrival, he beheld Diaz dragging the unconscious Elizabeth II and Dagama away, leaving him with no choice but to swim back despondently. Hastily returning to the vessel, he gazed upon the two, who lay in a state of unconsciousness, and implored, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to spare their lives. Of course, I am not a heartless fiend. However, a ransom must be paid. Surely, the kingdom of Providence will offer me an irresistible price." Diaz smiled and remarked, Dold 3 is at a loss for words, but thankfully, Queen Elizabeth II has survived. The group returned to Dressrosa, where Cyrus and others awaited their arrival with bated breath. Many had hoped for Elizabeth II to vanquish Diaz, yet contrary to their wishes, she was defeated and captured by him. How could this be? After all, she was the reigning monarch, the king of Providence, wielding the fist of the king. Indeed, did she truly endure a blow from the fist of the king? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. I refuse to believe it. Now, who could possibly rescue us from this dire predicament? The populace lamented, as Diaz had already dragged the two back to the palace, where Mariejois administered a paralyzing toxin, rendering them incapable of action. It is worth noting that the formidable creature, Elizabeth II, awakened surprisingly quickly, yet ultimately succumbed to defeat. "My friend, I can no longer restore you to the throne." Dold 3, moved by emotion, urged, "Elizabeth, it is unnecessary. Although I am no longer king, Diaz has governed this nation exceedingly well, surpassing the state it was in during my reign. Though the people may be reluctant, progress is indeed being made." This was a sentiment that deeply resonated with Dold 3. Despite Diaz's youth, he exhibited a remarkable acumen for governance, having already initiated the establishment of factories in Dressrosa. Consequently, the populace found new employment opportunities, all while ensuring favorable weather conditions. There was no rain to compel bankiras to seek precipitation, and a single sunny day could clear the skies, allowing for localized weather manipulation, thus ensuring that Dressrosa enjoyed harmonious seasons. How can he usurp your position and still have the audacity to govern the nation? Elizabeth II retorted defiantly, though she could not help but acknowledge Diaz's formidable strength. Diaz set down the letter in his hand and remarked, "Since you harbor doubts, allow Dold 3 and Kisame to show you around. Oh, and by the way, let Dold 3 make a cameo in the film." Film? What film? A promotional film for Dressrosa. Dold 3 and Kisame, accompanied by Elizabello II, began to observe the evolving landscape of Dressrosa. Although the populace grumbled against Diaz, some recognized that their lives were indeed improving. The newly constructed facilities were funded by Diaz and his associates, providing them with employment. It was he who safeguarded their well-being. Naturally, there remained a significant number of individuals who reminisced about Dold 3's reign. After all, a benevolent king is far preferable to Diaz. The mere appearance of Dold 3 alongside Elizabello II astonished them, for Dold 3 had withdrawn from public life after abdicating the throne. Diaz had not curtailed his freedom, merely forbidding him from leaving Dressrosa, knowing that the safety of the citizens would prevent Dold 3 from attempting to flee. A king's foremost concern is always his subjects. "Your Majesty, King Riku. Your Majesty, King Riku." The crowd enthusiastically greeted him. Elizabello II remarked, "Your influence remains formidable, my friend." Dold 3 shook his head and replied, "I am no longer a king. The true king is the one leading Dressrosa toward improvement. Please have faith in him. In our hearts, you are our sole king. Indeed, if danger arises, Diaz would abandon us without hesitation and even obliterate Dressrosa." This was their primary concern. Elizabello II, not a foolish warmonger, quickly grasped that these people merely feared being forsaken and annihilated. In truth, it mattered little to them who wore the crown. As long as their lives improved, even if it meant being ruled by a pirate, he would never do such a thing. Dold 3 implored, "Please trust me. However, we must depart, gentlemen. I have little time to linger here idly." Kisame urged, as he had no leisure to indulge in idle chatter with them and the crowd. After their tour, he still had captives to apprehend. Currently, there were few capable individuals available, and he would have to make do. Though he looked forward to clocking out at 5, his present life was far superior to his days in the Akatsuki, devoid of harsh elements and endless missions. No longer tasked with capturing tailed beasts and enjoying various privileges, it was remarkably comfortable. What had his previous existence entailed? Dold 3 and Elizabello II did not tarry long. As they traversed Dressrosa, they were met with the warm regards of the citizens. Meanwhile, Diaz was engaged in a heated discussion with Dagma regarding a ransom. 2 billion berries? You might as well kill us. Why don't you go rob someone? Within the palace, Dagama, with a flushed face and a stout neck, argued fiercely with Diaz. The sum of 2 billion berries could potentially deplete a fraction of the treasury of their kingdom, Proteans. While Proteans was considerably wealthier than Dressrosa, its riches were not boundless. Such a ransom would indeed inflict significant financial strain. As minister, Dagama naturally sought to negotiate the terms. After all, there are swifter ways to amass wealth than through such means. Diaz scoffed, stating, "Let us not forget, you are the prisoners now, not I. It is I who am dictating the terms, not you. Be mindful of your current predicament. Then go ahead and kill us." Dagama retorted boldly, reclining upon the ground like a piece of meat. "In any case, should we perish, His Highness shall ascend the throne. And my son has reached the age to assist him. So let death come." "Humph! How could I possibly slay you? That would render my efforts futile." "Very well. I shall sell the news of your defeat to Morgans. At least I can earn some coin from that. I suspect by tomorrow morning, the entire world will be aware of your downfall." "You scoundrel!" Dagama exclaimed, boiling with rage. While defeat itself was bearable, the humiliation of being captured without a fight was an unbearable disgrace. Gritting his teeth, he declared, 15 billion. Deal. Diaz readily agreed, his internal calculation amounting to 12 billion. Humans often prefer compromise. If one wishes for the other to open a window, one must first lift the roof, and the other party will naturally acquiesce. Alas, he offered too much. Dagama sighed inwardly, belatedly realizing he had been outmaneuvered by the young man before him. It was too late now. With the ransom secured, let everyone enjoy a well-deserved respite in Dressrosa for the next few days. Dagama was escorted away to recuperate. After all, his physical condition did not compare to that of Elizabello II. That fellow could still move even when afflicted by the debilitating toxin of Mariejois, albeit with diminished strength, which did not hinder his overall mobility. Although Diaz had refrained from selling the news to Morgans, the following day, the World Economic Journal published an account of the battle. The King's fist defeated by the Mad King. Could the Mad King possibly possess Vice Admiral strength? Of course, the notion of Vice Admiral strength was utterly implausible. It was clear that the headline was sensationalist. Diaz understood Morgan's unscrupulous nature. To sell the news, he would undoubtedly resort to such tactics, depicting the clash as Diaz single-handedly confronting the King's fist and vanquishing the fleet of the Proteans' kingdom, ultimately capturing Elizabello II and his entourage. The article concluded with a speculative tone, insinuating that the Mad King's strength might be close to that of a naval vice-admiral, leaving readers with a question mark, thus obfuscating the truth. At Marine headquarters, Marineford bang. That insufferable brat. Sengoku routinely slammed his fist on the table, his explosive hairstyle nearly matching his temper. Hadn't he learned to govern the nation properly? He was well aware that the world government intended to adopt a hands-off approach towards Dressrosa. After all, if Diaz managed to escape, it was highly likely that Dressrosa would fall, and the next victim would be a member nation of the world government. For this reason, both the world government and the Navy dared not act recklessly. Even if they did intervene, it had to be with absolute certainty. A single strike to capture Diaz was imperative, lest they face endless repercussions. Should he become enraged and align himself with a certain notorious pirate, it would spell disaster. This aligned with Diaz's intentions. Sitting aside, Garp sipped his tea, laughing heartily, remarking how that young man truly knew how to stir up trouble. When he had once mentored him, he had sensed this potential. "Garp, you scoundrel! Why didn't you capture him back in Fusha village?" The mere recollection incited frustration. Not only had they failed to apprehend him, but he had also taken the time to mentor Diaz, only for chaos to ensue in the kingdom of Goa afterward. "Ha ha! I wasn't thinking too deeply back then. You fool! And stop eating my senbei." Two elderly men found themselves embroiled in a dispute, while Rosanandi, accustomed to such antics, automatically rose to fetch them another plate of rice crackers. The five elders remained passive, merely observing the scene. After all, there were no orders from Lord M. Meanwhile, the remaining celestial dragons insisted that they capture and eliminate Diaz. Their deep-seated fear of Diaz stemmed from the fact that he had inflicted the greatest casualties upon the celestial dragons in recorded history. The few remaining celestial dragons had recently adopted a more discreet demeanor, refraining from wandering about aimlessly. Even when they did venture out, they had to request the accompaniment of a marine admiral for protection, a request that was, of course, utterly impractical. After all, The value of an admiral as a combat asset was far too precious to be squandered on escorting celestial dragons. Diaz, oblivious to these unfolding events, received some good news. The film had wrapped. On the day of the wrap party, Diaz generously presented a red envelope to the crew, expressing that there would be more films in the pipeline. The lavishness of the director delighted the crew, who discovered that Diaz was far more amiable than the rumors suggested. Well, this fellow isn't so bad after all. The distribution of the film was entrusted to Taizolo, while the promotion was assigned to Morgans, who had gone so far as to purchase the A-page position in newspapers. Consequently, anyone who chanced upon the newspaper would immediately notice the advertisement. Before long, the film debuted. The poignant love story unfolded before the audience, and while Diaz found it cleaved, the viewers were enthralled by the protagonist's fearless passion, lamenting her romantic tribulations. The reception was overwhelmingly positive, and Taizolo reported substantial earnings. After deducting costs, the film amassed over 2 billion berries within a fortnight. According to their contract, Diaz would receive 40%. Given Taizolo's bustling schedule of casting, crew arrangements, and theater logistics, Diaz's share was quite commendable. Future profits were also anticipated to be significant, as few films could rival this one. However, the true windfall lay not in the film's revenue but in the influx of tourism to Dressrosa spurred by the film. Many viewers, inspired by the cinematic experience, chose to visit Dressrosa, drawn by its picturesque landscapes and delectable cuisine. Given that Dressrosa's geography was ill-suited for agriculture and industry, it had no choice but to focus on tourism. Thus, Diaz diligently promoted Dressrosa, planning to levy taxes, part of which would be allocated for national development, while another portion would be discreetly funneled to Otto to bolster their strength. A dual approach. The triumph of the film emboldened Diaz to swiftly embark on the production of a sequel. Dressrosa holiday was officially underway. He paid little heed to the three sunbathers, for Violet's frantic call interrupted him, exclaiming, "This is bad. Pirates are approaching." Pirates, one might say, were merely pirates. Gyrus would handle it adeptly. Yet, the adversaries in question belonged to the Big MOM Pirates. What? The Big MOM Pirate crew? I understand. I shall attend to this matter. After all, they are members of the Yonko, and recently, Shanks has stirred quite a commotion upon the seas. Morgans has proposed the concept of the Yonko, which has garnered widespread recognition, serving as an acknowledgement of the formidable strength of these four great pirates. Each member of the Big MOM pirate crew is quite amiable, yet they are undeniably a band of unreasonable ruffians. Upon arriving at the port, the surrounding tourists and residents have swiftly evacuated, while the royal guards, led by Cyrus, stand poised as if facing a great threat. Diaz arrived and commanded, "You all step back and ensure the safety of the visitors and the public." Indeed, Cyrus recognized that this was an adversary beyond their capacity to confront and promptly led his people away. Diaz and Mariejois stood there, as a somewhat dilapidated ship resembling a cake docked at the harbor. Soldiers, akin to mere pawns, were engaged in the repair of the vessel, while a few pirates descended from it. Amidst their throng, a stunningly beautiful woman made her way down. In her 20s, her visage was captivating, her figure rivaling that of Mariejois. Adorning her pink hair were decorations reminiscent of devilish horns, while her yellow eyes sparkled with allure. Her lips, painted with a vibrant hue, complemented her fair complexion, and she draped herself in a purple feather cloak. The enticing red skirt she wore accentuated her curvaceous form, exuding an irresistible charm. She was Charlotte Galette, the butter minister of the Big Mom Pirates and the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, possessing the powers of the Suna no Mi. Upon noticing Diaz, her exquisite brows arched slightly as she greeted him with a melodious voice. "Hello, Mad King." "Greetings, Miss Galette. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Dressrosa? As you can see, we encountered the Whitebeard pirates on our journey and engaged in a fierce battle. Now we require repairs and have come here to procure supplies. Are you not welcoming us?" "Not at all. Dressrosa extends a warm welcome to all who arrive with goodwill. Those who approach with hostility have already been hung from the trees, now serving as a unique spectacle of Dressrosa." Galette also took note of the lifeless bodies and reassured him, "Rest assured, we harbor no ill will. Diaz is an exceptionally powerful and unpredictable individual, one who would not easily provoke conflict unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, his mother holds a deep admiration for this man. She remarked, 'Oh dear, this audacious fellow is truly remarkable. He would make an excellent weapon in my hands.' Upon confirming that Garrett harbored no ill intentions, Diaz permitted them to enter Dressrosa to replenish their resources, swiftly repairing their vessels, albeit for a fee. To ensure utmost security, he invited Garrett into the palace for a reception. As the Big Mom pirates were not a force he could afford to challenge at this juncture, and he would soon resume his training. During the banquet, Garrett spoke of Big Mom's appreciation for Diaz, though not verbatim. Diaz chuckled, choosing not to engage further. He had no desire to visit Whole Cake Island only to be coerced into a marriage alliance by Big Mom. It is widely known that Big Mom possesses an insatiable collecting obsession, relishing in gathering individuals from various races and formidable beings, often binding them through marriage. Each of the four emperors seems to share this penchant for collection. Whitebeard favors adopting sons, Kaido is partial to Zoan-type users, Big Mom seeks rare species, while Shanks collects intriguing individuals. As the banquet concluded, Diaz took Mariejois and Garrett on a stroll through Dressrosa. He remarked that he had been preoccupied with various matters in recent days and had not truly explored the area. Noticing the complex gazes of those around them, Garrett inquired, "What is with the looks from these people?" Diaz responded, "They wish to eliminate me, yet are conflicted due to the benefits I have provided them." He was indifferent to their opinions. Dressrosa served merely as a tool to attract the attention of the world government, and in exchange, he would guide these people toward a better existence. "Do you not feel angered?" Garrett asked. "Not at all. I simply pursue what I desire." In the pirates' vernacular, "This is my freedom, albeit my freedom is built upon their discomfort," Diaz replied with a smile. Garrett found Diaz to be a peculiar man. To the outside world, he appeared mad, yet in close quarters, he was amiable and caring, particularly towards Mariejois, while simultaneously exuding an air of arrogance and dominance. "The scenery of Dressrosa is truly beautiful," Garrett mused. "Indeed," Diaz affirmed, "before my arrival, the only remarkable aspect here was its scenery." Upon reflection, Garrett realized that prior to Diaz's ascension, Big Mom had deemed Dressrosa unworthy of attention. It lacked deserts and wealth, rendering it a desolate place of little strategic value. However, since Diaz's arrival, the transformation had been rapid. In less than a year, he had remarkably altered the landscape. He was not only formidable in combat, but also strikingly handsome and exceptionally capable. Suddenly, Garrett posed a question. "Diaz, are you married?" "I am single," he replied. "Would you be willing to join the Big Mom pirates?" "Wait, are you trying to recruit me into your international organization?" Diaz's eyes widened. "What does this woman intend? Does she wish for me to marry her sister? If she is beautiful, that would be acceptable, but what if she is unattractive? Would that not spell doom for my life?" "Absolutely not. Indeed, your prowess and personal capabilities are exceptionally suited for membership in our Big Mom pirate crew." No. I appreciate your kindness, but if it were Big Mom herself, I could not refuse. However, this invitation comes from Golette, so perhaps I should let it be. I have no intention of joining any pirate crew. You are aware that I hail from the Navy and harbor no fondness for pirates. So why extend an invitation to me? You belong to the Big Mom pirate crew, and I cannot contend with your mother and her ilk. Such a straightforward reason. Golette found no offense in this. Rather, she was amused and felt a sense of pride. How direct. "I am in a good mood today, otherwise I would have taught you a lesson. You are no match for me, though if it were Katakuri and the others, I might not prevail." His strength exceeds that of an ordinary vice admiral, surpassing elite vice admirals, and he is nearing the status of a candidate for admiral. Engaging with the sweet commanders would be possible, but winning would be quite challenging. I mistakenly referred to the wrong chapter. This is indeed chapter 125. Lately, I have been rather busy and have become disorganized. The matters concerning the film are not for Diaz to ponder. The first film has already brought tourists to Dressrosa, which is sufficient. Additionally, factories have come here to invest and build, contributing to the local economy and creating jobs. However, complaints abound in the streets about items being stolen by fairies. Yet the residents of Dressrosa merely chuckle, as these are legends passed down through the ages. The tourists, however, do not share the same sentiment. Dold 3, I recall that your royal family in Dressrosa has a favorable relationship with the Dongdada kingdom, correct? Indeed, Dold 3 nodded. The last time the little people aided Cyrus, they were entirely defeated by Diaz, and he was the one who returned them, advising the Dongdada kingdom not to meddle. He warned them to cease their thievery. Should I hear of any more fairy thefts, I shall unearth them from their hideouts. Why must they choose to steal when they could learn something worthwhile? Very well, Dold 3 nodded. Previously, it was of little concern, but with so many tourists now, it indeed warrants consideration. Moreover, Diaz will not permit such occurrences. Reiju, the ransom from the Protean's kingdom has been allocated. Ensure to prepare a report. Understood. Once the affairs were concluded, Diaz stretched and noticed Bankiris sitting alone at the edge of the king's heights, munching on something, seemingly rather glum. Is he feeling a bit too lonely? Throughout my journey, I have only possessed this singular Pokemon, Tyranitar, which has grown in solitude, lacking companions. Therefore, I decided to acquire another Pokemon. Upon opening the pet marketplace, I was greeted by a rather intriguing rotation, a Houndour, while seemingly unremarkable. Should I utilize a Fire Stone to evolve it into an Houndoom, its prowess would indeed be commendable. In the realm of Pokemon, it is a creature steeped in the legends of Huaxia, capable of traversing 10,000 kilometers in a single day and night, embodying majesty, beauty, and strength. Coincidentally, I have longed for a dog of my own. Having exchanged for the Houndour, I beheld a creature adorned with a coat of orange, embellished with black stripes, and a short, flaxen mane gracing its chest and extending to its tail. Its intelligent black eyes radiated wisdom. Where, I wondered, was the promised loyalty and bravery? Instead, it appeared to resemble a playful husky. Woof! The Houndour greeted me with a playful display of its pink tongue. Houndour, a fire-type Pokemon, male, possesses the ability Intimidate, with a hidden ability of Justified. Its moves include Leer, Ember, Morning Sun, and Bite. Houndour is ideally suited to serve as a police dog, boasting a keen sense of smell that allows it to remember scents encountered even once, exhibiting a friendly demeanor towards humans and unwavering loyalty to its trainer. However, it also possesses a tendency to bark and chase away intruders. In the Pokemon world, Houndour typically accompanies Officer Jenny, with only a select few trainers possessing both Houndour and Houndoom. Moreover, this particular Houndour, endowed with the Intimidate ability, is exceptionally well suited for guarding homes. From this day forth, I shall be your trainer. Woof! Houndour, with its tongue lolling, circled its new master, imprinting the scent into its memory. I approached Tyranitar, stating, Tyranitar, this is Houndour. Another Pokemon like yourself. Consider it your younger sibling. Tyranitar, with a quizzical expression, regarded Houndour, seemingly incredulous that this little creature dared to intimidate him. Woof! Houndour gazed back at Tyranitar with an adorably innocent look, its wise eyes causing Tyranitar to question whether it had misjudged the situation. Diaz remarked, it possesses an intimidating quality, which is quite natural. Just look at those wise little eyes. You two will undoubtedly get along splendidly. Be sure to take good care of it. Banjira, patting his chest, retrieved a cherished ruby from his collection and presented it to Katy Dog. This was a treasure he had long hesitated to consume, but he decided to bestow it upon this newcomer he had just met. Woof! Katy Dog sniffed, then swallowed it whole. Diaz hastily extracted the creature from the mouth of Katy Dog, expressing his annoyance. The recipe for Bangilas differs from yours. You cannot consume these. He instructed someone to prepare meat, mixed with energy blocks, and Katy Dog eagerly devoured the meal while Bangilas retrieved a ruby and stuffed it into its mouth. What a pity not to eat, he mused, observing the two lively creatures. What is this? Oh, where did this dog come from? Mariejois approached, her eyes widening at the sight of Katy Dog feasting. She squatted down and gently stroked its fur, marveling at the delightful texture. Unable to suppress a smile, she reminisced about her childhood desire for a pet, which had been thwarted by her family's circumstances. This is mine, Katy Dog. Do you wish to have one too? Mariejois nodded. After contemplating for a moment, Diaz exchanged for another Pokemon. It was a small, brownish-yellow dog with a tail resembling a lightning bolt and a fluffy yellow mane around its neck, exuding a delightful texture. With its short legs and plump body, it bore a striking resemblance to a corgi. Electric Dog, it was called. Type, Electric. Gender, male. Category, Puppy. Pokemon ability, Pick-up. Hidden ability, Timid moves, Tackle. Tail whip. Another little dog? Quite adorable. Mariejois assessed Electric Dog, who reciprocated her gaze, barking playfully before jumping into her arms, wedged between the two Pokeballs. Diaz looked on with envy, clearing his throat. Its name is Electric Dog, and it makes an excellent pet. However, it is easily distracted by swiftly moving objects and tends to chase after them. This habit occasionally leads it to collide with fast-moving vehicles. Sparks flew from Electric Dog as it generated electricity. Fortunately, Mariejois was unharmed, her exoskeleton absorbing most of the impact, rendering the feeble current insufficient to cause her any discomfort. This little one can harness electricity? Indeed, Electric Dog, Katie Dog, and Bangilas are all extraordinary, capable of wielding various powers. Electric Dog possesses an organ that generates electricity while running, but it cannot store it, leading to its release.